Shu Yun's demise was anything but tranquil. He was felled by gunfire, riddled with bullets, and pierced through the heart. Many claimed that the Forbidden City was an idyllic haven for retirement, nestled beneath the emperor's feet and the epitome of virtue. Even in chaos, it seemed impervious to turmoil, and Shu Yun once shared this belief. Yet when a nation wanes, can any place truly be deemed safe? With foreign invaders breaching the capital, the emperor and his ministers fled, leaving behind a trail of bloodshed and destruction. In defiance of the chaos, Shu Yun, at the age of 65 and ostensibly retired, took up arms once more, joining Zhao Sanduo in combat. Alas, the valor of aging heroes and the beauty of time-worn faces. Zhao Sanduo perished in a prison in Nanga County, and Shu Yun met his end that very summer. On his final day, he drank a bowl of farewell liquor, bidding adieu to his trusty blade, which he had wielded for decades. His old friend joined him in the toast, declaring that a kill one was to break even, while two would yield profit. They engaged in playful banter, competing over their kill counts. Shu Yun chuckled heartily, jesting, "You old man, I've lost to you my entire life. Why seek victory in these final moments?" Together, they charged into the engulfing smoke and haze. The outcome mattered little. What resonated was the exhilaration of combat, the clarity it brought to his thoughts, and the joy it imbued in his heart. Even the burdens he had carried throughout his life seemed to lift momentarily. Regrettably, he would never have the chance to delve deeper into those revelations. When Shu Yun next opened his eyes, he was greeted by a sea of crimson. But he found himself in a ravaged village, corpses strewn across the ground, and an unnamed woman lay lifeless atop him. Though deceased, she clung to him, shielding him with her body. Shu Yun remained in stunned silence for a time before gently closing her eyes, digging a grave, and erecting a simple marker. The gravestone bore no inscription. He surmised that no one would come to pay their respects. After scouring the village, he unearthed 2 pickled dumplings and departed the desolate place with a worn vegetable knife in hand. He resolved to avenge her death. Upon reaching a nearby town, Shu Yun sought to carve out a new existence while gathering information. Unfamiliar with this world, his 7-year-old body was weakened from chronic hunger. Upon arrival at the town, he discovered it too had suffered calamity, allegedly at the hands of a group of ninjas capable of breathing fire, summoning water, conjuring winds, and even creating clones. The townsfolk were utterly defenseless against them. Shu Yun listened in disbelief. He knew of ninjas as assassins from the land of the rising sun, possessing skills of certain caliber, having dispatched a few himself. However, fire breathing, water summoning, wind conjuring, and cloning? Surely, he had encountered a band of monsters. Later, upon consulting a learned elder in the town, he learned that ninjas were not supernatural beings, but practitioners of a technique known as chakra, which enabled them to perform such feats. Unfamiliar with the concept of chakra, Shu Yun's hopes of finding refuge in the town were dashed. The town had also faced devastation, with many lives lost. They were struggling for survival themselves, let alone accommodating additional refugees. Thus, Shu Yun was escorted out of the town, joining other displaced souls in shared misfortune. It is somewhat of a twist of fate, as Shu Yun inhabits the body of a mere country boy, possessing little knowledge of the world beyond his village. Upon his arrival in town, he mistakenly believed he had ventured into a foreign land, contemplating the prospect of assassinating the emperor here, as there were indeed some who had entered the capital. However, Shu Yun soon discovered that, despite the incomprehensible chatter that filled the air, this place was known as the Land of Fire, populated by peculiar ninjas capable of breathing fire and summoning winds. Setting aside the question of whether he could triumph over these fiery, wind-summoning ninjas, he was nonetheless aware of the name of that foreign land, as he possessed a modicum of understanding that if the land of Wa truly had ninjas who could breathe fire and water, they would have surely been dispatched long ago, especially since many ninjas and warriors had perished during the arena battles in Tianjin back in the day. This was likely an alternate world, and Shu Yun was no illiterate. He understood the teachings of Shakyamuni, who spoke of a world contained within a single flower and enlightenment, within a single leaf. Recognizing that the world had changed, he naturally set aside his previous thoughts. Having consumed the last of his pickled vegetable dumplings, Shu Yun found himself devoid of sustenance. He wandered among the refugees, pondering what means of survival might still be available to him. Suddenly, he observed a shadowy figure, seemingly engaged in the nefarious business of child trafficking. This cold presence moved among the crowd of refugees, seeking out children under the age of 10 to converse with. Could this be one of those unscrupulous individuals? Shu Yun, seasoned in the ways of the world, was familiar with such vile tactics in his former life. He had harbored a deep-seated hatred for these people. Trafficking children was a heinous crime, akin to betraying one's master and ancestors. He approached, noticing a chubby boy who appeared rather dim-witted, and felt compelled to intervene. Drawing closer, he utilized his residual skills to eavesdrop on their exchange. "Would you like to come with me to a place where you won't go hungry?" The shadowy figure asked. The chubby boy, munching on the food offered, asked with a mouthful, "Will I get enough to eat every day?" The man nodded, replying, "As long as you have the ability, you'll be well fed. Then he'll go with you," the boy declared, unconcerned with anything else but the promise of ample meals. The man led the boy away, and Shu Yun seized his knife. Following closely behind, as they turned the corner, Shu Yun found the man holding out a rice ball, awaiting his approach. "Do you wish to join me for a meal?" "No, I seek revenge," Shu Yun replied, his gaze fixed not on the rice ball, but rather on the concealed weapon in the man's possession. The man, noticing Shu Yun's focus, spotted his hidden weapon, a tool exclusive to ninjas. A smile spread across his face, radiating amusement. "How intriguing. I shall grant you the opportunity for revenge. Follow me." Thus, Shu Yun followed the man, motivated by the promise of a hearty meal and the chance for retribution. He was led to a gathering place where a group of children similar in age was kept under the watchful eyes of several individuals clad in green vests with iron headbands. Soon, they were blindfolded and loaded into carts in batches. Within the carts, incense was burned, and before long, they slipped into a drowsy slumber. The subsequent journey was meandering, and they never again dismounted from the carriage. After a while, they were brought to a village. Regrettably, before they could discern the village's appearance, they were led to an underground facility. The handover was conducted by an individual adorned with a feline mask, who escorted them and the others in the carriage into the subterranean base. The underground facility was dim and damp, permeated with a familiar metallic scent of blood, and inhabited by a cadre of ninjas clad in black and donning animal masks, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. The foremost thought that crossed Shu Yun's mind upon arrival was simply to survive. They were served a meager dinner and provided with 2 sets of clothing, subsequently being crammed into a small room. At precisely 5 a.m. tomorrow, assemble at the training ground, the masked figure announced before departing. The living conditions in the base were dismal. It was a large dormitory accommodating 16 individuals in a single room, irrespective of gender, with merely one restroom. After Shu Yun completed his ablutions, he collapsed in a slumber, only to be roused not long after by the sound of muffled sobbing. The weeping of one child inevitably incited a chorus of cries, creating a cacophony that was utterly unbearable. How could mere children, thrust into such an uncertain and unfamiliar environment, not feel fear? Shu Yun sighed, covered his ears, shifted positions, and endeavored once more to sleep. Yet, after a while, he resignedly lowered his hands. Alas, sleep eluded him entirely sometimes. Acute hearing was more of a curse than a blessing. The following day, Shu Yun rose from his slumber at the appointed hour, despite the overwhelming drowsiness that clung to him. He was oblivious to the moment he had finally succumbed to sleep the previous night. Perhaps it was only after their tears had been exhausted that he drifted off into a haze of slumber, due to their late bedtime. Few were able to awaken promptly today. Shu Yun made an attempt to rouse his companions, managing to awaken but a single plump child. However, he was not their caretaker. And upon realizing his efforts were in vain, he ceased to disturb them further. After tidying up, the group set forth, arriving at the training grounds precisely at 5 o'clock. Where Catface awaited them, his presence looming over a sparse assemblage of children. Clutching a clock with an icy demeanor, Catface observed the melodic chimes of the hour. It appeared that some had taken his previous admonitions as mere whispers in the wind. His words were as frigid as ice. And Shu Yun sensed misfortune was imminent for someone. As expected, not long after, cries echoed from the direction of the dormitory. The tardy children were dragged from their beds and brought to the training ground. Their shirts were forcibly removed, and they were bound to a row of stone pillars protruding from the earth, terror evident in their wide eyes as they whimpered in fright. Catface, however, exhibited no compassion, instead picking up a switch dipped in water. "Your first lesson, obedience to orders, is paramount for a ninja," he declared, commencing the punishment. The air soon filled with anguished wails and the sharp crack of the switch. As he administered the discipline, he spoke. "The first offense warrants a mere warning. A second may be forgiven, but do not let me catch you a third time. I hope you will remember this well." Once the punishment concluded, the morning training commenced, requiring them to run 10 laps around the expansive training field. For those lacking stamina, even a single lap felt exhausting, yet none dared to voice their complaints, each one panting as they completed their laps. After finishing his 10 laps, Shu Yun nearly collapsed upon returning to the starting point, his lungs feeling like a dilapidated bellows and his heart akin to a battered drum. He could only rely on sheer willpower to endure, for his already malnourished body was exceedingly frail. Yet, he was not alone in his fatigue. Several children lay scattered on the ground, having succumbed to exhaustion just as he had. Perhaps they understood the wisdom of the saying that a harsh punishment is often followed by a sweet reward. For after their laps, Catface announced that it was time to eat. Contrary to the little chubby boy's doubts, there was indeed an abundance of food, with meat provided at every meal. Shu Yun, well aware of the adage that to eat is a blessing, filled his bowl to the brim and sought a quiet corner to begin his meal. He ate with remarkable decorum, ensuring each morsel was thoroughly chewed before swallowing, demonstrating an understanding of the principle that fine food should be savored. Despite the meticulous chewing, he did not eat slowly. Each action, serving, chewing, swallowing, was executed with precision, akin to a finely tuned machine. As the food slid down his throat, his abdomen gently contracted, invigorating his energy and stimulating circulation to promote digestion. Embodying the principle of the python consuming an elephant, the energy required for such a vigorous endeavor was indeed astonishing. From where did this energy originate? Solely from the sustenance he consumed. However, the human stomach has its limits and digestion requires time. Even if one were to consume an entire bellyful of beef, it would still be insufficient for the rigorous training required by a martial arts master. It is hardly feasible to pause mid-combat and suggest to the opponent, "Let us take a break for a meal." Thus, various secret techniques for consumption have emerged. The ability to eat well and enjoy food is indeed a remarkable skill. The method of swallowing an elephant like a python draws inspiration from the way pythons consume their prey, utilizing force to stimulate the flow of energy and blood, thereby strengthening the spleen and stomach and enhancing digestion. When mastered to a profound level, it can significantly improve the efficiency of absorbing the essence of food, allowing one to fully extract the nourishing energy contained within. Legend has it that at the pinnacle of this practice, one could even chew iron and swallow gold with ease. Of course, Shu Yun had never attempted such feats, recognizing that every school of thought tends to exaggerate their claims. The White Lotus sect, for instance, boasts of their techniques rendering one impervious to blades, yet they too have suffered significant losses in battle. Ultimately, one should merely observe these lofty claims. To truly believe in them might jeopardize one's life, a foolish endeavor indeed. As Shu Yun consumed his meal while practicing the swallowing an elephant like a python technique, he had already digested a third of a large bowl of food by the time he finished. When he returned for a second bowl, he found that he had digested 2/3 of it. Shu Yun devoured 3 substantial bowls, drawing curious glances from the serving ninjas. It is worth noting that these bowls were enormous, akin to basins. For an adult, one bowl would be sufficient to satiate their hunger, yet this young boy had managed to consume 3. In truth, Shu Yun's capacity for 3 bowls was not due to a limit but rather because the dining hall had run out of food by the time he sought a 4th. The dining hall was frequented not only by children such as himself but also by masked ninjas who would discreetly fill their bowls and retreat to a secluded corner, never revealing their faces beneath their masks. Being ninjas, their high activity levels naturally required substantial nourishment, making them all voracious eaters. Disappointed, Shu Yun returned with his empty bowl, which he was responsible for washing. If he were to break it, there would be no more food for him. Just as he was about to wash it, a full bowl of food was placed before him. Looking up, he saw the chubby boy from the morning, beaming with delight. "Here, I helped you get this," he said. Shu Yun examined the generous serving, untouched and likely set aside for him. It appeared to have been waiting for a while as no steam rose from it. Raising an eyebrow, Shu Yun pondered the circumstances. Was this a gesture of vassalage brought about by his earlier kindness? "Thank you for waking me up this morning," the chubby boy remarked. glancing nervously at a group still bound in the distance, who, naturally, had no food. "Oh, I see," Shu Yun replied with a nod, appreciating the boy's loyalty and his willingness to repay kindness. The entire day following their meal was filled with physical training. Whether it involved jumping through hoops or onto diagrams, performing sit-ups or pull-ups, the instructor taught them a breathing technique, which made exercising considerably easier, allowing many children to persevere. By the time night fell and Shu Yun returned to the dormitory, he collapsed into bed, impervious to the cries of his peers. Instead, it was his own snoring that drowned out their lamentations. They wept for a brief moment before succumbing to slumber, all of them weary. The next day, under the prompt of his biological clock, Shu Yun rose punctually. This time, no one dared to remain abed. For the subsequent month, the routine was monotonous. Physical training, meals, and sleep formed a trifecta. Shu Yun's frail physique, at last, began to burgeon under the ample training in the rigorous regimen akin to a serpent consuming an elephant. Alas, he had yet to find an opportunity to practice his stance training once more, not due to a lack of time, but rather because the volume of exercise was excessive. At the tender age of 7, a critical period for development, exercise must be moderated. Excessive exertion without herbal nourishment could only hinder his latent potential. The training methods, from his perspective, seemed to embody a philosophy of sacrificing potential for strength, with a regimen that undoubtedly surpassed what a child of his age should endure. He surmised that ninjas in this realm likely did not enjoy longevity. Even if they managed to survive, they would undoubtedly bear the scars of injuries, possibly reaching old age incapable of wielding a blade. In such circumstances, he could scarcely contemplate reducing his training load. The notion of intensifying it was utterly absurd. Regrettably, the masked instructor, Catface, showed no concern for individual limits, fixating solely on whether tasks were completed. One must bow beneath the eaves, after all. Fortunately, the physicality of the inhabitants of this world appeared to be considerably robust compared to his previous one. He could still circulate his blood, invigorate his essence, and, coupled with ample nourishment and rest, he had thus far encountered no significant issues. After the morning training, physical exercises ceased for the day. A figure adorned with a fox mask entered the training grounds, contrasting sharply with the somber demeanor of Catface. This fox face was quite loquacious. "Congratulations on enduring the first round of training. We shall now commence your instruction on the use of ninja tools." At this training ground, at least half of the participants had been culled, whisked away by an entourage of similarly masked figures bearing a more sinister air, never to be seen again. Once Foxface concluded his remarks, he produced a plethora of shuriken, instructing everyone to line up for distribution. The crowd's expressions varied as they beheld the shuriken. Some revealed trepidation, while others exhibited unwavering resolve. Noting their reactions, Foxface remained unfazed, continuing with his soliloquy. "Indeed, we are ninjas. This is a training base for ninjas, and you too shall aspire to become one. I entrust this power to your hands. The path ahead lies solely upon your diligence." Shu Yun felt little reaction. He had long been aware of his surroundings and possessed the requisite determination. Upon receiving his shuriken, he grasped it, examining it closely. In contrast to the concealed weapons from his previous life, these shuriken resembled peculiar daggers, elongated handles for grip and diamond-shaped openings for piercing and cutting. Holding a weapon he had not touched in ages, Shu Yun felt an itch of excitement, unable to resist twirling it in his hands. Foxface, noticing his enthusiasm, approached with a smile, also toying with a shuriken. "Have you played with one before?" Shu Yun shook his head, admitting he had only observed others. "Do you know how to use it?" "Not quite sure," he replied. Upon hearing this, Foxface's expression hardened. With a swift motion, he shoved Shu Yun aside. "Not sure. Yet you flaunt your ignorance? Go over there and throw 500 shuriken. If you haven't completed it by noon, well, there'll be no lunch for you." Shu Yun shrugged nonchalantly, casting aside the shuriken with indifference. Being scolded mattered little, but going hungry was unacceptable. He was not particularly skilled with concealed weapons. His training revolved around boxing, employing his strength with a gun, yet he was accustomed to wielding a knife. The gun was the king of all weapons, while the knife was its commander, both emphasizing honor and overwhelming force, which contrasted sharply with the stealthy nature of shurikens. In his earlier years, he had indeed mastered a technique for throwing flying locust stones, but the shuriken was too large for such finesse. He could only resort to a swinging motion. However, swinging such a hefty object proved laborious, and a novice, unaware of the nuances, would soon tire, risking injury from overexertion. The fox-faced instructor observed nearby, teaching others the art of shuriken throwing. After concluding his lesson, he approached Shu Yun, initially believing that if Shu Yun managed to throw 100, it would be commendable. To his surprise, he found Shu Yun vigorously throwing shurikens, having already emptied half of the basket containing 500. Shu Yun drew strength from the ground, twisting his waist and lifting his wrist, sending the shuriken like an arrow into the distant target, striking the bullseye. Upon glancing at the target, the fox-faced instructor noted that the shurikens were densely clustered in the red center. Raising an eyebrow, he approached Shu Yun, examining his form, growing increasingly satisfied with each assessment. When he finally raised his gaze, his eyes sparkled with delight. Nodding at Shu Yun, he picked up 2 shurikens. Your potential is commendable. Yet this is merely the basic technique for throwing shurikens. With a modicum of defense, it becomes quite challenging to hit the mark. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, he tossed the shurikens into the air, where they soared with differing velocities. Moments later, they collided mid-air with a resounding clang, embedding themselves in the targets on either side. Again hitting the bullseye. Now, it's your turn, he invited. Shu Yun, astonished, recognized this method of utilizing concealed weapons as novel to him. However, a master of energy control could channel strength through his entire body. Though Shu Yun had lost his realm, his keen perception remained intact. While the fox-faced instructor's technique was impressive, replicating it was well within Shu Yun's capabilities. Closing his eyes, he visualized the technique in his mind. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes with a confident smile, selecting 2 shurikens from the basket and channeling his energy as he threw them. The shurikens flew forth, colliding mid-air and striking the targets with pinpoint accuracy, mirroring the instructor's placement perfectly. Observing this, the fox-faced instructor smiled subtly, acknowledging his success. You have passed. Come. This place is no longer suitable for you. With that, he abandoned the others and led Shu Yun out. They emerged from the underground base, arriving at the mountains behind Konoha, where the view was splendid, offering a panoramic vista of the village below. The fox-faced instructor admired the vibrant scenery and addressed Shu Yun. This is Konoha, and we are its shadows, resolutely protecting it and refraining from actions that would harm the village's interests. Can you uphold this? Without awaiting Shu Yun's response, he added, if you cannot, the days ahead stretch far into the future, and who can predict how they will unfold? Shu Yun has been promoted and relocated from the original base to a new one situated on the hillside. The accommodations at the new base are significantly improved, featuring 4-person rooms with private washrooms. He was the first to arrive, soon joined by 3 others, 2 men and a woman, one tall and slender, and a delicate-looking girl. Together, they form a group, which, along with another group from the adjacent dormitory, totals 8 individuals. Out of the more than 200 children who came, only these 8 have advanced. What will become of the others? As they lay on their beds chatting, who can say? Shu Yun engaged in the conversation half-heartedly. In these chaotic times, merely ensuring one's survival is already a considerable feat. Concerns for others are luxuries few can afford. It is a pity, though. For that chubby little fellow, no longer will anyone follow behind him, smiling and calling out for Big Brother to help fetch food. From this day forward, Shu Yun became a reserve ninja and began to learn about chakra. He finally understood that they were in the Hidden Leaf Village and had entered the Anbu, or the Special Tactical Force for Assassination, which operates directly under the Hokage's command. The one teaching them about chakra was a ninja with a face reminiscent of a raccoon, who explained that chakra is the perfect amalgamation of cellular energy and mental energy. By calming the mind and focusing one's thoughts, one can perceive mental energy. By practicing breathing techniques, one can mobilize physical energy. The fusion of both, driven by will, results in chakra. Shu Yun found this somewhat akin to Taoist practices for cultivating health, yet he was primarily a martial artist with limited knowledge of such concepts. Moreover, in his previous life, visualization and breathing techniques were predominantly employed for mental refinement and energy cultivation. He had never encountered anyone who truly managed to cultivate internal strength or magical power. Perhaps it existed in the past, but he had never witnessed it. However, regardless of the techniques of calming the mind or breath control, he was quite adept. Internal martial arts inherently include breathing methods, and who, having reached the mastery of transforming energy, could not calm their thoughts? Without mastering stillness, one cannot integrate energy, nor enter the realm of transformation. Though the chakra refinement method differs from the breathing techniques of internal martial arts, Shu Yun learned quickly. After just one demonstration from the raccoon-faced ninja, he began to sense the energies within him. One energy permeated his entire being, representing cellular energy, while the other resided in his mind, mobilizing his entire body as mental energy. By uniting these energies through sheer will, he astonishingly formed a new energy in his dantian. This new energy, shimmering in a cerulean hue, flowed through his meridians, enhancing his physical strength and alleviating fatigue internally, while externally enabling him to breathe fire and manipulate water to alter his surroundings. It bore a resemblance to magical power, Shu Yun mused, as he closed his eyes and continued to refine his chakra. In his previous life, Shu Yun was a master of the transformation technique. Although he could not be compared to the extraordinary grandmasters like Yang Luchen and Li Shuwen, he was still regarded as a remarkable figure in his own right. His spiritual realm was exceedingly elevated, and he had grasped the essence of martial arts. Though some of his prowess was diminished during reincarnation, the essence of his being was refined further through the trials of death. Physically, he had cultivated through the method of the serpent devouring the elephant, which naturally made him considerably stronger than his peers. While others could extract chakra for merely an hour, he was able to draw it for 3 hours, and with superior quality and speed. This was partly due to his cautiousness in preserving his foundation. He feared that if he displayed too much prowess, it might induce feelings of inferiority in others, thereby damaging their resolve. After completing his initial practice session, he pondered that if he could regain his foundational stance, his chakra capacity would further increase. The subsequent days settled into a routine. Their physical training lessened, but this did not imply a reduction in their overall training load. Instead, they began to delve into a broader array of subjects. Aside from their bi-daily physical training, they were now learning the fundamental applications of chakra, tracking and counter-tracking, the use of hidden weapons and ninja tools, as well as trap setting and reconnaissance. Most importantly, they were engaged in literacy and mental guidance. Indeed, most of them were illiterate. Although Shu Yun had perused numerous martial manuals and philosophical texts in his former life, he was utterly oblivious to the written language of this world, as the original self retained no memories. As for the others, it was even more pronounced. Having been born into farming families, they were preoccupied with agricultural labor from a young age, leaving little opportunity for education. Even those who had once belonged to affluent families and had attended private schools for a brief period found their education obliterated by the ravages of war, which is always merciless. Thus, their current situation entailed daily gatherings, sitting in rows to learn from their teacher, the fox, using a textbook titled The Will of Fire. As Shu Yun idly flipped through the pages, he fortuitously stumbled upon the author's name, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Was this not the name of the third Hokage? While he was yet unaware of the book's contents, Shu Yun recognized that mastering this text might prove to be of paramount importance in the future. The learning of written language progressed swiftly, not only due to their youthful minds being adept at retention, but also because ninjas possessed a remarkable technique known as the transfer technique. This ninjutsu enabled unfamiliar characters to be transmuted into comprehensible information that could be transmitted directly to the learner's mind. The advantage was rapid learning, however. The drawback was an equally swift forgetfulness, necessitating regular reinforcement to ensure retention. Overuse could also impair cognitive functions, particularly in children. Consequently, conventional ninja education rarely employed this method. Fortunately, Shu Yun's serious approach to learning and elevated spiritual state alleviated any immediate concerns. Upon entering the new base, nothing delighted Shu Yun more than the medicinal baths. They finally had access to herbal infusions for body refinement. Gazing at the bath filled with a dark green concoction of medicinal herbs, Shu Yun nodded in satisfaction. This was the essence of proper cultivation. One could not rely solely on physical exercise without the benefits of herbal nourishment. Overdoing physical training could harm the body and hinder growth. The frequency of these medicinal baths seems rather insufficient, rather than once a day. It ought to be at least every 3 days, should it not? Yet here, the baths are administered merely once a week, which significantly undermines their efficacy. Of course, this is merely a thought that Shu Yun keeps to himself. Should the fox-faced individual discover it, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of invective. It is worth noting that a single barrel of medicinal bath costs 50,000 taels. In the world of Naruto, 1 tael equals 10 yen. A sum equivalent to an ordinary C-rank mission. Receiving a bath once every 7 days is already a privilege reserved for the core disciples of prominent clans. Only those of exceptional talent are granted such indulgences. Members of collateral branches of great families may only partake once a month, and many have never even glimpsed the nature of a medicinal bath. To dream of having one every 3 days? That would be a luxury reserved solely for the disciples of the Hokage and the heirs of various prestigious families. The temperature of the bathwater hovers around 50 degrees Celsius, requiring one to soak for an hour and a half. For several days following the bath, even the simplest act of using the restroom carries a lingering scent of medicine. However, unlike others who squirm uncomfortably within the tub, Shu Yun reclines in the medicinal bath as if in deep meditation. He even finds such comfort that he closes his eyes and drifts into slumber, as if he were merely indulging in a leisurely soak. This peculiar sight draws the attention of the pharmaceutical Anbu, who rush over to inspect Shu Yun's bath. After confirming that all is in order, they depart with expressions of astonishment. If one were to observe closely, they would see Shu Yun seated cross-legged, with his palms naturally resting before him. With each inhalation and exhalation, his body relaxes, and the myriad pores on his skin, numbering in the thousands, open and close in harmony with his breath, absorbing the medicinal essence. Simultaneously, his consciousness delves into the depths of his mind, entering a tranquil state, envisioning seeds germinating in the soil, growing in accordance with his breath. In this state, his entire being embodies the essence of relaxation and naturalness. In such a state, the body enters profound slumber, continually absorbing the medicinal power to fortify its foundation. When the time comes for an eruption of strength, it shall burst forth like spring bamboo piercing through the earth, unstoppable. This is not a secret technique, but rather an understanding that emerges naturally from prolonged practice. Shu Yun refers to it as the sleeping dragon as slumber. Yet it is precisely this natural insight that constitutes the most precious of techniques. To attempt to learn it deliberately would lead to a decline in skill. As Shu Yun undergoes the medicinal bath in this state, it is akin to a seed buried in the earth, naturally absorbing nutrients and sprouting forth, all functioning in the most perfect and efficient manner. This single medicinal bath yields benefits equivalent to 2 or 3 baths taken by others. After the bath, Shu Yun feels invigorated. Upon emerging from the water, his skin is smooth and radiant, showing no signs of having soaked for an extended period. A glance at the bathwater reveals it to be as clear as fresh water, devoid of medicinal potency, starkly contrasting with the light green hue of the water used by others, indicating Shu Yun's flawless absorption of medicinal essence. With his vitality restored post-bath, it is time to resume the foundational training he had neglected. True to his word, the following day, Shu Yun rises an hour early to practice standing meditation. Specifically the Wuji Stance, which is fundamental to internal Tai Chi and truth. Shu Yun practiced Bajiquan in his previous life. And there is an old adage in martial arts. In literature, Tai Chi maintains peace, and martial prowess, Bajiquan establishes order. This aptly describes the relationship between Tai Chi and Bajiquan. 8 Extremes boxing is characterized by its vigorous nature and rapid mastery. It is often said that while one may spend a decade in Taiji without venturing forth, one can break through the threshold of 8 Extremes in merely 6 months. This notion underscores the exceptional intensity and swift entry into combat proficiency that 8 Extremes boxing offers. However, such intensity cannot be sustained indefinitely, for prolonged exertion may lead to injury. While the entry into 8 Extremes boxing is relatively straightforward, achieving true mastery demands considerable effort in one's youth. If one cannot boldly delve into the transformative essence of energy or promptly comprehend the harmonious integration of cultivation and physical practice, the profound quintessence of 8 Extremes boxing will forever elude them. Yet, the challenge of boldly pursuing the path of transformation is formidable. In the past century, only a few, likely Shu Yun, have succeeded, while others, such as Shu Yun, have strayed onto misguided paths, nearly squandering their lives. It was only upon encountering the heights of true understanding that he grasped the principle of moderation and intensity, thus entering into the realm of transformation. Having learned from past missteps, Shu Yun, upon embracing the transformative aspect, became increasingly mindful of the subtleties of cultivation. Yet he constantly struggled with the lack of a systematic and comprehensive training methodology. It was not until he engaged in sparring with Zhao Sanduo that he encountered an elder from Wudong Mountain, who imparted the profound mysteries of Taiji to him. At that time, in the spirit of strengthening Chinese martial arts against foreign powers, countless grandmasters generously shared their esoteric secrets and detailed their training experiences. It was during this period that the stagnant waters of martial arts began to flow anew, as the theories of various masters collided, sparking extraordinary insights. Reflecting on those 2 years, one might find them more exhilarating than the entirety of his previous life. It was through this exchange that he glimpsed the realm of internal alchemy and the proper alignment of the body. The practice of Taiji differs significantly from 8 Extremes boxing. While the latter is easy to learn yet challenging to master, Taiji is both difficult to learn and to perfect. A practitioner of Taiji may only dare to claim minor proficiency after 3 years of practice, moderate success after 7 years, and substantial accomplishment after 9 years, provided they possess a keen intellect. For those lacking in natural aptitude, the prospects may seem bleak. Nevertheless, the intricate nature of Taiji holds its own significance. The requirements for mental state are exceedingly high, While the combat efficacy of a fully realized Taiji practitioner may not surpass that of an adept in 8 extremes boxing, Taiji excels in developing the human body, solidifying foundational strength, invigorating vitality, and expanding the innate life force. In this world, should one seek martial prowess, there are numerous avenues such as chakra and various ninjutsu to supplement it. However, the paramount objective remains the establishment of an unshakable foundation, which is the essence of Shu Yun's transition to Taiji practice. The fundamental stance in Taiji is known as the Wuji Stance. Many practitioners mistakenly begin with the Hunyuan stance, which is incorrect. Wuji, or the natural stance, is one of the essential internal postures in Taiji and is regarded as its foundation by generations of martial artists. The principle states, Taiji arises from Wuji. The Wuji stance is the common basis of the 3 boxing styles and the mother of myriad postures, fostering vitality and strengthening the body, making it immensely beneficial. Therefore, one should first practice the Wuji stance before progressing to the Hunyuan stance. In practicing this stance, the body is in a state of profound relaxation, with the mind and form in unison, harmonizing yin and yang, embodying formlessness and shapelessness. It is an exercise in internal wellness characterized by balance and harmony. Shu Yun assumes the preparatory posture, standing naturally with his feet shoulder-width apart, forming an 11-character shape. His head is aligned, body straight, with eyes gently gazing forward and downward. His entire being is relaxed, and his arms hang naturally at his sides, with the tongue resting against the gums. After establishing the preparatory stance, Shu Yun immersed himself in the meditative practice, allowing his body to relax as he envisioned a harmonious union between himself and the vast cosmos. The primordial energy of heaven and earth flowed into his body through the Bai Hui point atop his head, gradually descending into his dantian, leading him into a state of self-forgetfulness. As he practiced the standing meditation, Shu Yun was astonished to genuinely perceive a subtle, ethereal energy entering through Bai Hui, fortifying his foundation. This revelation startled him. Upon regaining composure, the energy dissipated into nothingness. Was this merely an illusion? Confusion lingered in Shu Yun's mind. During his earlier practice, he had indeed sensed the celestial energy entering him, albeit in delicate, almost imperceptible strands, akin to a fleeting mirage. However, in his past life, he had never encountered such an experience. Visualization was merely a tool for spiritual activation and blood regulation, not a means to cultivate inner strength. What had gone awry? Was it due to the profound changes in the world? Shu Yun pondered silently, recalling how, during his training with Zhao Sanduo, an elder from Wudong Mountain had spoken of the world's cyclical nature, akin to the ebb and flow of tides. In his previous life, the energies of heaven and earth had been dormant, rendering various practices difficult. He had dismissed the elder's words as mere nonsense, an excuse for his own secretive methods. Yet, the current situation felt distinctly different, particularly in a world where ninjas and their arts thrived, suggesting that the celestial energies were indeed vibrant. Could he truly cultivate magical powers in this lifetime? Would the technique of the snake swallowing the elephant enable him to consume iron and gold in the end? Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Shu Yun possessed the virtue of living in the present moment. If something eluded his understanding, he chose not to dwell on it, trusting that clarity would come in due time. In a tranquil state of introspection, he realized his vitality was abundant and unscathed. Feeling instead an invigorated energy coursing through his body, his spirit more vivacious than ever. Confirming that he had not deviated from his practice, he continued his training. Indeed, as he settled into the Wuji stance, he felt that faint energy once more flowing from the cosmos into Bai Hui, though it remained exceedingly weak, like a fleeting illusion. Shu Yun attempted to amplify his absorption with intent, but an intense sense of danger surged through his awareness, as if a grave calamity loomed. Furrowing his brow, he quickly relaxed once more. Go with the flow, go with the flow. Shu Yun, having lived 2 lives, had even forgotten this essential principle. The stream does not rush ahead. It seeks to flow endlessly. He then plunged his mind into profound tranquility, diligently practicing his standing meditation. Time passed swiftly in this serene state. In the blink of an eye, an hour had elapsed. Upon completing his practice, Shu Yun's gaze fell upon a tall figure in the dormitory, who regarded him with a face full of resentment. So, you've been secretly training, the figure seemed to convey. Shu Yun exhaled, slowly responding, next time, I'll invite you to join. From then on, Shu Yun's regimen expanded to include morning standing meditation and evening visualization. The interplay of movement and stillness embodied the way. Standing meditation strengthened his vitality and conditioned his muscles, while visualization honed his spirit and calmed his energy. Thus, Through this dynamic balance, profound truths could be uncovered. Unexpectedly, when he arose the following day, he discovered that the tall individual had indeed risen as well. "Come, let us exercise together." Observing the already awakened tall one, and hearing the commotion that signaled the awakening of the lean fellow and the young lady, Shu Yun shrugged and stepped out first. On the third day, the neighboring child, having heard the news, also ventured out in the morning. Well, with everyone intensifying their training, it equated to a collective lack of additional practice, leading to a competitive atmosphere. After some time, gazing at the fatigued group, Shu Yun grew concerned about whether their already burdened bodies could endure further strain. Yet, as the increasingly potent scent of blood permeated the base and the ninjas became more active, Shu Yun remained silent. It seemed the external conflict was about to commence anew. They would inevitably be summoned to the battlefield. Therefore, the notion of sweating more and training to bleed less in war, drawing out a portion of their potential to secure a chance at survival, was hardly a losing proposition. A few days later, the fox-faced instructor resumed teaching them the art of ninjutsu, which comprised 3 fundamental techniques: transformation, substitution, and cloning. Although they were merely the most basic of skills, mastering these techniques significantly enhanced their chances of survival on the battlefield. Thus, they approached their studies with utmost seriousness. After half a month, their proficiency in these techniques had reached a satisfactory standard. On that day, the fox-faced instructor remarked, "Your physical conditioning is fundamentally adequate, and you have grasped the 3 techniques well. Next, we shall learn the use of weapons, and soon you will be prepared to serve as ninjas." Shu Yun understood that their time for stable learning was dwindling. That day, a ninja with a white cat visage arrived at the training ground, seemingly held in high esteem, as even the fox-faced instructor bowed to him upon arrival. However, he appeared to have returned for recuperation, his body reeking of blood and wrapped in layers of bandages. Humankind creates weapons to arm themselves. Those equipped with weapons possess greater lethality. This principle applies universally to ninjas as well. Thus, for the next month, I shall instruct you in the use of weapons. While I do not expect you to achieve excellence, it is imperative that you learn to wield them. The white cat indicated a row of weapons on the training ground. Select the weapon you desire. Upon hearing this, the group eagerly approached the weapons. Most opted for swords, as they were the most accessible, especially since the instructor was also equipped with a short blade. Naturally, a few rebellious souls, or those averse to swords, chose alternative weapons or even opted for shuriken. As was customary, Shu Yun selected the weapon he was most adept at wielding. However, unlike the shorter blades chosen by the other children, he chose a long sword, nearly as tall as he was at 7 years old. The white cat, curious at the sight of Shu Yun's long sword, inquired, "Can you handle that sword proficiently?" Shu Yun chuckled and immediately demonstrated a captivating sword dance, executing it with remarkable fluidity. The white cat's eyes sparkled with admiration. Geniuses are often afforded special treatment, yet Shu Yun found himself somewhat apprehensive about the forthcoming privileges. The white cat was a master swordsman, exuding an intense aura of lethal precision. Unlike Shu Yun's straightforward approach to swordsmanship, which relied on overwhelming force, the white cat's style resembled that of a formidable assassin. Indeed, the domineering assassin embodies a fierce spirit that resides deep within his very bones. He possesses a heart resolute enough to cleave through all obstacles, coupled with an unwavering pride. His actions, reminiscent of a true assassin, perhaps a reflection of his ninja vocation, allow him to strike swiftly and vanish into the distance, eliminating foes with remarkable efficiency. His blade is akin to the fierce winds that sweep across the northern skies, comparable to the thunder that erupts from the peaks of Wushan, arriving and departing with swift ferocity, daring to sever anything that stands in his path. Shu Yun has gleaned much from him, learning to harness chakra to enhance the lethality of his weapons, to fortify his own physique, and to wield his blade as an extension of his will. He has laid bare his philosophy of the sword before Shu Yun, sharing it so openly that it evokes a tinge of fear within him. Gazing at the white cat before him, whose name he does not even know, he finds himself at a loss. "Are you not afraid that I will master all your techniques?" Shu Yun inquires of the white cat. "Not at all, for you are a ninja of Konoha." The white cat replies, his eyes sparkling as if speaking not only to Shu Yun but also to himself. Listening intently, Shu Yun feels a strange sense of understanding begin to blossom within him regarding the people and events surrounding him. Unfortunately, the white cat's tutelage was cut short, as his injuries healed after merely half a month. That very morning, after only a brief session, he announced his departure, instructing them to continue their studies independently until his return for the remaining lessons. He called Shu Yun aside, admonishing him not to become complacent. "When I return, I shall assess your progress, and if satisfactory, I will bestow upon you a gift. Yet, as he spoke, his gaze seemed to drift, hinting at a weight on his mind that was unusual for his typically carefree demeanor. A week later, the white cat did not return. Instead, another instructor appeared. Though Shu Yun had not seen their face, he recognized that they were not the same individual. The blade may differ, but so too do the people. When Shu Yun inquired about the fate of the white cat, he was met with a cold indifference. Mission failed. He is dead. This revelation stunned Shu Yun, as he had not anticipated that their last encounter would be their final farewell. Such is the life of a ninja. The following day, a fox-faced individual arrived, cradling a beautifully crafted blade. This is a gift from Lord Xiaomao, he announced. Sensing Shu Yun's confusion regarding the identity of Lord Xiaomao, he quickly clarified. He is the white cat who taught you the sword techniques. Shu Yun, momentarily taken aback, accepted the blade from him, unlike the white short sword held by the cat. This was a long, black blade, its surface devoid of luster, akin to a shadow. Ninjutsu weapons made with chakra-infused metal are exceedingly rare. I hope you will safeguard your blade and, more importantly, the person who wields it. I will, Shu Yun affirmed, twirling the sword as he asked. Does this blade have a name? After a prolonged silence, the fox-faced figure replied, It is called Ethereal Light, for it dwells in the shadows while guarding the light. On the night when Shu Yun sheathed his blade, a figure with a somber crow-like visage appeared in his dormitory. The crow-faced individual approached Shu Yun directly, inquiring, Are you the disciple of Kiki Tsukumo? Shu Yun, having learned the full name of the white cat, nodded in acknowledgement. Although they bore no formal master-disciple title, their bond was undeniable. The white cat had generously imparted his swordsmanship, sharing not merely techniques, but the very philosophy and principles of his art. Come with me. The Lord wishes to see you, declared the crow, turning to leave. The Lord? Shu Yun pondered, a sense of confusion washing over him. Yet he felt compelled to grasp his blade, Yogwang, and follow. However, before they could exit, they encountered another figure, an owl-faced operative, who also approached Shu Yun, asking, Are you the disciple of Lord Tsukumo? Raising an eyebrow, Shu Yun responded, Do you wish for me to accompany you as well? The owl nodded, instructing, Follow me. Shu Yun glanced between the crow and the owl, uncertain of whom to follow. Just as he hesitated, the owl turned to the crow and said, You should come along too. Well, it appears I am more popular than I anticipated, Shu Yun mused, patting Yogwang at his side and murmuring, Yogwang, with you beside me. I have unwittingly become quite the sought-after individual. He was led to the threshold of an office, where the owl halted, remaining outside the door, straining to listen. Shu Yun discerned the sound of two voices arguing within, a shadowy voice intoned. Such a talent can only realize its potential when nurtured within our roots. The roots require such a genius. A deeper voice countered, a genius ought to thrive under the sun, growing upon a great tree, becoming a supportive branch rather than decaying in the soil. You have already gathered over 200 individuals. Is that not sufficient? More refuse does not equate to worth. Over 200 worthless individuals combined cannot match the value of a single genius. The roots seek brilliance, not mere numbers, and after all, he is but an outsider. What if he is a spy from another village? Only here, within the roots, can he become Konoha's sharpest blade. Enough. They are all Konoha ninjas, bearers of the will of fire, and they deserve the right to thrive in the sunlight. How hypocritical. Now you speak of equality? Did you not consider their status as Konoha ninjas when you sent them to the battlefield? The first voice retorted with a chilling sarcasm. Alas, I have indeed been biased in comparing children from our village with those from others. This is my sin as Hokage. However, Tsukumo has already sacrificed himself, and I cannot allow his progeny to meet the same fate. The second voice sighed, a heavy weight in its tone. Hizashi. Enough. Danzo. I am the Hokage. The first voice attempted to interject but was forcefully interrupted by the second, now imbued with a resolute firmness akin to an enraged lion. Humph, Hizashi. You will come to regret this, Danzo seethed, storming out in a fit of anger. Shu Yun seized the opportunity to glance over, only to find a middle-aged man with a somber demeanor. The man met Shu Yun's gaze briefly before letting out a cold snort and departing, with the crow hastily following suit. You may enter. The door is unlocked. A slightly fatigued voice resonated from within. Following the owl, Shu Yun stepped inside and beheld the third Hokage, to whom he had pledged allegiance. It must be said, he was a remarkably imposing figure, around 40 years old. Not particularly tall, yet exuding an extraordinary vigor, reminiscent of a lion patrolling its territory. However, he appeared to have been deprived of proper rest for quite some time, as a profound weariness lingered in the depths of his eyes. Age had inevitably caught up with him, unlike his 20s, where days without sleep seemed trivial. Such endurance was no longer feasible. Upon seeing Shu Yun, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his eyes and said, "Please, take a seat. I summoned you not for any pressing matter, but simply to witness the individual whom Shikamaru has praised." Observing Shu Yun silently perched on a chair, Hiruzen could not resist approaching him and giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Devote yourself to your training. Do not let this blade go to waste. As for matters concerning the root, do not dwell on them." Thus, Shu Yun returned to his quarters, acutely aware that the white cat had bestowed upon him something remarkable, more than just the art of the blade, but also certain intangible gifts. It was on this day that he finally learned of the remaining 200 individuals. They had joined an organization known as Root and ventured to the battlefield. However, it seemed they too would soon find themselves in combat, merely delayed by a night, Shu Yun mused. What he did not anticipate was how swiftly news of war would arrive. Just a few days later, word reached Konoha from the rear. The Sand Village had formally declared war on the Leaf Village, citing an absurd reason: the death of the third Kazekage, whom they suspected was slain by Konoha. The specifics of the Kazekage's demise had become irrelevant. The Sand Shinobi clamored for vengeance against Konoha, compelling the Leaf to prepare for battle. Shu Yun understood that he and his comrades would soon engage in the fray. The first to vanish were the four-man team from the neighboring dormitory, followed by the three from his own room. They busily packed their belongings, readying themselves for their respective missions, leaving Shu Yun as the sole exception. He realized he had once again been favored, this time due to the blade at his waist. On the eve of their missions, the girls in the dormitory shed quiet tears, bidding farewell with heartfelt wishes for their safety, expressing that only they remained among those they knew. The following day, Shu Yun exchanged farewells with each of them, silently wishing them well, whispering to himself to avoid meeting a grim fate, as only they remained from his circle. After the others departed, a ninja donning a wolf mask entered Shu Yun's vicinity. Without uttering a word, he lunged at Shu Yun. "Strike me, if you can, before I vanquish you," he proclaimed with arrogance, exuding a palpable aura of menace, completely disregarding Shu Yun, who had trained for merely half a year. In response to him, Shu Yun's blade flashed, cleaving through the wolf-headed figure, which erupted into a cloud of smoke, a mere shadow clone. The heat of the fire release, great fireball technique, surged from behind, but Shu Yun deftly evaded the flames. The chakra manipulation techniques imparted by the white cat proved invaluable. And coupled with the footwork he had mastered in his previous life, Shu Yun's movements appeared elusive and unpredictable. In this first encounter with a ninja, Shu Yun remained cautious, harboring a certain trepidation towards the enigmatic nature of ninjutsu. Unlike the straightforward, visceral exchange of martial arts where one attacks and the other defends, ninjutsu was replete with uncertainties: fire breathing, wind summoning, shadow clones, invisibility, realms Shu Yun had yet to fully comprehend. However, the longer he engaged with this opponent, the more confidence he garnered. It became evident that this individual was remarkably poor at timing his combat maneuvers. His rhythm exposed numerous vulnerabilities in Shu Yun's eyes. Despite his penchant for ninjutsu, he faltered in its execution. It seemed this ninja's training in ninjutsu was lacking. His techniques were not nearly as arcane as Shu Yun had imagined. With a modicum of attention, these overtly performed jutsu were not difficult to avoid. Shu Yun swiftly sidestepped several ninjutsu, closing the distance with rapid steps. A glint of amusement sparked in the wolf's eyes. He was no mere novice limited to ninjutsu. With a flick of his hands, he activated concealed strings, revealing a trap ahead. As the trap was triggered, a cloud of smoke erupted forth. When had he formed the seals? The wolf hurriedly turned, but Shu Yun was already upon him. Armed with kunai, the wolf aimed to teach this ungraduated rookie a lesson, only to be met with several swift strikes from Shu Yun, leaving him sprawled on the ground. The fox-faced figure emerged from the shadows, having observed the entire confrontation. Seeing the wolf bested by Shu Yun, the fox-faced man wore a look of dismay, pondering that perhaps the wolf was an ill-fated choice, and a husky would have sufficed. Turning to Shu Yun, he said, "Come with me. You are now a member of our Anbu." The first task for Shu Yun upon joining the Anbu was to adopt a code name, as anonymity was paramount in their line of work. "Cloud, then I shall be Cloud," Shu Yun mused, wishing to embody the essence of a free and unbound cloud. The fox-faced man nodded and inscribed his name accordingly. Once the code name was established, Shu Yun was presented with a mask, a black feline visage, which he donned, marking his official induction into the Anbu. As he prepared to leave the base, he followed the fox-faced man to the interrogation department. The atmosphere in the interrogation room was dim and oppressive. However, Shu Yun adapted swiftly to this new environment. His time there was not unpleasant. The the dangers were minimal. And the people were exceptionally skilled, engaging in pleasant conversation. "Ah, a tough nut, just the way I like it. Will you speak or not?" boomed a robust middle-aged man bound to the interrogation chair, tears streaming down his face, utterly devoid of the toughness he professed. All right, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything," he sobbed. "Then be honest and confess." The owl, responsible for the interrogation, wore a sinister grin, its hands forming seals to unleash coercive illusions. Resembling a despicable villain from a play, the middle-aged man, upon hearing this, stared blankly at the gray wolf, enveloped in a heavy silence. "Hey, you must be deceiving me." Indeed, a tough nut to crack, still not compliant. The owl intensified its seals. No. The middle-aged man shrieked in madness, cursing as he cried out, "What do you want me to confess? Ask me, how can I know what to confess if you don't question me?" You dare to retort?" The owl replied. "Of course, you must disclose everything you know. Should I even have to ask? How did you become a spy? It seems you wish to conceal certain matters, then I shall increase the intensity." Such a vile character, Shu Yun thought to himself as he observed the owl conducting the interrogation. Shaking his head inwardly, it was evident that the owl relished tormenting others. The moment the man entered the interrogation room, his legs had turned to jelly, weeping profusely. Eager to confess everything, yet he was still subjected to over half an hour of relentless torture. Shu Yun rubbed his ears, numbed by the screams, and twirled the pin in his hand, estimating that it would still be some time before a formal interrogation could commence. The interrogation records were his current responsibility. He arrived at the interrogation room each afternoon at 2, recording for 3 hours before he could leave, indeed, quite leisurely. This arrangement stemmed from Shu Yun's first day, when he was assigned to a written assessment by the Dark Department, which comprised the village's elite. Besides the requisite strength, a sufficient theoretical foundation was also necessary. Shu Yun's situation was unique, having been granted special permission to enlist, yet he still needed to ascertain his knowledge base, followed by remedial teaching. Unfortunately, Shu Yun's understanding of this world was severely lacking. This body had not bequeathed him much knowledge, and the base's cultural training focused solely on literacy and the concept of fire, neglecting all else. The owl, upon gazing at Shu Yun's paper marked with a score of 0, stood in stunned silence for a moment before letting out a heavy sigh. His situation was such that remedial lessons could not suffice, necessitating a complete restart of his education. Thus, the owl waved its hand, dispatching Shu Yun to the secret chamber to review foundational intelligence and common knowledge materials, requiring him only to come each afternoon to record several hours of interrogation content. Subsequently, Shu Yun spent a week immersed in the secret chamber, gradually gaining some understanding of this world. He learned that there were 5 major nations and numerous smaller ones, each ruled by a figure known as a daimyo, akin to emperors from his past life. However, as he perused the history of the shinobi world and its administrative structure, Shu Yun, a mere warrior, could only shake his head. The daimyo in this realm was surprisingly a person of no martial prowess, lacking any formidable armed forces. The only subordinate force under the daimyo was a group known as samurai, who were merely robust ordinary individuals. Only a few exceptional ones could rival lower and middle-ranked ninjas. Meanwhile, the strongest military force of the nation, the shinobi village, was entirely under the purview of the Hokage. Yet this wielder of absolute power was subject to the daimyo's control, ostensibly beneath the daimyo in authority. This is quite perplexing. A village of such formidable power allows a powerless feudal lord to control its economic lifeline, beyond executing missions to earn income. They are also reliant on the feudal lord's allocations to sustain the ninjas of the village. Such a distorted administrative structure leaves even Shu Yun, a man of strength, at a loss for words. In his previous life, it was inconceivable for a general to wield complete authority over the military. Even possessing a sufficiently formidable force would invite suspicion. This is not to imply that the feudal lord does not harbor doubts regarding the Hokage. The fluctuating funding is a clear indication of the friction between them. However, the most absurd aspect is that, despite the circumstances, the feudal lord's most critical protective force comprises the very ninjas of the village. What a precarious situation, waking up one night to find one's head severed. In truth, Shu Yun believes that even if ninjas are not engaged in warfare, their capabilities and production should not be financially constrained. The prowess of a single jutsu is worth the labor of countless ordinary individuals. Why should they be subjugated by the feudal lord? Shu Yun shook his head, choosing to overlook these complexities. The realities of his position dictated his thoughts, and he resolved to focus on more tangible matters. His hand glided over the map until he located the village where he had awakened, situated on the border of the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. The scroll contained records of an attack by the Sand Ninjas that had occurred 6 months prior. He recalled the woman who had fiercely protected him. And how cruel time can be. Within merely 6 months, her visage began to fade from his memory. The Sand Ninjas? He was certain they would meet again. Thus, Shu Yun spent several months in the interrogation department. Beyond the theoretical knowledge essential for ninjas, he gleaned a wealth of practical skills from the owl, who was an exceptional mentor. As previously mentioned, the individuals within the interrogation department were all extraordinarily talented, each mastering their unique specialties, be it genjutsu, pharmacology, or some extraordinary manipulation of chakra. They could effortlessly dismantle the psychological defenses of their adversaries and extract confessions, with the owl being the ace in this regard, possessing an extensive repertoire of techniques. Shu Yun stood by, diligently documenting interrogation records while absorbing the owl's methods. His initial focus was on genjutsu, as he found the intricacies of the mind fascinating. Even if he did not master it, he needed to be prepared. In truth, while Shu Yun's mental discipline was profound, his progress in learning genjutsu was rather unsatisfactory. Primarily due to the unique nature of his mental strength, his mind was infused with the essence of his martial intent as a master of the art. He had glimpsed the realm of Dantian cultivation before his demise, which caused his spirit to undergo a transformation, coalescing the core of his martial intent within his consciousness. Martial intent embodies a spiritual awakening and emotional resonance, an introspective journey that fosters a lifelong connection with one's inner self. Unlike other masters, who are burdened by the weight of national concerns, Shu Yun's martial intent is a simple, sincere devotion, a heartfelt commitment to life, martial arts, and existence itself. Akin to entering the world openly and departing from it bare. Life is fleeting. Do not squander the brilliance of youth. As long as one lives without betraying the passage of time, embracing life with candor and vitality, then even in death, there shall be no grievances. This embodies the essence of Shu Yun's martial intent. However, it is this simple sincerity that ignites his spirit, rendering it as fervent as the sun. Distinctly contrasting with the ominous energy surrounding him, his genuine martial intent grants him formidable immunity against illusions. Any gloomy spirit that dares to approach is consumed by his sincerity. Yet, this very trait inhibits Shu Yun from wielding peculiar illusions effectively. Even when forming the same seals, the potency of his illusions diminishes significantly. Nevertheless, Shu Yun comes to comprehend a profound truth. What is illusion? It is the interference of one's spirit upon another's, while he lacks proficiency in other forms. This particular art is his forte. Within martial arts, there exists a technique known as the witness method, specifically designed to assail the hearts of others using spirit and martial intent. The eyes serve as windows to the soul, and the martial intent strikes through the gaze to influence others. This is the essence of the witness technique. Upon experimentation, Shu Yun discovers that this direct and assertive approach suits his mental prowess exceptionally well. As he extends this principle, he finds that he can also employ direct influencing illusions with great efficacy. The illusory abyss is a D-class ninjutsu that targets the opponent's deepest fears, materializing their terror. Shu Yun merges this with the witness technique, thus creating a new illusion, illusory witness. This technique allows him to project his immense martial intent directly into the weaker aspects of his opponent's spirit. When he unleashes this technique, his gaze becomes akin to that of a deity's wrath, piercing through to judge the adversary, evoking profound fear and leading to psychological collapse. The development of such ninjutsu certainly benefits from the contributions of the interrogated prisoners. Shu Yun has tested this technique on them. A single strike against those with weak wills results in a breakdown, compelling them to confess in tears. Those with moderate resolve may remain stunned for a prolonged duration, gazing at Shu Yun as if confronting a specter. Only individuals with resilient wills can withstand the effects, yet they too feel the impact of his mental force, as if their minds were struck by a colossal hammer. This technique operates on a dual judgment system, requiring both a willpower assessment and a determination of mental strength. Failure in either aspect results in adverse effects. Shu Yun's elevated mental realm, despite a temporary reduction in overall spirit, allows the substantial impact of his martial intent to bewilder even seasoned shinobi, where a mere moment of disorientation on the battlefield can prove fatal. Crucially, this technique relies on Shu Yun's mental state, making it remarkably convenient to execute, requiring only a single hand to form the necessary seal. Its only drawback lies in its requirement for direct eye contact, which must occur within a distance of no more than 10 meters, with closer proximity yielding enhanced effectiveness. In addition to the illusory witness, he has also learned a chakra stimulation method from an owl, serving as an interrogation technique. The original effect involved stimulating the body's meridians and acupuncture points using chakra, causing sensations akin to needles pricking and fire igniting, a mix of pain and itchiness. Even the most steadfast of men would find themselves weeping as they divulged their childhood misadventures. However, Shu Yun had adapted this technique, merging it with methods from his past life to formulate a set of life-saving skills aimed at stopping bleeding and severing limbs. While this technique may seem of little use at present, it would prove invaluable on the battlefield, where the ability to staunch blood flow and amputate could address the majority of injuries. He could now regard himself as a competent battlefield medic. Moreover, with the seamless integration of medicine and martial arts, Shu Yun, as a master of transformation, possessed an intimate understanding of the human body and had delved into traditional Chinese medicine. His research revealed that this technique not only halted blood flow but also invigorated the meridians, and at critical moments, it could stimulate acupuncture points to unlock latent potential. The human body was a veritable treasure trove, and this method held considerable untapped potential. Thus, Shu Yun spent nearly 6 months in the interrogation department, where the oppressive atmosphere had cast a shadow over him. One day, the fox-faced man visited, nodding in satisfaction at the noticeably steadier demeanor of Shu Yun. He had placed Shu Yun in the interrogation room because he recognized him as a person of thought and character. Yet, in the realm of the Dark Division, individuality and thought were often regarded with suspicion. They were the blades of the Hokage. Contemplation was the prerogative of those wielding the sword, reserved for higher-ranking ninjas. The notion of pondering one's future status was deemed unnecessary for those who would likely remain within the lower and middle echelons of the ninja hierarchy throughout their lives. To the fox-faced man, Shu Yun was finally beginning to embody the essence of the Dark Division. Accompanying the fox-faced man, Shu Yun was assigned a new mission, an escort duty. They were to transport a supply of provisions to the front lines. With departure scheduled for the following day, he was bound for the battlefield. As he left, Shu Yun discreetly took a considerable quantity of substances concocted by the owl, which he anticipated would be useful in the impending conflict. After Shu Yun's departure, the owl gazed at the now desolate storage room, muttering a curse. That brat is quite inconsiderate. He then sighed, silently praying for Shu Yun's safety. Going to war was hardly a joyous affair. However, receiving news of old acquaintances faring well amidst the turmoil would be a silver lining. That evening, upon returning to the base, Shu Yun spotted a familiar figure from a distance. The dormitory's female ninja, wearing a rabbit mask, had returned, flanked as usual by the tall man and the slender one. Their presence exuded a colder, more hardened aura, accompanied by a faint scent of blood, suggesting they had become competent ninjas in their own right. The tall man, upon seeing Shu Yun, beamed with joy and delivered a playful punch to Shu Yun's chest, exclaiming, "It's been half a year without a word. You're still alive. Welcome back." The female ninja echoed this sentiment. The slender man remained silent, grinning widely. Shu Yun returned the smile, gesturing to his cat mask and saying, "Cloud." "Dear Claude." A tall figure donned in a wolf mask, known as Hurricane. A slender individual wearing a fox mask, referred to as Belle, and a girl adorned with a white rabbit mask. The peculiar coincidence of their names, each consisting of 2 characters, rendered one of them seemingly out of place. The following day, Shu Yun arose at dawn, continuing her daily routine of standing practice at the training grounds. Upon glancing back, she spotted the trio, Hurricane, Belle, and the fox-faced companion, approaching silently from a distance. Their morning exercises reminiscent of their training days at the base. As morning unfolded, the team prepared for departure. Although they were termed a large force, the actual number of personnel was modest. The main contingent had long been stationed at the borders of the Wind Country. This particular group comprised merely 3 small squads of the Anbu, dispatched to provide support, with the transport of provisions being a secondary task. Shu Yun leaped through the jungle, progressing under the shadows of towering trees. The Anbu thrived in obscurity, while the visible supply convoy was managed by ordinary ninja squads. The 3 Anbu teams concealed themselves in the shadows, laying in wait for potential enemy snipers, a matter of utmost confidentiality, unbeknownst even to the supply convoy's ninja, who served as mere bait in plain sight. Hence, they had to remain vigilant against detection by both adversaries and allies. Fortuitously, or perhaps unfortunately, this supply team arrived at the front line with minimal incident. In great powers conflicts, smaller nations invariably suffer, reminiscent of the Second Great Ninja War, where the primary battleground between the fire and wind countries lay in the rain country, a land perpetually drenched, as if weeping daily. At the border of the rain and fire countries, Foxface, accompanied by Shu Yun and their Anbu cohort, braved the torrential rain to reach the command tent on the western front. following the Wind Country's abrupt declaration of war. A multitude of sand ninjas surged across the Rain Country, assaulting the heart of the Fire Country. Despite Konoha's timely response, the conflict remained entrenched at the Rain and Fire Country's frontier. The Western Front, contending against the Sand Ninjas, was under the charge of one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Shu Yun, alongside Fox Face, entered the command tent and beheld this famed ninja. Orochimaru, a young man with pallid skin and a chilling aura, exuded an intensity akin to that of a cold-blooded serpent. Yet, unlike the sinister demeanor of Danzo, he bore an air of nobility and arrogance, leading Shu Yun to surmise that even as a serpent, he would be a king cobra. Orochimaru's prowess was formidable. Upon arriving at the Western Front, he swiftly stabilized the position and managed to solidify their foothold in the face of the Sand Ninja's sudden onslaught. Besides Orochimaru, a deputy commander from the Nara clan, Shikaku, was also present, though he appeared to be absent at the moment. The tent housed only Orochimaru and the frontline medical team leader, Yakushi Tenshin, who was responsible for support. She did not engage in combat. Her presence was necessitated by the Sand Ninja's puppeteers, who were adept in the use of poison, tasked with counteracting the toxins from the opposing side. After all, not all medical ninjas could rival Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, in combat prowess. Ideally, the Western Front would have been better served by the illustrious medical ninja, Tsunade Senju. But she had departed from the village post the Second Great Ninja War and had not returned since. The fox-faced figure entered the command tent, and Orochimaru regarded him with a hint of surprise. "You have come alone?" The fox-face shrugged, removing his mask to reveal a face marked by the passage of time. He was none other than Nara Shikaku, the deputy commander of the Western Front. "I arrived here first to commence intelligence operations. There was no need for my old comrades to rush over. Should a full-scale war ensue, they will undoubtedly arrive on the battlefield in due time." Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement. Understanding the significance of the trio Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, whose effectiveness would be considerably diminished if one were absent. "That is fortuitous. Those damn sand shinobi spies have been roaming about. Your presence will certainly alleviate some of my burdens." Shu Yun was once again left behind by the fox-faced commander. Oh, now he should be referred to as Nara Shikaku. He had abandoned Shu Yun, dispatching him along with the others, Hurricane and Bell, on a separate mission. They were entrusted to another Anbu ninja, while Tuchai was integrated into a different unit. Before departing, Tuchai summoned Hurricane and quietly instructed him, "Take good care of Bell and Shu Yun. One is a girl, and the other is an inexperienced novice. Once I leave, you must keep a close watch on them, and remember, do not place too much trust in others." Tuchai, being the eldest, had always regarded himself as the older brother. And now that he was departing, he felt a profound concern for the remaining comrades. Having been a part of the Anbu for some time, he had come to comprehend some of the darkness lurking beneath the surface. The Anbu were the direct forces of the Hokage, a legitimate and prestigious branch that typically did not recruit orphans. In contrast, the Root, an offshoot of the Anbu managed by Danzo, was known for its extensive recruitment of orphans. During a previous mission, he had encountered a ninja who had emerged from Root, a girl who had been his neighbor in childhood. Once a bright and cheerful soul, she now resembled a mere shell, devoid of her own thoughts, as if she had lost her very essence. In that mission, her numbed spirit finally met its physical demise, allowing her to return from the depths of despair. Before her death, the girl who once radiated joy displayed a flicker of emotion. She forced a grim smile, her stiff face betraying the remnants of her former self. From that day forth, he understood that they were ultimately outsiders. Their ability to remain in the Anbu was not solely due to exceptional talent, but stemmed more from the compassion of those in power and the sacrifices of over 200 comrades. He kept this knowledge to himself, burying it in the recesses of his heart. Yet from that moment on, he placed even greater importance on the lives of those who remained. They carried fragments of others within them, and he vowed to live fully, to honor the lives of those who had fallen. Regrettably, the 4 from the neighboring dormitory had vanished after their departure. Hurricane nodded in understanding at Tuchai's words. Glancing at Shu Yun and Bell, who were feigning sleep by the fire, he reassured them, "Do not worry," unaware that Shu Yun, who was meant to be asleep, had twitched his ears in response. Underestimated, yet the feeling was rather pleasant. The following day, they were introduced to their new team leader, a Jonin adorned with a gray wolf mask and wielding a long sword at his side, suggesting he too was a practitioner of swordsmanship. As Shu Yun and his companions were scrutinized, the gray wolf's face assessed the trio with a sense of dissatisfaction. 3 novices, this was the new gray wolf's appraisal of them. Upon encountering Shu Yun and his group, The gray wolf lamented internally, "No one wishes to shoulder the burden of teaching newcomers on the battlefield, as it is an act of recklessness towards one's own life, especially with one among them who had never tasted blood." He turned to gaze at Shu Yun, letting out a heavy sigh within his mind. Thus, he resolved to guide the newcomers into the fray, with Shu Yun's inaugural mission on the battlefield being the eradication of bandits. What bandits could possibly linger at the edge of a battlefield? Which bandit would remain when they knew that ninjas were coming to fight? Following the gray wolf's lead, they arrived at an unremarkable village. It was midday, and wisps of smoke rose from the village, carrying the tantalizing aroma of meat and wine. "Go, slay them. Leave no one behind," the gray wolf commanded coldly. His gaze fixed intently on Shu Yun. He thought to himself, if this young man dared to defy orders, he would send him into the heart of battle. There was no room for compassion on the battlefield. To show mercy to the enemy was to betray one's comrades, and sending him to his demise was preferable to being dragged down alongside him. Hurricane, observing the situation with concern, gestured to Shu Yun, indicating that if he hesitated, he would take over. Shu Yun shook his head, drawing the ethereal blade from his waist. "Let them feast before we proceed," he stated with a voice both cold and resolute, sending a chill down the listeners' spines. The gray wolf, after a moment of contemplation, ultimately handed over the mission scroll. The afternoon breeze dispersed the village's cooking smoke, and the slaughter commenced. As Shu Yun chanted the sutras for the departed, he swiftly wielded his blade, ensuring that his strikes were quick and devoid of suffering. War has always been a brutal affair, rife with sin. Since stepping onto this battlefield, he had long been prepared. In a chaotic world, lacking strength is the gravest sin. Who among them was not ensnared by fate? When you and I meet on opposing sides, our lives and deaths are left to destiny. The sins of slaughtering the innocent are burdens Shu Yun need not share with others. Should retribution arise in the future, he would bear his share alone. He merely hoped that in their next lives, they would not endure such chaos, but rather be reborn in a peaceful place to a good family. It would be a fallacy to claim that all these individuals were guilty, yet, asserting their complete innocence would also be misguided. This was the border of a nation, and the proclamations of war had been conveyed weeks prior. The truly innocent common folk had long since evacuated under official orders. Those who remained were not without their own issues. While he was unaware of the specifics, the mission scroll clearly indicated that this village had engaged in treason. Some among them had deliberately concealed information, allowing many messages to leak from this area. Although many were unwitting innocents, they too had reaped the benefits of betrayal. Hence, the order was given to eliminate this village under the guise of eradicating bandits. Within this narrative, there exist innocents, a populace deceived, devoid of any treasonous intent, merely swayed by the machinations of others to remain here. Perhaps it is the reluctance to part with their family fortunes, or the ties to their homeland that bind them. Yet, from the moment they chose to stay, they unwittingly became accomplices to the enemy. Thus, Shu Yun could only offer them her prayers, hoping for their redemption in the next life, at the very least wishing for those silver-tongued deceivers to accompany them in their fate. In a modest wooden abode, a petite, endearing girl gazed at Shu Yun as she gradually retreated. The girl watched the blood dripping from Shu Yun's blade, seemingly paralyzed by fear. "Do not kill me, do not kill me," she murmured, retreating in terror until she could retreat no further, curling into a ball, as if overwhelmed by fright. Shu Yun, cold and indifferent, approached with her weapon drawn. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Now, the girl suddenly raised her head, her fearful gaze transforming into one of cruelty, her form expanding, revealing herself as a sand ninja clad in traditional garb. "Die, you demon who slaughters innocents." With her kunai poised, she lunged forward with all her might. Believing that at such a close distance, the demon could not possibly react in time. Once she had slain him, she would take on his guise and flee, envisioning the demon's demise. However, her eyes met a pair devoid of emotion, as if a divine entity had opened its eyes to judge the world. She perceived countless vengeful spirits wailing in her ears. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the villagers of this hamlet, cradling their severed heads, blood tears streaming from their eyes. "You said there would be no war here. Why did you deceive me?" These were her parents, disguised as others. "You promised they could not reach us." This was her brother, also in disguise. "You liar, you deceiver, repay me with your life." This was the village chief she had incited. "You must accompany us in death," cried the innocent villagers manipulated by her words. They cast aside their severed heads and extended countless bloodied hands toward her, determined to drag her to the depths of hell. An overwhelming terror surged from the depths of her heart, and she screamed madly, swinging her weapon in desperation. "No, it's not me. I did not cause your deaths." It was him, that monster, that demon who killed you. A brilliant light descended from the heavens, akin to divine retribution or transcendence, severing the specters surrounding her and liberating her from boundless fear. This sin is half yours, the other half I shall bear. Her vision cleared, revealing a blade devoid of luster and a pair of indifferent eyes. Thank you, she stammered, blood oozing from her orifices. A stream of crimson cascaded from her alabaster neck as her body collapsed with a thud. Her disembodied head bore no sorrow or struggle, only a smile of liberation. No one comprehended her gratitude. Perhaps she was thankful for someone to share her burdens, or perhaps for a release from this sorrowful, hopeless world. No need for thanks. Shu Yun responded with indifference, shaking off the droplets of blood from the blade before turning away with his weapon in hand. Prior to his departure, he overturned a nearby hearth, allowing the flames to engulf the wooden cabin, thus granting them a funeral of sorts. The raging fire consumed the village, burying all evidence beneath a shroud of ashes. At the village's entrance, Shu Yun reunited with his companions, their hands stained with blood, illuminated by the fierce glow of the flames that cast elongated shadows behind them. Leading the group, Shu Yun's expressionless visage was obscured by shadows, leaving only a cold silhouette in his wake. In the privacy of his grasp, he felt the ethereal glow of the blade, sensing its weight had increased slightly. This was the burden of life, a manifestation of his transgressions. Some sins are indelible, impervious even to the purging flames, and he had long resolved to bear them all. The gray wolf had observed the entirety of Shu Yun's ruthless act, witnessing the juxtaposition of his merciless strikes with the solemnity of his atonement. This stark dichotomy stirred a profound unease, rendering him both monstrous and divine, evoking trepidation. Those who hesitate to wield their blades are cowards, unworthy of cultivation. Blindly obeying orders without question, they are selfish, cold-hearted assassins, weaklings who dare not confront the truth. This describes the average soldier, limited in scope. Only those who acknowledge their sins, who confront the world with clarity, yet possess the resolve to carry their burdens and forge ahead, can be deemed true heroes, the illustrious champions. Fortune favored him. It appeared he had drawn a favorable lot this time. Return and report, the gray wolf said, his voice unexpectedly softening. He departed first, offering no words of consolation, nor attributing all blame to the higher-ups, for he understood that such an act would be an affront to a true hero. Following this, they accompanied the gray wolf on numerous missions, primarily engaging in espionage within their own borders, raiding camps, gathering intelligence, and intercepting infiltrating enemies. During their assignments, the gray wolf assessed the chakra affinities of the three of them, fulfilling his duty as their captain. The results revealed that Hurricane possessed wind affinity, Bell had lightning, while Shu Yun was aligned with water. After the assessment, the gray wolf regarded Shu Yun with a look of disappointment. Unlike the potent attributes of wind and lightning, water was inherently not a formidable offensive element. It relied on an abundance of chakra to exert dominance, making it inherently disadvantageous in combat. Moreover, Shu Yun specialized in swordsmanship, a discipline not particularly compatible with the water affinity. Upon hearing the gray wolf's sigh, Shu Yun remained unfazed. He had trained in blade work, but more importantly, in hand-to-hand combat. Water, the source of life, is the most nurturing among the elements of earth, fire, water, lightning, and wind. Upon recognizing the shifts in his chakra affinity, he began cultivating his body with the essence of water, significantly enhancing his physical form. His skin felt taut as he rubbed his resilient dermis, reminiscent of aged leather. Should he continue this regimen, his skin might indeed become capable of withstanding blades. Reflecting on the vital energy infused into him during his martial training, he realized that his rapid progress was not solely due to the nurturing properties of chakra, but also related to the vital essence he harnessed while practicing his punches. Refining skin, flesh, bones, and blood, could it be that he truly possesses the ability to cultivate the legendary body of a martial saint? Shaking his head, he cast aside such ethereal thoughts. Even if he could not attain the true form of martial arts, the water attribute was still well suited to him. Water is gentle yet substantial, formless yet capable of transformation, adept at adapting to myriad shapes, making it the most fitting attribute for harnessing both light and dark energy. Recently, he has been using water to stabilize his internal organs and strengthen his vitality, embarking on a rigorous retraining of his dark energy. Within his body, he has forged a powerful conduit of energy, enabling him to channel strength from his dantian to the four corners of the universe. When dark energy is combined with water chakra, a single strike can erode bone and shatter sinew with ease. And as for direct lethality, A pat on the ethereal light at his waist assured him that this was sufficient. In the boundless expanse of the forest, Shu Yun leaped deftly between the trees. This was the land of the Fire Nation, perpetually cloaked in a dense sea of verdant foliage, a sight that could easily leave one breathless. His team had received orders to intercept enemy ninjas attempting to infiltrate their rear in a misguided attempt to sever their supply lines. They proceeded in AV formation, meticulously searching for any suspicious traces. Before long, the leader of the Grey Wolf team abruptly halted, sensing something amiss. The group dispersed to conceal themselves, while the leader sent out shadow clones to scout ahead. A resounding boom echoed through the air, a trap activated by an explosive tag, revealing an ambush. Suddenly, a flurry of Samban pierced through the air towards their hiding spots, embedding themselves into the treetops and releasing a cloud of smoke. They were no novices, and thus did not remain in plain sight. Their position was merely a decoy to mislead the enemy. Yet, as Shu Yun observed the tripwires hidden within the tree trunks, he realized they had unwittingly stepped into a meticulously crafted trap. In the chaos of battle, who is the hunter and who is the prey? It is a question that remains ambiguous. A thunderous roar erupted, followed by a jet of flames that engulfed a thriving tree, consuming its crown in an inferno. Before Shu Yun appeared a grotesque creature, with 4 legs and 4 arms, crafted from ironwood, its body riddled with concealed weaponry. It was a puppeteer. The Sand Ninjas had finally unleashed their secret weapon. Puppeteers are a unique profession among the Sand Ninjas, each one a treasured asset, cultivated at great expense to become a special type of ninja. A puppeteer's output can rival that of multiple ninjas, representing a proud mastery of the Sand Ninja clan. However, they had once encountered an individual, a figure wielding a single blade who shattered their pride, driving them into the dirt and instilling fear within their hearts. This was their disgrace, a dishonor that demanded blood to cleanse it, and thus they had come. This time, it would be either death here or a return bearing the corpses of their enemies. It is said that the disciple of Konoha's White Fang has arrived on the battlefield. What now? Is the disciple merely a rat scurrying in the shadows? Truly, it brings shame upon your master. The puppet master emerged from the tree, a stunning beauty with flowing purple hair. Her captivating, otherworldly eyes and deep plum lips resembled a poppy blooming in the desert, exquisite, enchanting, yet deadly. Had she come specifically to seek me out? Was this a deliberate ploy to expose their whereabouts, luring me in for an ambush? Such audacity and arrogance to infiltrate the heart of Konoha to commit murder, utterly disregarding their presence. She must possess the confidence to eliminate them before any support from the Anbu arrives. As I observed the formidable chakra emanating from my adversary, I could not deny that she indeed seemed to possess such power. Despite her youth, she had already attained the strength of a jonin, and in a one-on-one encounter, ordinary ninjas would prove no match for a puppet master. But how could she possibly know my identity? Although I shared a master-disciple bond with the White Cat, he had never formally acknowledged me as his pupil. I only learned his name after his demise, a secret known only to a select few within the Anbu. It appeared there was a traitor among the ranks, and malevolence lurked within the crowd. Stealing my resolve, I patted the blade at my waist. Oh, teacher, what heinous acts have you committed to incite such wrath, prompting others to seek me out? Yet, having benefited from your legacy, I shall shoulder this trouble as well. With swift movements, the puppet master unleashed a barrage of shuriken, deftly combining verbal assaults with her puppetry skills. She was systematically clearing the hiding spots, the relentless shuriken, alongside previously set traps, constricting our movement. Our space for maneuvering shrank, threatening to corner us into an inescapable trap. Once cornered, we would be vulnerable to a lethal onslaught. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the captain of the Grey Wolf team signaled decisively, and we nodded in understanding. I formed a hand seal, and our quartet sprang in different directions, launching a firework skyward as a diversion. As I moved, a flurry of shuriken shot towards me. I drew my blade to deflect them and made my escape into the distance. Finally willing to reveal yourself, little mouse. The puppet master disregarded the firework. She had anticipated this moment, intent on annihilating the enemy before reinforcements could arrive. She noticed my long blade rushing towards her, determined to personally extinguish the legacy of White Fang. As for the other mice, her teammates would handle them. With a flick of her fingers, her 4-legged puppets surged forward with incredible speed, leaping into the air and landing before me. The hollow compartments of the puppet opened, releasing a torrent of shuriken that sealed off my escape routes. The true lethal strike, however, was the kunai concealed within, shielded by the shuriken and striking true. It aimed for the center of my back, then emerged through my chest. In a moment of realization, I transformed into a flowing stream, executing the water clone technique. Having been on the battlefield for some time, I had certainly mastered more than just a single ninjutsu. The captain of the Grey Wolves is a ninja who wields a blade, initially possessing the attribute of wind. Upon advancing to the rank of Jonin, he cultivated the lightning attribute, thereby enhancing the sharpness of his swordsmanship through the fusion of wind and lightning. This approach bears a striking resemblance to that of the White Cat, leaving one to ponder whether he was influenced by it. However, this very synergy aligns him perfectly with the properties of the hurricane and the bell, enabling him to adeptly guide their training. Unfortunately, he is at a loss when it comes to offering meaningful guidance to Shu Yun regarding her water attribute, despite his cold demeanor. The Grey Wolf is a diligent and responsible captain. Exercising his Jonin privileges, he procured several water-style scrolls for Shu Yun from the village, utilizing the courier services of summoned beasts. Among these is the water clone technique, a variant that not only possesses greater resilience than a standard clone, but also exhibits enhanced capabilities. In addition to the water clone, there are several other scrolls of considerable value. Although their ranks are not particularly high, 1 or 2 were personally crafted by the second Hokage, boasting formidable power. The technique Water Release, Water Chaos Wave, classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, enables the user to unleash torrents of water from their mouth, akin to a waterfall, which can be adjusted in power and duration based on the user's chakra. This versatility makes it a fundamental water-style ninjutsu. A long stream of water erupted from Shu Yun's mouth, transforming into a surging water cannon aimed at the puppet master. While the volume of water she expelled was not substantial, it would still be quite uncomfortable for a mere mortal to endure. With a slight movement of her hand, the puppet master commanded her puppet to raise a shield in defense, allowing her to reposition herself. As she leapt into the air, a voice suddenly reached her ears. "I've got you now, puppet master." In midair, she was startled to find a figure appear beside her, brandishing a long blade and wearing the Grey Wolf mask, none other than the captain himself. Meanwhile, a sand ninja, donned in Jonin attire, observed with a grim expression as the clone before him exploded. He had been ensnared by a mere clone for such an extended period. If this was merely a clone, then where was the real body? Alarmed, he turned swiftly to provide assistance, realizing the captain was in danger. The captain understood that the key to victory lay in confronting the puppet master before him. Resolving this issue would unravel all their problems. Yet defeating the puppet master proved to be a formidable challenge. Thus, he signaled for Shu Yun and the others to draw attention away, while he remained concealed. The Grey Wolf that emerged was merely a shadow clone. As Shu Yun engaged in battle with the puppet master, he seized the opportunity to launch a lightning-fast strike. This attack was swift and ferocious, and the airborne puppet master could not evade it. The long blade pierced through, but something felt amiss. The captain looked up to find the elegant figure of the puppet master had transformed into an eerie wooden body, with 2 dark beads fixedly staring at him, emanating a strange light. This was the puppet technique, puppet mimicry, revealing that this was not the true puppet master, but rather one of her puppets, cleverly masquerading as her to lure him in. Now, the bait had been taken. "I have caught you, little mouse." A mysterious voice emanated from the wooden puppet, its arms extending rapidly to ensnare the Grey Wolf captain. A sharp sound echoed, the trigger of an explosive talisman igniting, prompting the Grey Wolf to hastily release his long sword and form hand seals. A thunderous roar erupted from the puppet, its self-detonation unleashing a tremendous force, creating a powerful shockwave that scattered steel and wooden fragments everywhere, littering the ground. Shu Yun instinctively shielded his head and buried himself in the earth. Once the wind pressure subsided, he quickly turned to survey the scene, only to find a massive crater left in place, with surrounding trees vanishing without a trace. The bottom of the pit was strewn with debris, and the Grey Wolf captain had disappeared completely. The longsword had shattered. With such immense power, could the captain truly have been reduced to mere dust? Before Shu Yun could further assess the situation, a rustling sound emerged from a tree behind him. The Grey Wolf captain, bloodied and battered, tumbled down after forming the Yin seal. Seeing this, Shu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the captain had preemptively set up a wooden substitute. In the final moments, he had managed to escape using the substitution technique. However, despite his survival, the situation remained dire. His abdomen was a gruesome mess, dark blood seeping from the wounds. Shards of debris had embedded themselves into his flesh, leaving deep lacerations. And the Grey Wolf mask he wore was shattered, revealing a youthful face, no older than 20. A torrent of blood erupted from the captain's mouth, a sign of internal organs ruptured from the impact. "Cough, cough, it seems today is my end." You must flee. I will hold them off, he rasped, trembling as he stood and positioned himself in front of Shu Yun, willing to sacrifice his life for the latter's escape. Shu Yun shook his head at the unsteady gray wolf. At such a moment, what was the point of bravado? He needed to flee while the aftershocks of the explosion lingered. With a swift motion, he struck the gray wolf captain unconscious, administering healing medication and applying pressure to staunch the bleeding before hoisting him onto his back and turning to flee. Before departing, he lit a flare to signal his teammates to retreat, casually warning the nearby ninjas who intended to provide support, "Stay back. It's dangerous." As Shu Yun sprinted away, the chakra manipulation techniques imparted by the white cat proved invaluable. This method was a comprehensive enhancement of his inherent attributes. Though not specifically designed for rapid movement like the body flicker technique, when combined with the 8 steps of Zen he had learned in his past life, it allowed him to cover significant ground in a single bound. Carrying another person, he still moved with remarkable speed. This unnamed chakra manipulation technique had saved him countless times. While Shu Yun's water affinity differed greatly from the white cat's wind and lightning attributes, the fundamental principles remained the same. A wise individual could adapt and create a method suited to their own needs. Within Shu Yun, the chakra flowed in a watery form, establishing a small microcosmic orbit that accelerated the circulation of water elements within his body, invigorating cellular activity and promoting the flow of vital energy. Although it could not match the speed of wind and lightning, it excelled in physical enhancement and sustained operation. His method may not ensure swiftness surpassing that of the white cat, yet it must certainly exceed its endurance. Shu Yun leapt among the trees, a tinge of concern creeping in regarding the hurricane and the bell. However, the primary target of this ambush was himself. Surely, his companions could retreat safely. As long as he did not run towards them, the danger would not be carried over. Indeed, this was the case. The puppet master, as the smoke dissipated, immediately pursued the direction in which Shu Yun had fled. As for the hurricane and the bell, she believed that 2 nin were sufficient to deal with 2 nameless little ghosts. Her mission was to sever the legacy of the white tooth, thereby cleansing the humiliation that lingered upon the puppet masters. Thus, she swiftly rose to chase after Shu Yun's receding figure. 2 silhouettes danced through the jungle, separated by no more than 500 meters, a distance that for a ninja equated to merely a few seconds of travel. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, forcing Shu Yun to sidestep, and this very maneuver allowed the pursuer to close the gap by 100 meters. Trouble brewed as yet another ninja approached. A chill ran through Shu Yun's heart as he faced the oncoming adversary. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, the situation was dire. Observing the upper ninja's vest, he sighed. It seemed that what one fears often comes to pass, and indeed, this one was also an upper ninja. Yet, this upper ninja appeared less formidable. Sensing the chakra emanating from the opponent, only slightly greater than that of a nin, and the relatively weak sense of threat it projected, Shu Yun understood. It was a special upper ninja, one who had ascended through unique talents. With this realization, he exhaled in relief and tightened his grip on his blade. So be it. Now is the time for a desperate struggle. Let me gauge the caliber of a special upper ninja from the Sand Village, to see whether I can burst forth before my pursuers catch up, or if I shall perish here. At a distance of 40 meters from the enemy and 400 from his pursuers, Shu Yun began to weave hand seals. Hai Su, Wei Si In, water release, water clone technique. Even while wielding his blade, Shu Yun could perform the seals with remarkable speed, thanks to his recent training in traditional martial arts. Traditional martial arts focus on strength, control, and balance. A master of strength achieves an incredible level of control over their body, reaching a state where not a feather can settle nor a fly can land. Although Shu Yun's physique was still in the process of refining this strength, the training he had undergone had already unblocked his major tendons, allowing his inner strength to flow freely. This enhanced his physical agility significantly compared to ordinary individuals. Naturally, this agility extended to his fingers, which danced through the air, forming 5 seals in a single second. 2 identical figures emerged alongside him, and even more impressively, one bore the weight of a gray wolf captain on its back. The clone technique is an exceptional ninjutsu, serving well for reconnaissance, escape, assisting in training, or obscuring vision. Now was the time for it to shine. A cloud of smoke erupted, and from within, 3 figures surged forth, 2 darting to the front to break through, while 1 rushed back towards the rear. The moment the clone appeared, Shu Yun swiftly deployed a smoke bomb, enveloping the battlefield in a dense fog that obstructed the vision of the Sand Ninja, who was still 30 meters away. Observing this scene, the Sand Ninja smirked slightly, dismissing it as a mere parlor trick. Did he not know that Sand Ninjas were adept at wind release techniques? With hands moving rapidly in a series of seals, the Sand Ninja unleashed a powerful gust, executing wind release, pressure damage. The fierce gale, interspersed with sharp wind blades, dispersed the smoke, slicing through several towering trees that obstructed his line of sight. As the trees toppled, two figures emerged from either side, one real and one a mere illusion. Who could tell which was which? It was amusing. Why bother discerning? It was well known that Sand Ninjas excelled in wind release, capable of executing broad area assaults. For the impoverished, precision strikes. For the affluent, overwhelming firepower. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Several waves of wind surged forth from the Sand Ninja, covering not only the sides but also the vertical axis, propelled by azure chakra. The wind spheres barreled towards the two figures. As they approached, Shu Yun displayed no intention of slowing down or evading. To do so would mean a pause. He had sensed that the clone hindering his pursuers had been obliterated, and the puppet master was drawing closer, only 300 meters behind him. He had to surge forward without a moment's hesitation. Shu Yun moved with extraordinary agility, even with a person on his back. His movements remained unaffected. He leapt and twisted with great strides, akin to a fish gliding through water, and astonishingly, he navigated through the gaps of the vacuum sphere unscathed. However, the other figure was not so fortunate. As a water clone, its strength was but a fraction of the original's. A slight miscalculation resulted in it being struck by the wind wave, dissolving into a shower of rain. Now, only 20 meters separated him from the enemy, while 200 meters lay between him and his pursuers. Aha, I found you. The Sand Ninja chuckled coldly, forming a series of hand seals that conjured after images. He understood that this disciple of the White Fang aimed to break through his defenses, and his mission was to ensure that the escape was thwarted. The team leader was just behind. With keen eyes, he had already spotted the leader's silhouette. Once the leader arrived, he would personally address the conflict between the puppet master and the disciple of the White Fang. A disciple of the White Fang? Humph. To him, they were no different from the foolish White Fang himself, unable to abandon their companions even in dire straits. Sending an injured ally to delay the enemy while attempting to escape alone seemed the only chance of survival. Carrying an injured comrade while fleeing? He was determined to ensure that none of them would escape. Wind release, thousand faces wind. Countless tiny wind blades erupted from the Sand Ninja's mouth, aimed at driving Shu Yun back. Though the wind blades lacked immense power and were not insignificant in consumption, they were rapid in execution and covered a vast area, making them an excellent technique for sealing off the battlefield. With such a dense array of wind blades, could Shu Yun evade them? Shu Yun advanced resolutely, seemingly oblivious to the approaching wind blades. Only when they neared did he unleash his own ninjutsu, water release, water barrier, the sole defensive technique he possessed. A curtain of water rose, shielding him from the wind blades, and as the blades began to dissipate, he protected his vital points with his hands and ethereal light. Surging forth from behind the water curtain, from the perspective of the Sand Ninja, a curtain of water emerged, blocking the wind blade. Subsequently, Shu Yun burst through the veil, appearing as though he had not paused for a moment, so swift that he had yet to prepare his next ninjutsu. The residual wind blade, not entirely dissipated, inflicted several deep cuts upon Shu Yun, exposing flesh and bone, and blood gushed forth. No matter how minuscule the power of the ninjutsu, it was beyond the endurance of an ordinary mortal body. Shu Yun emitted a muffled groan, yet his speed did not falter. He needed to press forward with utmost urgency. Although he had sustained some injuries in his race against time, it was a sacrifice well worth making. The battlefield was a realm of ever-shifting opportunities. Minor injuries would scarcely diminish his combat effectiveness, while the precious moments gained allowed him to advance another 10 meters before the next ninjutsu was unleashed. Now, only 10 meters separated him from his foe, and the Sand Ninja had finally readied his next technique, a formidable B-rank ninjutsu, wind release, vacuum wave. A cold smile crept across the Sand Ninja's face. His captain was merely 200 meters behind, and it would take only seconds for the elite ninja to arrive. Although Shu Yun was a mere 10 meters away, the Sand Ninja felt assured, believing this distance to be an insurmountable chasm. The Sand Ninja envisioned the demise of the White Fang's disciple. However, upon witnessing the Sand Ninja's smirk, Shu Yun could not help but mirror a smile of his own. For him, those 10 meters represented two different realms. Beyond them, all his methods could scarcely contend with even a CH Nin, let alone an elite J Nin. But within that span of 10 meters, the dynamics shifted entirely. As he beheld the impending vacuum wave about to be unleashed from the Sand Ninja's lips, Shu Yun formed hand seals, his eyes widening in a fierce gaze illusion. Witnessing technique, the world before the Sand Ninja transformed, revealing a pair of eyes that seemed both divine and demonic. Through those eyes, he glimpsed his own fate, a lifeless body sprawled amidst swirling sands, that of comrades, kin, mentors, and lovers, all perishing before him. An overwhelming dread enveloped his heart. How could this be? How could they fall in battle? Had the Sand Ninja truly met defeat? It dawned on him that his greatest fear was losing loved ones upon the battlefield. Caught in the illusion, the ninjutsu he had formed lost all control. Dissipating into the ether, the gathered chakra surged chaotically through his veins, causing blood to spill from his mouth. Some occurrences are difficult to categorize as good or bad. The backlash from the ninjutsu, usually fatal in ordinary circumstances, inadvertently saved his life. The chaotic chakra, while inflicting internal injury, jolted him awake from the illusion. When the Sand Ninja regained his senses, he found Shu Yun mere inches away, the glint of a blade looming closer. Yet, he showed no fear. His reliance on ninjutsu to counter Shu Yun was not due to a lack of other skills, but rather because he had previously deemed Shu Yun unworthy of his full capabilities. He, a distinguished Genin among the Sand, was a master of swordsmanship. Having recently ascended to special Genin status after an extraordinary feat of slaying 3 Nin in a single moment, how could he fear a duel of blades? Even against a disciple of Konoha's White Fang? The wretched little brat, cease your condescension, the Sand Ninja bellowed. Drawing forth a ninja blade that had already opened to a width of half a finger, he unleashed his most familiar technique. The Sand Hidden, Raging Sand's Cleansing Flow Draw technique. A fierce blade radiance erupted from his waist, a technique passed down from his father. His father was an elite ninja, well-versed in the art of the blade, who once dueled with the legendary Konoha White Fang, only to meet his demise at the hands of the latter. Yet, he bore no shame in this. Instead, he felt immense pride for his father. His father was the great hero of the Sand Ninja, a warrior who could stand against the White Fang, and though he perished by the latter's blade, he safeguarded the lives of his comrades. His death held value. It was merely unfortunate that he never completed the Raging Sand's cleansing flow. As his son, he was destined to inherit his father's aspirations. Henceforth, he devoted himself to mastering the blade. Driven by the desire to confront the Konoha White Fang and fulfill the Raging Sand's cleansing flow. However, the news that followed was the suicide of the White Fang, which struck him as absurd, a master of the blade succumbing to his own hand, perhaps the most ludicrous jest in existence. Unlike the other Sand Ninjas who reveled in the news, he was engulfed in profound anguish. He was enraged. Incensed that the legendary Konoha White Fang turned out to be a coward capable of self-destruction, but more so, he was furious at his father, a paragon of the Sand Ninja, who met his end at the hands of such a man. Consequently, he lost his purpose and made no progress in his technique for an extended period. Thus, even when word of the White Fang's successor emerging on the battlefield reached him, it stirred no emotion. The techniques of a coward held no allure for him. Although he was selected as the executor for this mission, it was merely in obedience to higher orders. Therefore, he did not wield his blade earlier, nor did he attempt to intercept Shu Yun, for he deemed the swordsmanship of a coward unworthy of his draw. Yet, how dare this little brat insult me so? Observing Shu Yun barreling forward without hesitation, treating him as a mere stepping stone, the scornful gaze, the nonchalant posture while wielding his blade ignited his fury. He was infuriated by Shu Yun's disdain, enraged that he had failed to halt Shu Yun's advance, and most of all, he was furious that the illusion of his loved one's tragic demise was laid bare before him. You little thief, prepare to die? When blades met in that fleeting moment between life and death, the blade he had buried deep within his heart was finally unsheathed. Fueled by his rage and thirst for vengeance, casting aside all else, the grievances of puppeteers and the vendetta against the White Fang were of no consequence. He now solely desired to slay his opponent or perish at their hands. Years of suppressed fury transformed into a potent catalyst, propelling his swordsmanship forward. The Raging Sand's cleansing flow, inherited from his father, was renowned for its swiftness and ferocity, akin to the relentless sands sweeping across the desert. And with the blade open to a mere half-finger width, the Raging Sand's cleansing flow draw technique became even swifter than ordinary draw techniques, wielding no loss of power whatsoever. He remained unfazed by the opponent's initial strike, confident that he could outmaneuver them and sever their head before their blade could reach him. Moreover, the opponent's swordplay was sluggish, far from the legendary technique of Konoha's White Fang. Indeed, Shu Yun did not employ White Fang's techniques, rather, White Fang imparted his philosophy of the sword without the technical execution, merely illuminating his own path for Shu Yun to contemplate. Fully aware that Shu Yun possessed his own unique swordsmanship, their exchange was a dialogue of blades, a clash of spirits. They were both mentor and friend. What Shu Yun gleaned from White Fang was more about the manipulation of chakra and the resonance between spirit and sword, concepts he had never encountered in his previous life. Currently, he wielded the 13 swords of Taiji, perfectly harmonizing it with the Taiji energy cultivated through his Wuji Stance and his unpredictable water-based chakra. Before long, two beams of light, one yellow and one blue, manifested in the air. The yellow light surged like a sandstorm, while the blue glimmered with the tranquility of flowing water. Yet, despite the speed and might of his strikes, the two blades met in disbelief from the Sand Ninja's eyes, as if he had willingly thrust his sword into the opponent's web of blades. Upon their encounter, the anticipated sensation of collision failed to materialize. Instead, he felt a weightlessness, as if the frigid winds of the north had transformed into the gentle spring breeze within the confines of the Jade Gate, nurturing yet silent. The Sand Ninja's blade was neutralized, and he beheld his own sword entangled in the opponent's watery net of steel, swiftly followed by the vanishing of his fierce strike. Pain shot through his hand as his ninja blade clattered to the ground, and soon after, darkness enveloped him. When he regained his senses, he found himself pinned to the ground by the flat of his opponent's blade. He stared vacantly as the adversary sheathed their sword and departed, their figure undeterred by his futile attempts to obstruct them, not pausing even for a heartbeat. What manner of swordplay was that? A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, as if his insides had been grievously injured, yet it mattered little now. He had failed, even oblivious to how his defeat had transpired. In a daze, he gazed at his fallen blade, momentarily paralyzed by fear to retrieve it, for he could not fathom the opponent's technique. And he had lost all courage to advance with his sword. His spirit diminished. He did not even attempt to evade the shuriken hurled his way. Perhaps perishing here was a fitting end, for he had little talent in swordsmanship. Suddenly, a puppet descended from above, intercepting the shuriken affixed with an explosive tack. The Sand Ninja looked up in bewilderment, witnessing his captain descend to save him. Why didn't you evade? He contemplated speaking but found himself voiceless. I ask you, why didn't you evade? The puppeteer, exasperated, glared at him with eyes ablaze with fury. Am I truly a failure? The Sand Ninja murmured, lost and bewildered. After over a decade of training with the sword, he had not even managed to parry a single blow from his opponent. What else could he be but a failure? His resolve crumbled. You are a failure. A pitiful wretch who weeps and surrenders at the slightest setback, the puppeteer retorted, further incensed. But sister, I truly lack any talent for swordsmanship. Tears streamed down the face of Sharin, his sobs rendering him nearly voiceless. Did my father ever watch me practice my swordplay? Was it not due to my lack of talent? Why, oh why, could it not have been you wielding the blade? Your innate abilities are so remarkable. Had you inherited the wild sand calming heart technique, perhaps I would not be burdened with such toil. A sharp clap shattered Sharin's hysteria. Do you believe I refrained from practicing the sword for no reason? My father once remarked that your swordsmanship far surpasses mine. That very manual was intended for you. As for why he did not observe your training, it was because you were still young. He wished not to impose his expectations upon you, hoping instead that you would cultivate a genuine love for the sword, rather than pursue it merely to fulfill his fame and aspirations. Such an approach would not yield a true master of the blade. If your character is thus, then you need not wield that sword. I shall find someone else to inherit the wild sand calming heart technique. The puppet master spoke with an expression full of disappointment as she prepared to claim the fallen ninja's blade. Sharin listened, stunned, realizing that everything had diverged from his expectations. Memories of his father's towering silhouette flooded his mind, igniting a frenzied desire to reclaim his sword. He sought to avenge the humiliation of the wild sand calming heart technique himself. Struggling to rise, he inadvertently aggravated his internal injuries, and with a violent cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Yet, he paid no heed, staggering towards his beloved blade. At last, he grasped his sword, cradling it tightly against his chest, akin to the silent embrace of his father in his childhood. With a sudden thud, Sharin collapsed, succumbing to the weight of his injuries. The puppet master observed throughout the ordeal, showing no inclination to assist, only revealing a smile when she witnessed Sharin reclaim his sword. She administered a fragrant pill to stabilize his condition, then waved her hand, unveiling the puppet's shell, enveloping both Sharin and his sword within its protective embrace. Having completed these tasks, her gaze turned murderous as she followed the trail of Shu Yun. Excellent. Their enmity had deepened yet again. She hastened her pursuit of the white-toothed apprentice, intent on dismembering him completely. Shu Yun, however, held back. For a master of the blade, striking him with the flat would be as easy as delivering a lethal cut. His restraint was merely to leave the opponent as a casualty. They were within the borders of Konoha, and should that wounded one be ignored, his injuries would surely prevent his escape, likely leading to his demise here. Should the puppet master be burdened by the need to carry him, their pace would be considerably hampered, a strategic outcome that Shu Yun sought. Though he could have easily dispatched the sword-wielding Shaoran, it was due to the latter's earlier overconfidence. And as for what lay ahead, could one truly expect a special jonin to rival a master of blade techniques? If the opponent were genuinely capable of matching him, would it not render Shu Yun's previous training in vain? Even though Shu Yun's swordsmanship is limited by the absence of foundational conditions, it remains unparalleled by a mere special jonin. However, while Shu Yun's technique is commendable, strength in this world ultimately hinges on chakra. Chakra is akin to magical energy. In terms of realm, a master of transformation can rival an elite shinobi, but when assessing combat power devoid of rank, such a master would merely be immortal here, at best possessing the strength of a nin. Yet, Shu Yun's greatest shortcoming lies in his understanding and application of chakra. It is noteworthy that he has only been acquainted with chakra for a little over 6 months. Not only does he lack sufficient chakra, but he has also yet to grasp many techniques for its utilization. For instance, he has not fully mastered the chakra circulation method taught by the white cat, which enhances physical attributes. This is partly due to the limited time the white cat had to instruct him, and partly because their attributes differ significantly, necessitating personal adjustments in various aspects. If one were to evaluate his chakra capacity, it barely meets the threshold of a nin, considering that at his age, he is not in the growth phase for chakra, which typically begins around 11 or 12, when substantial increases occur. Should he engage the puppet master now, he would struggle to even approach his opponent. Without close proximity, even the most formidable swordsmanship loses its efficacy. Thus, he has opted to switch from slashing to striking, infusing his opponent's body with hidden energy to damage her internal organs, aiming to create a wounded adversary to hinder her progress. As for whether the opponent will care for her comrade, that is merely a matter of human effort, leaving the rest to fate. As Shu Yun leaps through the forest, his instincts continue to relay signals of impending danger, indicating that the pursuit has not yet been abandoned. Given the speed of the opposing jonin, even with an injured comrade, they will inevitably catch up, as his running speed cannot match the jonin's instantaneous technique. However, since they are within the confines of Konoha, his allies are likely to arrive before the adversaries, and he merely needs to hold out until that moment. The howling wind rushes past his ears as the gray wolf captain regains consciousness. After all, he had not exerted himself excessively, so awakening is to be expected. Cough, cough. You bastard, how dare you attack a superior? When I return, I shall confine you. Ah, such a loud voice. You sound rather spirited. It seems you're not dead yet, Shu Yun teased lightly. The gray wolf captain coughed up blood again, assessing his condition. Put me down, in my current state. I fear I am no longer fit for this. If you carry me while I am still conscious, I may retain some combat ability. But you won't outrun a jonin. Shu Yun, in response, remained silent and merely adjusted his hold, eliciting cries of pain from the gray wolf captain. Even in such a state, you still wish to be a hero? Wouldn't it be better to stay quietly on my back? You fool, this is reckless. How far can you run while carrying me? How much chakra do you have to expend? The gray wolf captain gritted his teeth, exasperated. In battle, one cannot afford to be indecisive. Sometimes, one must make decisive choices. How could he not grasp such a simple truth? The captain of the Grey Wolves continued to persuade, while Shu Yun merely ran forward with great strides. After a prolonged period of running, the captain fell silent, perhaps fatigued by the exertion. Upon realizing that the captain had ceased his entreaties, Shu Yun turned back and remarked, "Rest assured, a man must possess endurance. It is an area in which I excel. Moreover, when the situation becomes untenable, I am not foolish enough to remain. Just remember not to hold it against me if I have to leave you behind." Upon hearing these words, the captain felt a warmth in his heart, his nose tinged with emotion. After a prolonged silence, he rasped, "You are destined for greatness. A prodigy lauded by the likes of Konoha's White Fang. You cannot allow a ninja of my modest caliber to be the cause of your demise here. Your life stretches ahead, brimming with promise." His voice then weakened, becoming indistinct as he murmured, "Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the flame of life endures. The leaves ahead will illuminate those that follow." With his voice fading, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Shu Yun remained silent for a considerable time, appearing to be in his early 20s. If one were to speak of youth, who among them could claim otherwise? Oh, the big bad wolf, you may feign your unconsciousness. But why must you dramatize it so? How could I possibly abandon you to flee alone? Truly, such bonds can lead to one's downfall. This predicament must be blamed on Guan Yu, were it not for that legendary bond forged in the Peach Garden. Would the ensuing millennia have been devoid of that deep-rooted chivalry and tenderness? Yet, even before Guan Yu, the world was already imbued with such loyalties. Who, then, should bear the blame? Perhaps Mencius, whose proclamation of sacrificing life for righteousness has unknowingly led countless souls to their demise. But would the absence of Mencius extinguish the essence of loyalty in this world? That seems unlikely. Thus, to whom should the blame fall? Shu Yun was uncertain. Yet he understood that life spans merely 30,000 days. To exist in this world without something to steadfastly uphold would be a profound tragedy. If one must live like a mere shell of a being, then what purpose does Shu Yun's rebirth serve? It would be preferable to perish beneath the guns of foreign invaders, thereby honoring the teachings of his parents. A thunderous jutsu surged from behind. Striking the tree beside him and interrupting Shu Yun's reverie, the puppeteer was in pursuit once more. Shu Yun curled his lip in disdain, relentless in their chase. Seemingly unafraid of being surrounded and meeting their demise here. However, he realized that he was currently no match for them. He hastily formed seals, conjuring several shadow clones to hold back the pursuers, while he accelerated his escape from the scene. How could he have almost forgotten that he was being hunted? It seemed only he could muse upon grand philosophies while fleeing. The shadow clone technique was indeed a most useful jutsu. Those clones possessed a degree of intelligence and were fearless in their sacrifice, enabling many self-destructive techniques to manifest through them. It was precisely due to the valiant efforts of these clones that Shu Yun could manage a successful getaway. Although the fatigue and pain from their demise would return to him, his formidable mental fortitude and body nurtured by the essence of nature allowed him to endure. Shu Yun had not deceived the big bad wolf. He truly possessed remarkable endurance. After 6 months of training, he had been nourished daily by the energies of heaven and earth, as well as the warmth of chakra. His physique, without a doubt, was robust, invigorated, and full of vitality. This synergy of nurturing and training endowed him with exceptional physical potential, surpassing his peers significantly in stamina. Furthermore, his adaptation of the nameless chakra circulation method derived from the white cat emphasized the principle of flowing water, never stagnant, perpetually in motion. This approach prioritized the cyclical nature of water energy, enhancing metabolism, preserving cellular vitality, alleviating muscular fatigue, and increasing physical resilience. Moreover, the energy expenditure during operation was minimal, allowing for continuous recovery. While it could not be said that a perfect balance of energy intake and output was achieved, maintaining such speed, he could sustain his run for an entire day. Even without considering the consumption of the shadow clone technique, he could persist for half a day. Surely, the Anbu would not remain oblivious for that long, would they? As the sun descended, casting its final rays upon the western mountains, the pursuit extended from afternoon into night. Once again utilizing his shadow clones to thwart the puppeteer's chase, Shu Yun, under the cover of darkness, finally managed to create some distance between himself and his pursuer. Tianendi, what purpose do those shadows serve, and why have they yet to arrive? After running for quite some time, Shu Yun felt increasingly disoriented. He only knew that he should still be within the borders of the hidden leaf village, but he had lost all sense of his precise location. After such an extended flight, even his body began to show signs of exhaustion. Shu Yun took refuge in the embrace of a lush tree, gently setting down the captain of the Grey Wolf team. He removed the shards embedded in the captain's body, staunching the bleeding as was customary, and sought out some common herbs nearby, mashing them to apply as a poultice. The tumultuous journey had exacerbated the captain's injuries, leading to a relentless fever and bouts of unconsciousness. Shu Yun pondered how much longer he could endure this. His gaze darkened as the delayed reinforcement stirred a sense of unease within him. An ominous premonition whispered that he might not live to see the leaf's aid. From his pocket, he retrieved a map, studying it carefully under the faint glow of the night. Cough, 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 he muttered. No need to dwell on it. We are likely at the border of the land of rivers and the land of fire, having been driven far from the main forces. The more we flee, the further we stray from our stronghold. The Grey Wolf captain had awakened, attempting to adjust his position to sit up, but the movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain. Shu Yun hurried over to assist him. Still no sign of reinforcements? The captain asked weakly. Shu Yun nodded, folding the map away. Not only had help not arrived, but they were also unable to return. The enemy had clearly anticipated their movements, consistently blocking their path in the northeast, guarding against their retreat towards the stronghold. If they wished to break through to the frontline camp, they would need to head north, to return to the Leaf Village. They must go east. However, both routes would expose them to the enemy's pursuit, and he lacked the confidence to breach the defenses of the elite shinobi. Moreover, it was not just their reinforcements that were lacking. The enemy's reinforcements had already arrived, with the two pursuing Nin, Bell and Hurricane, back on their trail. The silver lining was that Bell and Hurricane had indeed managed to escape, but the grim news was that Shu Yun's situation had worsened. Do you regret not leaving me behind now? If you had allowed me to help you hold back from the start, you could have broken through to the stronghold from the north instead of fleeing westward, where we have no support. Heading that way, you may even end up at sea. The captain forced a pained smile. Shu Yun shook his head in response to the captain's words. What was there to regret in actions already taken? He had never harbored regrets for his decisions. Even in error, he would bear the consequences and strive to remedy the situation. Regret was the mindset of the weak, serving no purpose other than self-torment. One must accept the price of their choices, a lesson he had learned long ago. In truth, leading the Grey Wolf captain toward the west was not a grave mistake, for they were indeed still within the land of fire. Although at the periphery, their reinforcements could not arrive any slower than the enemy's. He simply needed to outmaneuver them gradually. Who would have thought that even now? The expected reinforcements had yet to materialize. What had led to this unfortunate predicament? Within the confines of our nation, the absence of support can only suggest a singular possibility. They are all preoccupied with their own predicaments. Alternatively, it may be that their focus has shifted to other matters, leaving them oblivious to the situation here with Shu Yun. During wartime, what circumstances could lead to such a scenario? The front lines have surely engaged in open conflict. Captain Grey Wolf remarked, taking a sip of water as he turned to Shu Yun. Shu Yun nodded in agreement. Only a full-scale war on the front lines could precipitate such a predicament. Having spent considerable time within the Anbu, Shu Yun was no longer an ignorant novice. After all, the Anbu is renowned as the headquarters of intelligence work, making it quite well-informed. His time within the organization had afforded him some understanding of the current battlefield dynamics. Unlike the chaotic skirmishes of the last Shinobi World War, this conflict appeared to be particularly disadvantageous for Konoha. In addition to the formally declared hostilities from Sunagakure, the other nations, Iwagakure to the northwest, Kumogakure to the northeast, and Kirigakure across the sea to the east, were amassing their forces at the borders. Although they had not yet officially declared war, their intentions were unmistakably stirring, creating a scenario akin to a pack of wolves encircling their prey. Thus, aside from the Western Front, where Konoha was engaged in a fierce battle with Sunagakure, they were compelled to deploy troops to defend against the assaults from the other three nations. This meant that Konoha was unexpectedly preparing for a forefront battle, a daunting task even for a village that had long held the title of the foremost shinobi village. Konoha had already exerted itself to the utmost in managing the 4 battlefronts. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched someone as young as Shu Yun onto the battlefield. The most crippling blow to Konoha, however, was the absence of its top-tier warriors. The departures of Tsunade and Jiraiya from the legendary Sannin after the Second Shinobi War, coupled with the recent demise of Konoha's White Fang, had plunged the village into a precarious state. This was particularly true for the Western Front, where losing a formidable figure like Konoha's White Fang left them feeling overwhelmed in the face of relentless assaults from Sunagakure. Now, as the Western battle raged on, the presence of multiple elite opponents from the enemy's ranks was overwhelming, and relying solely on Orochimaru proved insufficient. Even with the support of the elite Jonin Inoshikacho trio, the Western Front was under immense pressure. Consequently, within Konoha, whispers began to circulate, with rumors suggesting that the Hokage was attempting to recall the exiled Jiraiya and Tsunade. However, no news of their return had yet emerged. Under such intense pressure, it was understandable that the headquarters might overlook certain tactical details. For instance, the non-existent reinforcements promised to Shu Yun. While these minutiae may be comprehensible from a broader perspective, to Shu Yun, they felt like an insurmountable burden, a mountain pressing down on him, rendering him breathless. Without the aid of reinforcements, how could they survive under the pursuit of 1 elite Jonin and 2 Chunin? This was the pressing dilemma they faced. So, there truly are no reinforcements, Captain Grey Wolf sighed, continuing, this is a trap set for you. Sunagakure intends for you to perish here. Shu Yun's gaze was shrouded in gloom as he remained silent. He had long anticipated this moment, and with a touch of the luminous object at his waist, he murmured, "Oh, my dear teacher, you have truly bestowed upon me a remarkable gift." The pursuing Sand Ninja were evidently aware of the impending conflict at the front lines. Their mission was to eliminate Shu Yun under the guise of the chaos of war. It was not that Shu Yun's life held such significance that they would risk open warfare for it. As a mere Chunin, he lacked the stature to warrant such attention. What they desired was to discreetly dispose of him when the circumstances necessitated a confrontation. The Sand Ninja had reached a point where war was unavoidable, exacerbated by the sudden demise of the third Kazekage, which had led to a plethora of internal strife. The acting fourth Kazekage, Raza, was too young and devoid of political capital, leaving him with no choice but to redirect internal discord into external conflict to stabilize his regime. Thus, the Sand Ninja resolved to take the initiative. Moreover, in their quest to seize the precious resources of the Land of Fire to remedy their internal shortages, the Sand Ninja had no choice but to advance their front lines into enemy territory. However, they were already impoverished, and a prolonged campaign was beyond their means. The internal issues, although temporarily subdued by external pressures, would inevitably resurface with greater ferocity when the war yielded no tangible benefits. Consequently, they could not afford to delay. The longer they postponed, the more detrimental it would become. Even if not today, in a few days they would be compelled to engage in full-scale warfare. As for their relentless pursuit of Shu Yun's life, it stemmed from his association with a renowned master and the collective animosity the Sand Ninja harbored towards the legendary White Fang. In the eyes of the Sand Ninja, the hero of their adversary was their sworn enemy. The renown of Konoha's White Fang was monumental, inciting deep-seated hatred within the ranks of the Sand Ninja. To question the extent of White Fang's fame is to acknowledge that he stood above the legendary Sand Nin yet below the Hokage. He was the only individual from Konoha who could wear the Hokage's half-sleeve. Had he lived, he would have been a formidable candidate for the Hokage's position. White Fang's reputation was largely forged through his battles against the Sand Ninja, hence their animosity was palpable. The death of such a figure would undoubtedly bring joy to the Sand Ninja, yet it would not suffice as long as they had not orchestrated it themselves. Thus, should the two armies clash, slaying the disciple of White Fang as a symbolic act would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Would it invigorate their spirits? Would it suffice to rally the morale of all Sand Ninja? Amidst their dire internal and external crises, such a costless psychological boost was desperately needed. A sense of spiritual wealth could, to some extent, compensate for their material deficiencies, enabling them to unleash remarkable vitality. Therefore, none of this was mere coincidence. Every happenstance was forged from countless certainties. From the moment Shu Yun encountered the White Cat, his fate was sealed. This was his karmic debt, his burden, and his unavoidable destiny. Ah, so you wish to slay me as a sacrifice? Very well, let us see if your methods are sufficiently formidable. Shu Yun chuckled coldly and then turned to the Grey Wolf, saying, Captain, what do you think? Are you interested in breaking free with me? The Grey Wolf gazed at the beleaguered yet fierce Shu Yun before him, and a surge of camaraderie welled up within him, prompting a hearty laugh. However, as the laughter continued, he inadvertently strained his wound, revealing a grimace of pain. Yet, no amount of agony could diminish the mirth in Grey Wolf's demeanor. Ah, what a brave lad you are. Since we lack external support, let us fight our way out. This individual before me is truly worthy of the admiration of Konoha's White Fang. How could mere setbacks compel him to yield? After all, it is just a jonin we face. Let us charge forth. However, we shall discuss our escape later. For now, we must prioritize fleeing swiftly. Suddenly, several kunai was toward them, which Shu Yun deftly slashed apart with his blade, as that bothersome pack of hyenas closed in once more. He hoisted Grey Wolf onto his back and turned to flee. His current strength was insufficient, and he needed to evade while continuing his training. Question: what is required to escape from the encirclement of a particularly formidable jonin and two chunin? Answer: you must at least be a jonin. If you are merely a chunin, you will require some unique means. First, you must run fast enough, ideally not falling significantly short of a jonin speed. Second, you must possess sufficient deterrent capabilities. The more formidable, the better. Unfortunately, Shu Yun possessed neither of these qualities. Although he had learned the chakra manipulation technique from the White Cat, it was ill-suited to him, and time had not allowed for complete instruction. Even with his 8 steps of Zen technique, it only rendered him slightly faster than a chunin, but still not quick enough to match a jonin's body flicker technique. His own swordsmanship was indeed sharp, yet his chakra was insufficient, and his cultivation was not restored. Against a chunin, his skills were like cutting through soft vegetables. He could barely contend with a close combat jonin. But against a puppet master, an upper echelon jonin whose magical attacks were relentless, his skills faltered. Therefore, I will teach you the body flicker technique and the nature transformation of chakra. Once you master these two, we will possess the means to fight our way out. Grey Wolf, the captain, strained to raise 2 fingers while clinging to Shu Yun's back. However, first, both skills are challenging to learn, requiring high intellect and certain foundational conditions. One might say they are concepts accessible only to jonin. I cannot guarantee that you are ready to learn them now. Second, my injuries are severe. I do not know when I will awaken or succumb to slumber. And the time available for teaching you is limited. With pursuers hot on our heels, the time left for you to absorb this knowledge is scant. Thus much will depend on your own comprehension. Shu Yun, upon hearing this, merely nodded in silence. What of the difficulty? It was merely a matter of fighting to the death, a desperate gamble for survival. Failure would simply mean losing 2 lives of little worth. Now, I shall impart to you your first lesson, the advanced application of traps, Grey Wolf declared, extending a finger. Shu Yun raised his head, filled with questions. Wasn't it supposed to be the body flicker technique? How does this relate to traps? Grey Wolf seemed to sense Shu Yun's confusion, chuckling softly. How can we gain enough time without mastering traps? Will your rudimentary trap settings suffice? Or must we rely on shadow clones every time? Training requires both mental and physical energy. Without adequate rest, even chakra will be elusive, rendering one unable to cultivate. Shu Yun nodded in understanding. Thus, they commenced the first lesson on the integration of traps and the ninjutsu applicable to them. Captain Grey Wolf elucidated the essentials of trap setup and imparted a genjutsu to Shu Yun, illusion. Here is not. This Sirage genjutsu disrupts the opponent's cognitive judgment, leading them to misperceive one location as another, and it can be cast over objects. This unique feature of being applicable to objects makes illusion. Here is not frequently utilized in advanced trap arrangements and camp setups. Upon experimenting, Shu Yun discovered that his extraordinary mental energy enhanced his ninjutsu more significantly than illusion, Nariku's vision. This was likely due to the genjutsu's principle of directly utilizing mental energy to interfere with the opponent's cognitive judgment, making it a form of direct disruption. Shu Yun immediately put it into practice, achieving remarkable results. He managed to momentarily shake off his opponent's grasp and enjoy a well-deserved rest. Seeing the efficacy of this technique, Shu Yun couldn't help but ponder during his respite. As a wielder of the blade, what if he combined this genjutsu with his swordsmanship? The blade's gleam perceived by the opponent might not be the true blade's light. The real edge could lie above or below it, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. If he could truly master this genjutsu, his swordplay would become a deadly lotus. However, his understanding of ninjutsu and chakra was still insufficient, compelling him to suppress this notion for future contemplation. On a starry night, after setting up a trigger-based reconnaissance trap, Shu Yun closed his eyes for a brief slumber, which proved to be restless. The shallowness of his sleep led to frequent awakenings. Before dawn, they arose, and Captain Grey Wolf commenced instruction on the body flicker technique and the nature transformations of chakra. There are 3 forms of body flicker technique. The first involves instantaneous movement through spatial means. The second employs special mediums for rapid relocation. And the third relies purely on explosive chakra techniques and the physical prowess of the user for high-speed movement. The first method is exceedingly rare within the ninja realm. The second, while less scarce, is also uncommon and often necessitates a specific bloodline to utilize, which Captain Grey Wolf did not possess. He was proficient in the third method, which depends solely on the explosive power of chakra and the strength of the body for swift movement. This form of body flicker technique is the most prevalent yet demands the highest and most explicit requirements. The first method can be executed by those endowed with suitable talent and technique, even at the Chunin level. The second can potentially be employed by lower-ranked ninjas possessing the requisite bloodline. However, the third method mandates that one must possess adequate chakra strength, physical endurance, neural reaction capability, and chakra control. Each element is indispensable. Thus, the body flicker technique is aptly regarded as a unique skill reserved for elite ninjas. Even the Grey Wolf suggested that Shu Yun should first focus on understanding the nature transformation of chakra. According to Grey Wolf's plan, once Shu Yun comprehends this transformation, he would be able to refine and enhance the quality of his chakra, thereby meeting the necessary conditions for utilizing the body flicker technique. However, upon receiving the training method for the body flicker technique from Captain Grey Wolf, Shu Yun discovered that both his physical strength and chakra quality seemingly met the required standards. Captain Grey Wolf observed that Shu Yun's shadow clone successfully executed the body flicker technique for the first time, only for the clone to crash into a tree, bursting into a cloud of smoke. After a moment of silence, Captain Grey Wolf inquired, "Are you certain you do not possess any unusual bloodline?" Shu Yun shook his head, fully aware of his own nature, an ordinary person, devoid of any special lineage. His chakra strength and physical prowess were likely influenced by his mental state and the continuous practice of his cultivation techniques. Seeing Shu Yun's response, Captain Grey Wolf With an expression of peculiar intrigue, remarked, "That is indeed a fortunate development. Since you have met the training requirements, let us practice both techniques concurrently. Start with the shadow clone, while there are inherent dangers in the training process. You are already acquainted with the limitations of the shadow clone and should gauge your own progress accordingly." With that, Captain Grey Wolf succumbed into unconsciousness, his injuries worsening. Shu Yun then created a shadow clone to commence his training in the body flicker technique. Following Captain Grey Wolf's detailed explanation, Shu Yun gained profound insight into the practice of the body flicker technique. To proficiently wield this technique, possessing elite-level chakra strength and physical resilience is merely the foundational requirement. Failing to meet these criteria disqualifies one from even attempting to learn the technique. However, even if both attributes are satisfactory, it merely indicates the potential to learn the body flicker technique, not a guarantee of mastery. The body flicker technique is an advanced ninjutsu characterized by rapid movement, inherently fraught with danger. Beyond the necessity for physical and chakra standards, one must also possess at least elite-level neural reflexes. This ensures the ability to respond to unforeseen circumstances during high-speed movement, preventing fatal collisions with obstacles. In addition to reflexes, to effectively employ the body flicker technique in battle, one must possess absolute control over their chakra. Unlike other techniques, the body flicker technique allows for no deviations. Even a slight miscalculation during high-speed movement could spell the difference between life and death, thus necessitating a level of chakra control that is both precise and instinctive. Despite meeting all these conditions, one still cannot engage the body flicker technique in actual combat due to insufficient practice. Without extensive training, the brain has not adapted to such rapid fluctuations, leading to potential rigidity when executing the technique. Should one become immobilized while attempting the body flicker technique amidst a crowd, the consequences could be dire. At that moment, it was no longer a technique of instantaneous movement, but rather a method of self-sacrifice, as the enemy would delight in claiming his life during his moment of vulnerability. Therefore, Shu Yun had to resort to the technique of shadow clones for extensive practice. Though this would impose a tremendous strain on his body, there was no other choice. At this juncture, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was commendable, and his physical resilience was formidable, allowing him to withstand the ordeal, for now. In the following 2 days, Shu Yun moved decisively westward, intent on leaving the territory of the Fire Nation. With the certainty that no reinforcements would arrive, he naturally sought to expand his operational range beyond this locale. Planning to enter the Land of Rivers. The Land of Rivers bordered the Fire Nation and lacked stationed forces from either side of the conflict, providing ample space for maneuvering against adversaries. Its unique terrain would also contribute positively to his training. What was Shu Yun's initial impression of the Land of Rivers? It was abundant in water. Unlike the incessant rains of the Rain Village, the Land of Rivers was characterized by its hot springs and flowing rivers. The numerous natural hot springs attracted visitors from far and wide, including nobles and lords from various nations who purchased vacation estates in the region. This was also the reason why neither the Wind Nation nor the Fire Nation chose to wage war in the Land of Rivers. Any misstep could result in damage to a noble's estate or harm to a private heir nurtured by an aristocratic family. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the grass along the path as blades of grass were bent and scattered. A figure flickered across the wilderness of the Land of Rivers, appearing and disappearing in the blink of an eye. This figure was Shu Yun, who had finally escaped from the Fire Nation after 2 arduous days of flight. His recent experiences had been nothing short of harrowing. The wires and explosive tags he had used to set traps had been exhausted the previous day, leaving him unable to sleep soundly during his rest, forcing him to sit in meditation to recuperate. During this time, he had even been stealthily approached by the enemy on several occasions. Once, he had managed to evade an incoming volley of shurikens and kunai. On another occasion, the enemy launched a surprise attack using a wide-range ninjutsu. The slicing wind could not be avoided entirely, resulting in various wounds, though fortunately, the overall lethality of such techniques was insufficient. He employed his knowledge of acupressure to staunch the bleeding, allowing him to remain temporarily unharmed. Now, the pressing issue was that he had not had a proper rest for an extended period. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, and his spirit was severely depleted. He still needed to occasionally use shadow clones to scout or confront enemies, and even his ironclad physique would eventually reach its limits. Thankfully, today he had finally entered the Land of Rivers. The terrain here was relatively open, characterized by flatlands and streams, with the trees being mostly small shrubs. unlike the towering giants of the Fire Nation that obscured the horizon. In such an expansive setting, even someone of Shu Yun's modest abilities could confidently employ the technique of instantaneous movement without the fear of colliding with obstacles. This not only allowed him to create distance from his pursuers, but also facilitated his familiarization with the technique, having run from morning until noon. Shu Yun picked a few wild fruits to satiate his hunger. He then discovered a natural hot spring and, without hesitation, immersed himself in its warm embrace. After 2 days of arduous travel and diligent training, Shu Yun discovered that his progress in mastering the instantaneous technique was astonishingly smooth. He realized that he had already fulfilled the 4 fundamental prerequisites for this technique. The strength of his body and chakra was beyond question. His neural responsibility, while limited by the development of his body's neurons, was also influenced by his mental fortitude. Through extensive practice in martial arts, his body had been continuously nourished by chakra and the vital energies of nature, resulting in abundant vitality and robust blood circulation. Consequently, his neural development was optimal, characterized by an abundance of neurons and swift reflexes. As for his mental prowess, it was needless to say that the reincarnated master of energy manipulation possessed a spiritual realm comparable to that of a shadow-level ninja, brimming with vigor and formidable mental strength. Regarding his chakra control, the essence of traditional martial arts lies in the mastery over one's body and the equilibrium of vital energy and spirit. His chakra control was inherently superior to that of others. Otherwise, he would not have been able to perform the enchanting techniques that required single-handed seals. Due to his exceptional chakra control, he could compensate for many areas that typically necessitated hand seals. Moreover, he unexpectedly discovered that the chakra manipulation method taught by the White Cat could be executed in conjunction with the instantaneous technique, thereby accelerating its speed and easing the difficulty of mastering it. This remarkable synergy accounted for his rapid progress in learning the instantaneous technique. Presently, he merely lacked a deeper understanding and practice of the technique, which could be expedited through the shadow clone technique. Remarkably, after just 2 days, his proficiency in the instantaneous technique had greatly improved, enabling him to utilize it in open spaces. However, in contrast to his progress in travel-oriented applications of the instantaneous technique, he faced a formidable bottleneck in learning the transformation of chakra properties aimed at enhancing chakra and increasing offensive capability, or rather, he had made no progress at all. The root of this issue lay in the overly abstract teachings of Captain Grey Wolf, whose explanations were so elusive that they seemed to defy articulation. Shu Yun remained perplexed by the discussions surrounding chakra property transformation and, upon attempting to inquire further, was met with Captain Grey Wolf's dismissive gesture. He recounted that his own captain had taught him in a similar manner. Understanding was simply a matter of personal insight, and if one did not understand, they simply did not. According to Captain Grey Wolf, after experiencing his captain's chakra, he had braved the cold winds atop Hokage Rock for an entire month during the depths of winter, ultimately attaining a natural comprehension of wind property transformation. He recounted this with a hint of pride, as if a month of understanding chakra property transformation were an accomplishment worthy of admiration. Clearly, Captain Grey Wolf was not an effective teacher. After a prolonged silence, Shu Yun discerned that the only insight he had gleaned was that the captain was merely tooting his own horn. As a clever student, he knew he had to seek answers independently. He turned to the Grey Wolf perched on his back and asked, "Is everyone's understanding of property transformation the same?" The Grey Wolf shook its head, responding, "Not at all. Property transformation differs from attribute transformation. It is an intensely personal experience. Even when observing the wind, 1,000 individuals perceive 1,000 different vistas. Some may see the wind as tranquility, others as gracefulness, while some may perceive it as a tempestuous surge. Each individual harbors their own thoughts. They resonate with certain ideas that catalyze transformation. While there may be similarities, distinctions are invariably present." Upon hearing this, Shu Yun appeared enlightened and inquired further, "Is one limited to comprehending the nature of only one attribute's transformation?" The Grey Wolf captain, taken aback by Shu Yun's perceptiveness, a rarity for those hearing such concepts for the first time, answered earnestly, "Not at all. Grasping the transformation of a single attribute merely serves as the foundation for the sublimation of chakra. Beyond this, one can continue to cultivate, constantly experiencing, excavating, and mastering it. Through this process, quantitative changes lead to qualitative ones, ultimately allowing you to become a shadow, a being of shadow-level strength." After a brief pause, the Grey Wolf captain continued, "However, focusing solely on one attribute and then striving for its sublimation is quite challenging. Once a person acquires certain knowledge, They often become ensnared in their own understanding, what Buddhism refers to as the obstacle of perception. When you comprehend a transformation, your attempts to engage with that element will invariably follow the path of your existing knowledge, leading you to become ensnared within the confines of your own understanding. Thus, if one wishes to ascend from a Nin to a shadow-level ninja, there exists a more cunning or straightforward method to pursue a secondary attribute. After reaching Nin status, ninjas typically endeavor to develop their second attribute. This not only compensates for the limitations of a singular attribute, but also presents a more accessible and effective path. By understanding the chakra transformations of another attribute and elevating it to the same level as the first, one can facilitate their interaction, fostering a synergistic relationship that further enhances one's abilities. This is why it is said that the third Hokage is the strongest among all Hokages. He mastered the transformations of 5 types of chakra and could combine them in pairs to create synergy. Nevertheless, many elders who survived from the Warring States period dissent, asserting that labeling the third Hokage as the strongest is mere flattery. Some even boldly claim that Sarutobi Hiruzen should not be considered the strongest Hokage unless he could fully fuse all 5 chakra attributes into a cohesive whole, or at the very least, achieve transformations through combinations of 3. It should be noted that this remark originated from Noki. In conclusion, the Grey Wolf captain summarized that he had little to impart to Shu Yun, urging him instead to seek understanding through observation, to watch streams, to observe rivers. And through ample observation, comprehension would naturally follow. Accepting his counsel, Shu Yun journeyed westward towards the land of rivers, where the expanse offered ample space to evade pursuers, alongside abundant water resources. Within 2 days, he traversed the border into the land of rivers and soon discovered a hot spring. Without hesitation, he immersed himself in its soothing waters. Exhausted from the relentless chase, he found solace in the warmth, feeling his body rejuvenated and his spirit revived. After some time, the Grey Wolf captain observed Shu Yun in the water, his eyes half open and his expression contemplative. He mistakenly believed Shu Yun had attained some insight. However, after a prolonged silence, it became evident that Shu Yun remained still. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, the Grey Wolf captain finally inquired, "What have you realized?" Realizing the sheer comfort of a hot bath, I found myself nearly succumbing to slumber, and I resolved to indulge in such a luxury daily whenever circumstances permitted. Captain Grey Wolf was both amused and exasperated by my demeanor, chiding me with a laugh. "You little rascal, truly lacking ambition." Yet, upon observing the fatigue in Shu Yun's eyes, he refrained from further admonition. After 2 days of flight, during which he had to divide his attention between fending off enemies and honing his skills, it was indeed remarkable that he was not utterly exhausted. With this thought in mind, Captain Grey Wolf mustered his strength to sit upright and said, "If you wish to sleep, then do so. I will keep watch over you." However, upon glancing at Shu Yun, he noticed that the young man appeared genuinely at peace in slumber. Watching Shu Yun with his eyes closed, a soft chuckle escaped Grey Wolf's lips. After all, he was merely a child, and the maturity he had displayed over recent days had nearly led Grey Wolf to forget his tender age. Yet, as he smiled, a wave of pain washed over him, causing him to furrow his brow. He lifted the gauze from his chest and was met with the grim sight of decay. He had long suspected his wound was infected, and the internal damage he suffered was far more severe than the visible injury. That he had managed to endure until now was a testament to his resilience. He remained uncertain of how much longer he could persist, but he took solace in the knowledge that he had imparted all he could teach. The rest was up to the boy. He had long since relinquished hope for his own survival. However, he yearned to witness Shu Yun master the transformation of chakra's nature, for that would provide him with the means to escape. A ninja of his caliber should not fade into obscurity here. With this thought, Grey Wolf reached into his pocket, where he had concealed a final explosive tag. Perhaps, just perhaps, he might yet assist the boy one last time. "Captain." Grey Wolf was jolted awake by Shu Yun's voice, turning to face him only to find Shu Yun's eyes tightly shut, as if he were speaking in his dreams. "Do not worry, I will surely bring you back," he murmured. Grey Wolf shook his head with a faint smile, amused by the boy's hopeful thoughts. Silence enveloped the space once more. Unfortunately, the enemy did not grant Shu Yun much time to rest. It was not long before they stealthily approached. Enemy attack. Grey Wolf realized the imminent danger, but his warning came too late. A volley of blue-hued shurikens shot forth, aimed directly at the slumbering Shu Yun, clearly laced with deadly poison. As Grey Wolf beheld the incoming barrage, he summoned all his strength to intervene, his teeth nearly grinding with the effort, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. unable to move. His injuries were grave, compounded by the relentless turmoil and the mental exhaustion from guiding Shu Yun, leaving him utterly depleted. He lacked the capacity to act. His spirit and senses waning significantly. Otherwise, how could a Ch-nin have approached so close? The shurikens hurtled towards Shu Yun, poised to pierce his body when, suddenly, Shu Yun's tightly closed eyes sprang open. He raised his hands, already forming seals beneath the water, and called forth, "Water release, water break wave." A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, severing the shurikens and surging toward the Ch-nin lurking in the shadows. In truth, Shu Yun had not been asleep. He had merely plunged his consciousness into a meditative state within his mind's ocean, allowing his body to recover more swiftly while sharpening his awareness of the surrounding environment. Upon the arrival of the Sand Ninja, he quickly discerned the situation. Secretly forming hand seals beneath the water, he hoped to deceive his opponent into approaching. Unfortunately, the adversary's J-nin remained exceedingly cautious, well aware of his formidable swordsmanship and refraining from close combat, opting instead for distant projectiles and ninjutsu. Observing the Sand Ninja deftly evade his water-based technique, Shu Yun let out a quiet sigh of regret before swiftly rising to carry the Grey Wolf Captain and flee. At that moment, the Grey Wolf Captain, relieved to see Shu Yun unharmed, exhaled a heavy sigh of relief before succumbing to unconsciousness. He had been forcing himself to maintain his composure to support Shu Yun, and the sudden emotional upheaval had drained the last of his strength. In the ensuing 2 days, Shu Yun continued his desperate escape. Although the area available for flight had expanded, the peril he faced intensified. His supply of traps had been completely depleted. And as his pursuers grew more familiar with his habits, their tracking skills became increasingly adept. Several times, he narrowly avoided being cornered. Had it not been for his newly acquired body flicker technique, which allowed him to outpace the 2 J-nin, he would have surely been ensnared. As he traversed the land of the river country, Shu Yun glanced at the Grey Wolf Captain, who had yet to awaken since his last bout of unconsciousness. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved the last of his healing ointment and administered it to the Grey Wolf's lips. The captain's condition had worsened. He suffered from an unrelenting fever, and pus had begun to seep from his abdomen. If treatment was not rendered soon, he would likely perish here. It was time for a final breakout. Shu Yun rummaged through his pockets in search of sustenance, but discovered that only a single military ration remained. He sighed, knowing it was meant for the Grey Wolf. Subsequently, he ventured into the thicket, foraging a wild fruit, which he consumed hastily before continuing onward. The river country, neither vast nor diminutive, had been the stage of his frantic flight across nearly half its territory over the past 2 days. He had traversed numerous locales and witnessed various bodies of water, rainwater, well water, river water, and pond water. Typically mundane sights now captivated him. He marveled at the gentle trickle of streams beneath quaint bridges, contemplated the serene depths of tranquil pools, and experienced the relentless flow of deep wells. The waters ranged from crystalline to murky, from warm to refreshing, seemingly imparting profound insights upon him. Yet, after contemplating these sights, Shu Yun felt an unsettling void. His realizations lacked depth. Reflecting on this, he concluded that the waters he had observed were merely small streams, lacking in intensity. He yearned to behold the grandeur of mighty rivers, prompting him to set his sights on the largest river in the river country, the Shinano River, eager to witness its magnificent flow. As he journeyed, he traversed shallow grass and splashed through puddles, continuing westward. On this fine day, with the sun shining brightly, he spotted the distant Shinano River while carrying the Grey Wolf Captain on his back. It seemed a harbinger of change, for the Grey Wolf Captain finally stirred to consciousness, albeit in a feverish haze, mumbling incoherently about wanting to see the water. Shu Yun offered him a sip of water and placed him in a vantage point to observe the river, while he himself hurriedly approached the Shinano River. However, upon closer inspection, Shu Yun found himself unexpectedly disappointed. The Shinano River can indeed be regarded as a grand waterway, with its banks spanning over 60 meters at their widest. Flowing from north to south, its length seems to stretch into infinity. The river's waters are remarkably clear, revealing the riverbed beneath, while the depths shimmer with a verdant hue. Lush trees line its banks, and upstream lies a small, undulating waterfall, where the water cascades down with a delightful roar, only to smoothen and quieten as it flows downstream. However, while Shu Yun acknowledges its beauty, he cannot help but feel that it lacks the majestic grandeur befitting the title of the world's foremost river. Perhaps it is due to the flat terrain of river country, or the gentle flow of this stretch that obscures the river's might. It is possible that such grandeur exists in another section, Yet in this particular stretch, Shu Yun perceives only elegance. Having witnessed an abundance of beauty along his journey, he yearns for a different kind of spectacle on what is proclaimed as the first river. Arriving with great anticipation, he departs with disappointment, which prompts memories of the Yellow River from his past. During the flood season, he had impulsively ventured to witness the tidal waves, an experience that remains vivid in his memory, an awe-inspiring sight of water crashing down like an enraged dragon, with miles of river surging forth in a breathtaking display. Lost in thought, he suddenly chuckles at his own foolishness, while others view rivers out of youthful ignorance. What could possibly move a man of over 60 who has seen countless waters? Having not encountered towering mountains, one cannot comprehend their vastness, yet once aware of their height. Is there still a need to behold them? With that, he closes his eyes, turning away from the river to practice his swordplay before the water. Suddenly, rain begins to fall, the weather in river country shifting like a child's capricious temperament. The sunlight wanes, giving way to heavy downpours. Yet Shu Yun practices his sword amidst the rain without hindrance. Outside, the gentle babbling of the flowing water mingles with the patter of raindrops, while within, he finds tranquility, seated in serene solitude. Although he has yet to comprehend the nature of chakra transformation, his meditative state leads him to a realm of joy amidst the chaos. Meditation encompasses 4 realms. The first is the joy born of separation. The second, joy arising from stillness. The third, the exquisite joy of liberation. And the fourth, the purity of relinquished thoughts. Each advancement brings forth an increased sense of clarity. The initial realm, known as the first stillness in Taoism and the first Zen in Buddhism, allows one to center the mind, breathe deeply, and visualize. Regularly entering this realm can refine thoughts, calm the mind, rejuvenate the spirit, and cultivate vitality. Shu Yun's ability to harness transformative energy and embody the essence of martial intent is intrinsically linked to this state. However, this realm is one of stillness, requiring quietude for entry. Any disturbance may diminish the experience and disrupt the tranquility. Conversely, the second realm, joy arising from stillness, permits one to find peace amid chaos, a dynamic practice that allows for serenity even in motion. In his past life, Shu Yun was merely a warrior. Content with the capacity to enter a meditative state, he saw little utility in pursuing higher realms, thus he lingered in the first. Yet now, he breaks through into the realm of joy born of stillness, experiencing profound freedom and delight in his tranquility. As he practices his sword in stillness, he listens to the tempest outside, the fierce winds, the torrential rain, and the flowing waters, while within, he cultivates a profound sense of peace. This phenomenon of wind-stirring banners is not the movement of the wind nor the fluttering of the banners, but rather the stirring of the heart. When one maintains a state of purity, wisdom naturally manifests. In this clarity, Shu Yun begins to gain insight, visualizing various forms of water within the depths of his consciousness. There is the vibrant rippling of spring waters, stirred into waves by the gentle breeze. There is the ceaseless flow of babbling streams. There are the tumultuous surges of mighty rivers, crashing with fervor. Ultimately, they all transform into a single drop of water, a mere drop known simply as water. An ordinary droplet, falling into the ocean of Shu Yun's consciousness, descending into the fertile ground of Shu Yun's heart. Shu Yun's chakra transformed, flowing with unceasing vigor. A cascade of relentless energy. His blade also underwent a metamorphosis, becoming smooth and harmonious, akin to the torrential rain cascading from the heavens, resonating with the ceaseless current below. Unbeknownst to him, a radiant luminescence ignited upon his blade, reminiscent of the azure sky and the deep blue sea. The refreshing rain invigorated the spirit of the gray wolf, akin to a moment of sudden clarity, leaving him surprisingly alert. Leaning against a massive boulder, he observed Shu Yun dance with his sword amidst the rain, instinctively keeping rhythm. The melody of Butterfly Breaking Free, a tale of a destitute wanderer who, after enduring countless hardships, vanquished demons to become a great hero, felt perfectly apt in this moment. The youth had finally grasped the essence of this transformation, acquiring wings to break free from his shackles. The wind rose, fierce gales swept into the Shinana River, sending swirling eddies of emerald from afar. The wind release technique, vacuum sphere, aimed at the young swordsman practicing by the riverbank, yet he remained oblivious, lost in his rain-soaked dance. Just as the gray wolf intended to call out a warning, a sharp glint of the blade effortlessly sliced through the tempest, as if a skilled butcher dissecting beef, or an antelope deftly evading capture. The long blade gracefully pierced the air, dispersing the swirling winds into nothingness. In this tranquil state, Shu Yun perceived more clearly than with his eyes open. He beheld the flowing river beside him, the torrential rain above, and the figures pursuing him in the distance. alongside the ninjutsu they unleashed. In a surge of inspiration, he executed a masterful strike. The blade, imbued with a transformed chakra and his newfound understanding of elemental change, glimmered with a watery brilliance. It penetrated the weakest point of the ninjutsu, severing the threads that stirred the wind, dissipating them into the ether. Awake in his stillness, Shu Yun gazed at his blade that had cleaved through the ninjutsu, a smile gracing his lips as he realized his weapon's potential, and that ninjutsu could indeed be cut apart. With a hearty laugh, he hoisted the gray wolf onto his back and declared, "Let us return, Captain. It is time to conclude this tiresome chase." This time, Shu Yun would not flee. He summoned the nameless chakra technique taught by the white cat, employing the body flicker technique to advance towards his adversaries. The puppet master was still en route. He would first collect a bit of interest from those who had pursued him relentlessly, perhaps by eliminating these two bothersome chunin. The gray wolf captain kept time on Shu Yun's back, singing a raspy yet jubilant tune, the same butterfly breaking free, celebrating Shu Yun's metamorphosis. The two chunin, previously warned by the puppet master of Shu Yun's exceptional swordsmanship as a disciple of White Fang, had been advised to maintain their distance. Though dismissive, they adhered to their orders, engaging in long-range ninjutsu combat, employing obstruction and ambush tactics without drawing near. Now, upon witnessing Shu Yun advance with his blade, they instinctively retreated. However, Shu Yun's enhanced body flicker technique, augmented by chakra manipulation, achieved the speed of a jonin, beyond their capacity to evade. In an instant, Shu Yun's figure blurred. A flash of blade light erupted, and before the puppet master could arrive, two severed heads soared into the sky. A menacing aura surged from a distance, heralding the approach of danger even before its embodiment arrived. Two formidable puppets descended from the sky, wielding their blades with overwhelming might. Shu Yun swiftly evaded their lethal strikes, only to witness the puppets unveil gaping, dark maws, from which 1,000 poison projectiles erupted. Each projectile shimmered with a deadly azure hue, posing a grave threat to life with even the slightest contact. This was the insidious nature of the puppet master, high frequency of attacks, treacherous tactics, and an overwhelming barrage designed to suppress their adversaries. Those lacking skill would succumb at this juncture, while even the adept would find their breathing space continually constricted. Once their maneuverability was thwarted, the puppet master would deliver a meticulously crafted fatal blow. Fortunately, Shu Yun possessed some prowess. Endowed with the chakra manipulation techniques imparted by the white cat, he adeptly combined them with his body flicker technique, slicing through the encroaching projectiles with his blade. Yet, it seemed as though the puppets were inexhaustible, continuously unleashing wave after wave of deadly projectiles. The unlaunched projectiles littered the ground, transforming the area into a treacherous minefield, restricting Shu Yun's mobility. The puppets, one to the left and one to the right, relentlessly spewed forth their lethal rain, cornering Shu Yun into a diminutive space. At that moment, the puppets emitted a peculiar sound, and a gash opened in the chest of one puppet. A massive iron arrow, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, was launched directly at Shu Yun, akin to a cannonball being fired. Should it strike true, it would undoubtedly cleave him in twain. Fortunately, Shu Yun had retreated to the banks of the Shinano River. As he formed his hand seals, the rain mingled with the river's waters, coalescing into a robust curtain of water before him. Water release, water barrier. The arrow struck the curtain without a ripple, vanishing without a trace. Within the protective water barrier, Shu Yun formed his seals. The banks were now strewn with the deadly projectiles, leaving him no footing, and he needed to expand his area of influence to contest for dominance. With a sigh, he acknowledged the depletion of his already limited chakra reserves. Having been relentlessly pursued over the past few days, his rest had been insufficient, and his chakra had not fully replenished. Although he had recently gained insight by the Shinano River, leading to a surge in his spirit and a refinement of his chakra, reality was not a game where one could simply regain full strength upon leveling up. Indeed, his chakra had seen some restoration, but it remained at only half its capacity. Yet, expanding his area of influence was imperative. Without it, he would have nowhere to stand. Resolute, Shu Yun decided to utilize his chakra. Thankfully, being by the Shinano River coincided with a downpour, and with his chakra now refined, the consumption of this jutsu was less than he had anticipated, while its potency had increased considerably. As Shu Yun formed his seals, a colossal wave surged from the Shinano River, cascading down from the sky, merging into a gigantic torrent reminiscent of a furious dragon charging ashore. Water release, water dragon wave, a technique of the second Hokage, summoned a vast flow of water to assail the opponent. proving formidable both for securing dominance and for its sheer power. The waves surged forth with an unwavering determination, scattering the 1,000 branches that lay upon the shore. The torrent continued its relentless advance, shattering stones and uprooting trees, forming a vast puddle by the bank. Shu Yun followed closely behind the waves, traversing the water. Such expansive ninjutsu is typically employed in frontal battles, where multiple ninjas unite to summon rivers of tremendous power that sweep across the battlefield. The sheer volume of water crashing into the densely populated arena is undoubtedly a strategic technique. However, its effectiveness diminishes in solitary combat. Ninjas are inherently agile, and the open terrain affords ample space for movement. While the speed of the waves is not insignificant, it pales in comparison to the mobility of elite ninjas. Thus, despite the formidable appearance of the waves as they roared past, Shu Yun held little expectation for their impact. As anticipated, the waves approached, prompting the puppet master to gesture. The puppets, resembling fleeing fleas, scuttled backward, and she herself vanished in an instant, taking refuge atop a distant tree, unscathed. Yet, Shu Yun remained unfazed. His objective was merely to gain a tactical advantage and seize an opportunity for attack. Once he disrupted the enemy's barrage, it would be his moment to counterattack. Striding upon the waves, he transformed into a flickering shadow, advancing toward the puppet master. Engaging the puppet master necessitated close combat. Few could match the assault frequency of the puppets. Upon observing Shu Yun's approach, the puppet master swiftly maneuvered her fingers, sending 2 puppets to intercept him from the front and rear. The puppets' hands opened, revealing 2 continuously spinning iron discs, akin to blades of iron, buzzing ominously as they surged forward. Yet, Shu Yun's blade shimmered with a cerulean glow, and as he moved in harmony with his weapon, a mere flash of the blade severed the puppet, cleaving it into 2 distinct halves. He glided past the bisected puppet toward the next, which also wielded an iron disc, humming with energy. Just as he intended to replicate his previous maneuver, a sudden rush of wind from behind caught his attention. The previously severed puppet was launching a counterattack. Despite being cleaved in 2, the puppet remained undeterred. It simply turned, rejoining its halves seamlessly, now facing Shu Yun with a 180-degree rotation. It thrust a sharp spike menacingly toward his back, with one puppet poised to strike in front and another to stab from behind. Shu Yun found himself ensnared between 2 threats. However, displaying remarkable composure, he deftly altered his steps, employing the 8 steps of Zen to evade the assault. His form twisting like a willow in the wind, gracefully flowing away from danger. In the midst of his evasion, his blade remained in motion, tracing an elliptical arc that simultaneously severed the arms of both puppets launching their attacks. These puppets, masterpieces of an elite puppeteer, were armed with an array of weapons and concealed projectiles, and should one attack fail, another would swiftly follow. From the remaining arm of the puppet emerged a hollow tube, heralding an elemental assault. Both puppets unleashed flames, charging toward Shu Yun in unison. Reacting swiftly, he executed a sudden movement, employing a body flicker technique to evade the fiery onslaught. Shu Yun's figure flickered as he dashed into the distance, and the puppet master had already anticipated this, directing the flames to follow Shu Yun's movements. As Shu Yun ran, he formed seals with his hands, a roaring inferno trailing closely behind him. The flames appeared to have been infused with oil, igniting fiercely even upon contact with water. Observing this, Shu Yun swiftly formed another seal, summoning a curtain of water that rose from the ground, creating a substantial barrier, water escape, water formation wall. The meeting of water and fire generated a billowing cloud of smoke that soared into the sky, obscuring the battlefield. The puppet master intended to manipulate the puppets for a closer inspection when suddenly, a blade's glimmer pierced through the dense smoke. It was Shu Yun, armed with his sword. He cleverly maneuvered through the haze, evading 2 puppets as he charged toward the puppet master's true form. The puppet master, witnessing Shu Yun's advance, remained unfazed. With a powerful tug of his hands, he summoned a distant puppet that swiftly positioned itself before Shu Yun. Unstoppable, Shu Yun wielded his sword with the ferocity of thunder, cleaving through the puppet with precision. This time, he had learned from previous encounters, allowing the blade to whirl and shatter the puppet into countless fragments. How would the puppet master reassemble this? Just as he was about to continue forward, Shu Yun suddenly felt something restraining his left leg, an unfamiliar chakra coursing into him, as if invisible threads ensnared his limbs. Peering down, he discerned nothing amiss. It felt as though an ethereal spirit had a firm grip on his leg, rendering it immobile. What could this be? Regrettably, there was no time for contemplation. As a second puppet approached, wielding a spinning iron wheel aimed directly at the incapacitated Shu Yun, Though his left foot was bound and movement was limited, he still wielded a sword. A mere puppet, even if he could not move, one blade was sufficient. The blade illuminated like water, intercepting the iron wheel. And with a surge of energy from his core, he infused the chakra, generating a unique torque. With a mere twist, the iron wheel was deflected, and Shu Yun advanced, poised to sever the remaining arm of the puppet. At that moment, he noticed the puppet master's fingers moving deftly, commanding the puppet to execute a series of sword techniques. Could the puppet master wield a blade as well? Yet, to challenge me in swordsmanship? It was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The puppet, evading left and right, managed only 8 moves before Shu Yun's flowing strength overwhelmed it, severing its arm cleanly. Just as he intended to shatter the puppet, he felt a chill in his left hand, and right leg simultaneously, as additional invisible threads latched onto his remaining limbs. A strange chakra surged within him, binding his hands and feet as if ensnared by ropes. A force emanating from the void stretched him into a large character. Struggling to break free, Shu Yun noticed the puppet master's right hand being contorted by the immense force. Yet the puppet master gritted his teeth, tightening his grip in a contest of strength, while his left hand controlled the remaining puppet, preparing to deliver a final strike. The puppet, now devoid of arms, opened its mouth, producing a kunai. It clutched the weapon as its head detached from its shoulders, the neck elongating like a retractable arm, presenting the kunai-bearing head toward Shu Yun. This scene resembled a legendary flying head spirit or a serpent bearing a sword. At this critical moment, Shu Yun found an unexpected calmness. He observed the puppeteer's condition and deduced that the means binding her hands and feet were connected to her, though the exact method eluded him. As he watched the puppeteer manipulate her marionette, he felt as though his own hands were entwined with invisible threads. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Was this not akin to the puppet shows he had witnessed at the temple fairs in the past? He recalled an exceptional performer known as the Master of Puppetry, who not only excelled in various tricks, but also mastered the art of puppetry. He had the fortune of witnessing this artist's performance. The puppets were astonishingly lifelike, every frown and smile reminiscent of real human expression, and most remarkable of all, the strings controlling them were entirely concealed. Had it not been for the puppet's deliberate exposure of a joint, revealing their true nature to the audience, he might have genuinely believed them to be living dancers. Later, when he inquired with the master of puppetry, the artisan had simply invited him to touch the puppets. And upon doing so, he uncovered an almost imperceptible thread. Indeed, the puppeteer employed techniques akin to those of the master of puppetry. Her abilities could not manipulate the marionettes without some medium, much like the concealed strings of a puppet show. Thus, if he could locate these threads, wouldn't all challenges be resolved? He should have realized this sooner. As a ninja, what would serve best as threads? The answer was undeniably clear. Shu Yun closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness into the depths of his heart, entering a state of tranquility. In this serene realm, he reflected upon the void, perceiving the energies around him. Indeed, as he settled into meditation, though his eyes were closed to the tangible world, he sensed threads of chakra, 4 connected to himself and 5 linked to the puppet across from him. With the methods of his opponent now known, he was determined to find a means of counteraction. Quietly channeling his energy, he alternated between loosening and tightening his grip. The puppeteer, caught off guard, momentarily relaxed his hold, granting Shu Yun a fleeting moment of freedom, just enough. With his hidden strength surging forth, he rotated his wrist, causing the long blade in his grasp to dance around him like a dragon or serpent. The azure brilliance of the blade ignited with a ferocious presence, akin to an enraged dragon rampaging through the skies, yet it coiled and slithered around him with the grace of a serpent on the ground. This exquisite technique, a pinnacle of control, could only be attempted by a master. The blade flickered around him, akin to a golden lock being opened to release a soaring dragon. As the furious dragon traversed from his right hand to his left, severing all restraints before being caught deftly by his left hand. In a flash, the blade's light flickered, and the puppet ceased its motion, splitting into 8 segments. Shu Yun advanced, intent on confronting the puppeteer, but he soon felt his limbs hindered, his body growing weak, and a faint metallic sweetness rising in his mouth. Poison? When had this occurred? The puppeteer was skilled in the use of toxins. The previous haze must have concealed the noxious smoke. Yet, while most potent poisons bear a distinct flavor, this one was colorless and tasteless, thriving in its subtlety but lacking ferocity. Shu Yun felt half of his body turn numb, as though affected by an anesthetic toxin. Summoning his resolve, he employed the acupressure techniques he had previously mastered, utilizing golden needles to stimulate his own potential. A surge of hidden vitality erupted from within, flushing his face with color and invigorating his blood flow, even slightly amplifying his chakra, forcefully circulating his vital energy. He subdued the numbness while simultaneously directing his chakra to flush out the toxins. Clenching his jaw, Shu Yun pressed onward. In what felt like but a moment, the puppeteer, noticing Shu Yun's brief pause followed by a few precise strikes upon himself, manifested an even greater aura as he charged forth. Realizing Shu Yun appeared unaffected by the poison, she had no choice but to command the final puppet that stood behind her to engage. However, Shu Yun had already discerned the puppeteer's secret and could sense the presence of the chakra threads, rendering the puppet incapable of thwarting his assault. Utilizing his instantaneous movement technique, he moved with the blade, a flurry of light flashing as the puppet stood still, its controlling chakra threads severed completely by Shu Yun. Ignoring the incapacitated puppet, he advanced with his blade, prompting the puppeteer to draw her kunai in defense. Objectively, the puppeteer's swordsmanship was superior to her control over the puppets, albeit only marginally. As they engaged in close combat, a flurry of strikes exchanged over 10 moves, Shu Yun seized an opportunity, timing his strike to land a decisive blow. The puppeteer's left hand, which wielded the blade, was disarmed, falling to the ground, a hand that could no longer manipulate the puppets. Shu Yun was poised to seize the opportunity for a decisive strike when he sensed danger approaching from behind. It turned out that the puppet master had kept a puppet in close proximity, which was none other than the blade-wielding shinobi. It was no wonder the puppet master refrained from deploying this particular puppet in battle. She was evidently capable of manipulating 3 puppets simultaneously. Her confidence in her own abilities led her to believe that 2 puppets would suffice to deal with Shu Yun. And her protective instincts for her younger brother made her wary of the sand ninja inside the puppet being inadvertently harmed during the confrontation. Unfortunately for her, Shu Yun's rapid progress had endowed him with the speed akin to a Jainin, thanks to his mastery of the body flicker technique. Furthermore, his comprehension of chakra nature transformation allowed him to sever the flow of chakra, coupled with his exceptional swordsmanship and acute sensitivity to chakra threads. He now held the upper hand against the puppet master. As long as he could sever the chakra threads during the fight, the puppet master's abilities would be significantly diminished. Had the puppet master unleashed her full strength from the onset, Shu Yun, still unfamiliar with the intricacies of puppet manipulation, might have met his demise there. However, fate had already woven its threads at the moment. Shu Yun chose to spare a life under the edge of his blade, merely taking root and blossoming in this very place. Every encounter holds its predetermined outcome. Indeed, fate is a marvel to behold. The blade-wielding shinobi, having remained within the confines of the puppet, sought enlightenment in his swordsmanship. The battle in the forest represented an unprecedented defeat for him, yet it also served as a profound spiritual awakening. Emerging from this experience, he had made significant strides in his swordplay. Failure would have led to his downfall. Fortunately, he had a supportive sister whose scathing rebuke roused him from the depths of despair. He had been nurturing his sword techniques, and now, upon drawing his blade, he was determined to unleash an awe-inspiring display. With a swift motion, he leaped forth from the hollow of the puppet, merging with his blade to become a streak of dazzling light. He sensed his remarkable progress, convinced that this outcome would differ greatly from the last. Amidst the tranquility, Shu Yun observed the fierce gleam of the blade behind him and could not help but commend the opponent's keen insight. He then pivoted his blade, tracing an arc as he moved gracefully, akin to the gentle breeze caressing the willows. Shu Yun met the oncoming blade with his own, swiftly executing a series of movements, a diagonal slash, a parry, a pull, and a shake, sending his adversary's arm and blade soaring into the sky. Indeed, there was improvement. This time, Shu Yun had compelled his opponent to engage in 5 exchanges. Continuing his assault, Shu Yun prepared to deliver the final blow, his blade cleaving through the air, leaving a deep gash that drew forth droplets of blood. An invisible thread ensnared the blade-wielding sand ninja, pulling him and his severed arm backward. Shu Yun's blade had only penetrated half an inch into his opponent's chest before he was yanked away. It was the puppet master, retreated to a safe distance, who utilized her remaining right hand to manipulate the chakra threads. Employing her puppet control techniques to rescue the Shu Yun reopened his eyes and gazed at the 2 individuals before him, who appeared equally wretched. One had lost his left arm, while the other bore the grievous loss of his right arm, blood flowing incessantly. The blade-wielding sand ninja had sustained a long gash, the wound stretching from his chest to his navel, with chakra swirling ominously, hindering the healing process. The puppet master, cradling the blade-wielding sand ninja with one arm, forcibly used chakra threads to stitch the wound, successfully halting the bleeding. Together, they leaned on each other, their eyes fixed intently on Shu Yun, filled with a desire to exact vengeance upon him. Yet, she dared not approach, uncertain of Shu Yun's condition. She was acutely aware that his chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and he had inhaled a small amount of toxic gas. Although she could not discern the means by which he had managed to stave off the gas's effects, logically, he should possess little combat capability at that moment. However, upon observing Shu Yun's unwavering presence and sensing the persistent aura of danger, she ultimately glanced at her severely injured brother and chose not to advance further. Clutching her brother's severed arm, she retreated with the blade-wielding sand ninja in her embrace. As Shu Yun observed the retreat of his opponent, the feigned bravado he had maintained suddenly dissipated, leaving him teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, he summoned the ethereal glow within him to sustain his body. He could not afford to rest just yet. Glancing at the gray wolf captain slumped on his back, he noted the palpable weakening of his breath. Just moments ago, the captain had been singing with fervor, but now his vitality seemed to wane, especially in the wake of the enemy's withdrawal. While the foe was still present, the captain had clung to the hope of witnessing Shu Yun's metamorphosis and escape. Now, with Shu Yun having successfully navigated the perilous ordeal, the captain's spirit faltered, and the flicker of life within him appeared to be extinguishing. "Captain, hold on. We have triumphed. I will carry you back," Shu Yun urged, struggling to run, his steps faltering. The gray wolf captain's breath was faint, his voice barely audible. I know. I know you can do it, but I am so weary. I just need to rest for a moment." Shu Yun understood that allowing him to succumb to sleep would mean the extinguishment of his spirit, and he would never awaken. Therefore, he engaged the captain in conversation. Meandering from distant lands to culinary delights, from breathtaking vistas to exquisite fare. However, the captain's responses dwindled, his breaths growing shallower. After much contemplation, Shu Yun resolved to ignite the captain's dwindling spirit with words. Yet, having exhausted discussions of far-off places and delectable experiences, he found no spark of desire. Taking a closer look at the gray wolf captain's visage, inspiration struck him. Captain, you must belong to the Moonlight clan, am I correct? I have heard that your lineage is sparse, a solitary thread. The previous generation perished in battle, leaving only an elderly survivor. Now, it appears that you are the last of your line. Have you ensured the continuation of your legacy? If not, the Moonlight clan's heritage may come to an end." Perceiving the captain's lack of response, Shu Yun surmised that there must be an heir, prompting him to adopt a more pressing tone. "Captain, it seems you do have an heir. But I wonder how much you have bequeathed them? Will it suffice for their future needs as they navigate life as orphans? Will they have enough to care for their elders? If you were to pass, could they sustain themselves clothed and fed, educated and thriving? Would they find themselves shivering in winter? Starving in summer? Would there be enough wealth to ensure proper arrangements after 100 years?" At this moment, the gray wolf captain seemed to stir. Shu Yun seized the opportunity to press further. "If you have left them a significant inheritance, that is well and good. However, if it is meager, how will they manage? Orphans must also care for their parents. Can you bear the thought, Captain?" Shu Yun's words flowed more freely, his arguments gaining momentum. In truth, even a substantial inheritance might not be entirely beneficial. The orphans and their elderly guardian would lack influence and power. If they possessed too much, they could attract unwanted attention. Should adversaries approach openly, he and the captain could offer protection, but the fear of covert threats loomed large. After your demise, your wife would face difficulties. Not merely the whispers of gossip, but the potential predation of unscrupulous individuals. If she were to be ensnared by deceitful words and remarry, that would become a matter beyond Shu Yun's and the Fox captain's control. In such a scenario, that person could squander your wealth, oppress your wife, occupy your home, and harm your children, leaving Shu Yun and the captain at a loss as to how to respond. Cough, cough, cough. Before Shu Yun could finish his words, the gray wolf captain was suddenly seized by a fit of coughing, awakened by his agitation. "Oh, the captain is awake. Don't fall asleep again," Shu Yun remarked, a smile forming on his face at the sight of the gray wolf returning to consciousness. The gray wolf captain, weakly leaning against his back, retorted, "You rascal. Your words are quite hurtful. Once I recover, I shall certainly kick you to death." Though his voice was frail, it carried no trace of despair. Shu Yun laughed heartily. "Very well, when you're better, I'll let you kick to your heart's content." It took Shu Yun 4 days to traverse from the Fire Nation's headquarters to the Shinana River in the river country, but that journey was fraught with peril, winding and tangled as he evaded pursuers, naturally slowing his pace. Now, however, he was on a direct return path. If he were to travel at the speed of a genin, he could reach his destination in mere half a day. Yet, his chakra was severely depleted, and his body was utterly exhausted, moving forward only through sheer willpower. He was uncertain if he could make it back, but he pressed on, knowing that if he halted, the Grey Wolf's life would extinguish alongside him. This burden of another's life weighed heavily on Shu Yun, a sensation he found profoundly uncomfortable. The pressure was immense, as he had always wished to be a free cloud drifting through the sky. He ran tirelessly, crossing rivers and treading through shallow grass, transitioning from flatlands to jungles and back again. As darkness enveloped the land, he found himself in complete obscurity, uncertain of his whereabouts, yet aware he was within the bounds of the Fire Nation. His vision blurred, his body weary, he could no longer run, relying solely on his will to keep moving. The Grey Wolf captain had long ceased to speak, his breaths faint, but they confirmed that he was still alive. As he trudged through the darkness, Shu Yun suddenly spotted a glimmer of light. A group of bloodied ninjas approached from afar, and he recognized the familiar green vest of Janin. Heaven knows how delighted he was to see that unappealing green vest he had privately scorned. It was as if he had witnessed the birth of fresh green shoots, brimming with vitality. Then, just as his sight dimmed, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Logically, he should have collapsed long ago, but sometimes, human will can defy reason. Bells rang out as they rushed from a distance. Upon seeing the battered duo, one of them leaped onto Shu Yun, weeping uncontrollably. Following her were not only chunks of earth but also a fox-faced individual, alongside a member of the Anbu donning a white dog mask, none other than the medic, Yukushi Tenshin. Yukushi Tenshin approached to assess their injuries and instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. Shu Yun's wounds were manageable, mere external injuries that were not life-threatening. However, the dire issue lay in his physical depletion. His chakra was nearly exhausted, and his cells had sustained severe damage from excessive strain. The Grey Wolf captain was in an even worse state, suffering from both internal and external injuries that had festered over days without treatment, necessitating immediate surgery. Consequently, without uttering a word, they hoisted the two and utilized the body flicker technique to hasten their return. At this juncture, for days had elapsed since the onset of the full-scale conflict between the Sand and Leaf Ninja. The Leaf had managed to stabilize the Sand's assault, and after 2 days of intense battle, the Sand had finally retreated, transitioning from large-scale territorial warfare to widespread, small-scale skirmishes. Upon realizing that Suna had not disseminated the news of Shu Yun's demise, Nara Shikaku discerned that Shu Yun was still alive. Consequently, he donned the fox mask once more and set forth with several ninjas. The individuals accompanying him were not only his pupils, but also the disciples of his dear friend. During the critical moments at the front lines, he, as the commander, refrained from sending additional reinforcements for the greater good. Now, in the aftermath of the great battle, he felt a profound obligation to personally assist and ensure the safe return of his comrades. As for the Earth and the Bell, they had already embarked on a quest to locate Shu Yun after returning to the base, only to find themselves unable to catch up with him. When Shu Yun awoke once more, he found himself in a secluded battlefield hospital, ensconced within a private VIP room. His entire body was submerged in a rectangular container filled with a verdant liquid exuding a herbal aroma. The chamber was adorned with dense, swirling black runes, seemingly a form of therapeutic incantation. At that moment, the healer Tianshan entered, parting the door's curtain while carrying a basket brimming with medicinal herbs. Upon noticing Shu Yun's consciousness returning, she engaged him in conversation while tossing an assortment of unidentifiable herbs into the already green concoction. Herbs were cast into the liquid in waves, causing the surface to transform from a bright green to a darker hue, reminiscent of a broth simmering on the stove. This brought to Shu Yun's mind memories of his past experiences brewing nourishing chicken soup, where angelica and goji berries were combined with various ingredients in a clay pot. "How did this happen to you?" she queried, observing the severe cellular damage that afflicted him. The human body possesses protective mechanisms. The power that transcends limits cannot be harnessed. It's quite rare for an ordinary person to find themselves in such a condition. I cannot fully restore you, but fortunately, Lord Orochimaru has heard of your situation. His extensive knowledge and exceptional ninjutsu have provided a solution. With that, she produced a large white serpent, deftly severing its head and opening its belly with a swift motion, casting the entire creature, along with its entrails, into Shu Yun's medicinal bath. The snake, still writhing in its watery confines, struggled desperately, coiling toward Shu Yun. However, its slender form proved ineffective, and as it thrashed, a unique energy began to ripple through the liquid, akin to pigments dispersing in water. Tendrils of energy approached Shu Yun, reminiscent of the primordial essence of the universe, yet tinged with a sinister vitality. Nonetheless, this energy was undeniably beneficial for his recuperation. Shu Yun relaxed, absorbing the medicinal properties while forcing a pained smile, replying, "I utilized a secret technique for a burst of power." The healer Tianshan nodded in understanding. "Is it similar to that method for staunching blood flow? I observed its efficacy on the battlefield. Would you be willing to share it? Rest assured, you will not be at a disadvantage." The second Hokage established regulations to break down barriers between clans and enrich the public ninjutsu library in Konoha. Anyone who submits their unique techniques is entitled to a compensation of double the technique's value and will receive a portion of the royalties based on future exchanges of the ninjutsu. Shu Yun nodded in response. "I have no objections. Once I recover, I shall submit it." Tianshan smiled warmly. "On behalf of the wounded on the battlefield, I thank you. Please, rest well and absorb the medicinal energy." As she prepared to leave, Shu Yun called out to her, "Lady Tianshan, may I inquire about the condition of Captain Grey Wolf?" Her expression darkened at his question. With a sigh, she shook her head. "For now, he is out of immediate danger, but you may visit him once you are well." Shu Yun nodded, relieved to know that Captain Grey Wolf was still alive, though the uncertainty of everything else lingered in the air. At that moment, his body was on the verge of rigidity, and the fact that he could be saved was a testament to the extraordinary medical skills of the apothecary Tianshan. With that, he no longer dared to hope for anything more. Subsequently, Shu Yun closed his eyes, entering a state of meditation and activating the Zhalong Mian technique. When it came to absorbing medicinal energy to restore his body, nothing could surpass the efficacy of Zhalong Mian. As this technique commenced, Shu Yun's body embarked on a journey of the most efficient and sublime restoration. The medicinal essence and unique vitality contained within the potion were immediately absorbed by him, penetrating through his pores and eventually reaching the deepest recesses of his blood and bones. It became evident that the apothecary Tianshan's medical prowess was indeed remarkable, and the medical system and methods of Konoha were undeniably superior. This revelation piqued Shu Yun's curiosity about Tsunade Senju, the creator of this system. According to apothecary Tianshan, Tsunade's medical techniques surpassed even his own, and it was her existence that facilitated the establishment of Konoha's unparalleled medical system within the ninja world. How could such a remarkable individual not captivate Shu Yun's interest? He remembered that in his previous life, renowned healers were held in high esteem, not to mention the Grandmasters who shaped the very fabric of existence. Moreover, in recent days, Shu Yun had witnessed firsthand the extraordinary medical skills of apothecary Tianshan and experienced the myriad advantages of Konoha's healthcare. Minor cuts and external injuries healed within the same day, while more challenging internal injuries and illnesses responded rapidly to treatment. Such formidable and efficient medical practices naturally commanded Shu Yun's admiration, and the individual responsible for establishing this medical framework only deepened his intrigue. The healing ninjutsu that accompanied this life-saving endeavor also sparked his curiosity. Yet the study of medicine required guidance, and he currently lacked the opportunity to learn. Under the care of apothecary Tianshan, Shu Yun's injuries healed swiftly. The treatment process encompassed much more than miraculous potions and Orochimaru's enigmatic white snake. It also involved corresponding recovery techniques and a variety of auxiliary ninja tools. The techniques in Shu Yun's room were not merely for display, they served as invaluable aids. These techniques not only enabled the physician to continuously monitor Shu Yun's recovery status, but also assisted him in absorbing the medicinal energy to restore his health. In addition to the daily dressing changes, apothecary Tianshan would visit each day to conduct a physical examination and activate techniques to facilitate Shu Yun's bodily repair. During these sessions, the techniques in the room would be activated, glowing with a faint luminescence, while apothecary Tianshan employed a ninjutsu known as the palm healing technique. This technique could repair cellular damage, although it encountered some difficulties during the cellular transmission process, complicating internal treatment. The room's techniques could channel the special energy of the healing ninjutsu into Shu Yun's body, enabling the repair of damaged cells while also expelling dead ones. With the assistance of this system, Shu Yun was able to be discharged in just 5 days. However, he found himself yearning for the restorative potions, which were imbued with potent medicinal properties and unique vitality, greatly benefiting his body. It is often said that those who excel in martial arts must also rely on medicinal support. The healing potion possesses the remarkable ability to thoroughly restore cellular damage and enhance vitality, rendering it an exceptional aid in one's cultivation journey. Particularly after the incorporation of that peculiar white serpent, it has proven to be immensely beneficial to Shu Yun's mastery of martial arts. The apothecary, Tianshan, certainly discerned this. yet chose to remain discreet about it, allowing Shu Yun to stay hospitalized for a couple of additional days and indulge in medicinal baths, claiming it was to fortify her foundation and rejuvenate her essence. However, what Shu Yun did not anticipate was that on the 7th day, Orochimaru, the chief commander at the front lines, would personally visit. His intention was not to reprimand Shu Yun for her consumption of his white serpent, although she utilized one daily. Rather, he appeared to be quite concerned about her physical condition. Shu Yun felt an oddity in his gaze, as if he were observing a curious new prey, provoking an urge within her to retaliate with a blade. Ultimately, she refrained from such actions. Orochimaru merely inquired about her health before collecting a vial of her blood and taking his leave. On the day of her discharge, Shu Yun visited the Grey Wolf captain, who had regained consciousness but remained bedridden. Shu Yun was already aware of the captain's dire condition. His injuries were severe and prolonged, and his survival was nothing short of miraculous. Despite the meticulous care provided by Tianshan that had preserved his life, he suffered from significant aftereffects. His internal organs were exceedingly fragile, rendering him incapable of enduring strenuous activity, while his chakra pathways had also sustained considerable damage, disrupting the smooth flow of chakra. The fragility of his organs and the impairment of his pathways severely diminished his capabilities, marking the end of his career as a ninja. Feeling a tinge of sorrow, Shu Yun prepared 2 baskets of fruit and accompanied them with bells and soil to visit him. The Grey Wolf captain maintained a commendable spirit, lying in bed and consuming a liquid diet. Upon seeing Shu Yun, he even endeavored to comfort her. "Why the long face? I left my post for a noble cause and have received compensation. Besides, consider this an early retirement, a luxury that many could only dream of. So many have perished here, unable to endure until retirement. I am fortunate indeed. I have plans to open a barbecue restaurant upon my return. You cannot imagine the discomfort I endured from those soldier rations. Now, I am free from that burden. Furthermore, I intend to invest in Nara's medicinal herb industry, take leisurely strolls, engage in business, and spend quality time with my wife and children. In my spare time, I shall indulge in medicinal cuisine to bolster my health, striving to live longer. I refuse to depart early and leave my loved ones unattended. I aim to outlive certain individuals." Shu Yun chuckled at the captain's jest, retorting, "Oh, do not cast stones at me. Was it not you who clung to my back, lamenting, 'Oh dear, I cannot go on, leave me behind'? You spoke with such despondency that I could only utter strange words to uplift the mood, yet now you find the strength to scold me. Did I truly say that?" The Grey Wolf captain bristled in mock indignation. "Did you not?" Shu Yun shrugged, raising her hands in playful inquiry. "I do not recall much, but I am certain that I did not scream." Captain Grey Wolf and Shu Yun exchanged glances, and then the ward was filled with raucous laughter. After their mirth, Captain Grey Wolf turned to Shu Yun, his expression earnest as he said, "Honestly, don't die on me. I am over a decade your senior. I would rather not be the one to send a young soul to an early grave." Shu Yun nodded, responding seriously, "Rest assured, calamities linger for 1,000 years. My life is quite resilient." Captain Grey Wolf departed, returning to Konoha with the severely injured who had retreated from the battlefield. On the day of his departure, there were no farewells, merely the customary exchange of goodbye. After he left, he bequeathed 3 notebooks to Shu Yun, Ling Dang, and Tu Chuang. The notebooks were freshly written, still imbued with the scent of ink. Upon opening his notebook, Shu Yun discovered it contained Captain Grey Wolf's insights into swordsmanship and ninjutsu techniques. The final words were a message directed to Shu Yun. "As a ninja, I have perished. The storms of the ninja world will now be traversed by you all. Yet, as the saying goes, a person leaves echoes, a swallow leaves traces. In my journey through the ninja realm, I wish to leave something behind. I began my training at 4. Wielded a sword at 6, achieved some success by 21, yet my blade was ultimately broken at 24. After much contemplation, I realized that my life as a ninja has only yielded achievements in swordsmanship, yet I will never again dance with the blade. Thus, I bestow all my knowledge upon you, hoping you will ultimately gain from it and attain great martial success. Signed, respectfully, Moonlight Waxing and Waning." After reading this, Shu Yun sighed deeply. In those few brief sentences lay the entirety of a ninja's life. From that moment, a ninja known as Grey Wolf had died, leaving behind an ordinary man named Moonlight Waxing and Waning. It was only after his departure that Shu Yun fully grasped the name of this ninja. The nameless are the shadows, such as the rule of the Anbu. Only by stepping into the light can one reclaim their name or rest in the earth bearing it. What would become of his ninja life from here? Would he find peace amidst the chaos of this world? Could he emerge from the darkness to bask in the sunlight and reclaim his rightful name? Shu Yun remained uncertain. Captain Grey Wolf had departed, yet his influence lingered. The most immediate being that Shu Yun and his companions were left without a leading ninja. In the following days, they found themselves on a sort of respite. Without a captain to guide them, they could not venture out of the camp independently, and the tasks assigned to them were largely confined to the surrounding area, standing guard, conducting inspections, or patrolling profoundly mundane. Thus, Shu Yun resolved to take advantage of this time to refine his own power system. Having spent nearly a year in this place, he had acquired a fair amount of knowledge. In addition to the martial arts he had learned in his previous life, he had mastered a nameless chakra manipulation technique imparted by the White Cat and gained insight into the profound heights of swordsmanship in this realm, clarifying the direction for further cultivation in the art of the blade. Upon entering the battlefield, under the tutelage of Captain Grey Wolf, he grasped the properties and transformations of chakra, further elucidating its flow and changes. As for the remainder of his knowledge, it consisted merely of a handful of ninjutsu and a few secret techniques, nothing of particular note. He felt that these disciplines were too fragmented. Although each could enhance his abilities in various aspects, they lacked the cohesive structure found in martial arts. Ninjutsu is ninjutsu, swordsmanship is swordsmanship, and boxing is boxing. While each could augment his strength, there was always a sense of disconnection. Thus, Shu Yun yearned to unify them into a harmonious and integrated system. Yet he had long struggled to find a way. Finally, he discovered the answer he sought within the booklet left by Captain Grey Wolf. The contents of this booklet were sparse. Aside from Captain Grey Wolf's sword techniques and chakra manipulation skills, there were only a few secret techniques. However, it was a concept called ninjutsu body technique that captivated Shu Yun's attention. What is the ninjutsu body technique? It is the enhancement of physical techniques through the application of chakra, allowing physical skills to achieve the same power and effect as ninjutsu. This revelation inspired Shu Yun. He believed he could amalgamate all that he had learned to establish a new system of ninjutsu body techniques. Without hesitation, Shu Yun resolved to base his new method on his national martial arts framework, utilizing Professor White Cat's nameless chakra operation method as its skeleton, and ultimately infusing it with Captain Grey Wolf's secret techniques of the ninjutsu body. He named this novel chakra operation model Zhou Lu Chakra Operation Method, abbreviated as Zhou Lu Operation Method, drawing inspiration from the concept of an endless, circulating cosmos. In his vision, the Zhou Lu Operation Method would facilitate the flow of chakra within the body, creating an internal and external great circulation, enabling the chakra to traverse in all directions up, down, left, right, forward, and backward, permeating the entire being. Externally, it could form a chakra network to enhance offensive and defensive ninjutsu. Internally, the chakra could envelop the body, participating in the grand circulation, invigorating human vitality, and uncovering the hidden treasures within. When in operation, it would unleash boundless vitality, capable of moving mountains. Shu Yun contemplated that the necessity of forming hand seals to release ninjutsu is fundamentally to facilitate the manipulation of chakra within the body to construct the model of the technique. If only his chakra could flow freely and circulate effortlessly, would it not be possible to unleash ninjutsu without the need for hand signs? If that were the case, he would achieve a harmonious unity of internal and external forces, rendering even shadow-level ninjas mere trifles. Alas, theory remains just that, mere theory. The actual attainment of such mastery is a formidable challenge. At present, Shu Yun is light years away from reaching this realm, and his method of circulating energy exists solely in theoretical conjecture. To enable chakra to flow internally and externally, achieving a full circulation is no trivial task. Relying solely on the unnamed chakra manipulation technique taught by the White Cat would be insufficient. After all, this unnamed technique is merely a fundamental method, engaging only a few primary meridians and capable of constructing a minor circulation. It fails to reach the numerous hidden and secondary meridians within the body, let alone the obscure and minute pathways. However, the shortcomings of the unnamed technique do not imply that other methods are lacking. A master of energy manipulation can circulate their energy throughout their entire being, and this force can indeed drive the flow of chakra. Shu Yun has previously harnessed the interplay of light and dark energy to guide chakra along the blade of his weapon, employing it in combat. This technique proved remarkably effective in battles against puppeteers, demonstrating far greater potency than merely attaching chakra to the blade for direct assaults. It allowed for a fluidity of motion, rendering the blade's light dynamic and unpredictable. This is the essence of why his swordplay appears so animated, because it incorporates not only chakra but also the transformative qualities of light and dark energy. enabling him to wield it with precision. Since energy can guide chakra to adhere to the blade, it stands to reason that energy can also direct chakra to circulate throughout the body. This represents the foundational logic of the chakra circulation method. As for the finer details, they can be extracted and supplemented from the ninjutsu techniques and chakra applications of Captain Grey Wolf. Yet, while the concept is admirable and the prospects are promising, the only drawback is Shu Yun's current martial arts proficiency, which is regrettably low, compounded by a paltry amount of chakra. At this stage, the implementation of such theories is wholly impractical. To enable chakra to circulate fully and establish a grand cycle within and without, one would require the mastery level of an energy manipulation expert and at least a shadow-level reserve of chakra. Furthermore, a fully realized chakra circulation method would necessitate a profound mastery of light and dark energy combined with the chakra levels of a high-ranking ninja. Currently, Shu Yun's martial arts level only indicates a minor accomplishment in light and dark energy, with chakra reserves equivalent to that of a nin, limiting him to a rudimentary version of the circulation technique. This allows for the formation of a minor cycle within his body, enabling a single line of energy to enhance his strikes and assist in the release of ninjutsu. Thus, in pursuit of rapid advancement, Shu Yun embarked upon the study of traditional martial arts. The system delineates clear distinctions between light energy, dark energy, energy transformation, and formidable energy. However, contrary to common understanding, light and dark energies are not hierarchical stages. They represent merely two distinct modalities of energy flow. To clarify, both light and dark energies belong to the energy refinement phase. And only upon entering the realm of energy transformation does one transcend the confines of mere energy refinement. What, then, is light energy? It is the physical force harnessed through the body's bones and sinews, focusing on the methodologies of exerting strength through physical form. The practice of the dark force involves the internal energy of the organs, focusing on the inner breath and strengthening the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. In truth, both the bright and dark forces possess elements of yin and yang, embodying both rigidity and softness. It is a misconception to categorize bright force as merely forceful and dark force as gentle. Such delineations are unfounded, and there is no definitive hierarchy between bright and dark forces. For the average individual, the exertion of muscle and bone is easily learned, whereas the internal energy of the organs is more elusive. Consequently, most people begin by mastering the variations of bright force to fortify the body and connect with the internal organs before seeking the mastery of dark force. Over time, this has led to the notion of transitioning from bright to dark force. However, Shu Yun is not an ordinary person from the outset. He practiced both bright and dark forces in unison. Bright force is relatively easy to cultivate. Anyone can engage in activities such as walking, jumping, lying down, or practicing martial arts. Any exertion of muscle and bone falls under the category of bright force. Yet, the average person often lacks the understanding of the techniques of exertion, the subtleties of training, and the nuances of energy manipulation, leading them to misapply their strength. Such misapplication results in improper body alignment, which over time can lead to misalignment of the bones and joints, causing long-term issues. The essence of bright force can be seen as both challenging and straightforward. It relies on consistent practice and adherence to proper form. The body's movements should be harmonious, avoiding discordance, while the actions of the hands and feet must be coordinated and precise. The martial texts state, the square adheres to the principle of rectitude within, which encapsulates this notion. Dark force, however, diverges from this. It typically requires foundational stances to cultivate. The practice must emphasize a relaxed and expansive spirit, flowing freely without restriction. The martial texts further elaborate. The round responds to the external, reflecting this principle. Thus, Shu Yun began to practice foundational stances. Such stances are the bedrock of martial arts, essential for both bright and dark forces. Mastery of foundational stances naturally leads to proficiency in both forms of strength. Yet this time, Shu Yun did not focus on the basic stance of Wuji, which serves merely as a foundation for solidifying one's essence and enhancing innate strength. Instead, he practiced the Hanyuan stance, cultivating the essence of Hanyuan. What is Hanyuan? The scriptures state, above and below embody the profound, front and back represent instinct. Left and right denote technique. To derive balanced strength from all 6 directions is the essence of Hanyuan. The practice of the Hanyuan stance fosters strength that encompasses all 6 directions, precisely what Shu Yun seeks. Once he achieves mastery over the Hanyuan stance, He will be capable of harnessing the strength of the six directions, enabling energy flow and the construction of the internal microcosmic orbit, facilitating the circulation of chakras. This microcosmic orbit can further engage in the internal water element cycle, repairing cells, eliminating toxins, enhancing cellular vitality, amplifying physical strength, and elevating personal attributes. At that juncture, as long as his chakras remain unexhausted, he can sustain his body in its prime state, brimming with vitality, strength, and energy. Additionally, while practicing the Hunyuan stance, he can concurrently refine the Liangyi stance, which is a fundamental practice in the 8 extreme style, capable of cultivating the unique cross force. In martial parlance, the term striking in a cross refers to this cross force of the 8 extremes. This cross force not only perfects Shu Yun's strength but also enhances his offensive and explosive capabilities. A single punch can generate a cross-explosive force within the body, akin to a detonated charge ignited within. If one were to combine the exertion of energy with the transformative properties of chakra, the results could be devastating. Proximity could lead to death, while mere contact could inflict injury, showcasing an astonishing destructive power. Once he has perfected his stance, achieving mastery of both manifest and latent energies, he would then progress to the art of refining the internal organs through the techniques of the tiger and leopard thunder, a method designed to enhance the vitality of the internal organs and strengthen the internal breath. Only with robust internal organs and a continuous internal breath can one claim to have achieved perfection in latent energy. When both forms of energy reach their zenith, one can harness the circulating method of chakra, enabling the flow of energy through the internal organs. This not only deepens the body's water element circulation but also unlocks various latent potentials, allowing the body to unleash extraordinary power. As the vitality of the body advances, it becomes invulnerable to toxins, while chakra can be refined through latent energy, fortifying the physical form and unveiling the hidden treasures of the human body. Furthermore, the achievement of both manifest and latent energy signifies the seamless flow of energy within, which consequently ensures the harmonious operation of chakra. When chakra flows smoothly, one can transform into a formidable platform for ninjutsu, significantly simplifying the hand signs. Simple techniques can be executed with a single hand gesture, while complex spells can drastically reduce casting time. Following this, one would unify the energies to embark on the construction of a grand cycle within and without, at which point Shu Yun would possess secret methods for cultivation, details of which shall remain undisclosed for now. As for the more distant goal of embracing the elixir of immortality, he has yet to experience that realm in his previous life, nor does he comprehend its essence. It is merely referred to in legends as the realm of terrestrial immortals, a notion that stirs the imagination. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Theory must be grounded in practice, and whether he can achieve such heights must await actual experimentation. For now, he must remain steadfast in his foundational training, mastering the round stance to cultivate the round energy. In these turbulent times, akin to drifting weeds, only through perseverance can one forge ahead. When he re-enters the phase of transformative energy, the circumstances will undoubtedly differ. With this in mind, Shu Yun consumed a fragrant medicinal pill, allowing its potency to guide him into his standing meditation. Once again, the adage rings true: wealth and martial prowess outweighs scholarly riches. The path to mastery is fraught with challenges. To hone one's martial skills effectively, mere practice is insufficient. Reliance on nourishment is essential. How does one nourish? Through the combined approaches of medicinal refinement and stance training. Yet, in the battlefield where resources are scarce, even military achievements can lead to delays in acquiring supplies. Shu Yun's ability to exchange resources flawlessly stemmed from his prowess in offering techniques, which provided him with a prioritized channel for access. Why does the mere act of offering techniques grant him priority, even surpassing military accolades? The answer lies in 4 words: monopoly by the elite. In truth, the ninja village is not vast, and to label it as an elite faction is an exaggeration. They refer to themselves as the ninja clan. Regardless of whether they are an elite faction or a clan, their actions are unified, primarily monopolizing knowledge and controlling benefits. What is of utmost importance to a ninja? It is strength. Breathing fire, summoning water, soaring through the air. Within this world, only strength is the enduring foundation. And a ninja's strength relies on ninjutsu and secret techniques. Regrettably, only those unique techniques mastered by the clan are deemed secret, forming the core of their unspoken legacy and existence. Ordinary ninjas can merely yearn for the jutsu housed within the public library of the ninja village. Yet even such jutsu are exceedingly rare to obtain. Having resided here for a year, Shu Yun has come to comprehend the profound knowledge barriers that exist in this world. It is precisely due to this awareness that he recognizes the fortune of encountering individuals like the White Cat and Captain Grey Wolf. The ninja village boasts a ninja academy, and Shu Yun once imagined it akin to the schools of his past life, where one would diligently study with unwavering focus, aspiring to achieve academic distinction one day. The ideal of rising from humble origins to the heights of power, bringing honor to one's ancestors, was but a fleeting dream. Regrettably, this notion is but an illusion. The so-called ninja school seems more aptly termed a production base for cannon fodder in the ninja realm. What do they actually learn at this institution? Physical training, knowledge of the ninja world, code breaking, ninja etiquette, weapon training, chakra refinement, transformation techniques, and the teachings of the will of fire. While this may sound extensive, does it not ring a bell? Indeed, these were the very subjects Shu Yun mastered during his 6 months in the Anbu, where he even acquired an additional skill in weapon mastery, given that the Anbu is an elite force under the Hokage's command. However, the knowledge that Shu Yun could grasp in half a year takes the students of the Ninja Academy 6 long years to learn, and even then, they emerge as low-ranking ninjas with meager chakra, barely capable of executing the most fundamental transformation technique, devoid of any other jutsu. Although the ninja village stipulates that upon graduation, students will be assigned a team leader for further training, the question remains, can an ordinary ninja truly be matched with a formidable team leader? The Academy's regulations claim that graduates will be paired with the most suitable instructors. But what defines suitability? Naturally, it is the seasoned ninjas imparting wisdom to their juniors, with exceptional mentors guiding exceptional prot-gs. As for the ordinary ninjas, they are left to learn from the previous generation of ordinary ninjas, who themselves possess limited knowledge and resources. This creates a cycle wherein ordinary ninjas toil for a lifetime, scrimping and saving to accumulate enough merit to exchange for a few low-level C and D rank jutsu. Yet, it is uncertain whether these will be fully imparted to students, as the village merely states that team leaders will provide guidance without specifying the depth of that instruction. After all, a direct disciple receives guidance, while a mere errand boy also qualifies as a recipient of instruction. Moreover, only one direct disciple is traditionally favored, ideally one's own offspring. Such circumstances render it exceedingly difficult for ordinary ninjas to rise above their station. Those with slightly greater talent or fortunate circumstances may attain the rank of chunin, while the less fortunate may remain as jinin for a lifetime. As for those lacking both talent and luck, their remains may only be sought at the memorial stone. For an ordinary ninja to ascend to the rank of jonin and penetrate the upper echelons, one must possess extraordinary talent, fortuitous circumstances, and profound wisdom. Ironically, the outbreak of war may offer common ninjas a rare opportunity for advancement. Otherwise, the abundance of merit necessary for exchanging jutsu would be scarce in peacetime, where tasks predominantly yield monetary rewards. Only in times of war, when resources are scarce, do merit-laden missions proliferate. No wonder the Senju clan could produce dual Hokages, representing the prestigious lineage of Konoha. They are the true paragons of heroism, embodying pure idealism and the pursuit of unity in action. Their genuine aspiration was to dismantle the barriers between the ninja clans, integrating them into the village to create an ideal community where love flourishes and class distinctions vanish. They earnestly endeavored towards this vision, exemplified by their attempt to dissolve the Senju clan during the lifetimes of the first and second Hokages. The lower strata of Konoha finally glimpsed a sliver of hope. Tragically, however, the brilliance of these heroes faded with their passing. Shu Yun perceives that the primary reason for their failure lies in the lack of successors. By dissolving their clan and merging into the village, they inadvertently left no one to carry forth their legacy. In the ensuing generations, not a single individual emerged capable of inheriting their will. Originally, Senju Rope Tree would have made an excellent heir, possessing an impeccable blend of identity, heritage, and ideology. Yet, misfortune struck, leading to his untimely demise. Perhaps the death of Senju Rope Tree was not merely an accident? Shu Yun shook his head, clearing the tumultuous thoughts from his mind. To dwell on such dark notions would be excessively disheartening, especially in a world stained by bloodshed. He had never been one to impose such bleak thoughts onto others, assuming the worst of people would ultimately tarnish his own moral integrity. Yet, the current state of the village reflected such grim realities, with each village harboring its own unique circumstances. The rarity of ninjutsu and the difficulty of discerning allegiances rendered Shu Yun's contributions of secret techniques to be regarded as achievements of higher merit than mere military accomplishments. In fact, Such contributions could even facilitate the opening of special channels during times of conflict, allowing for the prioritized exchange of goods. Particularly, Shu Yun's extraordinary and unprecedented ninjutsu was met with great enthusiasm. The technique known as the blood-stopping pulse method was not merely a means to halt bleeding. It also aided in cultivation, invigorating the flow of vitality and stimulating latent potential. This ninjutsu proved invaluable on the battlefield for rescue operations as a desperate last resort, or for nurturing the next generation. For the ninja clans, its significance was profound. While this technique might be considered merely decent on an individual level for the clans, a method that could assist the next generation in their training was akin to a priceless treasure, for to them, inheritance was everything. Thus, when evaluating this secret technique, it received a commendable A-grade rating, just shy of the S-grade Forbidden Arts. Upon submission, it was exchanged for numerous copies, with any clan possessing the means eagerly seeking to acquire a copy, regardless of whether they could master it. As a result, Shu Yun reaped a modest fortune. However, the money he earned was spent just as swiftly, and before he knew it, he had exhausted most of his earnings. In truth, he had no particular desire for any specific ninjutsu. Rather, he felt a considerable gap in his understanding and application of chakra. What is chakra? What capabilities can it unleash? How does it transform attributes? What are the principles of its operation? Where does it originate? Why was he unable to cultivate chakra in his previous life? For ordinary ninjas, these inquiries may seem unnecessary for study, yet to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, one must possess a unique understanding of such questions. Consequently, Shu Yun procured a copy of On Chakra, authored by Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the third Hokage and a master of all 5 chakra natures, no one could doubt his comprehension of chakra. On Chakra consists of 3 volumes. The first volume details his insights into the essence of the 5 chakra types and his research on their transformations and properties. Mastering this volume would grant access to the path of promotion to Jonin, holding a value equivalent to 2 A-grade ninjutsu. The second volume explores how different chakra attributes can harmonize and enhance one another. Mastering it would unlock the mysteries of the Kage level, valued at an S-grade secret technique, though Shu Yun lacked the authority to exchange for it. The third volume, rumored to delve into the training of Kage level techniques, was beyond his access, with its worth remaining unknown. Shu Yun exchanged for the first volume, which consumed a significant portion of his merit points. The remainder was entirely converted into medicinal supplements for his cultivation. Eagerly, he delved into the first volume of On Chakra, and after meticulous study, he found himself profoundly enriched by its contents. At the very least, he discovered that chakra encompasses not merely 5 attributes but 7, in addition to the 5 conventional elements. Chakra also embodies the yang attribute representing the body and the yin attribute representing the spirit. Moreover, the text elaborates on the reasons behind the ability of chakra to undergo both attribute and nature transformations. The rationale is straightforward. Every ninja learns in the inaugural lesson of chakra extraction that chakra is the amalgamation of physical and spiritual energy. This seemingly innocuous conclusion, however, underpins the very essence of chakra utilization. Given that chakra is constituted by both physical and spiritual energy, it is inherently subject to dual influences from both realms. Within the human body, all 5 elements are present, yet individual predispositions often lead to a particular bias. This is what is commonly referred to as one's innate attributes. Thus, while freshly extracted chakra is initially attribute-less, it conceals latent attributes bestowed by the body, which remain unexpressed and unobservable in daily life. However, once a ninja tests their chakra attributes and comprehends their own nature, engaging in ninjutsu training and subsequently attempting chakra nature transformation, their spirit will also assess the attributes of their chakra. At this juncture, the physical energy and spiritual energy constituting the chakra reach a cognitive consensus, thereby activating the inherent attributes derived from the body, resulting in a transformation of attributes. This is the essence of attribute transformation. This metamorphosis is primarily driven by the body, with the spirit serving a supportive role in altering the chakra. Conversely, when a ninja ascends to the rank of Jonin and begins to cultivate a second chakra type, the dynamic reverses. The spirit then takes precedence, with the body acting as a secondary influence to alter the nature of the chakra. The earlier assertion regarding the presence of all 5 elements within an individual merely reflects a natural imbalance in talent that suppresses the expression of the remaining attributes. As the ninja advances to refine their Jonin chakra, their spirit undergoes rigorous development. At this point, a formidable spirit distorts the perception of chakra attributes. thereby linking and nurturing the latent talents of the remaining attributes within the body. Once the new attribute talent reaches parity with the previous one, a new chakra attribute can be attained. Generally, a ninja's second attribute transformation follows a path of mutual enhancement among the elements. Theoretically, this allows each individual to possess variations of all 5 chakra attributes. However, in practice, very few can achieve this. Each additional attribute incurs greater pressure on the others, rendering them less pronounced, thus exponentially increasing the difficulty of subsequent attribute development. Consequently, aside from those endowed with a natural balance of all 5 attributes, few can cultivate more than 3 attributes, with most advancing to the shadow level after developing merely 2. In addition to these aspects, the book also elucidates that chakra can exert influence over both the mind and the body, with the most direct manifestation being the emergence of bloodlines. Bloodlines do not arise from nothingness. They are legacies of the powerful. When an individual surpasses a certain threshold in their comprehension and cultivation of a specific chakra, the profoundly refined chakra may, in turn, transform both body and spirit. At this juncture, chakra alters the physical form, imbuing it with extraordinary characteristics that enable ninjas to resonate more harmoniously with such energies, thus acquiring remarkable talents associated with the same attributes. These characteristics and talents are perpetuated through bloodlines, which is why they are referred to as bloodlines. However, the book's discourse on chakra, the physical body, and the spirit remains cursory, merely outlining fundamental theories without delving into deeper explorations or explanations. This superficial treatment ignites Shu Yun's thirst for knowledge, leaving him yearning to exchange for the intermediate and advanced volumes to uncover their mysteries. Alas, upon checking his merits, he finds himself thwarted, sighing in dismay at his financial constraints. Nevertheless, even the foundational theoretical knowledge dispels many of Shu Yun's uncertainties, granting him a more profound understanding of the essence and application of chakra, as well as providing him with theoretical guidance in the development and study of ninjutsu. While this may not significantly enhance his current prowess, it broadens his horizons, invigorates his thoughts, and elevates his potential. As he peruses the book, laden with knowledge that could serve as a familial treasure, Shu Yun sighs softly, realizing that he has underestimated the third Hokage, as well as the second. He has misjudged the third Hokage's vision and the second's acumen in recognizing talent and imparting wisdom. The third Hokage's decision to include such crucial knowledge in the public library of the ninja village, rather than confining it to the Sarutobi clan's archives, undoubtedly signifies his role as a custodian of the will of the previous 2 Hokages. He is indeed an advocate of the will of fire, aspiring to perpetuate the ideals of his predecessors. Yet, his prestige and strength fall short of the first Hokage, and his audacity and cunning do not match those of the second. Unable to command all clans, he must rely on their support to maintain his position as Hokage. In such circumstances, how could he possibly inherit the will of his predecessors to eradicate the clans? After all, in an intangible sense, he has become the largest clan himself. To annihilate the clans, he would first have to extinguish his own Sarutobi lineage. How could he bear to do that? Thus, the Dragon Slayer ultimately becomes a dragon. One wonders whether this is a corruption of power or a desecration of ideals by reality. Shu Yun refrains from further contemplation, acknowledging that each village has its unique circumstances. And as a low-ranking individual, he must strive to understand and respect them. After all, regardless of who presides over the village tomorrow, he will still be reliant on his 3 daily meals. He is merely a shadow operative, unable to bask in the sunlight. And the grand matters of state and society are not his to fret over. In the main base, Shu Yun diligently practices, seeking to cultivate a flow of energy and attain a state of serenity and clarity. The vital energy coursed through his body, and Shu Yun discovered a transformation within himself. As he entered a state of tranquility, he could distinctly sense an abundance of the natural essence surrounding him. With each practice of standing postures and martial techniques, this energy surged forth, entering through the heavenly gate and circulating within him, continually strengthening his sinews and nourishing his flesh. Eventually, it flowed through his meridians and out of his body. Although the amount of essence retained within him was minimal, it consistently reinforced his physical form. The most apparent change was the increasing strength of his bones and the vitality of his cells, though the daily improvements were slight. The cumulative effect over time promised significant transformation. Naturally, Shu Yun attempted to hasten this process. Yet the essence of nature was as wary as a rabbit nibbling grass or a heartbroken maiden, ever alert to his intentions. When Shu Yun's mind was tranquil and devoid of thought, The universe regarded him as mere flora and fauna, bestowing its nurturing essence upon him uniformly. His contemplations and standing practices drew it closer, granting him even greater affection. However, the moment he emerged from this meditative state and sought to exert control over the natural essence, it erupted with the ferocity of thunder and fire. Resisting his attempts with vehement defiance, refusing to be touched, Shu Yun often sensed something peculiar about the essence in this realm, akin to a child once deceived, now defensive against all who approached. While it may seem strange to attribute such awareness to an indifferent force, the reality mirrored this notion. Nonetheless, through his relentless exploration, he began to glean profound truths. Those who maintain purity and a mind free of distraction can command the essence of the universe. Those with sincere passion and singular focus can draw closer to it. This insight, gleaned over the past few days, revealed that only those who embody the simplicity of nature, akin to grass, trees, and stones, can truly connect with the essence of the world. Shu Yun mused that perhaps he would only be able to utilize a small amount of this essence upon reaching the third stage of tranquility, and it would only be upon attaining the fourth stage that he could freely wield it. The battlefield, however, did not afford him long to ponder. As Shu Yun perfected his circular stance, the next wave of assault from the sand was upon them. He and his companions were thrust back into the fray, engaging in a renewed cycle of offense and defense. On the battlefield, the setting sun painted the sky crimson, and life was rendered cheap. The brilliance of individual valor was severely diluted amidst the vast throng. Apart from a few elite warriors capable of swaying the tide of battle, even the most formidable of upper ninjas found their survival rates hardly superior to those of their lower counterparts. Upper ninjas are still human in this perilous arena. A single wayward showakin or moment of carelessness could claim their lives. Thus, survival in such a tumultuous environment relied on genuine cooperation and a spirit of camaraderie. Trusting one's comrades, even to the extent of exposing one's back to them when necessary, became paramount. Only through this bond could one hope to marginally enhance their odds of survival in battle. As for everything else, it was left to fate. Only Shu Yun belongs to the Anbu, remaining hidden from the forefront of the battlefield. They are tasked with lingering at the periphery of the combat zone, seeking opportunities to intercept enemy intelligence, assassinate pivotal personnel, or infiltrate the opposing base to instigate sabotage, thereby alleviating the pressure on the main battlefield. Shu Yun donned his mask and polished his dagger before following a sparrow. The sparrow is the squad leader of the assassination unit within Konoha's Anbu, and Shu Yun has been temporarily assigned to their team for deployment. Shu Yun, alongside the sparrow's squad, concealed themselves at the edge of the battlefield, observing the unfolding clash. The primary battlefield commenced, as usual, with a colossal exchange of ninjutsu. The ninjas from Sunagakure are particularly adept at wind release techniques, boasting a greater number of wind users than any other village. Thousands of ninjas from the opposing side gathered, unleashing their wind release simultaneously, summoning a tempest that raged across the battlefield, with blades of wind slicing through the air like a violent sandstorm engulfing the desert. In terms of the comparative numbers of similarly attributed ninjas, Konoha does not match Sunagakure's overwhelming strength. While the latter predominantly specializes in wind and earth attributes, Konoha's ninjas exhibit a more balanced distribution of elemental abilities. Although Konoha cannot muster a vast legion of wind release ninjas akin to Sunagakure, they can assemble various teams skilled in different elemental techniques to cooperate harmoniously. Through strategic combinations of diverse ninjutsu, Konoha can effectively counter the formidable onslaught of Sunagakure's extensive ninjutsu formations. As the wind and sand surged forth, the Earth Release Squad was the first to respond, erecting barriers such as earth flow walls and summoning sticky clay from the heavens, layering the battlefield in defensive earthworks. Following this, the Fire Release Squad unleashed a torrent of searing flames, transforming the loose earthen walls into formidable stone fortifications. Seizing the moment, the sealing team unfurled scrolls, weaving barriers that intertwined with the stone walls, enhancing their resistance against enemy ninjutsu. The howling winds battered against the stone walls, shattering them one after another until the tempest finally subsided before the defensive positions. Konoha successfully repelled the enemy's advances. However, the ninjas from Sunagakure, shielded by their ninjutsu teams, surged forward to the front line of Konoha. The trenches of Konoha were well prepared as rows of kunai affixed with explosive tags soared toward the advancing Sunagakure ninjas, enveloping the area in a cacophony of explosions that buried cries of agony beneath the chaos. Some Sunagakure ninjas fell, yet others pressed forward without hesitation, trampling over the fallen as they advanced. Thus, under the cover of their comrades, the Sunagakure ninjas breached Konoha's defenses. The ninjas of Konoha drew their kunai to meet them, engaging in close combat as a fierce melee ensued. The battle on the primary battlefield had commenced, and it was time for us to act. The sparrows signaled with gestures and departed from their hiding place among the trees, prompting Shu Yun to rise and follow. Their objective was to launch a surprise attack on the rear encampment of Sunagakure, to incinerate their granaries, contaminate their water sources, assault their command center, and infiltrate the rear field hospital to eliminate their living forces. They would employ any means necessary, regardless of how bloody or vile, as long as it served to diminish the enemy's strength. This is the shadowy realm of the ninjas Anbu, concealed within darkness. A realm drenched in a bloodier shade than the night itself. Captain Shankei leads the advance, with Shu Yun and the other Anbu closely trailing behind. Suddenly, Shankei raises his hand, and the group comes to an immediate halt. Above them, the treetops are filled with a cadre of ninjas shrouded in hoods and adorned with grim visages. Ah, the Anbu of the Sand Village, is it? The two squads, each tasked with wreaking havoc on the enemy's rear camp, encounter one another mid-journey. No superfluous words are exchanged. Instead, a clash ensues, a brutal confrontation of king against king, ninja against ninja. A flurry of azure shuriken hurtles towards Shu Yun, who deftly sidesteps. Noting that his assailant is a diminutive nin, perhaps underestimating him due to his youth. Yet now, he is no ordinary nin, easily thwarted. With a soft sigh, Shu Yun refrains from drawing his blade, instead invoking a rudimentary variant of the circulation technique, activating the body flicker technique with a swift step. The two figures cross paths, the air filled only with the faint sound of clashing blades. Shu Yun strides past the shadow, while the sand ninja remains eternally still, her mask falling away to reveal a face nearly identical in size to his own. Both are at an age meant for schooling and enjoyment. Yet fate has thrust them into this battlefield. Here, compassion is a luxury. Only the stark realities of life and death prevail. War knows neither justice nor injustice. It is merely a matter of victory and defeat. When two forces collide, even strangers must engage in a relentless struggle, devoid of reason. Shu Yun steps over the fallen body without hesitation, advancing toward his next foe. He does not assist Shankei in confronting the nin, but opts instead to eliminate the opposing nin first. The nin, agile and well-rounded in abilities, would likely lead to a stalemate. So it is wiser to first dispatch the lesser adversaries. Only then can they unite their strength for a decisive victory. Shu Yun's strikes are swift, his movements agile. The nin cannot keep pace with him. If he closes the distance, a few deft blows will render the opponent silent. Such efficiency catches the attention of the enemy, drawing the rapid approach of a special nin, who has just vanquished his own adversary to thwart Shu Yun. However, upon seeing him, Shu Yun merely smiles, choosing to withdraw. The special nin is a formidable opponent, and he has no intention of becoming ensnared in a futile struggle. His comrades swiftly engage, a Doton user skilled in defense, capable of stalling the special nin long enough. Shu Yun, in silent accord, turns to depart, ignoring the curses and furious shouts of the sand ninja behind him, interpreting them as the lamentations of a defeated foe. After all, to linger in combat might cost the lives of his own brothers. Thus, it is far more pragmatic to ensure the demise of their enemies. He traverses the battlefield, each head he claims soaring into the heavens, liberating his own forces with every foe vanquished. The scales of battle swiftly tip, leading to a final crescendo. The beleaguered sand ninjas, cornered and desperate, abandon all hope for survival. Like malevolent spirits, they charge at their opponents with savage glee, intent on dragging a few souls along with them to the afterlife before their own demise. A sand shinobi's elite ninja leapt from the throng, clutching a detonating tag to embrace Shu Yun's form. Damn it, little brat, let us embark together. The thunderous explosion resonated through the heavens. Yet only his silhouette remained at the crater's bottom, accompanied by the droplets of water clinging to his body. Shu Yun emerged from the branches of a nearby tree. Contemplating the vast enmity wrought by the slaughter of so many, how could one not anticipate their vengeful pursuit for mutual destruction? Those who have committed numerous misdeeds often harbor a sense of trepidation. Seeing Shu Yun unharmed, the sparrow nodded, then gestured for the others to skillfully commence the cleanup of the battlefield. The bodies of their fallen comrades were meticulously sealed within scrolls, to be respectfully interred later. The corpse of the opposing leader was also secured, in hopes of extracting valuable intelligence, while the other ninjas were stripped of their headbands before being obliterated beyond recognition. Once the battlefield was cleared, the sparrow waved his hand, signaling the group to advance. Their mission entailed infiltrating the enemy's rear to sow chaos. thereby alleviating the pressures of the front line. It was evident that the Sparrow possessed some intelligence regarding the enemy's movements. They had stealthily navigated around all outer sentinels from the flanks of the battlefield. As rain began to pour from the sky, they successfully entered the territory of the Land of Rain. It was only then that the Sparrow gathered all the Anbu to elaborate on their ultimate mission objective. The journey ahead was fraught with peril. Even the members of the intelligence team were unaware of the precise details of the forthcoming path. If this venture were to be a one-way trip, I could only offer my apologies to my comrades here. The path ahead is indeed treacherous. However, we must press on. To be candid with my brothers, the situation on the Western Front is far from favorable. The sole elite on the front line is Lord Orochimaru, who appears somewhat overwhelmed by the full-scale deployment of the Sand Shinobi. Even with the support of the heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, the balance is tenuous at best. Thus, we must create disturbances in the enemy's rear to relieve the pressure on the front line. Beyond that line lies Konoha, where our wives and children reside. The village stands at a critical juncture. Only through united resolve can we hope to survive this ordeal. Therefore, I implore you all. This is for the sake of the village. After delivering an impassioned pre-battle address, the Sparrow unveiled their objective, to dismantle the Sand Shinobi's field hospital. He led Shu Yun and the others on a lengthy march, accompanied by a member of the Hyuga clan from the branch family, who activated his Byakugan to scout ahead. As they traversed the path, they circumvented any Sand Shinobi patrols they encountered, engaging in swift and decisive strikes against those they could not evade. The ninjas moved with remarkable speed, their knowledge of the hospital's location precise. Before long, a vast array of temporary structures came into view on the horizon. During wartime, all equipment was kept simple. What were termed hospitals were, in fact, a series of hastily erected tents. Large and small green dome tents sprawled across the area, reminiscent of spring's rebirth after rain, where verdant wild mushrooms thrived in the damp forest floor, forming an endless tapestry. The perimeter of the encampment is fortified by a robust earthen wall, meticulously raised through the art of ninjutsu, and reinforced with fire techniques and inscribed runes, rendering it remarkably resilient. At each corner of the wall, four towering watchtowers stand sentinel, emitting translucent beams of light that interconnect, forming a circular barrier that shields the hospital from external incursions. This ethereal barrier remains elusive and transparent. Any unsuspecting ninja, mistaking the camp for unguarded, may unwittingly fall into a meticulously laid trap. The transparent barrier, akin to adamantine, is designed to thwart any adversary, while the surging energy within it is capable of obliterating all attempts to breach its sanctum. Hidden in the surrounding jungle, concealed scouts will sever any retreat, allowing the stationed ninjas within the camp to focus solely on offense, unleashing the tempestuous fury of a desert storm upon their foes. Unfortunately, such a flawless trap is rendered futile by the presence of blood. All strategic arrangements lay bare under the scrutiny of the Byakugan. The leader, Yamatsum, signaled, and the group dispersed, intent on eliminating the lurking scouts hidden within the outer woods. This elite covert team was specially assembled, comprising individuals of notable prowess. The Hyuga clan's members, equipped with Byakugan, were tasked with intelligence gathering, while the Aburame clan distributed insects to guide their path. The remaining members scattered, stealthily following the informed insects. Shu Yun, clutching a faintly glowing object, trailed a diminutive black insect. Curiosity piqued regarding its species. It appeared to resemble a flea, yet possessed the ability to both leap and fly, truly peculiar. Following the insect, Shu Yun stealthily positioned himself behind a dense canopy, observing a sand ninja concealed within the foliage. He marveled internally at the efficacy of the Byakugan, which had guided him to the enemy's rear. Noticing the unsuspecting sand ninja, Shu Yun drew forth his weapon and advanced cautiously, the forest resonating with faint, muffled sounds. After a while, the returning ninjas bore the unmistakable scent of blood. Captain Yamatsum directed his gaze toward the Hyuga operative, who nodded slightly, indicating the successful elimination of the scouts within the woods. The next step involved dismantling the barrier to infiltrate the enemy camp. The Sand Ninja's barrier was a rigid defensive mechanism, preventing the entrance of all living beings. It lacked discernment capabilities, relying solely on the watchful ninja manning the towers to operate its switches. Although this operational system was cumbersome and antiquated, it offered sufficient security. The more complex the design, the greater the potential for flaws. Sometimes, such simplicity proves to be both secure and efficient. Moreover, not all ninja villages possess the gifts of the Uzumaki clan. Their sealing techniques are relatively rudimentary compared to those of Konoha, lacking support for more sophisticated methodologies. observing Captain Yamatsu's calm command. Shu Yun felt a flicker of curiosity regarding their approach to dismantling the Sand Ninja's barrier. The Sand Ninja's defensive awareness was notably high. All obstacles within a 50-meter radius of the barrier had been thoroughly cleared, a precaution against any potential intruders attempting to disrupt the barrier's function. In the realm of shinobi, it is universally acknowledged that apart from the now-vanished Whirlpool Village, the sealing techniques of Konoha reign supreme. There exists a possibility that they possess methods to disrupt the operation of the barrier. By eliminating the obstacles surrounding them, any invading foes would find nowhere to conceal themselves. As long as the enemy is kept at bay, even the most sophisticated sealing techniques would be rendered ineffective. Thus, Shu Yun was eager to learn how Captain Yamatsubaki intended to strategize, especially since they were still quite distant from the watchtower. At that moment, a member of the Anbu, with golden hair tied in a single ponytail, emerged from the team. "Are you confident?" Captain Yamatsubaki inquired. The golden-haired Anbu assessed the distance between both parties before nodding affirmatively. Observing this, Captain Yamatsubaki announced to everyone, "Prepare for the ambush." The golden-haired Anbu closed his eyes, concentrating for a prolonged moment before opening them to form hand signs and exclaim, "Mind turn technique." Shu Yun sensed a chilling surge of chakra flow, and then the golden-haired Anbu's body fell limply to the ground. His waiting Anbu comrades swiftly caught him without a sound, clearly having anticipated this. Subsequently, everyone turned their gaze towards the opposing watchtower, and Shu Yun followed suit. He beheld a sand ninja atop the watchtower, momentarily stunned, before pulling out a kunai and plunging it into a nearby comrade's body. The sand ninja on watch could not have anticipated that just moments ago, they were sharing laughter. In the next instant, they faced death. The fallen comrade did not utter a sound before collapsing. After eliminating his ally, the sand ninja wasted no time and charged towards the core of the barrier control atop the watchtower, resulting in a sharp clang as the barrier shattered. "Sabaku, what are you doing?" The sudden turn of events left the other sand ninja on watch in shock, utterly bewildered by the situation and the collapse of the barrier. Just as the barrier crumbled, the long-ambushed Yamatsubaki squad commenced their assault. There was no longer a need for concealment. Yamatsubaki leaped forth from the forest, racing ahead while swiftly forming hand signs. "Fire style, fire dragon song technique," he declared, as a colossal fire dragon surged forth, crashing through the opposing gates and spiraling inside. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It's a leaf ninja!" The piercing sound of bells echoed through the skies, and the sand ninja on watch shouted this crucial information before meeting their demise. However, it was already inconsequential. Yamatsubaki had led his team to eliminate the guards and breach the sand ninja's encampment. A throng of sand ninjas erupted in panic from their hiding spots, some being defenders of the camp, while others were injured, yet still capable of movement. Shu Yun, wielding his blade, leaped amidst the outer tents, relentlessly striking down the sand ninjas who were caught off guard. Meanwhile, Yamatsubaki had already directed his team towards the heart of the encampment, where the vital injured and medical personnel of the sand ninja were gathered, employing his customary ninjutsu to forge a path. Any ninja attempting to retaliate from within the tents would find themselves consumed by the surging flames. The roaring fire dragon resonated throughout the heavens, rampaging towards the central large tent. As the throng of followers sought to trail the fire dragon, they beheld the immense creature thwarted by a radiant golden light, its vigor utterly depleted. "Alas, war!" A sigh emanated from the grand tent, and as the door flap lifted, an elderly monk emerged, frail and wizened, cradling herbs as if to heal the afflicted. Yet, the patients he tended were far from grateful. Even the sand shinobi, who had benefited from his ministrations, regarded him with disdain and trepidation. The monk, however, appeared oblivious, seemingly accustomed to such treatment. A Jinchuriki named Fuku stood amidst the gathering, gazing at the seemingly ordinary monk with a heavy heart. Troublesome indeed. In the next moment, the rooftops surrounding them were teeming with the covert ninjas of the sand village. How could a Jinchuriki be without their sentinels? Fuku, feeling the encirclement of the adversaries, winced as he whispered, "The news of the Sand's Jinchuriki's presence on the battlefield must be relayed back. We must disperse, every man for himself. I, Fuku, must apologize to you all." With that, he initiated his course of action, not in retreat, but towards the Jinchuriki, for he was the leader here, the strongest among them, and the one with the greatest hope of breaking through. Yet, it was precisely because of his formidable strength that he attracted the most attention from the enemy. In his keen perception, he sensed that over half of the hostile ninjas were focused on him, including 3 seasoned jounin. Under such circumstances, his chances of escape were considerably diminished. resolving to create a greater commotion and thus afford his comrades more opportunity to flee. He formed seals and unleashed his ninjutsu towards the Jinchuriki's direction. Logically, if he could harness even a fragment of the tailed beast's power, the Jinchuriki would gain formidable strength. However, this monk named Fuku had never been reported to engage in combat since becoming a Jinchuriki, as if the one-tailed Jinchuriki had never existed at all. This could imply he was either a flawless Jinchuriki or that the seal was so potent that the tailed beast's power remained dormant, uncertain of which was true. He decided to take a gamble. After all, the situation could hardly worsen. As Fuku initiated his offensive, most of the opposing ninjas positioned themselves in front of the Jinchuriki. The elderly monk let out a sigh, settling into a lotus position. He neither fought nor fled. Instead, he remained seated, reciting scriptures, the 9th-grade Amitabha Samadhi Dharni Sutra. Fuku. Dear monk, cease your chanting. The battle has commenced. Let us engage, let us slay. The one-tailed beast within him silently urged, sensing the murderous intent outside. Its fighting spirit surged, itching for combat, yearning for the thrill of battle. Yet, Fuku remained unmoved, steadfast in his monkhood, adhering to the precepts of nonviolence and renunciation of anger. His life was dedicated to upholding the tenets of Buddhism, refraining from the slaying of any living being. His presence here is instigated by a sense of impending danger, compelling him to intervene. He remains acutely aware that the practitioner approaching him harbors intentions directed at him. Should he retreat, he would only transfer calamity to others. Thus, he remains in this place, reciting sutras, hoping to alleviate the sufferings of the masses and to invoke blessings that dispel misfortune. Amidst the chaos of slaughter, the sound of his chants resonates, silently conveying to Shoha. Oh, Shoha, your freedom is near. I hope you will create less havoc. I will chant for you from the depths below. Shoha, no longer a naive little creature, has lived many years. It understands why it has been captured and the purpose behind the creation of the human pillar, a mere weapon. A vessel for wielding power to inflict death. Yet, this weapon of blessing does not bring about death. What purpose does an unyielding weapon serve? No matter how potent or perfect. Now, as Sunin seeks its strength, it realizes that only by shattering its vessel can it reclaim its freedom. When that moment arrives, it will signify the demise of the one who bears the blessing. Both it and Finfu are aware of this. Yet Finfu willingly embraces death here, unwilling to allow the taint of bloodshed to corrupt his compassion. Ah, this distorted world, where the virtuous seldom receive their due reward. Showa falls into silence, observing the chaos outside, the clashing of blades, the echo of chants nearby. Finfu is praying for the well-being of all, just as his name suggests. He wishes to share fortune with the world. Namu Amitabha, Dadojiya, Dodiya, Amatilduo. The thunderous sounds reverberate throughout the battlefield. Shu Yun, drawing forth a ghostly light, hastens forward, his mind unburdened by the trivialities of the storm surrounding him. At the moment of the mountain sparrow's action, their clandestine group disperses in haste. Fortuitously, his modest stature and unassuming presence afford him some anonymity. Few seek to intercept him. He calculates the distance to the obstructing Senin ahead. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters. This is sufficient. Shu Yun seals the final hand sign, his eyes narrowing as the Sunin before him finds their mind struck as if by a great hammer, momentarily dazed. Sometimes, the divide between life and death can be measured in mere instants. He draws his blade, and as the Sunin regains consciousness, they behold a tumultuous scene. The dark blade, he is the apprentice of Konoha's White Fang. One of the Sunin's dark operatives witnesses Shu Yun's actions, prompting an immediate response from a superior ninja. Cursing internally, Shu Yun laments, I hope I never learn who divulged my name. I shall ensure they pay for their indiscretion. In that moment, he mentally punishes the one who leaked his information 100-fold. Wind release. Vacuum wave. The adversary reacts swiftly, unleashing a jutsu to obstruct him. Just as Shu Yun prepares to counter with a technique of his own, a wall of earth rises behind him, shielding him. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Turning to see the source, he recognizes a fellow comrade. The dark operatives are always masked, and he does not know this individual, but their appearance marks them as a ninja from the mountain clans. The dark operative from the mountain clan glanced at Shu Yun and then at the pursuing Jonin, before giving Shu Yun a sympathetic look, signaling his inability to assist, and promptly broke through in another direction. Before his departure, he generously tossed a few smoke bombs to obscure their visibility, displaying a commendable sense of duty. Jonin are not easily dismissed. A hospital left unguarded is not of paramount importance, and having one Jonin remain was already a significant advantage that Shu Yun's team could manage. However, the emergence of the Jinchuriki introduced unforeseen complications, as two complete squads of dark operatives were guarding it. And the newly arrived Jonin leaders along with several Chunin caught them off guard. Consequently, the team dispersed with the intention of relaying the information concerning the Jinchuriki back. Captain Shangguan, being the most formidable presence in the area, was expected to draw the majority of the enemy's fire. This dark operative from the Mountain Clan, possessing the clan's secret techniques and nearing the strength of a Jonin, anticipated being the secondary focus of attention. To his surprise, upon spotting Shu Yun, the adversaries reacted as if they had seen a sworn enemy, sending a Jonin to pursue him with fervor. Currently, Captain Shangguan was valiantly holding off two Jonin and several lower-ranked shinobi, while another Jonin found himself entangled with Shu Yun. The remaining Sand shinobi comprised mostly Chunin and low-ranking shinobi, with only a few exceptional Jonin, significantly increasing his chances of escape. It was unfortunate for that disciple of White Fang. He appeared to be a commendable ninja. Nevertheless, amidst the chaos of battle, the greater good must prevail, and no one is deemed more important than another. Their mission was to transmit the intelligence from this location. The news of the Jinchuriki must be relayed promptly to enable preemptive defenses. Should such a formidable biological weapon erupt on a densely populated battlefield, it would spell disaster. Thus, the imperative was clear. Whoever could flee should do so. Had he been ensnared, he would have merely sought to delay more enemies, providing his comrades with greater opportunities to escape. May fortune favor you, young one, the dark operative from the Mountain Clan silently wished, while casting illusions to manipulate the surrounding Chunin, and immediately made his way towards an exit. Nearby operatives, noticing his swift escape, hastened to follow suit, thereby alleviating some of Shu Yun's burden. Under the cover of smoke, Shu Yun began his withdrawal, refraining from following any particular ninja attempting to draw the enemy away. As he had stated, in such a dire situation, one's ability to escape relies solely on their skill and luck. Following another might not yield the desired diversion, but rather attract more ninjas, jeopardizing both their chances of escape. The wind release technique unleashed by the Jonin was unparalleled. The powerful wind blades swept through like a scythe, not only dispersing the enveloping smoke but also carving deep gashes into the ground. However, the area cleared of smoke revealed that Shu Yun had long since vanished, his figure slipping away like a nimble fish into the distance. As Shu Yun fled frantically ahead, he remained unfazed by the perilous circumstances. On the contrary, he exhibited a remarkable composure that felt oddly familiar. Having grown somewhat accustomed to being hunted, he had navigated through such perilous circumstances in recent days. At times, he even questioned whether he possessed an unfortunate constitution, as it seemed that few of his missions unfolded under ordinary circumstances. Unlike other members of the covert division who hastily retraced their steps in flight, Shu Yun chose an unconventional path, deliberately moving towards the densely clustered tents. With the barrier rendered ineffective, any direction would suffice for an escape. Although their entry route had been previously clarified, the area near the main gate was expansively laid out, allowing enemy ninjas to unleash their jutsu without restraint. Conversely, the area filled with tents presented a complex terrain, facilitating not only evasion from pursuers but also instilling caution in the adversaries. The sand ninjas would think twice before casting jutsu here, for any such offensive would jeopardize the injured and the medical ninjas sheltered within the tents. As Shu Yun advanced towards the cluster of tents, the number of ninjas around him increased, creating an illusion that he was infiltrating the enemy's inner sanctum, seemingly placing himself in a more perilous situation. However, the reality was quite the opposite. This was a sand ninja hospital, where only the guarding sentinels and the dark operatives assigned to protect the Jinchuriki possessed any real combat capability. The rest were severely injured ninjas stripped of their fighting strength or medical personnel devoid of martial prowess, with scarcely any lightly wounded individuals remaining. Given the pressing situation at the front lines, those who still had some capacity for combat had already been deployed, while the medical ninjas had become battlefield medics. Thus, despite the apparent multitude of ninjas nearby, Shu Yun found himself in a safer position. They posed little threat and could even serve as his shield, obstructing the pursuing ninjas from executing their jutsu. Indeed, the pursuing Jounin dared not weave seals to cast jutsu, gritting his teeth in frustration as he trailed behind, employing the body flicker technique in a desperate attempt to catch up to Shu Yun. Yet, just because he was adept at the body flicker technique did not imply that Shu Yun was not equally skilled. Moreover, his extensive experience in evasion rendered him as slippery as an eel, honed through prior practice. As he ran, Shu Yun utilized the shadow clone technique to confound his pursuers, intermittently deploying smoke bombs, explosive tags, and shuriken to create chaos, further complicating the enemy's pursuit. While these tactics may have been deemed unscrupulous, they proved effective. A little treachery was a small price to pay in the world of ninjas. In the battlefield of shinobi, notions of justice and morality were ever elusive. He was no noble gentleman. His sincerity was rooted in a profound reverence for life and a commitment to his own survival, not the honorable sincerity of a gentleman. A gentleman may deceive with righteousness, but he was merely an ordinary individual with a flexible moral compass, prioritizing the preservation of his life above all else. As Shu Yun maneuvered through the dense cluster of tents, the Jounin behind him found himself lagging further behind. However, the Sand Ninja camp harbored more than one adversary. Soon, other ninjas encircled him, effectively blocking his path. Damn Leaf Ninja, perish! He seethed upon spotting a Chunin controlling puppets in an attack formation. A puppet master? Shu Yun sighed, bemused by the coincidence. He exhibited remarkable restraint as a puppeteer, especially in such an environment. Shu Yun closed his eyes, calming his mind, and delved deep into his inner self. The chakra threads of the puppeteer re-emerged in his consciousness, prompting him to advance rather than retreat, drawing his blade with determination. Puppets typically triumph through an exceptionally high attack frequency and an extensive range. They showcase their prowess by deploying numerous shuriken and ninja tools across the battlefield. Unfortunately, the terrain inhibited the puppeteer's effectiveness. However, while the puppeteer struggled, Shu Yun thrived in this setting, as the stealthy assassin-type ninja relished urban combat. Activating the body flicker technique, he evaded the incoming kunai, dashing towards the puppets. With a swift and lethal arc of his blade, he severed the chakra threads, and his next target was the head of the puppeteer. Yet, he could not linger. The surrounding sounds were diminishing. His comrades had either perished or managed to escape. Shu Yun understood that if he did not flee soon, he would be trapped and perish here. Glancing at the distant battlefield, he recognized that it was in the direction of Captain Shanke. He realized that this was his last chance for escape. If he could not flee before Captain Shanke fell or fled, he would likely meet his demise here. However, observing the encroaching sand ninjas and the approaching Jounin behind him, Shu Yun sighed, acknowledging that a reckless charge was not feasible. He tossed his last smoke bomb, vanishing into the obscuring haze. As the smoke enveloped the area, it was swiftly dispersed by the wind release technique of the surrounding sand ninjas, although this time the technique was notably gentler, devoid of wind blades. Just as the smoke began to clear, two figures burst forth, darting in opposite directions. Stay here. The pursuing Jounin closed in, directing his attack at one of the figures. That figure drew their blade in defense, but was swiftly struck down by the sand ninja, collapsing in a shower of water droplets. A decoy? Witnessing this, the others converged on the remaining figure, and ultimately, Shu Yun could not escape the encirclement of the sand ninja. Various fierce attacks were directed at him, and soon after, a kunai found its way into his body. However, upon insertion, it erupted into a cascade of water droplets and a detonating tag. Run! The encircling ninjas immediately scattered as an explosion resonated throughout the camp. But where was Shu Yun? In truth, Shu Yun had remained in place, concealed behind the tent under the cover of smoke. Selecting his position, he held his breath and entered a meditative state. Once in this state, he exuded tranquility akin to that of Flora, even deceiving the elemental energies around him. Without witnessing him firsthand, one would not sense his presence. Hearing distant commotion, Shu Yun opened his eyes, only to be confronted by a flash of a pristine blade. He instinctively seized the shimmering blade, revealing a petite figure clad in a Dr. S. white coat. Sensing someone outside, she initially hesitated, but gathering her courage, stepped out to find the ninja meditating in serene stillness. Shu Yun gazed upon the unfamiliar yet intensely hateful figure before him, feeling a wave of disinterest wash over him. Yet another innocent soul thrust onto the front lines by the ravages of war. It is indeed a tragedy that such enmity should arise between strangers. My apologies, he thought. Eliminating the opponent with a flick of his wrist, he stripped off her robe and donned it himself, transforming with a jutsu into her likeness, swaggering away with nonchalance. However, it was too long before he was discovered. At this moment, the medical personnel, devoid of combat power, ought to be huddled within their tents, not parading about with a tray. Before long, a Nin intercepted Shu Yun, insisting on conducting an inspection. Inspection? Nonsense. Observing the wall behind the Nin, Shu Yun ceased his pretense, discarded the tray, and drew his blade, swiftly engaging in a lethal dance. Scaling the edge of the wall and casting a glance back at the enraged and frenzied sand ninja, he waved his hand and executed a swift body flicker. Vanishing from sight. Bounding through the forest, Shu Yun felt an uncanny familiarity envelop him. His lithe form evaded the pursuers trailing behind, and he pressed onward. However, the path ahead proved equally fraught with peril. He was among the last to break through, and the sand ninja outside had already been alerted, laying ambushes along the route. It was uncertain how many had escaped, yet the outlook appeared grim. He might very well be tasked with relaying vital information back. Yet for now, the message could wait. Survival was paramount. Surveying the well-guarded checkpoint ahead while sensing the pursuit at his back, Shu Yun sighed, seeking a concealed position to hide. Just as he discovered a secret spot and was about to crouch down, he sensed someone else already concealed within. Drawing his blade, intent on attacking, he was startled to recognize a familiar silhouette emerging from the shadows. Is that not a member of the Hokage Anbu? What a fortunate coincidence. You have yet to escape as well. The Anbu member gestured for him to join in hiding, activating his Byakugan while remaining vigilant for outside developments. Moments later, he deactivated his Byakugan and raised a hand to signal silence, prompting Shu Yun to steady his heartbeat and enter a state of calm. A squad of ninjas surged past them, and shortly thereafter, the Hokage Anbu beckoned Shu Yun to follow him and retreating in another direction. With the guidance of the Byakugan, they deftly navigated through the patrols and pursuing figures. However, glancing at the map, Shu Yun curiously remarked to the Anbu, "Have we not traveled far?" Not just a little distance, it was as if they had hardly moved at all. The convoluted path they had taken was excessively slow at this pace. It would take them 3 days to return. 3 days? By then, the opportunity would have long passed, and could they truly endure such a duration? Observing the beads of sweat forming on the Anbu's brow from overexertion of his Byakugan, Shu Yun shook his head in resignation. Unbeknownst to him, the Hokage Anbu felt equally helpless. The sand ninja seemed resolute in intercepting any messages, with numerous pursuers and patrollers trailing their every move. They followed a web-like pattern towards the direction of the Leaf's main camp, tirelessly searching for the fleeing Anbu from Konoha. Observing the bulging white eyes of the Hokage Anbu, Shu Yun realized that relying solely on his Byakugan to escape was rather unrealistic. He needed to devise an alternative strategy. With this thought in mind, he inquired of the Hokage Anbu, "Do you know where I might find a lone or fewer sand shinobi?" The Hokage Anbu looked perplexed, asking, "What do you intend to do?" Shu Yun replied, "What else but to find a way to escape? The Byakugan is truly advantageous." As he watched the sand shinobi, who had been ambushed from behind, Shu Yun couldn't help but admire the convenience of the Byakugan once more. He then dragged the 2 captured sand shinobi aside for interrogation. It soon became evident that Shu Yun's training in the interrogation department had proven quite effective, as he swiftly extracted their secrets. After concluding his inquiries, he sent them on their way, skillfully rummaging through their bodies. While he searched, he called out to the figure keeping watch nearby, "Why are you still dawdling? Come over and lend a hand." After a while, disguised as a sand shinobi, Shu Yun gazed at his transformation with immense satisfaction. He believed he could successfully deceive others for the time being. Indeed, Shu Yun planned to masquerade as a sand Anbu to navigate past the checkpoint and escape. Although the ninja world possessed transformation techniques that could alter one's appearance and voice, merely resembling someone's physique was insufficient for complete disguise. One must also consider identity information. Details of the disguise, habitual actions, personal quirks, and even interpersonal relationships. These subtle aspects cannot be adequately replicated through ninjutsu alone. Thus, Shu Yun had to conduct his own meticulous search. Moreover, utilizing ninjutsu invariably leaves traces of chakra. This is particularly true for transformation techniques. The principle behind transformation is straightforward. It involves creating an outer layer of chakra that is malleable, essentially using chakra to simulate the human form. Minor alterations may go unnoticed, as the chakra signature can be masked by the ninja's own chakra aura. However, as the extent of transformation increases, the chakra signature becomes increasingly pronounced. Such traces may not be apparent to novices who have recently begun their journey in ninjutsu, but would undoubtedly be detectable by seasoned sand shinobi. Therefore, Shu Yun primarily employed the most rudimentary yet effective method, cosmetics, supplemented by minor adjustments using transformation techniques. He meticulously examined the corpses on the ground, and with a series of crackling sounds, his form gradually aligned with that of his adversary. Although some discrepancies remained, a few final touches with the transformation technique would suffice. Furthermore, the sand Anbu wore masks and hoods, which would aid in concealing his appearance. How do I look? Am I resembling them somewhat? Shu Yun exerted control over his vocal cords, altering his voice to closely mimic that of the Sand Shinobi. The Hyuga Anbu observed this remarkable technique with astonishment, momentarily activating his Byakugan for a clearer view, only to restrain himself in the end. Learning the secret techniques of fellow village ninjas could tarnish one's reputation, especially in the presence of the very individuals being imitated. The Hyuga clan valued their honor, unlike the Uchiha clan, who had long abandoned their concern for reputation. To comprehend the subtle duplicity of those ninja clans who have clandestinely mastered their jutsu, one must note that they present a courteous facade while harboring scathing remarks in secret, much to the delight of the Hyuga clan. Thus, the expression of the Hyuga Anbu was rather grim, reflecting a struggle between the urge to observe and the restraint to refrain, akin to an individual caught in a moment of discomfort. Fortunately, the mask provided a layer of concealment, preventing Shu Yun from discerning the true nature of his discontent, though he did overhear a muffled remark. There is little difference in physique. Without the Byakugan, I would be oblivious, yet the disparity in skin tone is stark. Shu Yun glanced at the skin of the sand ninja, and then at his own, nodding in acknowledgement. The windswept sands of the Land of Wind had rendered the majority of its ninja skin a dull, dry yellow, whereas the temperate climate of the Land of Fire bestowed a healthier complexion upon its inhabitants. Moreover, having made notable progress in body refinement, and with chakra of the nourishing water attribute coursing through him, Shu Yun's skin appeared smooth and fair, resembling a warm jade. Indeed, a far cry from the conditions prevalent in the Land of Wind. Furthermore, given the extensive surface area of skin, enhancing one's appearance with chakra bore little difference from direct transformation techniques. Fortunately, Shu Yun had anticipated this, as the owl of the interrogation department was a remarkable talent. Having honed expertise in the methods of spies through years of interrogation, he had concocted a potion specifically designed to alter skin conditions for the purpose of disguise. And Shu Yun had discreetly appropriated a considerable amount of the owl's belongings, including this potion, upon leaving the interrogation department. Thus, he retrieved a vial containing a translucent, ginger-hued liquid, pouring a small amount into his hands before applying it to his skin. Instantly, his complexion transformed to a rough, yellowish texture. After evenly distributing the potion and applying it once more, he bore a striking resemblance to the sand ninja lying on the ground. Shortly thereafter, a figure identical to the sand ninja materialized before the Hyuga Anbu. Now, what do you think? Can you discern any differences? The Hyuga Anbu scrutinized him closely, activating his Byakugan for a more thorough examination, ultimately detecting subtle hints of the truth. He then remarked with admiration, truly impressive transformation techniques. Without these eyes, I would not have perceived any discrepancies. Though his words were laced with praise, the underlying tone conveyed a sense of superiority, highlighting that no matter how adept the disguise, it could not escape the keen scrutiny of his eyes, such as the arrogance of a prominent clan, forever entwined with their lineage. However, Shu Yun was unperturbed. The Anbu's assertion was indeed accurate, for the Byakugan was a remarkably effective ability. Now it is your turn. I shall assist you in altering your physique. With that, Shu Yun commenced the transformation process. A person's appearance is fundamentally governed by the distribution of bones and muscle growth, and the masters of traditional martial arts are among the most knowledgeable about the human body. In essence, Shu Yun's technique involved harnessing kinetic energy to modify the distribution of bones and muscles, thereby facilitating the transformation. In his previous life, some elderly masters practiced a technique known as the withering and flourishing Zen, wherein they would often conserve energy for bodily nourishment, adopting a demeanor that made them appear 3 inches shorter, resembling frail old men. Yet, when faced with a foe, their vitality would surge, and their forms would expand instantly, restoring them to the stature of a robust giant. The principles employed herein are largely similar. However, the technique of Kurong Zen is somewhat more intricate, incorporating methods for calming the mind and nurturing the body. The plasticity of the human form is, in fact, far greater than one typically imagines. In a previous life, Shu Yun encountered a master of bone contraction who possessed the remarkable ability to contort himself into a compact form, allowing him to emerge from an aperture scarcely the size of a bowl. Yet, achieving such a degree of mastery requires not only exceptional talent but also relentless practice, supplemented by specialized potions to cleanse and soften the bones daily. It is said that the cultivation of this art is perilous. A moment's negligence could lead to lasting ailments. Currently, Shu Yun is not capable of altering his form to such an extent, while he possesses sufficient experience in channeling energy and his body has undergone rigorous trainings. Allowing for considerable transformation, he is still limited. Remarkably, he can elevate his height by 2 inches to masquerade as an adult. Though at merely 8 or 9 years of age, he still falls short of full maturity. Conversely, the members of the Konoha Anbu cannot boast such capabilities. Although they engage in physical training, their focus lies on external techniques, neglecting internal cultivation. Despite claiming to practice soft fists, Shu Yun perceives little distinction from the Konoha steel fist. Their practice emphasizes the flow and exercise of chakra, while still adhering closely to the rigorous regimen of the steel fist, which fortifies the muscles and bones, resulting in rigidity rather than agility. Much like those strongmen whose muscles are robust yet rigid, they often lack the flexibility to rival even the most ordinary individuals. Therefore, Shu Yun's selection of targets is deliberate. One Anbu member is diminutive in stature, facilitating Shu Yun's disguise, while the other aligns closely with the physical attributes of the Konoha Anbu, allowing Shu Yun to fabricate a suitable likeness with minimal alteration. Fortuitously, he possesses the Byakugan, which greatly aids in the process of target selection. As Shu Yun's hands gently manipulate the form of the Konoha Anbu, he senses an unusual force circulating through him. The energy courses along his muscular fibers, reshaping his physique according to Shu Yun's design. In a short time, he undergoes a remarkable transformation. Through the lens of the Byakugan, the flaws are rendered nearly imperceptible. In this moment, he silently admires the prowess of this disciple of Konoha's White Fang, recognizing him as a truly gifted individual. Moreover, through this first-hand experience, he has gleaned the essence of Shu Yun's secret technique, which merely involves reconstructing and altering the structure along the pathways of muscles, bones, and flesh. However, understanding the principle is one thing, applying it is quite another. Even with the Byakugan's insight into the distribution of muscles and bones within the human body, comprehension alone does not equate to the ability to modify. Firstly, the unique and precise force required for such manipulation eludes him. Secondly, even if his chakra could mimic the effects of this force, he would hesitate to unilaterally alter or reconstruct the muscular and skeletal architecture. It is crucial to recognize that muscle structure and bone distribution are not mere sculptures to be whimsically reshaped. Their forms are intrinsically linked to the circulation of vital energy and the transmission of strength. The haphazardly constructed aftermath could result in muscle spasms and collapse, or even lead to blood stagnation and muscle necrosis. Yet, what of Shu Yun's creation? Konoha's Dark Division members tested their bodies, leaping and bounding with astonishment, discovering that everything functioned flawlessly. Although their physical exertion was not as fluid as before, and their overall strength had diminished by 20%, the circulation of their vital energy and the flow of their strength were undeniably smooth. This was indeed alarming, so much so that it was somewhat terrifying. It is crucial to note that the transformation was not of a body he had inhabited for many years, but rather of a physique he had never encountered before. This implies that during the recent bone manipulation process, he had grasped the condition of all his muscles and bones and had swiftly constructed a suitable modification structure for himself. Such familiarity with the human body is remarkable. Such profound understanding of the circulation of vital energy and the flow of strength is extraordinary. This level of mastery may be imperceptible to those who do not practice martial arts, yet because he trained in soft boxing, he was acutely aware of the intricacies and challenges involved. His comprehension of human anatomy and the utilization of strength had perhaps reached the realm of a master. Perhaps his expertise even surpassed that of the master, deeper than that of the one he revered. Contemplating this, he dared not delve further. After all, he was merely a tragic branch family member, and even the blasphemous thoughts towards the master induced a slight warmth on his forehead, reminiscent of a caged bird. How pitiful. He ceased his ruminations, yet unbeknownst to him, his attitude towards Shu Yun underwent a significant transformation, shifting from the arrogance of a clan disciple towards a commoner to one of respect for strength. Shu Yun, however, felt little of this change, merely sensing that the Konoha ninja had suddenly become peculiar. After altering his appearance, he patted the other's shoulder and remarked, "The upcoming plans may be perilous. The final leg of our journey will rely on you." The Konoha ninja bowed slightly, affirming, "I shall not disgrace my mission." What was happening? This sudden respect left Shu Yun feeling somewhat disconcerted. In the eastern region of the Land of Rain, a sand ninja team, having received intelligence about the infiltration of Konoha's Dark Division, commenced an interception. Before long, they spotted 2 members of their village's Dark Division attempting to pass through. To prevent the Konoha ninjas from shape-shifting and escaping, one of the sand ninjas approached to verify their identities. The 2 Dark Division members complied. presenting their credentials and matching the recently changed code for wartime. Seizing the opportunity, the Sand Ninja captain conducted a close inspection and confirmed that there were no traces of chakra transformation. Thus, he intended to allow them passage. Though a nagging sense of unease lingered in his mind, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "What mission are you undertaking?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he realized his blunder. The Dark Division and ordinary ninjas belonged to two distinct hierarchies, and they were directly under the command of the Wind Shadow, executing top-secret missions. His inquiry was an overreach, tantamount to probing village secrets, a matter that could have serious ramifications, contingent upon whether others chose to pursue it. Indeed, upon hearing his question, the opposing members exuded a palpable aura of lethal intent, their presence cold and merciless, undeniably indicative of the Dark Division. Fortunately, the Dark faction did not pursue the matter further, merely coldly stating, "Mind your own business. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you, and let there be no next time. Speak not of our affairs. And do not compel me to teach you the tenets of a ninja once more." Upon hearing this, the Sand Village captain breathed a sigh of relief. Such a warning implied an intention to overlook the incident. Simultaneously, he discerned that the voice indeed bore the accent of the Wind Country, replete with the gritty essence of sandstorms, coarse and husky. It was unmistakably a Sand Ninja. He realized he had been overly cautious. With this thought, the captain hastily allowed the individual to pass, while incessantly wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Thankfully, they did not pursue him for his responsibilities. For the shadowy tasks of the Dark faction must remain concealed. He resolved to keep silent about their movements. Furthermore, this path led to the front line, and it was inconceivable that the Leaf Ninjas could break through from here. Little did he know. This very thought inadvertently aided Shu Yun and his companions in flawlessly concealing their tracks, allowing their subsequent journey to proceed with remarkable smoothness. Two figures swaggered away from the encirclement of the Sand Ninjas, a sight the captain would scarcely have imagined. These two were the very Leaf Dark Ninjas they sought to capture. "Are we truly to take this route? Sneaking back from the battlefield?" inquired a ninja from the Hyuga clan, unable to restrain himself. "What, are you afraid?" Shu Yun asked, continuing on his way. "It's not fear, but can we genuinely return safely this way?" The sentiment of losing face and defeat lingered. Claiming to be unafraid was disingenuous. He merely found it audacious that Shu Yun planned to return via the very path of battle, and he was following him without hesitation, surprised by the extent of his boldness. Yet, uncertainty gnawed him as they traversed this path, which seemed far from a viable escape route. "Worry not, the battlefield is vast, and we are not returning through its center. We merely intend to circumvent along the left edge," Shu Yun reassured him. "Thus, the forthcoming journey relies on you. Do not lead us directly into the enemy's stronghold, where skilled adversaries abound. A collision there would spell certain doom." Shu Yun was no fool. Returning directly from the battlefield would indeed be perilous. He chose this route solely for its weaker defenses, the easiest to navigate, and had no intention of engaging in battle. Therefore, the subsequent journey required the guidance of the Byakugan, as only its far-reaching vision could navigate them safely through treacherous areas back to the Leaf's encampment. However, despite Shu Yun's nonchalance, the Hyuga Dark Ninja felt an immense weight of pressure. His Byakugan was not omniscient, as many crucial locations on the battlefield were shrouded in barriers that his sight could not penetrate. "Do you truly trust me so? Are you not concerned I might lead you to your demise?" The Hyuga Dark Ninja suddenly regarded Shu Yun with earnestness. Shu Yun returned the gaze with equal seriousness. "Trust? Why would I not? For it has been said that we are all ninjas of the Leaf. It had been previously established. Success on the battlefield relied on sincere collaboration, rooted in heartfelt camaraderie. This was true in past skirmishes, and it should remain so now. Moreover, having once placed unwavering trust in himself, why should he hesitate to trust others once more? After all, he could scarcely conceive of a more effective approach." The journey ahead proved even more fortuitous than anticipated, as the majority of the Sand Ninjas were deployed to the front lines, leaving their rear far more desolate than Shu Yun had envisioned. The Hinata Anbu, with their Byakugan activated, guided Shu Yun safely around all perilous areas. They stealthily navigated their way, successfully threading through the battlefield's rear, and after circumventing a significant distance, they finally reached the borders of the Land of Fire. The remaining path was straightforward. They simply needed to head towards the Konoha encampment. Their immediate concern was to change back into their original attire to avoid being attacked by their own comrades. However, upon witnessing the Hinata Anbu remove their masks, Revealing eyes that wept blood and could no longer open, Shu Yun realized the gravity of the situation. It turned out that the bloodstains of the Byakugan were not as resilient as he had imagined. The time spent traversing from the battlefield had long surpassed the limits of their endurance. Yet, the Anbu had remained silent throughout the journey, their blood-soaked eyes guiding him resolutely to safety. Sometimes, a mere gesture of trust can compel one to exert their utmost effort. Beneath the cold facade of a ninja's mask lies a fervent heart, waiting to be unveiled. Shu Yun mused about the purity of their intentions, and he gently patted the shoulder of his companion. Rest easy and close your eyes. I shall be our eyes for the remainder of the journey. Do you trust me? The Hinata Anbu smiled faintly in response. I do. By the way, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Asaka. Do you wish to be a bird that soars? Shu Yun replied with a smile, sharing his own code name, Cloud. He yearned to be a free-floating cloud. As their journey continued, Shu Yun and Asaka pressed forward at full speed. Before sunset, he finally beheld the frontline encampment of Konoha, breathless from his frantic sprint. Halt. State the password. The password is Twilight Moonlight. I have crucial intelligence to relay to Lord Kakashi. The guarding ninja, upon hearing the password, lowered their guard, their expression turning serious. What intelligence? I shall inform the Lord. The Jinchuriki from Sunagakure has reached the front lines and may enter the battlefield at any moment. What? The guarding ninja gasped, immediately turning to deliver the message. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the direction of the battlefield, accompanied by a high-pitched cry of delight. Ahaha! I have finally emerged again. Kill, kill, kill. I can taste the sweet freedom. This voice, bright and penetrating, resonated from the distant battlefield to the rear. Alas, Shu Yun and the others were a step too late. The Jinchuriki from Sunagakure had already been unleashed upon the battlefield. The front line of Konoha crumbled. The sudden appearance of tailed beasts shattered the delicate balance of the ongoing conflict. These tailed beasts, among the rare 9 in the ninja world, wielded the power of wind and sand, known as the Beast of Sand. With their arrival, a tempest of sand engulfed the battlefield. Its colossal form, composed of swirling sand, remained impervious to the typical assaults of common ninjas, while the unique, boundless chakra of the tailed beast rendered its attacks seemingly inexhaustible. The tempestuous sands were a manifestation of its will, and the ferocious sand bullets were mere playthings for it to unleash at will, inundating all positions that dared to appear before it. The frontline commander, Orochimaru, issued a retreat order, yet he and a select group of elite ninjas chose to remain, staunchly obstructing the enemy's pursuit. Fortunately, Shikaku's indiscriminate slaughter spared neither the ninjas of Konoha nor those of Sunagakure, as it never truly considered itself a mere asset of the Sand Village. This could be deemed a stroke of luck. Although the sudden arrival of Shikaku shattered Konoha's defenses, its chaotic dance on the battlefield hindered the enemy's advance. Orochimaru's prowess was formidable, his feats akin to overcoming legions. On the battlefield, he summoned a massive purple serpent to temporarily ensnare the One-Tail's form, preventing it from charging toward Konoha. Subsequently, he conjured a dozen serpents to intercept the few elite sand ninjas launching attacks. Meanwhile, he, alongside the recently arrived Inoshikacho trio, withstood the pressure exerted by the elite adversaries. Thus, the ninjas of Konoha hastily retreated. The tale of victory and defeat lay intertwined with the tailed beasts. The sand ninjas breached Konoha's encampment due to the tailed beast, yet the presence of Shikaku thwarted many of them from pursuing further. This allowed the forces of Konoha to withdraw in an orderly fashion rather than in a panicked rout. The Konoha army retreated 200 miles, re-establishing their camp within the mountainous forest of the Fire Country. Before their departure, they fortified their defenses, removing all supplies they could carry, incinerating anything left behind to prevent fortifying the enemy's strength. Though Konoha's forces retreated, the Sand Ninjas did not rest. Upon witnessing Konoha's withdrawal, Shikaku, in a fit of rage, regained its composure and began plotting an escape to avoid being sealed once more. However, upon turning around, it discovered the footprints of Sand Ninjas surrounding it. Its recent rampage had cost it precious time for escape. Magnet release. Golden Sand Sea commanded the 4th Kazekage as a torrent of golden sand surged forth, intent on pinning Shikaku in place. Cursed magnet release. The tailed beast, initially intent on fleeing, erupted in fury, engaging in a confrontation with the Wind Shadow. Yet, this was the territory of the Fire Country, where the fertile ground lacked abundant gold sand. The 4th Kazekage's supply of sand was somewhat insufficient, making the suppression of the tailed beast a challenge. Fortunately, other skilled combatants were present to lend their strength. After a day, Shikake was reluctantly resealed and confined within the jar. Only then did they begin to construct their camp in preparation for rest. However, scarcely a day after the camp was established, the fourth Kazekage stealthily departed under the cover of night with the jar in tow, intending to temporarily leave the battlefield and return to the village. The one-tail was not only a weapon of war for the village, but also a potent instrument for consolidating his political power. He intends to personally return to the village to make proper arrangements until a suitable candidate for the human pillar is selected. As for the battlefield, he will temporarily leave it in the hands of the Chiyo siblings. They are his predecessors, and after experiencing the death of their son and the defection of their grandson, they have lost all ambition for power. He himself rose to his position with their support, and thus he can entrust the war situation to them without concern. Shu Yun followed the forces of Konoha to the new camp, where they began to set up tents and organize the area. The atmosphere was rather grim following their recent defeat, with everyone sighing heavily. Particularly, Orochimaru, the overall commander at the front lines, had not made an appearance since his return, leaving all camp affairs entirely to Narashikaku. This sparked much speculation among the ninjas in the camp. It is worth noting that since the war began, Orochimaru had been shouldering the pressure from the enemy's top-tier strongholds alone, serving as a stabilizing force in the Western Front. But his absence now left the morale of the troops in disarray. Concerns grew over Orochimaru's disappearance, with rumors circulating that he had sustained severe injuries. Such talk only exacerbated the anxiety among the ninjas, leading to a further decline in morale. Fortunately, Narashikaku, the acting commander at the front lines, despite some shortcomings in strength, demonstrated impeccable organizational skills. Since he took charge of the Western Front, he not only organized the camp efficiently, but also managed the troop movements and the placement of lookout posts with remarkable ease, bringing a semblance of stability to the tumultuous environment. However, the situation remained precarious, with rampant rumors circulating throughout the camp. Even Shu Yun noticed that if this continued, the state of the Konoha ninjas would only deteriorate further, raising doubts about their ability to defend the Western Front against the next assault from the Sand Ninjas. Yet, ultimately, these matters were not of great concern to Shu Yun. The larger picture was best left to those in higher positions, and his priority was to ensure his own safety. In the following days, life continued in a haze. Shu Yun was surprised to discover that the Sand Ninjas had not pressed their advantage. It remained unclear what issues they might be facing. Nevertheless, the absence of conflict was a welcome reprieve, granting Shu Yun a few days of leisure. This was not to say that Konoha's Anbu had become devoid of tasks. Although both sides had temporarily ceased hostilities to recuperate, small skirmishes persisted. Every 3 days a minor clash, and every 5 days a more significant one, with the war of intelligence continuing unabated. Shu Yun's respite stemmed from complications that arose during his last mission. The Sparrow had indeed managed to escape from the hospital, yet it had been some time since he had returned to the camp, and given the current circumstances, it seemed increasingly likely that his fate was grim. At times, Shu Yun pondered whether he was perhaps a jinx for his team leaders, as few seemed to remain stable under his command. One day, Shu Yun ventured out for a brief excursion and received news from Hinata Anbu, Hayabusa. Together, they returned to the camp, as Hayabusa had been admitted to Konoha's field hospital due to excessive blood loss. Following the collapse of Konoha's position, the field hospital had also been forced to relocate. It has come to my attention that his condition has shown signs of improvement, in both sentiment and reason. Shu Yun feels it is only appropriate to visit him bearing some token, given that Konoha has recently endured a setback and its resources are rather meager. Shu Yun found himself without the customary fruits or floral arrangements to present to the patient. Nevertheless, in the spirit of good fortune, he ventured out to gather a few tart wild berries and plucked a handful of foxtail grass, attempting to weave a modest basket, a gesture that would prevent him from arriving entirely empty-handed. As one of the few members of the Hyuga clan on the Western Front, Fei Niao holds a strategic position above that of an ordinary ninja. After all, the Byakugan serves as a formidable tool for reconnaissance, proving efficient and reliable for gathering battlefield intelligence, thus ensuring a certain degree of personal safety. Consequently, his eyes received immediate treatment, and his condition can now be regarded as relatively stable. However, when Shu Yun visited, Fei Niao still had his eyes bandaged, with reports suggesting that he would require another week before he could attempt to see, and there remains a risk of deteriorating vision contingent upon his recovery. Placing his fruit basket aside, Shu Yun noticed an exquisite bamboo basket at Fei Niao's bedside, which contained fresh fruits, rendering his humble offering somewhat insubstantial by comparison. Yet, Shu Yun felt no embarrassment. The essence of a visit lies in the sentiment rather than the gifts, and no one expects that a few fruits could cure an ailment. He set his handmade basket aside and engaged in conversation with Fei Niao about his health. The prognosis seemed optimistic. Any potential impact on his vision would likely be minimal, as the greatest threat to his eyesight originated from the mark upon his forehead. After a brief discussion of his medical condition, their conversation inevitably shifted to the current situation in Konoha. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Fei Niao was well informed, and thus most of the dialogue consisted of him sharing news while Shu Yun listened attentively. Following the declaration of war by the Sand Village, both the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth also proclaimed hostilities against Konoha, plunging the village's circumstances into further despair. The Land of Lightning has always been a formidable military power, and the Land of Earth is no less formidable, causing the defenses in the northeast and northwest to become perilously compromised. It is said that pleas for assistance have been flooding into the village like snowflakes, compelling the leaders to contemplate dispatching reinforcements. However, nearly all available soldiers have already been deployed, leaving only a handful of special ninjas who are not easily mobilized. Among these, the most formidable and numerous are the Uchiha clan, who have refrained from undertaking missions since the era of the second Hokage, dedicating themselves solely to managing the Konoha Guard. The remainder consists of smaller clans like the Kurama clan, which have few members. Beyond these, the only option left would be to send students from the Konoha Academy into battle. Yet, deploying these students, who lack even the strength of a lower-ranking ninja, would be tantamount to sacrificing them as cannon fodder. This would severely compromise the potential of Konoha's next generation, and no one dares to issue such an order openly. Thus, the preference leans towards having the clans take up the mantle. However, those small clans with a certain level of combat prowess often find their numbers dwindling, passing down their legacy to but a single heir. Should their successor perish on the battlefield, they would face the dire fate of extinction, a conclusion no one wishes to witness. Consequently, there have been proposals at the higher echelons of the Shinobi Council suggesting that the Uchiha clan's ninjas cease their duty guarding the confines of the Konoha Security Division and instead be permitted to engage fully on the battlefield. Regrettably, this suggestion was swiftly opposed by Danzo and subsequently suppressed, with the higher-ups merely dispatching a handful of ninjas from smaller clans for support, while the Hyuga clan was called upon to send additional reinforcements. In response, the newly appointed leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, remained unperturbed, asserting that the entire Uchiha clan stood ready to serve Konoha on the battlefield, yet would always adhere to the will of the Hokage, prioritizing the Hokage's intentions above all else. This impassioned address, once disseminated, managed to somewhat rehabilitate the Uchiha clan's reputation, marking a period where their standing has never been more favorable since the era of the first Hokage. Amidst this sea of troubling news, a glimmer of hope emerged with the return of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, to Konoha. He had been summoned in haste to head towards the front lines in the Land of Earth's northwest, replacing Danzo, who had been relieved of his command and returned to route to engage in espionage operations. As the conversation drew to a close, before Shu Yun departed, Hinata took a moment to ponder before addressing Shu Yun. "I have heard that you garnered the favor of Lord Orochimaru and that a vial of your blood was extracted. Is that so?" "While I wouldn't call it favor, the blood extraction did indeed occur." "Why do you ask?" Shu Yun inquired, puzzled as to how he had come to know of such matters. Hinata's expression turned inscrutable, his demeanor darkened, yet he hesitated to elaborate, opting for subtlety instead. "Lord Orochimaru possesses remarkable prowess and strategic acumen, making him a reliable leader. However, he does have certain peculiarities. It is said he has a penchant for conducting bizarre experiments." "What do you mean by that?" Shu Yun was still grappling with the implications. Seeing Shu Yun's confusion, Hinata sighed and clarified, "Recently, a member of our clan visited me, expressing concern over some missing Sand Village captives and the precious remains of our fallen comrades. He suspects that someone may be utilizing them for experiments and advised me to take care while I recover." Shu Yun finally grasped the gravity of the situation, though disbelief washed over him. Could it truly be that the highest commander on the front lines was secretly conducting experiments on captives? Was he desecrating the remains of fallen warriors? The thought of potentially targeting members of their own village was equally alarming. Have any comrades gone missing from the camp? Shu Yun couldn't help but inquire. Realizing he had posed the wrong question, he quickly understood that even a commander with such intentions would mask them well, ensuring no incriminating evidence could be traced back to him. Furthermore, there was no concrete proof linking the missing captives or corpses to Orochimaru, merely the taint of his reputation and the potential motive for such heinous acts. Indeed, The bird remained silent, merely shaking its head. The identity of the perpetrator behind this incident remains unclear. Even the whereabouts of the captives and the missing bodies are shrouded in mystery. However, our Hinata clan has been particularly sensitive to these signs and discerned certain clues. Although he verbally expressed uncertainty, the expression on his face betrayed his unease. It is true that this matter may not be the doing of Orochimaru. And even if he were involved, it would likely pertain to the extraction of captives and the theft of corpses, rather than targeting comrades within the village. Nonetheless, certain suspicions are inescapable. Once doubt is cast, guilt has already been insinuated. His notorious reputation certainly contributes to this, as does his conspicuous absence during such a critical juncture. Reputation is not built overnight, and thus, the basis for suspicion is warranted. Shu Yun departed, bidding farewell to the bird as he turned to leave. Knowing that the bird's injuries required rest, and it was not prudent to burden him further. Upon returning to his quarters, Shu Yun felt an inexplicable darkness enveloping the camp, as if it were a gaping maw ready to consume him. He recalled the unsettling visit from Orochimaru, whose gaze, filled with a morbid curiosity, resembled that of a child enthralled by a new toy, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. Shu Yun shook his head and stood still in his room. It was time to practice. All dilemmas stem from a lack of personal strength. If he could fortify his abilities, he would be able to overcome any situation with a single blow. However, respite was fleeting, for the relentless demands of the battlefield weighed heavily upon him. On this day, Nara Shikaku summoned him once more. After preparing his gear, Shu Yun entered the central tent. He initially presumed that Shikaku would assign him a new team leader. But to his surprise, the tent contained no unfamiliar faces, only those of the long-absent Hurricane and Bell. Shikaku scrutinized Shu Yun for a while before finally handing him a mission scroll. The Grey Wolf had previously recommended you to me, believing that your capabilities could allow you to operate independently. However, I have always thought you were still young, having only recently arrived on the battlefield, with inadequate skills and experience to undertake missions alone. Yet, after observing you over the past few days, it seems that aside from a bit of bad luck, your abilities are indeed commendable. At this point, Shikaku sighed internally, recalling the recent incident where a Jainin pursued them, and now they were to confront a Jinchuriki. Yet, Shu Yun managed to return unscathed from such perilous encounters, leaving one to ponder the nature of his luck. Meanwhile, those who accompanied him suffered considerably. The Grey Wolf had retired, and news of Sparrow remained elusive, while Shu Yun himself emerged unscathed. Given these circumstances, I shall refrain from assigning you a guiding leader. You have successfully navigated the most perilous phase of your novice period. Your further development now rests upon your own endeavors. Henceforth, the three of you will temporarily form a special team, venturing forth together to hone your skills on the battlefield. Shu Yun nodded and took the scroll, aware that they were finally unfurling their wings, poised to embark on their journey of liberation. The figures of Shu Yun and his companions began to move upon the battlefield, where their tasks mainly involved patrolling, providing support, ambushing foes, or relaying messages. Presently, both sides found themselves ensnared in an enigmatic period of tranquility, with only minor skirmishes occurring on the battlefield, devoid of any significant clashes or commotion. The ninjas of Konoha, unaware of Orochimaru's whereabouts, remained huddled in place, while the Sand Ninjas hesitated to act due to the mysterious absence of their leader, the Kazekage. On this day, Shu Yun undertook an ambush mission, accompanied by Hurricane and Bell, as they ventured into the battlefield in search of traces left by the Sand Ninjas. Near a camp, he discovered signs that indicated their presence. Evidently, they had come to gather intelligence regarding Konoha's current movements. Shu Yun skillfully intercepted the enemy squad, ensuring their swift demise. After the encounter, as he wiped his blade, he reflected on how smoothly recent missions had transpired. Have you noticed that the appearances of figures on the battlefield have dwindled lately? He mused. And their strength seems to be diminishing as well. What could the Sand Ninjas be contemplating? While cleaning the battlefield, Shu Yun confided his perplexities to Hurricane and Bell. What on earth is the Sand Ninja strategy? They seem increasingly indifferent to the affairs of the battlefield. Are they constructing a facade while secretly plotting something? Are you unaware? Hurricane replied, displaying no surprise at the Sand Ninjas' lack of concern for the battlefield, but rather astonishment that Shu Yun had not anticipated this situation. What do you mean? Shu Yun furrowed his brow, questioning whether there was something he had overlooked. The weather has turned cold, making it unsuitable for large-scale deployments, and with the New Year festival approaching, the battlefield naturally quiets down. Hurricane calmly elucidated. This revelation momentarily stunned Shu Yun, for he realized that the New Year was indeed approaching. Unbeknownst to him, He had spent 2 or 3 years in this world. Having reincarnated with scant memories of this place, his life as a ninja had been consumed by training and combat, rendering him indifferent to the passage of time and the significance of festivals. After all, who celebrates alone? The essence of festivals lies in reunion, in seeing those one longs to meet and expressing words left unsaid. Reflecting on this, he realized he would soon age another year. Upon awakening, he had found himself enveloped in silence, oblivious to the birth date of this body. Consequently, he had come to regard the day of his awakening as his rebirth celebration, vaguely recalling that it had also been on the eve of the new year. However, he had not anticipated that celebrations would also occur on the battlefield. Is it truly so surprising that people on the battlefield are still human? Hurricane interjected, sensing Shu Yun's astonishment. Indeed, ninjas are human too. Being human entails longing for life and harboring hopes for a brighter future. Without such aspirations, how could wars persist? After all, war fundamentally serves the pursuit of interests, with the primary aim of ensuring the survival of one's people. In the ensuing days, the situation on the battlefield grew increasingly calm, almost leading Shu Yun to believe that this year would pass in such a tranquil state. However, as the new year drew near, the long-absent frontline commander, Orochimaru, reappeared at the camp. Though his complexion remained as pallid as ever, he exuded a formidable presence, suggesting that he had not sustained any injuries. Upon his arrival at the camp, the first act he undertook was to summon the ninjas of the camp, delivering his pre-battle declaration. Ninjas of Konoha, the new year approaches. Yet the sand shinobi linger in our homeland. They have slain our comrades and invaded our territory, while we are forced to watch them celebrate joyfully in their own homes. Can you bear such a sight? I cannot. The bones buried before the memorial stone demand our action. I intend to reclaim our ground before the new year arrives, to cleanse the shame of our previous defeat. Who among you dares to follow me? At this moment, it must be said that Orochimaru exuded a certain charisma. Even though Shu Yun was aware of his potential intentions towards his body, he could not help but admire Orochimaru's current resolve. Orochimaru's appearance reignited the spirits of the Konoha ninjas, who rallied with courage, willing to risk their lives to follow him into battle. For on the battlefield, he always led from the front, his figure ever at the forefront, allowing the subsequent ninjas to merely follow in his wake. War had begun once more, on the eve of the New Year festival, with Konoha ninjas launching the first strike in an effort to reclaim their rightful land. This New Year festival might witness a few more homeless figures, as their loved ones would remain forever in this place. On the very day Orochimaru delivered his speech, the war commenced. Not only were the sand shinobi caught off guard, but even the Konoha ninjas themselves struggled to respond promptly. Fortunately, Orochimaru did not demand that the entire army engage immediately. He would personally lead a team of elite ninjas to launch a surprise assault on the Sand Shinobi's camp. As the Sand Shinobi scrambled to defend themselves, the well-organized forces of Konoha would press the advantage. The plan was simple, emphasizing an element of surprise. However, such a strategy placed all the pressure squarely on Orochimaru, who needed to withstand the formidable might of the Sand Shinobi's elite and instill significant fear. Shu Yun observed him, uncertain of the source of his immense confidence, fully aware that the Kazekage's magnetic abilities were formidable. Under the cover of night, the elite forces of Konoha surged towards the opposing camp, with Shu Yun also preparing to enter the fray. The assault team consisted solely of jonin and higher-ranked elites. Shu Yun would follow the main force in their charge against the Sand Shinobi's defenses. The battlefield was awash with crimson, as Shu Yun wielded his blade, advancing with the army. With reckless abandon, Shu Yun unleashed the light of his sword, transforming into a specter of death. Yet the battlefield was fraught with peril. One moment, he could be the harbinger of death, and the next, he could himself be claimed by it. As Shu Yun swung his sword, the bright arc of his blade found its mark in the embrace of a Sand Shinobi, though blood poured forth, signaling the end of his days. The wounded ninja clutched Shu Yun's blade tightly, his lifeless eyes fixed upon him, as if wishing for Shu Yun to join him in death. In his fading gaze, Shu Yun beheld a large mass of azure light. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A furious shout erupted from the side, as the blue radiance surged towards him, and he realized he no longer had time to evade. Just when Shu Yun believed he was destined to perish there, a fierce azure light surged forth, dissipating the wind barrier in its wake. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The hurricane, standing by, chuckled heartily. You owe me a life this time. Shu Yun, shaking off the lifeless sand ninja, replied with a smile, my life is hardly valuable. It's worth at most a bowl of ramen. As Shu Yun spoke, he brandished his blade, charging towards the sand ninja attempting a flanking maneuver. Even a bowl of ramen would suffice. The hurricane followed suit, inseparable from him. The sand ninja, aware of Shu Yun's imminent approach with his weapon, recognized his disadvantage in close combat and sought to retreat. However, he failed to notice the violet glow rapidly approaching from the ground. Lightning release, earth walk. The sound of bells echoed in the vicinity as she had been shadowing Shu Yun. Ever watchful, the tumultuous thunder bound the sand ninja in place, and Shu Yun's blade swept through, extinguishing the life of the enemy. As previously mentioned, victory on the battlefield relies on teamwork and unwavering sincerity. The rest is left to fortune. Shu Yun's swordplay may not have been extraordinarily sharp, but luck favored him. Blessed with earnest brothers he could rely upon. Charge, 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 attack, attack, attack. The crimson hue stained the earth as the Leaf Ninja launched a frenzied assault. Unafraid of death, for their commander always led from the front. In such a scenario, how could they retreat? The Leaf forces successfully breached the Sand Ninja's defenses. And the turn of the battle was astonishingly favorable, for the wind shadow of the sand had yet to make an appearance. Without the wind shadow's oppressive presence, Orochimaru, riding his formidable purple summoning snake, advanced boldly. The figure of Kageyoshi, attempting to halt Orochimaru's advance, ultimately succumbed to the brilliance of the Kusanagi sword, severely wounded and collapsing. Chiyo wielded 10 puppets in a bid to provide support, yet was firmly detained by the combination of Inoshikacho. Witnessing the Dark Division leader Kageyoshi fall gravely injured, without a glimpse of the wind shadow, the morale of the sand troops began to waver. Lacking formidable opponents to counter Orochimaru, he dispatched the summoning snake into the throngs of enemies. The sand ninja's position crumbled, and the Leaf forces surged into their camp. Chiyo issued a retreat order, hastily extracting Kageyoshi from the land of fire. Seizing the moment, the Leaf army pursued the fleeing sand ninja relentlessly, but ultimately found themselves obstructed by Chiyo's toxic smoke. With morale plummeting, the sand ninja withdrew from the land of fire, retreating to the border with the land of wind and the land of rain, intending to use the territory of the rain as a battlefield to confront the Leaf in a stalemate. On the eve of the new year, the Leaf celebrated a thrilling victory, having driven the invaders from their homeland and secured the stability of the land of fire. A congratulatory message from the Hokage, soaring from the main camp, further ignited the spirits of the troops. Along the border of the land of fire, they re-established their camp, turning their gaze towards the auspicious prospects of the coming year. As the new year commenced, marking the first significant victory since the onset of hostilities, the Hokage authorized a shipment of supplies from the rear as a reward for the year's achievements. The camp's bonfires were ignited, and red peach charms adorned the surroundings. The ninjas donned their new garments, and although there were no fireworks or firecrackers, everyone relished the pastries from their hometowns and received letters from distant family members. Shu Yun, too, received a new set of clothes, and as he walked through the lively camp, he felt a warm sensation amidst the joyous atmosphere. The vibrant red decorations adorned the campsite, dispelling the bloodshed and chill of the battlefield entirely. Shu Yun observed a large group queuing to collect their letters, including members of the Anbu. After receiving his letter, Fei Niao approached Shu Yun, carrying a stack of paper and pens he had obtained from the supply ninjas. "Are you here to collect a letter too? With so many people, perhaps you should finish writing your reply first. Otherwise, you'll have to queue again," he suggested, waving the letter paper in his hand. "I happen to take more than I needed. Would you like some?" Shu Yun shook his head, his expression brightening somewhat at Fei Niao's cheerful demeanor. "No one has written to me, and even if I finish my letter, I wouldn't know where to send it." Fei Niao fell silent for a moment, opening his mouth to utter a mere apology. In truth, he had no need to apologize. His family resided far away, and he simply could not return to them. The flames of war had raged for 3 months, and a letter from home was worth its weight in gold. The profound sentiments encapsulated within that small piece of paper far surpassed mere monetary value. Yet regrettably, no one could send such heartfelt emotions to Shu Yun anymore. As Shu Yun wandered alone through the bustling camp, observing the throngs of people engaged in merriment, an inexplicable sense of solitude enveloped him. As night fell, Orochimaru hosted a banquet where all non-duty ninjas could partake in a small cup of sake. Yet, Shu Yun, being underage, was unable to indulge, and thus could only watch as others drank, while he devoured the meat laid out before him. A single cup of sake was not enough to intoxicate. Yet the atmosphere was suffused with a kind of inebriation. As emotions ran high, some began to sing the Sakura song, a melody from their homeland. Though Shu Yun could not comprehend the lyrics, he could feel their longing for home, and it stirred within him a profound nostalgia. Yet, Where was his home amidst the vastness of the world? He had perished in his previous life, achieving a sense of closure. Yet the memories of that past life felt distant. Here, he remained utterly alone, without family or confidants. The vast expanse of the world seemed devoid of a refuge for him, and in this moment, his yearning transformed into a restless spirit, akin to a rootless water plant. Feeling a sudden wave of despondency, Shu Yun finished the meal before him, patted his belly, and quietly departed the scene. He leapt onto a large tree, lying atop its crown, where the view was splendid and a gentle breeze caressed him. He beheld the golden full moon in the sky, the distant bonfire, and the jubilant crowd. The air was filled with the foreign sounds of longing, and he found himself yearning for the familiar tones of his homeland. Thus, he plucked a leaf, a vessel for the moonlight that resided in his heart, and played a melody on his leaf flute, a tune of longing. Through mountains and waters, I journey forth, heading toward the Yuguan Pass. As night deepens, 1,000 tents glow with lantern light. With each gust of wind, and each flurry of snow, the dreams of my homeland shatter, for such sounds do not exist in my old abode. Shu Yun was immersed in the moment, unaware that his thoughts were being transmitted along with the sound of his voice. The sound, delicate and mournful, resonated throughout the camp, evoking profound sorrow and causing tears to flow freely. The air was thick with a sense of despair, as faint sobs echoed from within the camp, stirring deep emotions. Is it the voice or the emotions? Orochimaru pondered, observing the weeping figures in the camp with a cup of wine in hand. He cast a glance toward Shu Yun, and, extending his long tongue to lick his lips, murmured, "Ah, Yunjun, you have truly surprised me once more." Oblivious to the gaze fixed upon him, Shu Yun continued to admire the moon from the treetops. However, he soon heard a rustling sound behind him. The imposing figure of Tu Kuai had somehow joined him on the tree, plopping down beside him. "When did you return?" Shu Yun exclaimed, pleasantly surprised to see his long-lost companion. Since their separation, he had not seen Tu Kuai, nor had he received any news of him. Silence on the battlefield was never a good sign. "I just got back. If it weren't for our victory at the front, I might not have made it," Tu Kuai replied, reclining against the tree. He spat on the ground, and Shu Yun noticed the numerous wounds adorning his body. Even his face bore signs of battle, indicating that his return was indeed precarious. "Let us not dwell on that. Would you care to join me for a drink?" he asked, producing a bottle of clear liquor from his pocket. "Where did you procure this wine?" Shu Yun inquired curiously. Tu Kuai shrugged nonchalantly. "I pilfered it from the logistics department." "Be careful. The foxes might catch you tomorrow. And remember, you're underage. Shouldn't you refrain from drinking? Just tell me, do you want a drink or not?" "Of course, I want a drink. But simply holding the wine without any snacks feels rather lacking." "The snacks are right here." A bell-like voice chimed from behind, as Ling and the Hurricane appeared with a wooden board laden with an array of fresh dishes. Did you two empty the logistics kitchen?" They secured the dishes on the tree branches and spent the night indulging in wine, engaging in conversation, and admiring the moon, a fitting way to welcome the new year. Their first year in this other world was quite satisfactory. At least he was not alone anymore. The next day, after the New Year celebrations, the ninjas of Konoha officially entered the Land of Rain. The Sand Ninjas retreated, withdrawing their camp to the borders of the Wind Country, and henceforth, the Land of Rain became the battleground for the Fire and Wind Countries. In the western region of the Land of Rain, a team of Konoha ninjas advanced through the torrential downpour. The semi-divine figures of the ninja world were ultimately aging. Along with the courage that once dared to challenge the three great nations, they began to contemplate preservation and stability, no longer engaging in battles they could not win. Much like a monkey subdued after 5 centuries, finally yielding to reality and shedding its arrogance. Thus, unlike the Rain ninjas who actively engaged in the Second Great Ninja War, this time they retreated into their villages. They covered their ears and closed their eyes, no longer witnessing the tempests outside or hearing the cries and wails that echoed through the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain had irrevocably transformed into a battlefield for the two warring nations. Shu Yun traversed the forest, braving the relentless downpour. He wiped the rain from his face and compared the task scroll he held. "We're almost there, just half a day's journey left," he rasped, glancing at the torrential rain above. When would this deluge cease? Having entered the Land of Rain only half a month ago, Shu Yun found himself weary of the incessant rainfall. Once, he had regarded the enjoyment of rain as an elegant pastime. Whether it was in early spring, strolling alone under an oiled paper umbrella along the flagstone path to witness the soft drizzle cascading from the lakeside, or in early summer, gathering with friends around a hearth to share a meal while listening to the tempest outside, such moments had once brought him joy. Yet, No matter how one might appreciate the rain, it could not withstand the unrelenting torrents he now faced. The land of rain was perpetually drenched, as though the heavens had torn a hole, unleashing a deluge from the celestial river. The oppressive darkness of the environment weighed heavily upon him, and the humid air seemed to breed a sense of moldiness, rendering prolonged exposure stifling. Hurricane, too, wiped the rain from his face, acknowledging the futility of his raincoat against such a deluge, as water streamed down his cheeks and soaked his garments. Perhaps we ought to surrender to the wind country. Once they return home, we might also find our way back. Hurricane, equally exasperated by the weather, mused that the climate of the fire country was far more agreeable. Surrender? Not yet. I recall the Second Shinobi World War lasted a decade before it finally subsided. Bell's words jolted everyone back to reality. She Yun sighed and continued to lead the way. 10 years last time. This time, it may take at least 5. We have a long road ahead. As Shu Yun made his way through the rain, they arrived at a secluded estate on the western edge of the Land of Rain, adjacent to the Wind Country, which was essentially a stronghold for the Sand Shinobi. This estate served as an intelligence outpost established by Konoha within enemy territory, and his mission target resided here. He knocked on the door in a specific rhythm to signal the code, but waited in vain for a response. Something was amiss. Shu Yun forcibly pushed the door open, only to be met with the overwhelming scent of medicinal herbs in an empty room. Observing the concoction still simmering, he approached the window and noticed an inconspicuous mark, a secret symbol of the Anbu. They've just departed. We must pursue them. Upon exiting the estate, they spotted Hurricane leaping down from a nearby tree, dragging the lifeless body of a sand shinobi. We caught a watcher, but regrettably, he took his own life. Shu Yun examined the body. It belonged to the sand shinobi's Anbu. Dispose of the body and follow me. Continuing along the trail marked by the symbol, Shu Yun soon detected the presence of the sand shinobi's Anbu, who appeared to be searching for the rendezvous. Fortunately, they had not deciphered the Anbu's secret code, allowing Shu Yun to maneuver past them undetected. He soon discovered the figure of the contact nestled among the trees in a dense thicket. Mountain Sparrow? Shu Yun was taken aback to find the contact was none other than the Mountain Sparrow, who had been missing for several months. However, he appeared gravely injured, curled up in a state of unconsciousness atop the branch. Shu Yun hastily lifted him onto his back and set off in the direction of Konoha. After a while, the sand shinobi arrived at the scene, but Shu Yun had long since vanished without a trace, the signs of their passage washed away by the torrential rain. Carrying the sparrow on his back, Shu Yun hurried onward, yet the condition of the sparrow deteriorated steadily. His limbs were icy, and he remained in a deep slumber, the deluge above causing his body temperature to plummet. This could not continue. They needed to find a place to tend to his injuries. Shu Yun assessed the sparrow's wounds, realizing that if they continued to walk in the rain, the sparrow might perish. This frigid rain could very well extinguish his life here. I recall a village ahead. We should hasten there to seek some medicine for him. Hurricane chimed in, and together with Shu Yun, they quickened their pace. The village was not far, and soon they caught sight of it in the distance. Despite the heavy rain outside, the village bore no signs of light, appearing dark and tranquil. Arriving at the village, Shu Yun knocked on door after door, seeking a household that would allow them to rest momentarily. Although they had concealed their identities as ninjas after knocking on several doors, they still could not find a single household willing to let them in. The villagers were largely indifferent. Upon seeing unfamiliar figures, they swiftly closed their doors. The few who did respond merely listened to Shu Yun's entreaties before politely declining their request for refuge. Shu Yun and his companions knocked from one end of the village to the other, and even offering payment yielded no results. No one was willing to admit them. Hurricane raised an eyebrow, contemplating using Jinjutsu to resolve the matter when a voice called from behind. This place does not allow outsiders to stay. Follow me. I have a place that can provide shelter from the rain. Turning around, Shu Yun saw an elderly woman carrying a lantern, clad in a raincoat, with a small girl assisting her as they made their way forward. Hearing her voice, Shu Yun felt a sense of relief and hurriedly followed the old woman. As they walked, Shu Yun curiously asked, "Why is the village so inhospitable?" The elder, without pausing, sighed. It is not that they are inhospitable. It is merely that it is difficult for them to care for themselves, let alone extend kindness to outsiders. You are not from the Land of Rain, are you? Shu Yun and his companions exchanged glances, unaware that their earlier remarks had betrayed their origins. How did the elder know? We are indeed from afar. We encountered bandits on our journey, and my companion was injured. We merely sought a place to rest, Shu Yun explained. The elder showed no reaction to Shu Yun's fabricated identity, simply continuing. Since the war began, many remote areas in the Land of Rain have fallen into such dire circumstances. The common folk can barely survive. How can they afford to help others? Do not hold it against them. Shu Yun chuckled softly upon hearing this. Their assistance would be an act of kindness, and their refusal is within their rights. There is no reason to harbor resentment. However, we do not seek their help for free. We are willing to offer compensation. Why, then, are we still turned away? Compensation? Those worthless pieces of paper? The words of the elderly man astonished Shu Yun. The world is rife with turmoil, driven by the pursuit of profit. While currency cannot resolve all the world's dilemmas, it can certainly mitigate a majority of them. How could these banknotes be deemed worthless? It is worth noting that even ninjas are swayed by the influence of such currency. Observing Shu Yun's confusion, the elder elucidated, what value does an abundance of currency hold if one cannot procure anything? Through the elder's explanation, Shu Yun learned that the Land of Rain is perpetually drenched, possessing no arable land for cultivation, relying entirely on imports for sustenance. The primary industries here are light manufacturing and handicrafts, with the populace engaging in the processing and sale of products to facilitate trade with neighboring countries. Consequently, factories abound, with every household contributing to the workforce to sustain their livelihoods. However, the outbreak of war has shattered this fragile existence, transforming the Land of Rain into a perilous realm, deterring many merchants from trading here. Without the merchants, the trade of foodstuffs has dwindled, leading to the closure of factories. In the absence of commerce, even vast sums of currency lose their significance. The price of food had already skyrocketed at the onset of the conflict. As the war raged on, the purchasing power of money diminished, rendering it nearly equivalent to mere paper, with no opportunities for expenditure. Thus, as long as the war persists, the Land of Rain shall remain mired in despair, its citizens confined to their homes, hoping to survive on dwindling supplies, longing for peace before their provisions are exhausted, or for merchants to return. Do not be perplexed by the people's reluctance to accept newcomers. Each additional person consumes a portion of their meager rations, essential for their survival. For them, these rations symbolize hope, a hope they cannot afford to share. Shu Yun, upon hearing this, was at a loss for words. Gazing at the dim village that resembled a silent, lifeless coffin. Within lay a group of souls awaiting death and despair, yet clinging to the faintest glimmer of hope. In silence, Shu Yun and the others continued onward, following the elder into a dilapidated old house. The roof bore several holes, through which torrential rain cascaded, flowing into the interior through the broken gaps. Buckets and basins were strategically placed throughout the room to collect the rainwater. The roof is in disrepair, and I am too old to mend it, while my granddaughter is but a child. Please do not take offense, esteemed guests, the elder remarked, ushering everyone inside before emptying an overflowing bucket. Gratefully, Shu Yun hastened to assist, expressing, not at all. We are immensely grateful for any shelter from the rain. The interior was dim and cold, the early spring downpour adding to the chill. The elder stood at the rear, closing the wooden door only after ensuring all had entered, as if to shut out the frigid air. Regrettably, the wind seeped in through the gaps, relentlessly bringing the cold with it. As the door closed, the room became increasingly dim. Typically, the atmosphere at home was bearable, but the presence of guests rendered it somewhat impolite. The elderly man shuffled over, trembling as he attempted to light the solitary oil lamp resting on the table. The lamp felt cold to the touch, suggesting it had not been ignited in quite some time. However, in the rain country, where precipitation was a perennial occurrence, items left unused inevitably accumulated moisture. After a prolonged struggle, the old man finally managed to spark a flame. The flickering fire ignited the wick, casting warmth, orange-red light that breathed a semblance of life into the chilly room. At that moment, Shu Yun surveyed the interior and noticed a pile of herbs in one corner, likely gathered by the old man himself, many still exuding a fresh aroma. Was the old man a doctor? Perhaps he served as the village healer, foraging for local herbs to treat the villagers. Please lay him on the bed and clean him up. I will prepare some herbs for him. While I cannot guarantee recovery, it will surely be an improvement from his current state, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Shu Yun promptly placed the injured sparrow on the bed, removing its damp garments to reveal a body marred by numerous scars. The old man said nothing as he replaced the herbs, then rummaged through a few garments and handed them to Shu Yun. The herbs are scarce. Whether he survives depends on his own resilience. I will prepare medicine, and you should change into dry clothes as well. Drink some warm water to stave off chills and avoid catching a cold. Gratefully accepting the garments, Shu Yun replied, Thank you so much, kind sir. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. The old man sighed at her words. It is the duty of a physician to heal and save lives. When I studied medicine, I vowed to my teacher that I would do my utmost to rescue those in peril. If you wish to express thanks, then commit to doing good deeds in the future. With that, he exited the room to prepare the medicine. Shu Yun dressed the sparrow in clean clothes, then changed out of her own damp attire, donning garments that appeared to belong to the old man's son and daughter-in-law, which were somewhat oversized for her. Nonetheless, having a shelter from the rain and clean clothes was a blessing in itself. After changing, Shu Yun and her companions tended to the flickering light as they monitored the sparrow's condition. It seemed to be improving. At least its temperature had stabilized. However, as its warmth returned, it began to develop a fever, its forehead burning and remaining unconscious. After a while, the old man's granddaughter entered with a cup of hot water. She hesitated at the sight of Shu Yun and her companions, pausing in the doorway. Seeing this, Ling Ling quickly approached with a smile, took the cup from her, and gently ushered her inside. As they sipped the hot water, the chill that had enveloped them gradually dissipated. "You are ninjas, aren't you?" The little girl spoke softly, her eyes downcast, but her words plunged the room into an uneasy silence. Hurricane lowered the cup of hot water from his lips, his right hand instinctively reaching for his concealed shuriken. Shu Yun swiftly stopped him, finishing her own drink before addressing the girl. "Oh no. We are merely passing merchants who encountered some bandits." "You are lying. I learned medicine from my grandmother and know the signs of wounds. His injuries are clearly from shuriken and kunai," she retorted, her voice unwavering. A voice, tinged with a hint of sorrow, emanated from the girl. "When will you leave us? Would you go fight elsewhere? We have not had a proper meal in ages, and my parents have disappeared while searching for food." Her grandmother had told her that they had gone far away, and that she could only seek them out once she grew up. Yet, oh, how she longed for them. Tears streamed down her face as she looked up, wanting to weep openly but hesitating. For her grandmother had warned her that ninjas were perilous and to keep her distance from them. She felt a profound fear towards Shu Yun and his companions. Upon hearing the commotion, the elderly woman hurried in with herbs in hand, and upon witnessing the scene, she realized her granddaughter had made a connection with Shu Yun and his group. Flustered, she quickly apologized, enveloping her granddaughter protectively in her embrace, bowing repeatedly and assuring them that she would not reveal their identities. She had long been aware of their true nature as ninjas. After all, her granddaughter had discerned it. And as a lifelong healer, how could she have been oblivious? Yet, she feared to confront the truth directly. Shu Yun, noticing her distress, promptly assisted the elder to her feet. "We owe you an apology. I am truly sorry. War, after all, has never been a benevolent force. It has never embodied absolute righteousness. Often, individuals find themselves ensnared in circumstances beyond their control." Dinner that night consisted of a gruel made from coarse rice and wild vegetables. The rough husks combined with the unknown greens were rather unpalatable, leaving a bitter aftertaste. Frankly, such gruel was far from delectable, even more so than the emergency rations provided by the Leaf Village. Yet, Shu Yun bore no disdain, for he observed the little girl devouring it ravenously. He understood that ordinarily, they would hesitate to indulge in even this thickened porridge. Their meager rations represented hope. They shared their hope with Shu Yun, and how could he ever find fault with that? The following day, the torrential rain temporarily ceased, but the condition of the sparrow was still precarious, necessitating rest and care. The elderly woman began preparing herbal remedies early in the morning, while the little girl busied herself assisting. Upon witnessing this, Ling Ling joined in to help as well. Shu Yun, feeling somewhat out of place, decided to lend a hand elsewhere, as the small kitchen was already cramped with 3 people, and the tasks there did not require his involvement. Thus, he ventured into the yard, gathering a few intact tiles to assist in repairing the roof. As for the hurricane, he had ventured out early to confront it. With agility, Shu Yun leapt onto the roof, surveying the damaged tiles. Yet, the extent of the destruction was considerable, and he found himself short of sufficient tiles for repairs. Rubbing his head in contemplation, he resolved to initially use wood to patch the leaks. Without delay, Shu Yun produced a shuriken from his belongings and began to carve wooden pieces from the timber stacked in the yard, intending to shape them into tiles to temporarily shield against the rain. A temporary solution should suffice. Regrettably, he lacked the ability to utilize fire or earth techniques, which would have allowed him to forge proper tiles. Shu Yun's craftsmanship was commendable, having sculpted many items in a previous life. It was not long before he fashioned a sufficient number of wooden tiles. Once more, he ascended to the roof and, at last, successfully repaired it. The task of repairing the roof evoked memories of carpentry in Shu Yun. Observing the dilapidated house, which was riddled with drafts, he resolved to undertake a comprehensive renovation. This time, he was not without tools. He retrieved a sealing scroll and summoned his ethereal light. Then, with this glow in hand, he ventured outside. He made his way to a distant grove, selecting a robust fir tree. With a single stroke, the towering fir was cleaved cleanly at the base. As the great tree toppled, Shu Yun trimmed away the excess branches before hoisting the entire trunk back to his yard. The resounding thud as he dropped the log summoned the presence of a bell and a little girl. The timid child cautiously peeked out to investigate the commotion in the yard. Upon seeing Shu Yun wielding his tools, she quickly concealed herself behind the bell. Still harboring a fear of the ninja, Shu Yun observed the curious child peeking out from her hiding place and could not help but smile. Was he truly a ninja? While the bell was not, it amused him how she hid behind the bell, yet felt reassured. Such is the whimsical nature of childhood. With this in mind, he carved a segment from the tree and, using his kunai, began to sculpt the likeness of the child. His craftsmanship was deft. In his previous life, he often delighted children in similar ways. Before long, a vivid figure emerged from the wood. Shu Yun beckoned the little girl over, inviting her to take a look. Come here, does it resemble you? The child's curiosity about the carving overshadowed her fear of the ninja, and she approached, her eyes wide with wonder. Is this me? Indeed, it is you. Do you think it resembles you? Shu Yun shook the carving. The little girl nodded. Yes. Then tell uncle your name, and I shall engrave it for you. It's not uncle, it's brother, she corrected him earnestly, then added, I'm Xiao Tuesday. Shu Yun chuckled and inscribed her name upon the figure. Here, it's a gift for you. With the statue in hand, Xiao Tu lost her fear of Shu Yun. She watched in fascination as he transformed chunks of wood into planks and strips, crafting them into a variety of objects. She observed as the worn windows of her home were replaced, revitalized by the new wood, and the fractured door was mended, ensuring no more cold winds could penetrate. Xiao Tu scampered alongside Shu Yun, witnessing the gradual restoration of her home. She realized that long knives and kunai could serve purposes beyond harm. In the hands of this man, they could also restore furniture. Today, Xiao Tu felt an overwhelming joy, reminiscent of the times when her parents were still at home. When hunger was absent, and the house was not so worn. Back then, when a window broke, someone would mend it. When the roof leaked, help would arrive. As noon approached, the whirlwind returned, panting as he dragged a wild boar into the yard. Upon seeing Xiao Tu, who had rushed out to investigate, he blinked in surprise. I ran quite a distance to catch this. Today we shall feast on roasted meat, and I've brought back some seasonings. That day, they savored a delightful meal of roasted meat, and Shu Yun, having been hungry for so long, relished every bite. Outside, the heavy rain began to fall once more. Yet the repaired house was impervious to the winds. They gathered around a makeshift fire, savoring the sizzling, oily grilled meat. Little Two gazed at the tempest outside, but within, a sudden warmth dispelled the chill. By afternoon, Captain Sha Ke, having taken his medicine, showed signs of improvement. At least there was no fear of sudden demise. And everything seemed to be heading in a favorable direction. As night descended, the weary companions retired early. However, in the dead of night, Shu Yun was roused by a faint metallic scent of blood. He awakened his comrades, and before they could step outside, a cacophony of chaos erupted from beyond. Bandits. A horde of bandits was descending upon them. Shu Yun and Hurricane exchanged a fleeting glance, silently slipping out to gather information, while Ling Ling remained behind to safeguard the others. Shu Yun and Hurricane leapt onto the rooftop, finding refuge in the shadows of a dimly lit ridge. Soon, they spotted a group of figures brandishing torches, swiftly invading the village. The intruders quickly entered, sounding drums to awaken the slumbering inhabitants. Surrender your food and coins. We mean no harm to your lives. The leader of the bandits, mounted on horseback, circled the open space at the village's center, while his subordinates commenced their door-to-door collection of provisions and valuables. We mean no harm as long as you surrender your food? Such words were mere platitudes in this dire scenario. Taking the village's last remaining sustenance would surely condemn the villagers to starvation. Indeed, as they attempted to seize the food, no one was willing to yield. The villagers clutched their provisions tightly, resolutely protecting their meager supplies. For them, food represented hope. This was their last glimmer of survival, and they could not relinquish it so easily. Please, have mercy. We all depend on this little food to live. If you take it away, we truly cannot survive. An elderly woman clung desperately to her meager rations. A small sack filled with coarse rice, representing the entirety of her family's sustenance. Behind her, a tiny child sat obliviously, around 2 years old. Still too young to comprehend the gravity of the situation, believing it to be a game as he clapped his hands and giggled. The thwarted bandits showed no mercy. After several failed attempts to seize the food, they drew their knives, and the scent of blood began to permeate the village. Bandits? I find this hard to believe. Hurricane communicated to Shu Yun through sign language. These individuals displayed discipline and training that was far from typical of mere brigands. Shu Yun stealthily drew forth a faint glow, advancing quietly into the shadows. They were undoubtedly not mere bandits. The sight of their grain-laden carts indicated that they had plundered more than one village. The carts carried only provisions and coins, with not a single woman taken. Such a targeted approach to looting could hardly belong to common robbers. Furthermore, it was paramount to note that no bandit would possess the skills of chakra manipulation. As Shu Yun surveyed the scene, he discerned that the individuals below were at least Jinin, with the leader being a Chunin, numbering roughly 20 in total. If these were indeed bandits, it would be illogical for them to target such a small village. They would rather raid the estates of nobles in the city. Clearly, they were ninjas, but not from the Rain Village. The formidable Hanzo of the Salamander, who cherished his homeland and dared to challenge the three great nations, would never stoop to such actions. Moreover, as a ninja village of the Rain Country, they had no need to act in such a manner. They were unlikely to be rogue ninjas either. Despite their inferior strength, they exhibited an orderly conduct, indicative of a regular military force. Given that this locale was situated in the western part of the Rain Country, adjacent to the Wind Country, the conclusion became evident. They were merely sand ninjas masquerading as bandits. Shu Yun gathered intelligence collected by the Anbu, further solidifying his analysis. The sand ninjas were impoverished and had gained little advantage from their ongoing conflicts with Konoha. Their supply lines were under severe strain. Faced with such pressure, it was only natural for them to seek provisions from other sources. However, ninjas lacked the authority to requisition food from the populace. All taxation was managed by the daimyo, and ninjas had no right to impose upon their own citizens. Without the ability to levy taxes, how could the sand ninjas procure sustenance? The answer was unequivocal. They could only extort food from the local residents of the Rain Country. By disguising their identities and executing their plans with sufficient finesse, they could shift the blame onto bandits, escaping censure. In any case, whether the food was stolen or not, the villagers faced dire consequences. One villager, brandishing a kitchen knife, charged forth towards the grain-collecting ninjas, prompting others to stir with malicious intent. Villagers from rural areas were known for their fierce spirit. They possessed the courage to confront even armed bandits. However, even if the grain-collecting ninjas were merely genin, the disparity between them and ordinary citizens was insurmountable. Clang! The ninja deflected the attack effortlessly, countering with a swift strike that severed the villager's neck. As the assailant clutched his throat, slowly succumbing to his wounds, the remaining villagers, who had mustered their courage just moments prior, were suddenly overwhelmed with despair. A sharp-eyed villager, upon noticing the deadly weapon in the genin's hand, trembled and exclaimed, "Kanai! They're ninjas!" In the shadows, Shu Yun sensed impending doom upon hearing these words. Indeed, the leading sand ninja cursed under his breath upon receiving the news. His eyes gleamed with malice as he issued a massacre order to his comrades. Those who revealed themselves must be eliminated, not a single one spared. Instantly, the sand ninjas abandoned their pretense, drawing their kunai in preparation for the impending slaughter. Shu Yun let out a sigh, initially intending to discreetly eliminate them. However, he was taken aback when the sand shinobi unexpectedly revealed their location. He had no choice but to swiftly dispatch them and retreat, hoping that reinforcements from the sand would not arrive too hastily. Drawing his blade, Shu Yun suddenly sensed a vast surge of chakra emanating from above. Looking up, he beheld a torrential downpour of white paper fluttering through the air, resembling countless shurikens raining down upon them, leaving no avenue for escape. Fortunately, the paper seemed disinterested in him, instead targeting the sand shinobi. The sand shinobi, realizing their predicament, hastily formed hand seals to unleash defensive jutsu. Those who failed to do so met their demise on the spot. The deluge of paper swiftly eliminated the majority of the foot soldiers, leaving only a handful of sand shinobi to survive. The remaining warriors, having lost their will to fight, recognized that the wielder of such jutsu was not someone they could contend with. Consequently, the surviving sand shinobi dispersed, but upon barely escaping the village, they vanished without a trace as a new squad of ninjas clad in pure black attire, adorned with the Rain Village forehead protector, emerged from the outskirts. Rain shinobi? They appear formidable, the hurricane whispered in his ear, its expression grave as it surveyed the distant figures. Shu Yun shared the same somber sentiment, as they cautiously made their way towards the sound of bells, back to back. Yet, Just as they began to move, they felt the unmistakable sensation of being targeted. Upon glancing up, Shu Yun spotted a figure in the sky. It was his first encounter within the shinobi world with a being capable of flight, clad in pure black. With flowing blue hair and pristine paper wings unfurling behind her, she bore an exquisite visage reminiscent of an angel descending upon the earth. Divine retribution. This is divine retribution. An angel come to save us. A villager, having witnessed the spectacle of paper raining down from the heavens, suddenly found himself infused with hope amidst despair. His slender frame fell to the ground in fervent prayer, beseeching the celestial figure above. "O God, I implore you to descend to this realm and save your lost people. May your kingdom manifest upon the earth soon." The absurdity of venerating a bloodthirsty ninja as a deity was indeed striking in the stillness of the night, even drawing Shu Yun's gaze. Yet, such misguided and somewhat comical proclamations ignited a fervor among the villagers who collectively bowed to the sky. Disregarding the fact that the divine figure bore the familiar ninja headband, those who struggled in despair often clung desperately to the dawn of hope, even placing their faith in an ethereal deity. For reality had descended into such desolation that they sought to escape, believing that in legends, the divine possessed both compassion and immense power, capable of leading them out of their plight. Shu Yun is not an angel. We are not soldiers of any god. We are merely ordinary ninjas of the land of rain. A ninja with orange hair approached from the distance, interrupting the villagers' prayers with a hearty laugh. His smile, surprisingly candid and devoid of the bloodstains that typically characterized ninjas, offered a sense of comfort amidst the chaos. The villagers exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, followed by a sense of numbness and anger. Numbness towards the harshness of reality, and anger at the extinguished hopes. Yet they were aware that their adversaries were ninjas, compelling them to bury their resentment deep within. After all, even a life of numbness was preferable to a tragic demise. The orange-haired ninja swiftly approached, followed closely by a dozen figures. These unfamiliar silhouettes were clad in uniform black attire, adorned with the headbands of the Rain Ninja Village, seemingly confirming their affiliation. However, according to the intelligence from the Konoha Anbu, there was no division in the Rain Ninja Village that wore such uniforms. Early in the war, Hanzo of the Salamander had issued a directive prohibiting Rain ninjas from participating in conflicts with other nations, and to prevent encounters. Most of the Rain ninjas remained within their village. Thus, the origin of these ninjas standing before them was a mystery. Unfamiliar attire, unheard of ninjas. Yet they exuded an undeniable strength. Shu Yun mused inwardly. The unknown heralded chaos, and chaos implied ambiguous allegiances. Shu Yun was uncertain of the side these ninjas aligned with, let alone their intentions. The most troubling aspect was their formidable capabilities, indicating that the situation had already surpassed Shu Yun's expectations. He quietly assessed them, gathering information. The orange-haired ninja appeared to be the leader of this group, and upon his arrival, even the ninjas hovering above descended to stand behind him, slightly to the side. Next to him was a red-haired ninja with purple, mosquito-like eyes, seemingly acting as his right-hand guardian. Together, these three constituted the elite of the group, while the remaining ninjas seemed inconsequential, resembling a ragtag band of wandering ninjas, aged and lacking in prowess. The training structure for ninjas often favored early recognition of talent, with little room for those who might blossom later in life. These individuals had exhausted their potential. Lacking resources and being mediocre, their abilities had stagnated. However, in the world of ninjas, sheer numbers sometimes held less significance, as top-tier warriors could decisively influence the outcome of a battlefield. The three leading figures, based on their chakra responses, displayed considerable strength, particularly the red-haired ninja, whose chakra levels approached that of a Kage. While chakra volume does not directly equate to strength, it generally suggests that those with high chakra possess formidable abilities. Furthermore, he appeared to possess some unique bloodline trait. Shu Yun observed the red hair and purple eyes closely, as those eyes instilled a sense of unease within him. In the ninja realm, peculiar eyes often harbored extraordinary powers, leaving Shu Yun to wonder what abilities this individual might wield. "My name is Yahiko, the founder of the Akatsuki organization. This individual here is Konan. Her ability to fly is a unique talent. We are both ninjas from the land of rain. We arrived here upon receiving news of an impending attack by bandits. Should any further danger arise, you may seek our assistance, and we shall endeavor to safeguard this place." Yahiko spoke earnestly, promptly directing the ninjas behind him to assist the villagers. They would tend to the injured and repair the collapsed houses, attentively listening to the villagers' concerns, displaying a warmth that belied the typical demeanor of a ninja. He seemed quite experienced in handling such matters, effortlessly alleviating the villagers' apprehensions with just a few words. He then vowed to maintain peace and assist them in rebuilding order and restoring trade. His words were akin to light breaking through darkness, instilling a glimmer of hope in the villagers. No longer numb, their eyes reflected a blend of longing and fear, yearning for hope, yet wary of potential deception. Shu Yun observed this man bustling amidst the crowd. He exuded no trace of a ninja's cold indifference, appearing rather approachable. This was his first encounter with such a ninja, seemingly severed from the shadows and imbued with a distinctive vitality. Truly, he resembled a devotee more than a ninja, Shu Yun mused inwardly. He had encountered many such individuals in his past life, loyal to their ideals and striving towards them, vibrant yet often facing unfortunate ends. After attending to the villagers, Yahiko finally approached Shu Yun. "Which village do you hail from, and what brings you here?" At this moment, he revealed a more assertive demeanor, embodying the essence of a ninja. Observing the raindrop-patterned forehead protector he wore, Shu Yun decided to disclose their identities, recognizing that revealing their status as rain ninjas would afford them greater safety. Neutral rain ninjas would refrain from antagonizing either of the major nations and would not openly challenge any ninja from a specific country, as doing so would only entangle the rain village in the throes of war. Indeed, as Shu Yun donned his forehead protector, the expression on Yahiko's face shifted to one of concern, for this situation posed a diplomatic quandary. "We are merely passing through this village and have no connection with those ninjas. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave," Shu Yun spoke sincerely. They could not afford to be overly presumptuous. Thrusting the rain village into the opposing camp would yield no benefits for Konoha. After all, the semi-divine figure of the ninja world still lived. His reputation forged on the battlefield warranted respect, although he suspected the assailants were disguised Suna ninjas, without concrete evidence. Convincing others would be challenging, and such claims might only heighten suspicion. Yahiko scrutinized the two Konoha ninjas, pondering how to navigate this situation. The presence of two evasive ninjas in the midst of such turmoil inevitably raised doubts regarding their intentions. Yet, the identities they claimed caused him to hesitate, as their demeanor did not seem to align with that of the bandits. He harbored a lingering affection for the ninjas of Konoha and did not wish for them to become embroiled in such matters. At that moment, a red-haired ninja approached from a distance, leaning close to Yahiko to whisper softly. After listening, Yahiko's expression softened slightly. "Do you still have companions recuperating in the village?" Shu Yun turned to see Belle, accompanied by the sparrow, striding towards him, followed closely by a rain ninja named Conan, along with Little Two and her grandmother trailing behind. Clearly, Belle's movements had been unwittingly revealed. Shu Yun stepped forward to take the sparrow from her back. He had yet to recover from his injuries and remained in a state of unconsciousness, appearing rather lifeless. "Big sister, my brother and his friends are not bad people. Please do not harm them." Little Two boldly grasped Conan's hand, pleading on behalf of Shu Yun and the others. Yahiko smiled upon hearing this, crouched down, and affectionately ruffled Little Two's hair, assuring her, "Rest assured, Uncle will not harm good people." He then stood and addressed Shu Yun and his companions. "I see that your friend is not in the best condition. Would you like to rest with us? Our medical ninjas, though not on par with those of Konoha, can still be of assistance. Thank you for your kindness, but we can manage on our own," Shu Yun declined, as he would not be swayed to seek refuge in their stronghold merely by another's words. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the red-haired ninja looking off into the distance. Someone is coming. Shu Yun turned to follow his gaze and soon sensed an approaching presence. Such keen perception. He glanced at the newcomer's violet eyes. The individual was a member of Sunagakure's Anbu, and as they drew nearer, Shu Yun recognized their distinctive sand symbol, indicating their approach was directed towards them. "It seems you will indeed need to rest with us," Yahiko remarked, stepping forward proactively. The newcomer halted, stating, "There has been an incident where ninjas attacked our village's citizens, and we are investigating the assailants." The Sunagakure Anbu, noticing the approaching rain ninjas, felt a twinge of concern. The scene was unmasked, and it was evident what had transpired. It was a grain collection team covertly dispatched by Sunagakure, although they were not from the same department. He was somewhat aware of the grain collection activities. "Let us hope this does not hinder our mission," the Sunagakure Anbu thought, making his way towards Yahiko. "We have come to pursue Konoha's spies. These ninjas have inflicted considerable losses upon our camp. We kindly request that you hand them over to us, and we shall withdraw immediately." The Sunagakure Anbu fixed his gaze intently on Shu Yun and his group. He was not particularly concerned about the events that had unfolded here, as it was the responsibility of another department, After all, it was merely a failed mission resulting in casualties, such as the fate of a ninja. As for whether the Rain ninjas would uncover anything through these corpses, the Sunigakure Anbu was not overly anxious. The assailants had disguised themselves prior to the attack, and under ordinary circumstances, it would be difficult to trace it back to Sunigakure. Even if it were traced back, would the Rain ninjas dare to engage in conflict with Sunigakure? It is merely a small nation nestled in the crevices. And were it not for the impoverished land of the Rain country, the Wind country would have long since obliterated any trace of its existence. In recent years, the Rain country has produced the notorious figure of Hanzo the Salamander, yet the Sand Shinobi's Anbu do not regard him with any esteem. Not only is he advanced in age, but his prowess remains questionable. Even if he were to wield a sword and mount a steed, what difference would it make? The Sand Shinobi, forged in the harshness of sandstorms, fear no formidable adversaries. They dare to provoke the likes of the Leaf Village, and thus would not tremble before a mere Rain Shinobi. Consequently, he remains indifferent to the events unfolding here, as long as they do not impede his mission. The gaze of the Sand Anbu remains fixated on Shu Yun, their target pursued relentlessly, seemingly within their grasp. I apologize, but they appeared at the scene of the incident. I believe they are connected to this matter, so I must take them in for questioning. I hope for your understanding, Yahiko stated, an expression of contrition on his face. Yet his words conveyed an undeniable conviction. The Sand Anbu narrowed their eyes, finally turning to regard the gentle demeanor of the young Rain Shinobi before them. A palpable aura of murderous intent thickening the frigid night air. Does the Rain village aspire to partake in this conflict? Yahiko, undaunted by the looming threat, shrugged nonchalantly and replied, the Rain Shinobi have no desire to engage in battle, but we shall show no mercy to those who harm our comrades, regardless of their origin. We will pursue them relentlessly. As he spoke, he emanated a formidable presence, prompting members of the Akatsuki organization to emerge and confront the Sand Shinobi. The Sand Anbu, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of anger. When had the ninjas of the Rain country gained the audacity to challenge the Sand? However, assessing the dynamics of the battlefield, even the captain of the Sand Anbu had to concede that they could not prevail today. While he dismissed the other Rain Shinobi, the three leading ninjas were formidable indeed, 3 Jonin, or perhaps elite Jonin. The Sand Shinobi furrowed his brow, accepting the sobering truth of their own inadequacy. Power is the essence of a ninja, and thus he had no choice but to abandon this mission. We will report these events to the Kazekage in full. I hope you will be equally resolute at that time, he declared before leading his team away. Shu Yun, too, followed the group known as the Akatsuki, and the Sand Shinobi were unwilling to relent, pursuing them closely. Yet, in terms of familiarity with the terrain, they could not compete with the local Rain Shinobi. Yahiko and his companions navigated through the city's myriad conduits, and soon they had evaded their pursuers. However, rather than heading toward the Rain village, they brought Shu into the vicinity of an abandoned factory, which appeared to serve as their stronghold, with patrolling ninjas nearby. Lord Yahiko has returned. Good evening, Lord Yahiko, greeted the patrolling ninjas warmly, to which he responded amiably, without airs. Ultimately, Shu Yun followed them into the abandoned factory, where she was designated a room for rest. They dispatched a skilled medical ninja to attend to Shank's injuries, which, under his care, began to show signs of recovery. Thus, Shu Yun and her companions resided there, awaiting the awakening of Captain Shake. They were led into the base of the Akatsuki organization, but to Shu Yun's astonishment, their movements were not restricted, and the organization did not seem to conceal its actions. This transparency allowed Shu Yun to glean some understanding of their circumstances. What intrigued Shu Yun most was that this organization, known as Akatsuki, did not appear to be a subordinate entity of the Rain village. Although they were indeed a ninja organization affiliated with the Land of Rain, it seemed they had no direct ties to the Rain village itself. The highest leader of this organization was a young man named Yahiko, and they were not governed or recognized by the Rain village or its daimyo. Curiously, they had established contact with individuals from the Rain village. Yet the village neither integrated them nor eliminated them, leaving Shu Yun puzzled about the intentions of that particular pufferfish. As such, the Akatsuki organization was actively operating throughout the Land of Rain, aspiring to someday gain the recognition of the Rain village and the daimyo to implement their ideals. Shu Yun had the opportunity to hear their philosophy one rainy night, which was rather ordinary, given that the rain in the Land of Rain perpetually fell, shrouding everything in its embrace. On that day, a group of ninjas arrived at the Akatsuki base, seemingly tasked by a hostile force to confront them. After a fierce skirmish, Yahiko and his companions, possessing the strength of elite ninjas, naturally overcame their adversaries. However, rather than resorting to violence, Yahiko delivered a speech, seeking to recruit them to share in his dream of saving the land of rain. Shu Yun leaned against the railing on the upper floor and listened. To be frank, Yahiko's oration was not particularly compelling. Compared to the eloquent rhetoric of the third Hokage and the emotional manipulation of Orochimaru, Yahiko's speech could only be described as clumsy, far inferior to his adeptness in managing mundane affairs. Yet, it was precisely this awkwardness that allowed one to feel the depth of his sincerity and earnestness. He spoke from his heart, articulating his genuine thoughts. Perhaps it was this authenticity that garnered him followers and the trust of those around him. Ninjas are often individuals struggling in the shadows, caught between confusion and obsession. They might not know whether Yahiko's aspirations could be realized, yet they were willing to offer their loyalty in response to his heartfelt approach. After all, the land of rain could hardly become worse, and Yahiko was striving to save their nation. Through Yahiko's speech, Shu Yun came to understand the philosophy and mission of the Akatsuki organization, which was indeed dedicated to the pursuit of world peace, harboring a beautiful vision and noble ideals. World peace, what a beautiful ideal! It embodies grand aspirations and noble ideals. Yet, the pathways and methods to realize such dreams often seem rather impractical, akin to the fanciful musings of a dreamer. How should one articulate this? Indeed, there exists a genuine commitment to global harmony. However, this peace is predicated upon the moral elevation of humanity. In their advocacy, they posit that if individuals can cultivate mutual understanding, empathizing with the sufferings and predicaments of others, then genuine compassion will flourish, and thus, the world would naturally be liberated from anguish and strife. It possesses a semblance of reason, yet how can individuals truly comprehend one another? Shu Yun pondered aloud to Meher, who had sought him out, eager to glean the perspective of a denizen of the Hidden Leaf Village on the matter of warfare. Shu Yun recounted his thoughts candidly. Why not? Meher countered, his eyes gleaming with an almost unsettling brightness. If everyone recognizes the malevolence of suffering, then no one would perpetrate it. If individuals could love others as they cherish themselves, then mutual harm would cease to exist. Yet, Shu Yun regarded this man as if he were a rare and exotic creature. In this modern age, who still subscribes to the Mozi philosophy of universal love, life is inherently self-serving. It is an immutable law ingrained in the very essence of existence for the sake of survival. Had anyone else proposed such notions of mutual understanding, he would have deemed them delusional or merely a charlatan attempting to deceive the naive into servitude. However, over the past few days, Shu Yun observed that Meher genuinely seemed to believe in these ideals. He appeared earnest in his quest to understand and love others. The base of the Akatsuki organization lay here, a refuge for many victims of war from the land of rain. Meher tirelessly endeavored to maintain stability in this place, striving to re-establish order and foster trade. However, sustaining such efforts required immense economic and human resources, and the capabilities of the other members of the Akatsuki were, regrettably, somewhat limited. Consequently, many tasks necessitated his direct involvement. He not only ventured to distant lands to procure funding, but also personally upheld internal order and the stability of the organization. It could be said that everything here was constructed through his own efforts. He was not merely indulging in idle fantasies or hollow slogans. He genuinely aspired to traverse this seemingly impossible path, and, at present, it appeared he had garnered a few devoted followers and established his modest realm. Yet, could such endeavors truly bear fruit? Shu Yun remained skeptical. Human perception varies significantly. Even parents living under the same roof may fall into discord, and siblings may find themselves at odds. How, then, could those with divergent stances and thoughts ever achieve mutual understanding? One's perspective shapes their thoughts. Differing positions naturally yield distinct ideologies. What may be perceived as misfortune by one could be viewed as fortune by another. Such disparities in stance render individuals natural adversaries. How could this facilitate mutual comprehension? It is akin to the predator-prey dynamic. Wolves consume sheep, while sheep graze upon grass, a mere reflection of the natural order. Thus, it is the very reason for our existence in this world. This is the significance behind my actions. If only we could shatter the barriers that separate individuals. If only people could empathize with one another, then humanity could contemplate matters from a unified perspective. The world, by its nature, is not inherently beautiful. So let us strive to transform it into something splendid. I am willing to tread this path. Mayahiko spoke with unwavering conviction, undeterred by Shu Yun's criticisms. He recognized the formidable challenges ahead, yet he was resolute in his willingness to attempt. Indeed, he might be deemed foolish. Yet he is a fool who dares to challenge the windmills, possessing a vision and a clear sense of direction. He understands whence he came and where he is destined to go. This determination is worthy of admiration and envy from Shu Yun. After all, is not the pilgrim, in some sense, also a fool? He holds steadfastly to his ideals, bowing thrice and kneeling 9 times upon the road of aspiration. Moreover, given the world's current state of disarray, what harm could additional moths fluttering into the flame bring? At least they burn their candlelight, which once truly illuminated the darkness. Perhaps their ideals may seem fantastical, eliciting laughter when spoken, yet as Laozi wisely articulated, the superior man hears of the way and diligently practices it. The average man hears of the way and is uncertain whether to embrace it or dismiss it. The inferior man hears of the way and laughs at it. If he did not laugh, it would not be the way. He has discovered the path of his life and is steadfastly pursuing it. Though his ideals may appear naive and the road ahead fraught with difficulties, this is still far preferable to a life lived in oblivion. As Shu Yun gazed into Mayahiko's eyes, filled with light, he found himself captivated, not by the ideals themselves, but by the unwavering dedication to the pursuit of truth and the radiant light that continuously flickered within his heart, a brilliance almost blinding. Consequently, Shu Yun intensified his attacks on Mayahiko's beliefs, seeking out flaws with the fervor of a blood-sucking mosquito drawn to a wound. This was not born of jealousy, nor rooted in any malicious intent or resentment. On the contrary, Shu Yun held a deep appreciation for him, and it was precisely this admiration that compelled him to challenge him further. For Mayahiko's ideals were exceedingly beautiful, while reality often stands in stark contrast. The onslaught of reality is bound to be far more brutal than any verbal assault, and the barriers of existence are 1,000 times more daunting than his spoken words. Should he abandon his aspirations merely at the sound of his own voice, it would only serve as a testament to the superficiality of his commitment to his ideals, rendering him a mere dreamer spouting grandiloquent phrases. Even without Shu Yun's admonitions, he would likely falter, for reality is invariably strewn with thorns. The path to realizing one's ideals is inevitably a journey fraught with hardships. Ultimately, one will either don a crown of thorns, soaked in blood and tears, or bury their dreams beneath the soil, leaving their remains to be trampled upon. Thus, Shu Yun must not only speak but do so with fervor and eloquence, articulating his thoughts with precision and drawing upon classical references. If Mayahiko could unearth even a sliver of weakness in his philosophy through Shu Yun's critiques, if he could rectify any flaws in his ideals as a result of Shu Yun's scrutiny, would that not be a fortuitous outcome? Have you heard of the tale Why Not Eat Meat Porridge? Shu Yun said softly to Mahiko, in my homeland, there exists such a story. During a year of great calamity, chaos engulfed the land, and the common people perished from hunger. Consequently, the officials reported to the court, stating, the people have no rice to stave off their hunger. The emperor, upon hearing this, responded, if the people have no rice, why not eat meat porridge? This illustrates the vast chasm in perception between individuals. The worlds that people encounter differ far more than one might imagine. The environments in which individuals coexist are disparate. One may fail to perceive the beauty of another's life, just as the other may be oblivious to one's suffering. Such discrepancies in understanding inevitably give rise to divergent thoughts. At times, one may even be incapable of fathoming why another weeps. How then can such individuals attain mutual understanding? Furthermore, do you believe that understanding alone can prevent war? Yet, Shu Yun felt this was insufficient and sought to elaborate further. Do you think great nations desire conflict? In truth, most ninjas comprehend the anguish of war. At the memorials for the fallen, every family hangs spirit banners. Except for a select few, the majority of ninjas harbor a distaste for battle. Mahiko, momentarily taken aback, could not restrain himself from asking, why then has the war in the ninja world never ceased? Shu Yun sighed, explaining that it is because the ninja villages seek to survive. War has always been a means to an end, not an end in itself. The purpose of combat is to secure greater benefits, enabling one's people to lead better lives. This is not an absolution for the ninjas. War is by no means a commendable affair, but it is merely the reality that most conflicts arise from villages that can no longer sustain themselves. If a village were flourishing, who would engage in needless warfare? Ninja villages possess limited economic autonomy. All taxes are controlled by the feudal lords, who also hold dominion over land management and taxation. The only land ninjas can cultivate is that of their own villages. The land of Konoha, for instance, is relatively fertile and hospitable, possessing some economic value. However, what potential does the land of Sunagakure hold for cultivation? Economic development is inextricably linked to human presence. Yet who would venture to Sunagakure to thrive? Its terrain is desolate. The climate harsh, characterized solely by endless sands and sandstorms, rendering it a veritable wasteland. Even rodents would flee in tears, and birds would prefer not to defecate overhead. Aside from certain periodic trading caravans, few would willingly consume sand there. Lacking an influx of outsiders to stimulate economic growth, Sunagakure's economy remains stagnant. Moreover, even with abundant land, the ninjas might not possess the acumen to cultivate economic prosperity. How many ninjas, raised under the ninja-centric education system, truly possess economic insight? This remains a mystery. And the feudal lords would never permit ninja villages to attain economic independence. Having already grasped the nation's ultimate military power, do they still aspire for economic autonomy? Would it be you or I who assumes the role of feudal lord? Consequently, Sunagakure cannot rely solely on land cultivation for economic gain. Their economic resources derive solely from undertaking missions and allocations from the feudal lord. Yet, does the feudal lord of the Land of Wind prosper? Would he exert every effort to support the development of Sunagakure? It is not guaranteed. Although the Land of Wind boasts vast territories, over 90% of its land is engulfed by desert, with only a handful of oases offering suitable habitats for habitation. The remaining land is severely desertified, rendering it largely inhospitable for human life. Consequently, the villages within these deserts are exceedingly impoverished, yielding minimal tax revenue. However, it is inconceivable that such scant oases could sustain the entirety of the Land of Wind's population, let alone meet the substantial food consumption needs of its citizens. The limited oases simply cannot produce enough sustenance for all. Thus, the Land of Wind is compelled to expend considerable sums annually on food imports, resulting in a national deficit that complicates the financial sustenance of the shinobi villages. In truth, the economy of the Land of Wind does not rely on the taxes from its populace. Rather, it thrives on the trade and export of its mineral resources. Although the land is arid, it is rich in various mineral deposits, with the Land of Wind being a notable exporter of the renowned chakra metal. However, the extreme temperature fluctuations, searing heat by day and frigid cold by night, restrict the hours available for mining activities. Coupled with outdated extraction techniques and a scarcity of labor, the Land of Wind, despite its mineral wealth, manages to yield only a modest output each year, leading to persistent financial strain. As a result, the support provided to the shinobi villages is painfully meager. The allocations from the daimyo are scant, compelling the sand shinobi to rely on taking on commissioned tasks to generate funding. Yet, the volume of such tasks is insufficient for their development. The purpose of the tasks assigned to the ninjas is to secure military support for the employers to fulfill their various objectives. Consequently, these missions often involve protecting employers, eliminating targets, transporting goods, gathering intelligence, and so forth, inherently disconnected from the concerns of ordinary citizens. Therefore, it is predominantly the affluent nobles and merchants who can afford to hire ninjas. This raises a pertinent question. Are there many wealthy individuals in the Land of Wind? While not entirely absent, their numbers pale in comparison to those in other great nations, with the local aristocracy being sparse. The annual volume of tasks available locally is inadequate to support a large shinobi village, and the sand ninjas lack competitive edge in external assignments. The Hidden Leaf Village has long been secured by the valor of its first Hokage and the unparalleled strategy of its second, maintaining its position as the foremost ninja village. In terms of reputation, the Leaf stands unrivaled. In strength, it remains superior, and in legacy, it is the first ninja village, tracing its roots back to the most formidable clans of the Warring States period. Thus, one must ponder, given the significant advantages of the Hidden Leaf Village, why do the nobles not commission its ninjas to undertake tasks, instead opting for the missions in this harsh and desolate land? Moreover, the Hidden Leaf Village is strategically positioned in the center of the ninja world, bordered to the west by the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, to the north by the Land of Lightning and the Land of Rice, and to the east by the Land of Iron and the Land of Water. It serves as a natural hub for transportation, with numerous trade routes passing through. Given that these routes traverse the Land of Fire, it is only natural for merchants to seek the assistance of the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. In fact, thanks to the illustrious reputation of the first ninja village, Leaf Village secures at least half of the annual missions in the ninja world. This portion is the most lucrative, comprising the most favorable tasks, with the remaining jobs being allocated to other major nations' ninja villages after the Leaf has made its selections. Even then, the black market and smaller ninja villages lurk nearby, eager to claim their share. Under such circumstances, the Sand Village's economy simply cannot sustain its development, prompting the third Kazekage to implement drastic measures, including a significant reduction of their ninja workforce and the initiation of an aggressive campaign to refine their elite forces. While this approach did alleviate some of the financial strain on the Sand Village, it simultaneously severely diminished its strength and wartime potential, leading to widespread discontent within the village. It was only due to the enduring prestige and reputation of the third Kazekage that this plan was able to proceed, narrowly saving the Sand Village from utter collapse amid turbulent times. However, as the number of ninjas dwindled, their strength weakened, resulting in diminished economic prospects and further stifling the Sand Village's development. For several years, the Sand Village endured this precarious existence, teetering on the brink of subsistence, struggling to get by. Yet, at this critical juncture, the leader who had guided them through adversity, the third Kazekage, passed away under mysterious circumstances, leaving no trace of his body behind. This event snapped the fragile resilience of the Sand Ninjas, who, desperate for survival, turned their ire towards their seemingly affluent neighbor, the Hidden Leaf Village. Why should they be able to pick and choose missions while we are on the verge of poverty? The first ninja village is so remarkable, is it? Let us confront them. Thus, to release the internal pressure within the Sand Village, the newly appointed fourth Kazekage declared war. This conflict was a desperate gamble to either seize wealth and resources to revitalize their village or to reduce their population by exhausting those they could no longer support. War had become an unavoidable necessity, as the Sand Village was impoverished to the point of starvation. Only through conflict could they hope to sustain themselves. Their need for resources to survive had reached a frenzied level. The fourth Kazekage's ascension was not solely due to his outstanding achievements or overwhelming combat prowess. Rather, it was his lineage and magnetic release ability that allowed him to extract gold from the desert, thereby alleviating some of the economic burdens on the Sand Ninjas and ensuring that at least a portion of the populace could eat. It was through such contributions that he garnered substantial support, for in terms of battlefield accomplishments, he fell far short of the illustrious feats of others. The reason the Sand Shinobi attacked the Hidden Leaf Village was that they were on the brink of starvation. In the face of life and death, morality becomes irrelevant. What they sought was not understanding but sustenance. Understanding? Should they comprehend the agony of war only to be asked to perish? Understanding is also predicated on material needs. When one is deprived of even the most basic nourishment, all moral constraints and burdens are cast aside. Shu Yun's words left Yahiko momentarily speechless, unsure how to counter Shu Yun's assertions. If Shu Yun had spoken on other matters, he could have retorted, but on this point, he found himself at a loss. For he too had experienced hunger and knew how one behaves in such dire circumstances. When one is starved, they cease to be human. Consumed solely by the instinct to survive, even if it means resorting to theft, robbery, or murder. He had lived through such times himself. If one cannot even secure a meal, ideals and morals become mere fantasies. Yahiko, feeling disheartened, stumbled away. Conan hurried after him, always eager to comfort those around her. Her aspirations were modest. She simply wished to lead a stable life alongside her companions, to live peacefully and safely. Yet, she never obstructed her friends' ambitions. Instead, she chose to accompany them, providing support. Meanwhile, the red-haired Nagato regarded Shu Yun with an expression of cold severity, continuously emanating an aura of menace. The nature of his gaze remained elusive, but the chilling sense of danger it exuded unnerved Shu Yun, causing his heart to race. Fortunately, Nagato refrained from any overt action, merely stating, "No matter how illusory or unattainable it may seem, it matters not. I shall follow him closely, assisting him until the illusion becomes reality." With that, he turned and walked away to a corner out of Shu Yun's sight, touching his eyes as he reaffirmed his resolve. "I will persist unwaveringly. Yahiko's dream is my dream, and I would not hesitate to sacrifice these legendary eyes if they could aid him in realizing his aspirations." He contemplated this with unwavering determination. Ah, what an enviable bond of friendship. Shu Yun watched the retreating figures of the trio and sighed melodramatically before nonchalantly heading to the cafeteria for dinner, as if he had not just engaged in profound discourse. After all, one must eat to sustain their dreams. Life is fundamentally about nourishment. And in the grand scheme of existence, food takes precedence over all else. As for everything else, we'll tackle it after we've eaten. Shu Yun's remarks left Yahiko feeling utterly defeated, believing he would not see Shu Yun again for days. Yet, to his surprise, the very next day, he found Shu Yun once more. He appeared as though he had not slept all night, disheveled and with hair resembling a bird's nest, exuding an air of despondency. I pondered your words all night, considering how to refute them, how to achieve my dreams, only to realize that I simply cannot counter your arguments. You are indeed correct. A person, before their hunger is satiated, lacks the qualification to discuss ideals and morals. My principles remain rather naive, even somewhat impractical. He uttered such disheartening words, his expression tinged with melancholy, as if he were on the verge of awakening from the dream he had painstakingly crafted, only to return to the mundane existence of an ordinary individual. Yet, in the next moment, he lifted his somewhat despondent head, and within his heavily shadowed eyes, a glimmer of light emerged. I recognized that pursuing my ideals at this juncture may be somewhat unrealistic, even entirely devoid of significance. Nonetheless, I steadfastly believe in the inherent goodness of humanity. One day, I hope that people will come to understand one another, that everyone will love others as they love themselves, and that the world will return to peace, devoid of war. I comprehend that this dream may be distant, perhaps even eternally unattainable. However, as long as there are individuals striving for it, there remains a faint chance of its realization. If no one endeavors to pursue it, then it shall remain forever unrealized. I am willing to undertake this endeavor, starting from this very moment until the end of my days. Even if the probability is but a fraction, perhaps this dream may ultimately not come to fruition. But what if? What if, one day, the world I envision becomes a reality? Would people then commemorate my name? Mayahiko, with his unkempt beard, wore his characteristic silly grin. Even if I were to pass away, I would find solace in that thought. This rain-soaked land continues to weep, and I cannot shield my eyes from witnessing it, nor can I cover my ears against its cries. I cannot merely stand by and watch her sorrow. I yearn to transform this reality. Hence, I have resolved to persist in pursuing my dreams, but first, I shall tread steadily, striving to ensure that this weeping land no longer sheds tears, that people may first satisfy their hunger before contemplating other matters. I am still young, with ample time to learn from my mistakes, to test and refine my theories. Even if I falter, there are still Shun and Nagato, and the next generation of Akatsuki to carry on. As long as Akatsuki endures, my absence will not matter. I firmly believe that one day, our Akatsuki can evolve into the Akatsuki of the Rain Village, perhaps even the Akatsuki of the entire world. Mayahiko smiled, radiating joy. He no longer grappled with whether he could realize his dreams, but instead focused on the act of striving itself, unafraid even if it meant flying into the flames. For, as previously stated, even if he could merely ignite a flicker of light, his consumed form would illuminate the world with a glimmer of hope. What a compelling young man he is, having ultimately found the path he wishes to tread. Shu Yun gazed at this bright-eyed youth, momentarily lost in reverie. In the world of tumult and change, when one first steps into the fray, do they not also exude such vigor? No wonder he has amassed such a multitude of followers in merely a few short years. He possesses a unique charisma that radiates warmth and sincerity. It appears that some individuals are born into this world destined to achieve great deeds, and this person named Yahiko is one such individual. Therefore, please seek my counsel. Yahiko's expression was earnest, so sincere that it left Shu Yun utterly bewildered. Me? What do you want me to teach you? Teach me the methods to save this nation. You possess such clarity of thought. You must have your own unique insights and solutions, so please enlighten me. I implore you. As he spoke, Yahiko bowed deeply, accompanied by his companions, Shun and Nagato, mirroring his gesture, which startled Shu Yun into retreat. This. Shu Yun observed the three earnest faces before him, feeling somewhat troubled. He hesitantly replied, but I genuinely have nothing to teach you. What? Yahiko's disbelief was palpable. Shu Yun shrugged nonchalantly. I have never undertaken such endeavors. How could I possibly know the correct path? In fact, your journey is ahead of mine. At least you have acted, while I merely pose questions from the sidelines. I am unclear about the answers to those questions as well. Furthermore, he added, if I truly knew the answers, I would not be here. Instead, I would be founding the Akatsuki organization while you pose questions. Shu Yun smiled and continued, thus, the ultimate answers must be sought through your own experiences. I can only present questions you may not have considered. Although it was somewhat embarrassing to admit, it was indeed the truth. He could only raise questions, while the solutions remained beyond his grasp. However, it must be said that this world has always been tumultuous. The desire for peace is not solely Yahiko's. Yet, after all this time, who can claim to have a perfect answer? As long as the situation has not reached its conclusion, no one can ascertain the final destination of the journey ahead. The answers to the questions must ultimately be pursued in practice. Yahiko paused, realizing. So this was it. He was already at the forefront of the path. Subsequently, he laughed heartily, his laughter vibrant and full of vigor. Huh. Then I shall pursue my own path and practice. Witnessing Yahiko's cheerful demeanor, Shu Yun also smiled, but soon he began a new round of sobering insights. This time focusing on his understanding of the Land of Rain's predicament. Shu Yun elaborated comprehensively from geographical, cultural, and strategic perspectives, shedding light on the challenges facing the Land of Rain. Once Shu Yun concluded his explanation, Yahiko's spirited mood once again dimmed. His smile did not vanish but merely shifted elsewhere. The following days unfolded in a similar manner. Each morning, Yahiko would eagerly seek out Shu Yun, only to return disheartened after a few pointed remarks from Shu Yun. Yet, after a night's reflection, Yahiko would resurrect with renewed vigor and return to Shu Yun, and thus, a unique friendship blossomed between them. Until one day, after finishing breakfast and waiting for a considerable time without seeing Yahiko, Shu Yun could not help but pull Xiao Nan, who had also come for breakfast, and curiously inquire, "Where's Yahiko?" Nagato seemed to have not come to dinner, which struck Shu Yun as rather peculiar. Having spent considerable time here, Shu Yun had come to understand their structure. Yahiko was the leader of the organization, while Konan and Nagato served as his deputies. They had grown up together as orphans, inseparable companions in their shared struggles. Yet now, within the base, Yahiko was nowhere to be found, nor was Nagato present. The trio, who had always been inseparable, were now apart, as if heralding an impending change. Konan, overhearing Shu Yun's musings, rolled her eyes in response. "What's this? Are you now addicted to discouraging others?" In recent days, whenever Yahiko sought advice, Konan had been by his side. Shu Yun had been relentless in finding fault from every conceivable angle. Some of his critiques were indeed reasonable, yet others seemed utterly impractical. Nevertheless, he insisted that narratives must adhere to logic while reality often defies it. Strangely, Yahiko seemed to take his words to heart, pondering even the most unreasonable queries. Observing Yahiko, who was mentally drained from grappling with these issues, Konan felt a pang of sympathy. Thus, Shu Yun's inquiries, though seemingly nonsensical, did contain elements that significantly aided them. So she replied candidly, "Yahiko and Nagato have gone on a mission." A sudden understanding dawned on Shu Yun. Of course, they were the founders of an organization, not idle wanderers. Their days were filled with pressing responsibilities, making it impossible for them to linger here indefinitely. It appeared he would not see them for several days. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shu Yun turned to leave, embracing the newfound tranquility that awaited him. He decided to remain here and continue his training. However, to Shu Yun's surprise, on the day he resolved to depart, he had yet to hear any news of Yahiko's return. Captain Yamatori's injuries had finally begun to mend under the care of medical ninjas, and he had awakened the previous night, regaining some mobility. Thus, Shu Yun and his companions planned to return in the coming days, ready to resume their own journey. The following day, a rare sun graced the sky. The incessant rains of the Land of Rain had finally ceased. Shu Yun stepped out to witness the sunrise, a remarkable sight in this usually dreary place. The sun's ascent brought warmth and light, filling Shu Yun with a sense of optimism, a sign of good fortune, indeed, for the day promised to be splendid. Without further ado, Shu Yun resolved to set sail that very day. After a brief exchange with Konan, he prepared to take his leave. "Are you truly not going to stay a few more days? Your companion's injuries have not fully healed," Konan implored. Shu Yun glanced at Yamatori, who could now move slightly, and shook his head. "We have already overstayed our welcome. Yamatori has made considerable progress in his recovery, and given that the Sand Village is aware of our presence, lingering here could lead to unforeseen complications. The conflict between Konoha and the Sand Village persists. We must return." Hearing this, Konan ceased her insistence, feeling a twinge of regret. Miyako's journey this time was primarily to communicate with the envoy from the Rain Village. He had received news suggesting that the esteemed leaders from the Rain Village wished to convene with them. His purpose for visiting was to confirm the date of this meeting, and he had even anticipated returning with this delightful news to share with you, only to find that you were preparing to depart. Shannon smiled, her eyes sparkling with joy, unaware of the myriad hardships and adversities they had endured in pursuit of their dreams. Yet, at this moment, it seemed as if a glimmer of hope had emerged. The hero of the Rain Country and the guardian deity of the Rain Village, Hans of the Salamander, was to meet with them, a resounding affirmation of their efforts. It is noteworthy that he, revered as a demigod within the ninja realm, is an idol to many citizens of the Rain Country. Thus, receiving his acknowledgement signified their acceptance by the Rain Village. Should the Rain Village officially recognize them, they would be regarded as a legitimate organization within the Rain Country. For the Akatsuki, who had sacrificed so much, this would serve as a potent morale booster. She could already envision the elation that would unfold upon Miyako's return with this news. They desperately needed this recognition, as it validated their aspirations and illuminated a viable path forward. They had endured countless tribulations and lost many lives. Was this not the very goal they sought? With the Rain Country's official endorsement, they would shed the label of wandering ninjas and could genuinely begin their development throughout the Rain Country. Seeing his unease, Shu Yun offered a comforting smile, exclaiming, "Congratulations. Upon joining the Rain Village, you will be an officially recognized organization, poised to flourish throughout the Rain Country." He was one step closer to realizing his dreams. Shu Yun chuckled softly, reminding him that they had yet to receive definitive news. They were merely confirming the meeting date. The sudden shift in the Rain Village's stance, having previously rejected the Akatsuki, felt surreal and left her somewhat apprehensive. Shu Yun, perceiving her concern, reassured her. "Do not overthink it. Is this not a fortuitous turn? A figure like Hans, who is renowned as a demigod of the ninja world and has even declared war against the three great nations for the sake of the Rain Country, is unlikely to deceive you." Upon hearing this, Shu Yun felt a sense of relief wash over her. She smiled at Shu Yun, lamenting, "Unfortunately, you will be leaving. Miyako cannot personally deliver this news to you." Shu Yun chuckled in response. "Worry not. I shall surely hear of his exploits elsewhere one day." With that, he laughed heartily, waved goodbye to Xiao Nan, and turned to depart, while she sent him off with her best wishes. "May you travel safely and thrive in your endeavors." Shu Yun left without bidding farewell to Miyako and the others. As he had mentioned, individuals like them would eventually hear tidings of old friends in distant lands, and raising a glass to celebrate such reunions would indeed be a joyous occasion. On his return journey, Shu Yun moved swiftly, encountering no resistance from the Sand Ninjas. Regrettably, the sunshine of the Rain Country was fleeting. Halfway through his journey, the skies opened up, and rain began to fall once more. They could only don their cloaks and press onward. By noon, they successfully arrived at the border of the Rain Country. Beyond lay the towering trees of the Fire Country. Shu Yun stood at the junction of the two nations, with torrential rain on one side and perfect sunshine on the other. A curtain of rain delineating a stark division between the realms. As he stepped beyond the rain curtain, he heard a voice calling from behind. Wait, Yun." Turning back, he saw a figure moving through the rain, and as the person drew closer, he recognized it was Mi Yin, breathless from his chase. Mi Yin had pursued him to share exhilarating news. "We did it. The time is set for the day after tomorrow." Mi Yin's face beamed with joy, his bright eyes sparkling with delight that even the rain curtain could not obscure. "Lord Hans has agreed to meet with us. After the day after tomorrow, we may officially become an organization of the Rain Country. My dream has finally taken a significant leap forward." Mi Yin spoke, still panting, having hurried to convey the message directly to Shu Yun. Shu Yun smiled in response. "Congratulations. You are one step closer to your dream." He genuinely felt happiness for Mi Yin. Though they hailed from different nations, witnessing someone so dedicated to their ideals achieving success was indeed a stroke of fortune. It proved that this world was not entirely bleak. Those who strive for their dreams will ultimately reap rewards. If one day all efforts in this world bore no meaning, that would be the true tragedy of existence. "I must thank you. You have provided me with numerous insights. Without your questions, I would still be lost in mere fantasies." Unaware of the need for grounded action, Mi Yin said, bowing in gratitude. After acknowledging his gesture, Shu Yun replied with a smile, "I merely posed questions. Your accomplishments are your own. However, your lofty aspirations will not be easily fulfilled. The road ahead is uncertain, but let us encourage each other." Although he remained somewhat skeptical of Mi Yin's ambitions, he believed that every individual who fervently pursued their dreams deserved respect. "I know success is difficult to attain, but as long as someone perseveres, there is hope. Just wait and listen. You will hear my name from afar," Mi Yin declared confidently, hands on his hips. Mi Yin always exuded such vitality, prompting Shu Yun to feel the urge to temper his enthusiasm. However, realizing their imminent farewell and the uncertainty of their next meeting, he chose to refrain from dampening Mi Yin's spirits. Instead, he smiled and said, "You must work hard. I am always ready to listen." Thus, through this mission, Shu Yun encountered a diverse array of individuals, witnessing vibrant colors beyond the crimson of battle, colors equally vivid and full of life. This experience would remain a cherished memory in the tapestry of his long journey through life. The farewell between friends is often marked by bittersweet parting. And so it was when Mihiko reached the border to share with Shu Yun a piece of good news. There, amidst the pouring rain, they bid each other adieu, embarking on their respective journeys through life. When next they hear of one another, they may not discern whether they are foes or allies, whether life or death has claimed them. Yet, they promise that at the next whisper of the other's name, they would each raise a glass to the sky in mutual tribute. Upon returning to the western front of the Hidden Leaf, Shu Yun reclaimed the long-lost sparrow, earning an A-rank mission evaluation. However, little time was afforded for respite, as he soon received another assignment. The intensifying conflict left no room for rest. The following day, Shu Yun and his comrades plunged once more into the seemingly endless turmoil of war. As fate would have it, Shu Yun found himself undertaking missions across the Land of Rain, traversing its expanse and immersing himself in its culture and customs. Had he been asked to pose questions to Mihiko, he would surely have articulated myriad thoughts. Yet since that fateful day, no word from the Akatsuki organization had reached him. Occasionally, he would pass by their former base, only to find it abandoned. A mere echo of the past. The once thriving haven now lay in ruins, its displaced inhabitants having long since dispersed. It was only reasonable for them, as the official organization of the Land of Rain, to vacate the dilapidated factory, yet the whereabouts of their future endeavors remained shrouded in mystery. Time flowed inexorably, and as the year's end approached, the conflict between the Leaf and Sand Shinobi raged on within the Land of Rain for an entire year, driving many to the brink of madness. As the war dragged on, animosity deepened. The hands of ninjas were stained with the blood of one another's kin, a venomous hatred infiltrating the very essence of every shinobi. This hatred was so profound and widespread that it ensnared the entire village, from the elderly to the very young, also coming to its corrosive grip. Upon hearing the names of their adversaries, teeth would grind and faces contort as they unleashed their most venomous curses, an ever-thickening web of malice binding them closer to their fate. From the anguish of loss arose bitterness, from bitterness, vengeance, and the cycle of tragedy perpetuated itself. Thus, hatred was born anew, taking root and flourishing, grinding away at the hearts of the people like a relentless millstone. It ignited a fervor within, transforming battlefield emotions into a singular obsession with bloodshed and an unquenchable zeal for war. This fervent atmosphere even permeated the Ninja Academy, where numerous students sought early graduation, eager to join the fray. It may seem unfathomable that one could overcome the instinct for survival, compelled instead to hurl themselves into an endless cycle of carnage. Yet, such is the insidious nature of hatred. If one's parents fell at the hands of the enemy, if a sibling met with misfortune, if one bore witness to the gradual decay of a once harmonious home, the depths of despair could indeed drive them to such extremes. Yesterday, the figure who smiled and wished you good night has now faded into mere memories, and the silhouette that once prepared delicious meals for you has abruptly vanished without a trace. Your once vibrant household has gradually succumbed to solitude, as those who loved you and whom you cherished are departing one by one. Ultimately, you find yourself alone in this home, wandering in solitude. At this juncture, do you still feel fear? Will you remain passive and unmoved in the shadows? For love breeds hate, and the fear of loss drives one to embrace death without hesitation. This encapsulates the heinous crimes committed by the monstrous entity known as war, which extinguishes happiness, obliterates beauty, and disseminates hatred within a chalice that masquerades as love. Shu Yun perceives that, if this continues, Mayahiko's dream of world peace is destined to remain an elusive aspiration. The battles between Konoha and Sunagakure rage on, yet the conflict appears to have reached a stalemate. Despite the battlefield's ever-changing dynamics, where the eastern winds sometimes prevail over the western, and vice versa, the conflict ultimately remains confined to the borders of both nations. At times, Konoha, seizing the advantage, has advanced its positions into the Land of Wind, only to be reclaimed by Sunagakure, which adeptly utilizes its geographical familiarity. Conversely, Sunagakure has pressed the front lines into the Land of Fire, yet they too find themselves stymied by supply issues, unable to advance further. Thus, Konoha and Sunagakure continue to grapple with one another, the battlefield a ceaseless cycle of conflict, with lives lost in tragic succession. In just 1 year, Shu Yun has witnessed the boundless forests of the Land of Fire, the incessant rains of the Land of Rain, and the swirling sands of the Land of Wind. He has once concealed himself amidst the endless greenery, patiently awaiting his prey, and braved fierce winds and torrential downpours in search of enemy traces. Even penetrating the borders of the Land of Wind, traversing through the relentless sands, Shu Yun has spent nearly 2 years on the battlefield, earning a modicum of renown. His exceptional skills in the art of illusion have garnered him attention from Sunagakure, where he has been bestowed with the ominous title of Cursed Eye, a warning for their shinobi to avoid direct eye contact with him. However, Shu Yun is far from pleased with this moniker as a swordsman. Being labeled with a title unrelated to his blade is a blatant disrespect to his abilities. Moreover, in Konoha, having a name associated with eyes is not particularly advantageous. After all, the Uchiha clan boasts of their eyes as the finest in the world, while the Hyuga clan takes pride in their Byakugan. Yet, neither of these illustrious clans has a shinobi known solely by their eyes. Now, an ordinary individual devoid of any lineage has acquired a title linked to vision, which undeniably undermines the prestige of both esteemed families. Fortunately, the irascible members of the Uchiha clan are not present, and the Hyuga clan, valuing decorum, has thus far refrained from confronting him over this designation. In times of war, the ranks of shinobi are often elevated swiftly. Shu Yun, at the tender age of 9, has already ascended within the ranks amidst the tumult of battle. Due to his commendable military achievements, he ascended to the rank of squad leader within the Anbu, preparing to return to the village to receive direct orders from the third Hokage. This transition also signified the disbandment of his team, comprised of Ling Bell and Hurricane, as their own military merits were nearly sufficient, and they would be returning with Shu Yun to the village for reassignment elsewhere. Accompanying them were ninjas who had distinguished themselves on the battlefield throughout the year, as well as a number of injured personnel returning to recuperate. Under the guidance of Nara Shikaku, the deputy commander on the front lines, they would venture back to the village to receive the Hokage's commendation. Their return was scheduled for a fortnight before the year's end, coinciding with the eve of the new year, during a relatively tranquil period in the Western theater of war. Nara Shikaku led this exemplary group of warriors home, allowing them to reunite with their families for the new year while also facilitating the return of the fallen's remains to the village. Interestingly, Nara Shikaku assumed a public role as the frontline deputy commander rather than utilizing his Anbu identity for this return. It was said that they would pass through the gates of Konoha, receiving blessings and flowers from the villagers. The journey proceeded smoothly, as such a sizable contingent of ninjas naturally deterred any would-be aggressors. However, the presence of injured individuals and the accompanying supplies inevitably slowed their pace. What should have been a 3-day march stretched into half a month of unsteady travel. On the eve of the new year, they finally glimpsed the shadow of Konoha. Yet they opted to establish camp nearby for a night of rest rather than immediately returning to the village. Word had spread that a welcome ceremony was to take place the following day, and they were to enter the village promptly at 8 in the morning. Greeted by the rising sun, this required not only internal preparations but also a personal endeavor to present themselves in a respectable manner. After all, they were returning to receive commendations, and a disheveled appearance might mistakenly imply a defeat. Thus, they set up camp near Konoha, boiling water and bathing as they tidied themselves. Each individual ensured they were impeccably presented. Even the injured were redressed with fresh, white bandages. While this may have seemed somewhat theatrical, the village indeed required uplifting news, and their return as honored heroes served as excellent publicity. At 5 o'clock the next morning, before the dawn broke, the sound of a military horn echoed through the camp. Shu Yun rose to gather his belongings, and after donning his uniform and finishing breakfast, they formed ranks to set out. Leading the procession was Nara Shikaku, who, unusually for him, rode a magnificent steed he had procured from somewhere along the way. He rode with poise, flanked by seasoned Jainin, followed closely by the ranks of their ninja clan, with the injured warriors bringing up the rear. Shu Yun and his companions from the Dark Division lingered at the rear of the formation, their faces concealed behind masks and clad in dark garments, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. The nameless figures of the shadows maintained an air of discretion, even as they approached the village to receive their accolades. As dawn broke, they caught sight of the entrance to Konoha, which had evidently been prepared for their return. The wooden gates stood wide open, flanked by meticulously cleaned streets, transforming the usually bustling thoroughfare into a tranquil path, seemingly arranged to welcome them back to their village. Upon their arrival, the village erupted into a symphony of welcoming melodies. Nara Shikaku was the first to gallop forward, followed closely by an orderly procession of ninjas, forming a long and graceful line as they traversed the streets to receive the villagers' tributes. As they passed through the gates, the villagers, well prepared for this moment, ignited a cascade of celebratory fireworks. 18 magnificent bursts illuminated the sky, their brilliance rivaling the sun's rays, while strings of red banners adorned with blessings hung down from either side of the street, and vibrant petals rained down from above. As the returning ninjas entered the village, a throng of flower bearers surged forth, presenting their carefully curated blooms to the returning warriors. On either side of the street, villagers greeted them with food and drink, ensuring that the ninjas could savor the taste of their homeland's water and delicacies upon their return. The atmosphere in Konoha was one of exuberance, with red flags fluttering in the breeze, firecrackers resounding, and cheers erupting from the crowd as they wholeheartedly celebrated the homecoming of their kin. This was the most vibrant scene Shu Yun had witnessed since arriving in this world, surpassing even the festive atmosphere of the last New Year he experienced on the battlefield. Although that occasion had been lively, it was tinged with the somberness of war, lacking the warmth of human connection. The jubilant spectacle now unfolding before him enveloped Shu Yun in a sense of ease, allowing him to truly observe the village of Konoha for the first time. Previously confined to the shadows of a small underground base, he found the flourishing scene before him surprisingly pleasing to the eye. Yet, amidst this splendor, the undercurrents of sorrow were unmistakable, for it was a time of war. Shu Yun discerned the loneliness hidden behind the jubilant fade. The majority of those who came to greet the returning warriors were elderly individuals and children, along with young women anxiously awaiting the return of their husbands and loved ones. A glance around revealed a scarcity of robust men among the crowd. Besides the flower bearers at the forefront, many peculiar figures lingered in the background, clad in black, holding white flags in one hand and flowers in the other. They appeared to await their loved ones, yet their attire suggested a somber farewell. Their eyes shimmered with a mix of anticipation and anxiety as they scanned the returning procession, and upon spotting familiar faces, their hearts soared, the weight of uncertainty lifting momentarily. They would then shed their dark garments, break their white flags, and present flowers along with warm embraces to their returning kin, their faces alight with joyous smiles. However, the spectrum of human emotions varied, and not everyone was fortunate. Some received the answers they longed for, while others faced the inevitable tragedy of unfulfilled waiting. As the preceding troops passed, those who had not found their awaited ones mostly wore somber expressions, their eyes fixated on the crowd, apprehensive of any discrepancies. Ultimately, upon recognizing a familiar name on the cart bearing the deceased, they could no longer contain their grief and wept openly. They then donned white flags and funeral garments, escorting the small box back to their homes. The battlefield, fraught with peril, rendered news elusive. Thus, the villagers remained largely unaware of their loved ones' fates. If no word arrived after 6 months, hope for that person's survival waned. Therefore, whenever someone returned from the front lines, their kin would grasp flowers, cloaked in black. Should they witness their beloved return unharmed, the black garments would be shed and flowers presented. Conversely, if only a small box returned, they would don their mourning attire and carry guiding flags to lead their loved one's spirits home. Yet, it remained uncertain if each return would yield news. Only a handful of ninjas made it back to the village, leaving the majority's hopes unfulfilled. Sometimes, the absence of news might indeed be the most comforting message, at least. The lack of certainty allowed for the flicker of hope to persist. The joyous, the silent, the laughter-filled, the sorrowful, the anticipated, and the awaited. These emotions intertwined at this moment, encapsulating the essence of Konoha. Shu Yun walked quietly at the rear of the troops, somewhat indifferent to the surrounding laughter and tears, feelings that bore little significance for him. He held this belief until a child from across the way extended a bouquet towards him. "Is this for me?" Shu Yun raised an eyebrow, accepting the flowers with surprise at the unfamiliar youth before him. "My father asked me to give this to you," the boy replied, glancing over his shoulder. "Father?" Shu Yun questioned, bewildered, following the boy's gaze to a familiar figure. It was Captain Grey Wolf. No, he should now be referred to as Tsukiyakari. Tsukiyakari had evidently gained considerable weight. His once gaunt face now appeared rounder, and his previously muscular physique had succumbed to a softer, fuller form. He wore a fur hat and a loose overcoat, though the baggy attire could not conceal his expanding waistline, which protruded conspicuously like that of a leisurely affluent gentleman rather than a ninja. Upon noticing Shu Yun, Tsukiyakari was assisting a graceful lady through the throng, adjusting his slightly askew hat before meeting Shu Yun's astonished gaze. "I've not exercised much since retiring from the ninja ranks," he chuckled, patting his belly. "So it's only natural that I've put on some weight." He then produced a food box, opening it to say, "These are pastries made by your sister-in-law. Give them a try." Shu Yun examined the delicacies before him, taking a piece and slipping it into his mouth through a small opening in his mask. Sweet," he remarked. Observing Shu Yun relishing the pastries, Tsukiyakari smiled and added, "I almost forgot to say, welcome back safely." Gratefully accepting Tsukiyakari's well wishes, Shu Yun continued onward with the procession after savoring the treat. After the grand parade, the village held a celebration ceremony, where the third Hokage awaited to personally bestow honors upon those who had exhibited valor on the battlefield. However, This event held little relevance for Shu Yun and his fellow Anbu members, who were the shadows of Konoha, thriving in secrecy and silence. The Anbu never emerged from the shadows. Thus, such accolades under the spotlight would never be theirs. Consequently, none of the Anbu attended the ceremony, yet they felt compelled to listen to the third Hokage's wartime address. They arrived at the central square where the ceremony was held, dissipating into the shadows to observe the awarding ceremony while maintaining order. Shu Yun concealed himself atop a tree, seated at its pinnacle, clearing the obstructing leaves to gain a clearer view of the distant celebration. The leader's speech was naturally lengthy and meandering, and the third Hokage was indeed an eloquent orator, often losing himself in his own words. His discourse predominantly revolved around the will of fire and tributes to the battlefield personnel. Initially, such rhetoric might seem stirring, but upon repeated exposure, it inevitably veered towards the realm of kitsch. Shu Yun clearly belonged to the audience who had heard this rhetoric countless times, both during training and on the battlefield. While Shu Yun felt somewhat detached, the crowd below exhibited fervent enthusiasm. As the war progressed, hatred spread like crimson across the sky. Hatred, once harbored in the heart, required little encouragement. Thus, the audience was palpably moved, with some weeping profusely and others clapping loudly. Furthermore, the speaker on stage was their revered Hokage, which only intensified the fervor in the atmosphere. Amidst this, Shu Yun's demeanor appeared somewhat incongruous, but fortunately, he was not required to listen below, nor could anyone discern his expression. The ceremony continued until noon before dispersing, and after its conclusion, Shu Yun returned to his underground base. Next came the Anbu ceremony, and the third Hokage was indeed busy, having to conclude the first half of the event before attending to the second half dedicated to the Anbu. Fortunately, this ceremony was more succinct, devoid of lengthy speeches or elaborate rituals, merely involving the reappointment of positions. Upon receiving the new appointment letter signed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shu Yun was officially designated as the captain of his Anbu squad, although his team members remained undetermined. On the second day after returning to the village, a grand memorial service took place to honor the spirits of those who had returned from the battlefield. On this day, Konoha was draped in white banners, and mournful songs echoed throughout the village. Shu Yun also attended the memorial service at the Spirit Monument, where he spotted several familiar names. They belonged to his contemporaries from the underground base. The small monument could only bear code names, their true identities known to none. Shu Yun solemnly laid flowers for them, hoping they would find a favorable resolution in their next life. The third day after returning to the village marked the new year, when the village donned red attire once more. Every household hung sacred shimenawa woven from straw at their doorsteps, and the interiors were adorned with paper cuttings depicting cranes and turtles, all in prayer for peace in the coming year. The fervent wishes dispelled the sorrows of yesterday, and the resounding fireworks scattered the solitude that enveloped the village, infusing it with a vibrant liveliness. All that transpired yesterday seemed but a fleeting illusion. As Shu Yun wandered through the streets, the stark chill of the previous day, marked by the absence of white banners, was replaced by a warm and bustling atmosphere. Many elders accompanied their children to participate in the New Year's festivities. After all, no matter how arduous the circumstances, life must persist. Those who have departed have returned to their rest, yet the living must forge ahead. Will they attend the celebration hosted by the village this evening? It is said that to enliven the festivities, the Hokage has invited a renowned theatrical troupe from the Land of Fire. Ling Dang, with a large bag of dumplings in hand, munched while inquiring, her usual dark attire replaced by casual garments, free of the Anbu mask. With the new year approaching, Shu Yun and his companions were granted a holiday. The captain of their team, Yue Guang, invited them to a New Year's Eve dinner at his newly opened barbecue restaurant. Thus, they set out early to enjoy the sights of the streets, allowing the joyous spirit of the new year to wash away the lingering traces of bloodshed. Shu Yun popped a dumpling into his mouth. It was slightly sweet, yet quite delectable. He had never been particularly fond of sweet treats, but in this lifetime, he found himself more accepting, as if a sudden enlightenment had dawned upon him, and he discovered a newfound appreciation for such soft and glutinous delicacies. After devouring a few dumplings, he discarded the skewer into a nearby trash bin and remarked, "I shall not join you. Feel free to enjoy yourselves. I intend to explore the secret area and the technique area at the base." Due to his recent promotion, his authority within the village had also expanded, granting him access to many previously restricted areas of the Anbu. Rarely returning with time and energy to explore and learn, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. After all, the war was set to resume after the new year, and they were uncertain how long they would remain in the village. Thus, he sought to enhance his skills as much as possible. Now was not the time for relaxation. For while one may celebrate the new year once, the chance to do so each year is a privilege not to be taken lightly. After a brief stroll through the streets and enjoying a New Year's Eve meal at the barbecue restaurant owned by Captain Grey Wolf, Shu Yun made his way to the technique area. As the squad leader of the Anbu, his privileges for exchanging ninjutsu had been elevated, allowing him to freely exchange various low-level techniques. Consequently, he began to sweep through the low-level ninjutsu he had previously lacked, for while some might seem useless, they were essential to have on hand, especially in critical moments. Thus, Shu Yun immersed himself in the technique area until the arrival of the new year, when the sky erupted with the celebratory fireworks. The resounding explosions echoed throughout the heavens, and even the underground base could hear the distant commotion. In this moment of transition, the absence of personnel rendered the Anbu base somewhat tranquil, with only the technique area illuminated by a solitary light. Captain Fox emerged from the depths of the Anbu, appearing somewhat weary, clearly having worked late into the night. Beside him stood a robust middle-aged man, tall and clad in a dark uniform. Curiously, this individual ventured deep into the shadows without donning the customary animal mask of the dark faction. I truly appreciate your efforts, Riku. Even at this late hour, you are still here to manage the tasks at hand. However, these intricate matters are best suited for the younger generation. At my age, I can no longer handle such responsibilities, he remarked, adopting a leadership demeanor as he patted Captain Fox on the shoulder. Captain Fox humbly replied, "It is all for the village. It is no trouble at all." For the village? It is merely a matter of exchanging interests. These people seem to regress with time, failing to realize that without the village, there would be no shinobi. Without everyone, what would become of our homes? The middle-aged man expressed, his weariness becoming apparent. Such sentiments were echoed not only by the families but also by certain villagers who, in times of crisis, engaged in unfounded suspicion. They failed to consider that if Konoha were to fall, their petty mistrust would hold no meaning. Captain Fox dared not interject. Some words were better left unsaid. He merely murmured, "Perhaps they each have their own considerations." Considerations? Nonsense. You may refrain from speaking, but I shall not. Ever since I became the head of the dark faction, I have not returned home. What do I have to fear? I speak of Danzo's mistrust and Heisen's hesitations. Even now, must we continue to doubt those within our village? He continued, I intervened to mediate and yielded some benefits, which, in the end, cost our dark faction a bit. However, we are all ninjas of the village. There is no such thing as loss or gain among us. When their people arrive, ensure you guide them well, shaping them into the pride of Konoha, rather than allowing that dubious atmosphere to infiltrate our ranks. In that moment, it became clear that this slightly overweight middle-aged man was none other than Akimichi Torikase, a disciple of the second Hokage and a peer of the third Hokage, currently serving as the head of Konoha's dark faction. It was no wonder he could traverse the shadows without the customary mask. Indeed, I shall strive to do my best. Captain Fox replied earnestly, Let us not dwell on these matters. I have heard that our dark faction has discovered a promising talent. Akimichi Torikase inquired as they walked. There is indeed a promising talent. Right over there, Captain Fox gestured ahead. Following his gaze, Akimichi Torikase beheld a figure engrossed in technique, surrounded by darkness, save for a solitary light illuminating his form. He has also caught Lord Shikumo's attention, Captain Fox added. Shikumo Kitabatake, you say? Akimichi Torikase sighed. The village owes him a fair judgment. Observing the silhouette of the boy, who bore a long blade and perused scrolls, Akimichi Torikase seemed to recall a resilient spirit. I am aware of this child. Shikumo had mentioned him to me before. Although he appears aloof, he is more passionate than anyone else. That day, he was quite pleased upon seeing this boy, declaring that as long as the lad survives, the village will gain another towering figure in the art of the blade. After finishing his speech, Chiyoda took a steady glance at Shu Yun, then turned to the fox face and remarked, since this young man possesses talent, he should be given a significant role. Hasn't he been promoted to the captain of the Dark Division? Then let us assign those two troublemakers under his command for some practical experience. The Sand Ninjas have even given him a rather peculiar title. Let us see if his cunning eyes can withstand the scrutiny of others. Upon hearing this, Foxface chuckled, casting a sympathetic glance in Shu Yun's direction before exclaiming with a hint of schadenfreude, that sounds splendid. This young man, relying on his abilities, has often been rather unruly. It is only fitting he faces some adversity. As Shu Yun was engrossed in studying the ninjutsu scrolls, he suddenly sensed an inexplicable malice, causing him to shiver. He looked around suspiciously, but found nothing amiss. With a light chuckle, he patted his head, dismissing the notion as perhaps mere paranoia. After all, this was the base of the Konoha Anbu. Who could infiltrate here to harm him? Perhaps he was simply fatigued from reading the scrolls. With that thought, Shu Yun extinguished the lights and departed, having discovered some intriguing insights within the techniques that had captivated him. However, it was late, and having read extensively, his mind was beginning to feel dull. It was time for him to rest. As Shu Yun left, the last flicker of light in the underground base extinguished. The following day, as the new year dawned, the village buzzed with good news. The princess of slugs, Tsunade Senju, had finally returned to Konoha. Her return was undoubtedly exhilarating. Although the Senju clan had dissolved, their esteemed reputation lingered. As long as the Senju banner remained aloft, the villagers of Konoha could breathe a sigh of relief. This intangible trust stemmed from the sacrifices made by the previous two Hokage and the remaining ninjas of the Senju clan. Beyond this legacy, Tsunade herself was a renowned ninja. Her fame as one of the legendary three resonating throughout the ninja world, a reputation earned through countless battles. Furthermore, her unparalleled medical skills had benefited countless individuals in Konoha, making her immensely popular among the populace. Ninjas invariably place their faith in their leaders and are willing to follow such formidable figures. And Tsunade was undoubtedly one worthy of their trust. How could the return of such a powerful ninja not elate them, not invigorate their spirits? Strangely, however, upon her return, Tsunade did not immediately engage in the tumultuous battles, but instead took charge of the Konoha hospital, focusing on refining the medical ninja system she had previously proposed. This left some ninjas who heard the news feeling perplexed and disappointed, while others were pleasantly surprised. Really? Lady Tsunade is going to conduct public lessons on medical ninjutsu at Konoha Hospital? Shu Yun's astonished voice resonated in Foxface's office. Foxface, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Lower your voice. You're about to deafen me." Shu Yun appeared quite exhilarated. He had long harbored a keen interest in medical ninjutsu. It is essential to recognize the inseparable relationship between medicine and martial arts. A skilled physician may not necessarily excel as a martial artist. Yet a proficient martial artist invariably possesses a foundational understanding of medical principles. The study of medicine significantly enhances the practice of martial arts. Whether it pertains to the exploration of the human body, the application of medicinal substances, or the utilization of various dietary supplements and supportive techniques. Mastery of medical knowledge fosters a more efficient martial arts journey. Having experienced the formidable and convenient medical system of Konoha, Shu Yun is acutely aware of its advantages, particularly the extensive research on the human body and the implementation of medical ninjutsu. Regrettably, medical ninjutsu is both rare and complex, making self-directed learning exceedingly difficult without guidance. And opportunities for study are scarce. Furthermore, medical ninjas on the battlefield are few and far between, preoccupied with their own duties, leaving little room for mentorship. Consequently, Shu Yun can only observe the realm of medical ninjutsu without the possibility of formal education. However, an unprecedented opportunity has now presented itself to Shu Yun. The instructor for the course is none other than the legendary Tsunade, renowned as the foremost authority on medical ninjutsu. This news has filled Shu Yun with joy. "I know you wish to learn medical ninjutsu. As soon as I received word from Lady Tsunade, I submitted your name for the class. Over the next month, you shall attend lectures at Konoha Hospital. While I do not expect you to become her direct disciple, learning even a few techniques from her would be invaluable," Foxface declared, tossing a stack of documents towards Shu Yun, who caught them with ease, only to discover a mission scroll and a book titled Compendium of Medical Ninjutsu. This would serve as both his course material and proof of attendance. Attendance credentials are necessary, as the lectures, although publicly announced, are not accessible to just anyone. After all, medical ninjutsu is a precious village secret, and the identity of the instructor is far from ordinary. Moreover, Tsunade has announced that she will select a student to accompany her during the course to mentor in medical ninjutsu, prompting a surge of eager applicants at Konoha Hospital. It is worth noting that Tsunade is one of the legendary Sannin, the princess of Konoha. Becoming her student would be an extraordinary honor. She possesses undeniable strength at the level of a Hokage and is renowned as the foremost expert in medical ninjutsu, being the architect of Konoha's medical system. What makes her even more alluring is her unparalleled lineage and background. As the last surviving banner of the Senju clan, granddaughter of the first Hokage, and pupil of the third Hokage. The prestige surrounding her is formidable. Every action she takes is scrutinized by those with vested interests, particularly regarding the significant matter of accepting students. While these students may not inherit all the privileges of her direct disciples, the bond shared is nonetheless intimate, and many aspire to get closer to her, with the potential for students to eventually transform into disciples. Thus, upon the announcement of this opportunity, numerous clans have mobilized, each vying for their offspring to gain Tsunade's favor, as such an association would be a tremendous boon for both the individual and their family. Even if one were to take 1,000 steps back, even if they could not become her disciple, merely receiving a few words of guidance from her in the classroom would be an infinitely rewarding experience. It is undoubtedly a venture with guaranteed returns. Thus, the number of individuals wishing to attend her lectures could easily stretch from the beginning to the end of the village. Naturally, Tsunade would lack the capacity to instruct such a multitude, making the establishment of criteria an entirely reasonable course of action. The first requirement is that one must come from a reputable lineage, and the second, that one must possess exceptional talent. As for the specifics of what constitutes a reputable background or exceptional ability, that is left to higher authorities to deliberate. Logically speaking, Shu Yun would not meet the criteria, however. Who could have anticipated that just a few days prior, the leader of the Anbu had expressed intentions to reassign Shu Yun? Consequently, this opportunity fell into Shu Yun's lap. The following morning, Shu Yun arrived early at the Konoha hospital to report for duty, dressed in his usual attire rather than the Anbu uniform. For he could not present himself as an Anbu member while learning outside. Upon reaching the hospital classroom, Shu Yun realized he was not as early as he had thought, as a fair number of students were already seated within. He casually selected a spot and began to observe his fellow students, only to find that most of them hailed from well-known clans within Konoha. As he scanned the room, it felt akin to reciting a list of names: the golden-haired Yamanaka clan, the pineapple-headed Nara clan, the insect-rearing Aburame clan, the Byakugan-wielding Hyuga, the Sharingan-bearing Uchiha, and the rotunda Kimichi. Wait a moment, what I see? An Uchiha with rabbit-like eyes? How did this individual manage to infiltrate here? Shu Yun raised an eyebrow, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. How could a ninja from the Uchiha clan be present in this setting? It is well known that since the rise of the second Hokage, the Uchiha's range of activities has drastically diminished, ultimately confining them to the territory designated by the second Hokage, the Konoha Security Division. Ever since, Uchiha ninjas have been trapped within the village, restricted to service in the Konoha Security Division, unable to accept missions freely or venture outside. Yet here, he encountered a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Shu Yun gazed at the Uchiha, feeling a sense of peculiarity. Where was this? Was it the medical ninjutsu class led by Tsunade? The subsequent development of students in this class would likely lead them to serve as medical ninjas at the Konoha Hospital. Since the establishment of the village, the Konoha Hospital had been a stronghold of the Senju clan. Although the second Hokage had declared the Senju disbanded and their name had faded from memory, the individuals remained the same, along with their connections. They still upheld the honor and pride of the Senju, and the Konoha Hospital continued to be under the control of those who were once part of the Senju clan. Given this context, it was quite unusual for a member of the Uchiha clan to attend Tsunade's medical course, especially since they might eventually work in a hospital overseen by the Senju. The current situation left Shu Yun increasingly perplexed. Could it be that the Uchiha were now seeking to learn under the Senju? As he observed this unusual scene, his instincts as a shadowy figure alerted him to something amiss. There might have been clandestine changes occurring within the village. Was there a shift on the battlefield? Apart from this, Shu Yun could not conceive of any other reason for a ninja from the Uchiha to be present here. It seemed that the Uchiha, feeling Shu Yun's gaze linger, could no longer tolerate it and turned to glare at him. Since her entry into the room, she had been scrutinized by everyone. She understood the reason, but while others were merely casting furtive glances, Shu Yun's unwavering stare was indeed rather impolite. Realizing the rudeness of his prolonged gaze, Shu Yun offered an apologetic smile. He had been lost in thought, which had caused him to inadvertently stare for an extended period. He averted his eyes and opened his book. These matters were of no concern to him. He was merely there to learn medical ninjutsu and intended to follow the teacher's instructions diligently, leaving other matters aside. Thus, he waited and waited until it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Yes, 10 o'clock. Shu Yun checked the clock and confirmed it was indeed 10. The medical course was supposed to commence at 8. Yet, looking at the empty podium, he saw no sign of Tsunade. What was going on? Had they been stood up? Turning to observe the expressions of the others, he found that they, too, seemed bewildered, their faces reflecting a shared confusion about the sudden turn of events. What was happening? Where was the promised medical ninjutsu class? Why had the teacher still not arrived by 10? The classroom erupted in a cacophony of voices, all engaged in speculation about the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who was supposed to be teaching, found herself in a tavern, indulging in drinks. Frankly, Tsunade felt a deep sense of disappointment. She was disillusioned with the current state of the village, dissatisfied with certain policies, and even more disheartened by some individuals within it. This disappointment had begun when the third Hokage rejected her proposal for a medical system. However, the emergence of Dan had rekindled her hope. Yet, with the subsequent deaths of both Rope Tree and Dan, her hopes were once again dashed, leading her to develop a phobia of blood amidst repeated setbacks. After the Second Great Ninja War, burdened by disappointment in the village and sorrow over the past, she left Konoha to wander the ninja world. Until recently, the war in the ninja world had reignited. She could not relinquish the village to which her great-uncle and second-uncle had devoted their lives. Thus, with a sense of anticipation, she returned to this village. Upon her return, due to her hemophobia, the third Hokage assigned her the responsibility of overseeing Konoha's medical system. Through the experiences of the Second Great Ninja War, he recognized the practicality of such a system in his role as Hokage. This realization brought great joy and vigor to Tsunade, rekindling the passionate spirit of her youth. She even contemplated finding a worthy successor to inherit her extensive medical ninjutsu. However, it was only yesterday, during the first J-Nin meeting of the year, that she received the list of her students. The situation of war was becoming increasingly dire, necessitating the involvement of more capable forces. During this meeting, the head of the Anbu, Akimichi Choza, delivered a significant speech that set the tone for the discussions. Upon hearing this, Danzo felt an unsettling dissonance. Who was unaware of the village's plight? Where were the additional forces to be found? Besides the ungraduated children, the only available manpower was the restrained Uchiha clan. Yet, given Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, he could not publicly order the village's children to the battlefield. Thus, the only ones who could be dispatched were the Uchiha. Danzo's first reaction was one of disbelief. Did Choza intend to liberate the Uchiha clan? As anticipated, Choza's subsequent remarks confirmed his suspicions. The Uchiha clan was indeed part of Konoha, and in such a critical moment, they should contribute to the village's defense. Internally, Danzo was both astonished and furious, astonished that it was Choza, his peer and a disciple of the second Hokage, who spoke these words, and furious because of this very fact. Have you forgotten our master's teachings, Choza? The Uchiha are insatiable wolves, inherently malevolent beings who must remain confined within the village. Their powers, unlocked only by the blood of their kin, must not be unleashed on the battlefield, lest the consequences be unimaginable. The battlefield is fraught with dangers. Who knows what monstrosities the Uchiha might unleash in the event of their loved ones' deaths? Danzo recalled those dark, profound eyes that should never have graced this world. Just as he intended to rise and counter, he suddenly noticed that both the Hokage and the Hokage's advisors were now fixated upon him. In that moment, Danzo comprehended the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade had already conspired about this matter, and this announcement was merely a notification to him. At that moment, his anger dissipated. The situation had solidified, and with the agreement of the Hokage and his advisors, he found himself devoid of any opportunity to intervene. Consequently, he chose silence. In a meeting of J-Nin, the influence of an individual's voice is limited, and the matters one can engage in are finite. It is impossible to express every thought or to monopolize every favorable outcome. Since the course of events had been determined, he resolved to speak less, reserving his critical remarks for later. After all, the unsealing and transformation of a clan of shinobi cannot occur without consequence. Since they wish to liberate themselves from their positions within the Konoha Guard, a pressing question arises. What role should the Uchiha clan's ninjas assume? And to which organization should they belong? To which battlefield shall they venture? How should they conduct themselves amidst the turmoil of war? Furthermore, how will their merits and promotions be recognized post-battle? Their prior positions were entirely managed and governed by their own autonomy within the Konoha Guard. However, once they step onto the battlefield, adhering to such a hierarchy for self-governance seems rather incongruous. The liberated Uchiha clan will undoubtedly seek to claim other advantages, a certainty that cannot be overlooked, and the share they can obtain must not be insignificant. With many high-ranking shinobi among them, Their deployment to the battlefield is primarily in service of the village, thus rendering them as heroes of the village. Konoha cannot afford to neglect its heroes, for this principle lies at the core of the village's founding ethos. Even rival clans would refrain from sabotaging such matters. Ensuring that heroes receive their due rewards is a matter that every clan must support. Otherwise, if the Uchiha are subjected to injustice today, tomorrow, such injustices may befall their own. Some matters should never be initiated. Once trust is eroded, who would dare serve the village thereafter? Since rewards for heroes are to be granted, it naturally follows that they will be accorded corresponding benefits, securing positions across various departments. Yet, the positions within the village are limited, the proverbial pie is finite, and previously, there was no room allocated for the Uchiha clan. Their desire to participate now inevitably encroaches upon the interests of others. After all, with one additional person consuming from the pie, others are bound to receive less. If not nothing at all, and those deprived will certainly express their discontent. Thus, while the emergence of the Uchiha clan is a foregone conclusion, the crux of the matter lies in the ensuing exchange of interests. How much benefit they can garner and the positions they can occupy are pivotal. Consequently, the subsequent discussions in the meeting took a sharp turn, shifting focus from the conditions of the battlefield and the strategies of war to deliberations on the future roles of each clan. If your clan's members are to infiltrate the departments controlled by mine, then it is only fair that mine should also occupy positions in your domains. This is the essence of mutual benefit. The elite of each clan, driven by their own interests, engaged in fervent disputes during the meeting, their tempers flaring even more than in the heat of battle. Danzo was relentless in his pursuit of benefits for his own faction while simultaneously laying traps for the Uchiha clan. The atmosphere in the meeting was charged, akin to a bustling marketplace, yet one individual appeared conspicuously out of place. Tsunade, observing the scene before her, found it profoundly ironic and dissonant. When did the village meetings devolve into such a spectacle? When did the village's interests become commodities openly traded among the various clans of Konoha? While those on the front lines fought valiantly, those in the rear were embroiled in a cacophony over the spoils of war. What do they consider those who have sacrificed and dedicated themselves for the village? Are they mere pawns and tokens in their eyes? Tsunade found this notion somewhat absurd, even perceiving it as a profound mockery of those who have given their lives for the village. How did the village, established by her granduncle and great-granduncle, evolve into such a state? She recalled the lessons imparted by her grandfather during his lifetime, emphasizing the importance of maintaining peace and the courage to serve, while her great-granduncle had taught her how to protect the children of the village. In those days, there were selfless members of the Senju clan and Sarutobi, who sacrificed himself for the protection of others, alongside the indifferent yet devoted Kakashi. Many admirable individuals flourished then, the optimistic SH-10, the gentle-hearted Dan, and the ever-reliable Hatake Tsukumo. How had the village transformed into this dismal reality? SH-10 was gone, Dan had perished, and even the formidable Hatake Tsukumo had met his demise here, as if all the good souls had vanished without a trace. Gazing upon the tumultuous scene before her, she felt a deep sorrow, as if witnessing a peculiar banquet of division, devouring a village known as Konoha. What troubled Tsunade further was that the very orchestrator of this banquet was her esteemed mentor, with various elite members of Konoha participating in this disheartening affair. Among them were her friends, elders, and blood relatives, including the current director of Konoha Hospital, her aunt, and even the remnants of the Senju clan, all calmly engaging in the division of interests. Tsunade numbly listened to their disputes until they extended their greedy hands towards her. The composition of the medical ninja ranks required the assistance of various clans. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan could greatly aid in medical research and surgical procedures, and she was willing to allow some of her clansmen to enter Tsunade's training program to become new medical ninjas. One Hyuga boasted that their Byakugan could facilitate the advancement of medical endeavors, while Inara chimed in, declaring that their ninjas excelled in herbal studies. Thus, in a back-and-forth exchange, Tsunade's yet-to-be-established medical system was already claimed by the crowd. In the end, they humbly presented her with a list filled with names, her student roster for the following day. At last, she could endure no more. What were her ideals and fervent aspirations worth in this context? In a fit of rage, she tore the list to shreds, smashed the conference table in Konoha's hall, and stormed out, leaving the elite ninjas in stunned silence. Tsunade found herself at a small tavern called Inglai, an old establishment in Konoha, renowned for its beverages since the era of the first Hokage. The proprietor, however, was quite laid back, showing no urgency to expand or renovate, which rendered the interior somewhat outdated and diminutive. Yet, This antiquity imbued the place with a nostalgic cultural ambience, reminiscent of the warm orange glow of a countryside home, evoking childhood memories that offered a sense of comfort and familiarity. For Tsunade, this old tavern had existed since her youth, and she held a deep affection for it, as it bore witness to countless memories shared with family and friends. Where's the sake? The elder from Jiuquan, why hasn't the wine arrived yet? Tsunade, already intoxicated, shouted at the shopkeeper, as the few private rooms in the tavern had long been reserved, leaving her to drink in the bustling hall. At last, the elderly shopkeeper, though somewhat unsteady on his feet, approached with a bottle of warmed sake. Observing Tsunade, who had already consumed several jars of wine, he contemplated saying something, but ultimately sighed. Perhaps she was grappling with some sorrow. The youth often encounter hardships. He was now old and could no longer alleviate the troubles of others. Such matters must be faced alone. Quietly, he replaced her sake with a cherished vintage, one that he himself hesitated to consume, for it was a wine that would not lead to intoxication. Tsunade continued to drink cup after cup, when suddenly, a pair of hands appeared beside her, seizing the wine jug and pouring another glass. "I knew you would be here," remarked Aoyama Chihiro, the director of the Konoha hospital, as she filled her cup. "You remain as stubborn as you were in your youth, unchanged in the slightest." With a resounding thud, Tsunade slammed her cup onto the table, her eyes wide with fury. "Why? What do you mean why?" Aoyama Chihiro leisurely sipped her drink, exclaiming, "The wine here is as delightful as ever." She mused, observing Tsunade's fierce and defiant gaze, before breaking into laughter. "Are you still angry about the meeting of the elders? Shouldn't I be angry? How could the illustrious Senju clan have fallen to this state? Just look, the portraits of my granduncle and great-granduncle are still engraved there, and yet, how swiftly our village has changed. What has become of the glory of the Senju? Have you forgotten?" Without offering a rebuttal, Aoyama Chihiro took another sip, gripping her cup until it shattered into fragments. Blood trickled from her hand, yet she felt no pain, for the agony within her heart eclipsed any physical suffering 100-fold. "But little Tsunade, the Senju clan is no more." Aoyama Chihiro's voice was somber, yet it brimmed with volcanic intensity. "The Senju has vanished, dismantled by your revered granduncle and esteemed great-granduncle. In the aftermath, the ninja world has lost the Senju clan. Even the name has faded, and with it, any semblance of renown." Her voice escalated, infused with suppressed anger and resentment. After all this time, she still could not comprehend why the once great second Hokage would issue the order to dissolve the Senju. How could a lineage that had endured for millennia vanish at the very moment it should have shone the brightest? The more she pondered, the more perplexed and resentful she became. This resentment had not dulled with time. Rather, it deepened like fine wine. Therefore, she had every reason to be furious. Every justification for her bitterness, resenting those once deified Senju brothers who had failed the villagers yet betrayed their own blood kin. "The presence of the Senju is no longer felt, Tsunade. Do you not see that your name still bears the mark of Senju? Blood drips to the ground, bursting forth like plum blossoms. If we could act in the name of Senju without seeking recompense, even if it meant shedding our blood, we would do so without complaint. Yet the glory of Senju has faded. I am now known as Aoyama Chiharu, a mother of two." With a tone tinged with tranquility, Aoyama Chiharu continued to speak candidly. "I have aged, and I am weary of the tumult of the ninja world. However, as a mother, I cannot afford to grow old. At this juncture, every gain made at the Jonin conference can alleviate a fraction of their future burdens. How can I let that go? And why should I not strive for it? Have we Senju not suffered enough? Have our sacrifices not been substantial enough? In terms of casualties, we are no less than any other clan. In terms of contributions, we rank among the foremost. What I seek is merely what is rightfully ours. Did our predecessors not shed their blood in hopes that the next generation would cease to do so? I simply wish for my children to have a better life. Is that a fault?" Aoyama Chiharu produced a paper filled with names from her bosom and handed it over. "Little Tsunade, one must inevitably grow up. Such is the nature of the world. Regardless of your efforts, the interests remain. If I do not seize them, others will. Therefore, why should it not be I who takes what is rightfully mine?" Having spoken, Aoyama Chiharu turned and departed. Tsunade gazed at the paper filled with names on the table. Yet she found herself devoid of the courage to tear it apart, for she understood that the paper was merely a vessel. Tearing it would hold no significance. Tsunade spent the night in a tavern, drinking until the sun rose, grappling with how to counter Aoyama Chiharu's words. She recognized that Aoyama Chiharu held her own convictions. Yet witnessing the gradual transformation of their village left her feeling unsettled. This was not the village she envisioned. She recalled her great-grandfather's words. The village was founded to provide a stable environment for those they loved, to create a sanctuary where everyone could find protection. He wished to spare the adults from weeping over the horrors of war and to ensure that children would not be steeped in blood from an early age. Thus, they established schools and hospitals, all in pursuit of a better living environment, aiming to shield future generations from the ravages of war. But what of now? Children who had yet to graduate were sent to the front lines, while those in the rear enjoyed the stability brought by frontline ninjas. All the while dividing the village's resources. Is this still the will of fire? She felt lost. Tsunade, inebriated, found herself in a state that should have been impossible for her, a woman of unparalleled strength and ability. Her formidable chakra would normally dissipate any alcohol that entered her system. She was Tsunade, the foremost medical ninja in the realm, and she could not succumb to drunkenness. Yet this time, she desired to lose herself in inebriation. Her medical prowess could heal physical ailments, yet it could not mend the afflictions of the heart. The village was sick, and she felt powerless to remedy it. She longed to escape this reality, even if only for a fleeting moment. Even if it meant numbing herself with copious amounts of alcohol. In a haze of confusion, the sun rose, and as she gazed into the distance, she spotted a familiar silhouette approaching. The figure, with hair as pale as moonlight and a gentle expression, looked at her with evident concern. "Tsunade-sama, are you all right?" "Dan, is that you?" Tsunade rubbed her eyes, striving to regain clarity. "Tsunade-sama, are you unharmed?" The once moonlit strands of hair transformed into deep ebony locks, and a tall figure shrank into a petite frame. Before Tsunade stood a diminutive girl, her face etched with worry as she regarded her. What a surprise. It's just a child. Disappointment washed over Tsunade's features. Of course, Dan had long since passed away, lost on the battlefield. How could a deceased person possibly appear before her? Perhaps she had truly drunk too much, mistaking two such different individuals for one another. The only similarity they shared was their unmistakable aura of gentleness. Was she merely too lost in her thoughts? The last time she felt this disoriented, it was Dan who had lifted her spirits. And now she longed for someone to do the same. Regrettably, those capable of pulling her from despair had been left behind in the past. Tsunade lifted the empty bottle to her lips, only to discover it devoid of any remaining liquor. "Old man at the sake shop, is there no more sake?" "Old man?" Just as she was about to call for the proprietor, the girl snatched the empty bottle from her grasp. "Enough of this, Tsunade-sama. Truly, you are quite the handful." Muttering to herself, the girl skillfully approached, beginning to massage Tsunade's acupoints to alleviate her throbbing hangover. The girl's nonchalant demeanor compelled Tsunade to forego any resistance against the massage. The child's movements and techniques were remarkably adept, as if she had frequently assisted Tsunade in this manner. Her fingers, infused with chakra, deftly pressed into the acupoints, providing a sense of relief that made Tsunade hum in pleasure, causing her inebriation to dissipate somewhat. It was only then that Tsunade belatedly realized, who was this child? She didn't recognize her at all, yet the girl seemed to act as if they were intimately familiar. Moreover, the massage techniques seemed oddly familiar. They were drawn from the medical ninjutsu book she had authored, techniques she had not yet taught to anyone. How could this child know them? While savoring the massage, Tsunade murmured, "I say, little one, who are you? A student from the Konoha hospital? Who taught you these techniques?" "Oh, Tsunade-sama, how could you forget? I'm Shizun." Shizun's tone carried a hint of displeasure, as if she were saddened by Tsunade's failure to recognize her. "Shizun? The little girl from the Dan family? You've grown so much." For a moment, Tsunade felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. She recalled that when she left the village, the child had been merely 5 years old. Time had flown, and now she had matured significantly. Yet if it were indeed her, it was no wonder. Tsunade remembered how Shizun had always clung to Dan, gradually becoming familiar with her as well. She recalled their first encounter. The little girl had looked up at her with excitement, declaring Tsunade her idol and expressing her desire to become a healing ninja who would save lives and tend to the wounded when she grew up. Thus, she gifted her a book she had authored on medical ninjutsu, which contained a set of massage techniques. To her surprise, it appeared that the recipient was earnestly studying it. You seem to be mastering the techniques quite well. It appears you are diligently perusing the book I bestowed upon you," Tsunade mused. Squinting her eyes as she murmured to herself, the headache from her hangover was indeed dissipating rapidly. Of course. My aspiration is to become a magnificent medical ninja." Shizun exclaimed, her tone suddenly infused with excitement, as if the prospect of becoming a medical ninja was a remarkable achievement. Yet, her expression swiftly darkened once more. It is a pity I could not enroll in the medical ninjutsu class you offered. Magnificent? Tsunade pondered Shizen's words, uncertain of how to respond. Medical ninjutsu is not infallible. Since becoming a medical ninja, she had endured too many regrets. Life, akin to sand slipping through one's fingers, eluded her grasp. No matter how desperately she tried to hold on, even though her medical skills had reached the pinnacle of the ninja world, there were still many instances where she felt utterly powerless. At times, she wondered if it would have been better if she had never learned this medical ninjutsu. At least during those moments, she could still believe in miracles. Yet, her profound understanding of the limitations of her art led her to mentally condemn those she encountered to a grim fate upon witnessing their injuries. She had once fought desperately to save them, but despite exerting all her strength, she could only watch as her beloved ones slowly succumbed before her eyes. This sense of helpless despair had once left her gasping for air. It had been the same with Suk and with Dan. Now, even the village itself was ailing, and she found herself powerless to heal it. It seemed as though everything she cherished was gradually slipping away, leaving her feeling utterly impotent. Her medical prowess felt like a cruel jest from the heavens, despite being hailed as the foremost healer in the ninja world. She could never mend the things she longed to save. Of course, she mused, as Shizen's fervent words ignited a spark of defiance within her. Isn't the ability to save the lives of comrades the hallmark of a great ninja? Ever since childhood, my dream has been to become a medical ninja as formidable as you, Lady Tsunade. Just as formidable as me? Tsunade was taken aback by the statement. Could she truly consider herself among the ranks of the impressive? Indeed, Lady Tsunade, did you know? Many in the village have benefited from your aid and kindness. It is your establishment of a medical system that has restored the health of so many. The medical ninjutsu you imparted has saved countless lives. Did you know? My neighbor is one of those you rescued. His family still honors your longevity plaque, hoping for your well-being. Therefore, you must muster your spirits. You are the pride of many, and my most revered idol. Tsunade was taken aback by Shizun's earnest expression, surprised by the little one's conviction. She was indeed right. Little Tsunade had always been our pride. At that moment, the proprietor of the nearby tavern, old Yuan, approached, his concern for Tsunade's condition palpable. Having stayed awake all night due to worry, he now carried a tray, but instead of sake, it held a bowl of sobering soup. Having consumed this bowl of detoxifying soup, let us embark on our journey once more. The path of life is invariably fraught with challenges. As long as one bravely navigates through, all shall turn out well. With these thoughts, Tsunade felt a sudden warmth swell within her heart, and with a gentle smile, she raised the detoxifying soup to her lips and drank it in one go. This is the village she adores. A place built through the relentless efforts of her great-grandfather and grandfather. Despite her current troubles and imperfections, there are still those worthy of her protection. There are many wonderful people here. How could she ever give up? With this resolve, she stepped out to greet the morning sun. Kushina observed Tsunade, who seemed to have regained her vigor, her heart brimming with joy as she watched Tsunade stride into the sunlight. Are you not coming along? Tsunade's voice called from outside. This spirited young girl was precisely the student she had longed to find. With such admirable qualities, she would surely excel in medical ninjutsu. Ah, are you calling me? Kushina replied, momentarily taken aback. Did you not wish to become a great medical ninja? How can one succeed without diligent study? Come with me to class. The unexpected words filled Kushina with delight. She had not anticipated that the opportunity she had yearned for would present itself so suddenly. Old Yuan, observing the dazed Kushina, playfully nudged her and said with a smile, "Are you not going to follow her?" Ah, yes. It was as if she had awakened from a dream. And she hurriedly chased after Tsunade. Little Kushina, you must also strive. Yes, I will, old Yuan. He watched as she pursued Tsunade's figure, illuminated by the sunlight, while only the soft murmur of their conversation drifted from outside. Impulsive little one, medical ninjutsu is quite challenging to master. Do not weep if you struggle later. I shall not. At 11 a.m., the classroom buzzed with chatter, with some even departing to return home. Shu Yun, leaning on his desk, idly twirled a pen, occasionally flipping through the pages of a book. He had no intention of leaving. Having lived 2 lives, he possessed an abundance of patience. A mere weight was inconsequential. He understood the value of patience, and losing something due to a lack of it would be a source of profound regret. Yet Shu Yun was not alone in his patience. Until they received definitive news, most remained comfortably waiting for Tsunade's arrival. After all, such an opportunity for learning was rare, representing something significant, and few would depart lightly. Moreover, they were all ninjas, and ninjas, by nature, must cultivate patience, mustn't they? Even the typically temperamental and proud members of the Uchiha clan remained seated. Shu Yun glanced at one of them, observing her seated with closed eyes, practicing her breathing, exuding a semblance of patience. However, the way her breath became increasingly labored indicated that her endurance was waning. Uchiha Riku was indeed nearing her limit. It was already quite embarrassing for her to attend Senju's class, and heaven knew how many eyes had been on her today. Particularly, the young man seated not far from her, who had been staring intently, caught her gaze once more, causing her considerable distress. What infuriated her the most was the fact that she had been stood up. Damn that Senju, damn that old woman. Uchiha cursed silently to herself, believing this was likely a punitive measure from that insufferable Senju. Thus, she felt an even stronger compulsion to remain. Leaving would be tantamount to conceding defeat. The Uchiha clan had never known surrender, especially in the presence of the Senju. Time drifted languidly until noon. And just as Shu Yun thought that the day's lessons had been cancelled, the classroom door swung open. Entering was a stunning woman with resplendent golden hair, followed closely by a dark-haired girl. As for the girl, she did not fit Shu Yun's preferences. Being underage, Shu Yun refrained from commenting. However, the leading lady was indeed a vision of beauty, possessing every exquisite feature imaginable. Willow-shaped brows framing peach blossom eyes, luscious red lips, and skin as smooth as cream. Was this Tsunade, one of the legendary three? She seemed surprisingly youthful. Unlike Orochimaru, who traversed a sinister path in his 30s, Tsunade appeared far more vibrant and youthful. Perhaps due to her mastery of medical ninjutsu, she seemed to be in her early 20s, radiating a youthful exuberance. Yet, the passage of time had left its marks upon her, allowing her to shed the naivety of youth for the emotional depth of adulthood. This blend of youthful beauty and mature sensibility rendered her even more captivating. Moreover, the diamond-shaped mark adorning her forehead added a touch of playfulness and mystery. Such a person was destined to stand out in any crowd. Even amidst the throngs of people on the street, her mere presence was enough to capture attention. In truth, even if one were to overlook her exterior, her extraordinary stature alone would command the majority of gazes. The moment Shu Yun laid eyes on her, thoughts of grandiosity and inclusiveness flooded her mind. Indeed, this was the type she admired. As Tsunade stepped into the classroom, an immediate hush fell over the room. Observing the somewhat vacant classroom, she ascended to the lectern. The study of medical ninjutsu was a solitary pursuit, one that demanded patience. A person lacking in patience could hardly become a ninja, let alone a medical one. Thus, I must first congratulate all of you present for possessing the patience necessary to embark on the path of a medical ninja. We shall now formally commence our studies in medical ninjutsu. As for those who have already departed, I must assume they have relinquished their pursuit of this discipline. Tsunade's words enveloped the classroom in silence. Many children from esteemed families felt a sense of relief, as there were numerous clan members. And securing this opportunity for learning was no easy feat. To lose it so easily would be quite disheartening. For those present, the earlier news was indeed a positive one, suggesting that the morning's weight had been Tsunade's test, and they had passed it. However, the subsequent news would not be as amicable for them. Previously, I mentioned my intention to select a student from the class to learn medical ninjutsu with me, and I have now found a candidate who meets my expectations. Allow me to introduce my new student, Shizen, who will join you in class moving forward. Shizen, please take a moment to greet everyone. I will not be accepting any more students, however, to compensate. I will impart my knowledge of medical ninjutsu to any child who can grasp the essence of yang release chakra during this month of study. Let us all strive for excellence. The sudden arrival of a new student cast a shadow over some faces. Although Tsunade's medical ninjutsu class is quite remarkable, joining the ranks of medical ninjas is merely a commendable choice for the average student. For certain individuals, however, this opportunity may not suffice. Their aspirations were to become Tsunade's pupil, and now, on the very first day of class, someone else has seized that chance, leaving them with no opportunities at all. As Shizen took the stage, she was met with a myriad of gazes, some filled with envy, some scrutinizing, others harboring resentment, and a few simply amused. Shu Yun belonged to the latter group. He had never held out hope for mentorship, yet sometimes, a lack of malice can be seen as a form of goodwill. He raised an eyebrow at Shizen, who sat beside him. The subsequent time was devoted to Tsunade introducing medical ninjutsu and explaining the course arrangements. However, as Shu Yun listened attentively to Tsunade's eloquent discourse, he detected a whiff of alcohol in the air, which also seemed to linger around Shizen. Despite having been masked by some effort, it had not escaped Shu Yun's keen sense of smell. How could there be a scent of alcohol? Surely, they hadn't been drinking, causing a delay in their attendance? Shu Yun shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion. He was unfamiliar with Jiraiya, but it seemed that both Orochimaru and Tsunade were reliable individuals, unlikely to skip class for drinks. Yet, the persistent aroma continued to cloud his thoughts, leaving him uncertain. Perhaps some individuals are not as dependable as they appear? Shu Yun attended class here for a month, and it must be said that Tsunade is indeed a highly skilled medical ninja, her teaching methods exceptional. Many complex medical issues were swiftly resolved through her clear and insightful explanations. However, in all honesty, the study of medical ninjutsu should span years. A mere month is insufficient for one to become a competent medical ninja, serving only to lay a foundational understanding. Yet, given the current wartime context, all efforts are directed toward efficiency and simplicity, leaving little time for gradual learning. As previously mentioned, on the battlefield, mastering the skills of staunching bleeding and amputation can address the majority of issues, but a course under the foremost authority in medical ninjutsu would not be so rudimentary. Merely possessing the ability to staunch wounds and apply bandages does not qualify one as a competent medical ninja. At best, such an individual might be referred to as a caregiver. Tsunade, having devoted an entire month to this endeavor, surely did not intend to produce mere caretakers. The curriculum she imparted was extensive, encompassing the identification and preparation of medicinal substances, hemorrhage control, bandaging techniques, toxin identification, and antidote administration, as well as emergency care and wound management during wartime. Mastery of this comprehensive program would undoubtedly suffice to deem oneself a proficient junior medical ninja. Though the reality was that few could achieve complete understanding, with many struggling to grasp the material, a common occurrence. Given that the training of a standard medical ninja typically spans several years, while they were expected to absorb it all within a mere month, Shu Yun's performance in medical ninjutsu mirrored that of his peers, proving less than satisfactory. The initial lessons on drug identification, hemorrhage control, and bandaging were manageable, particularly for Shu Yun, who already possessed some knowledge of pharmacology. As a ninja, injury was a frequent occurrence, and through experience, he had gleaned a certain level of expertise in these areas, allowing him to memorize and reinforce his previous knowledge. However, the subsequent lessons on toxin identification and antidote application demanded practical experience and discernment, which could be acquired through diligent practice and memorization. Yet, it was the final segment on emergency care during combat and wound treatment that stymied many, as it necessitated the application of medical ninjutsu. All forms of medical ninjutsu are intrinsically linked to a vital element, yang chakra. This chakra is the essence of life force, innate to every individual. And while everyone possesses it to some degree, those skilled in physical combat exhibit a more robust manifestation. Despite this, harnessing and mastering yang chakra proves to be a formidable challenge, as even the average ninja often cannot perceive its presence. Its pervasive nature within the human body leads to a habitual disregard, making it increasingly difficult to discern. In this regard, Tsunade offered little in the way of effective solutions. The nature of chakra is such that comprehension comes only through profound insight. Once understood, it is understood, and no amount of explanation can substitute for that realization. Nevertheless, she did propose a rather unorthodox method, frequent practice. She instructed her students to procure live fish from the market, then to inflict a small wound and employ the healing techniques documented in their texts. Should they succeed in healing the fish, it would indicate a nascent understanding of yang chakra. Shu Yun, heeding her advice, returned with a batch of palm-sized ornamental fish. For the type of fish was inconsequential to the practice of ninjutsu. His abundant purchase led the fishmonger to gift him a splendid aquarium and a substantial supply of fish food, prompting onlookers to mistakenly believe he had taken up an unexpected hobby of fish-keeping. Shu Yun kept all the fish in an aquarium, diligently feeding them and changing the water daily, while simultaneously practicing his medical ninjutsu on these unfortunate creatures, striving to ensure their survival. Adhering to a cycle of 7 days for fish care, his method proved remarkably effective, feeding them once a day, replacing the water every 3 days, and changing the fish every week. However, it was unlikely that his fish would last the entire week, as Shu Yun's practice of medical ninjutsu yielded little success, resulting in the unfortunate demise of many fish. Fortunately, his prowess on the battlefield was commendable, and given that his position in the Anbu provided him with food and shelter at minimal cost, he had managed to save a small sum, allowing him to purchase more fish. Otherwise, with his rate of exchange, he would struggle to afford them. Thus, after a fortnight of this endeavor, it seemed that there was some progress, albeit meager. Shu Yun made slight advancements in his medical ninjutsu, mastering the hand signs and chakra manipulation. Yet the techniques he performed still lacked the vital essence of life, rendering them ineffective. Today marked the final day of the medical training course, during which Tsunade demonstrated the healing technique one last time. With a gesture, she summoned a radiant green light from her palm, inviting everyone to experience its warmth. As Shu Yun observed this luminous glow up close, he felt it pulsate with vibrant life and a comforting warmth. Despite having grasped the essence of this yang-type chakra multiple times over the past few days, he regrettably had yet to uncover its true nature. Within the entire training course, only one individual had successfully mastered the application of this yang chakra, Shizun. Many speculated that Tsunade had favored her. But Shu Yun recognized that her success stemmed from her innate talent and diligent effort. While she may not have excelled in the broader realm of ninjutsu, her aptitude for medical techniques was undeniably exceptional. This very circumstance afforded Shu Yun frequent opportunities to engage with yang chakra. It would be unwise to burden Tsunade with his inquiries, so he turned to Shizun instead. As his desk mate, persuading a child like her was not a daunting task. Especially given her gentle nature, she would readily assist him if he established a good rapport. Yet, despite his numerous attempts, Shu Yun always found himself just shy of comprehension, unable to pinpoint precisely where he fell short. This yang chakra, imbued with vitality and warmth, bore resemblance to the life force coursing through one's veins. However, when he attempted to harness this vitality to employ the healing technique, the results were minimal. There was some effect, though it was hardly pronounced. This suggested that yang chakra resided within the life force, but was not synonymous with it. As class concluded, Shu Yun stepped out of the classroom, feeling a pang of disappointment for not grasping the concept during the lesson. After all, the lack of tangible results after such effort was disheartening. Moreover, he sensed that mastering medical ninjutsu would greatly benefit his future growth, particularly as he needed to refine his circulatory techniques through the integration of medical ninjutsu to solidify his foundation. Regrettably, until now, his studies appeared to have yielded little success, which inevitably dampened Shu Yun's spirits. Do not lose heart. Perseverance will lead to triumph. Would you care to experience my yang release chakra once more? Perhaps it will bring you success, Kyo said, her face etched with concern, offering him encouragement. What a gentle girl she is, Shu Yun thought, as he smiled at her support and replied, Thank you, but I believe I have already contemplated all that I could. From here on, it shall rely on my own insight. I wish to take a stroll to refresh my mood. Bidding farewell to Kyo, Shu Yun wandered alone through the streets of Konoha. Kicking a small stone as he walked, his thoughts still occupied with the concept of yang release chakra. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted towards the back mountains of the village, where a vast forest lay, and the Naka River flowed through the Uchiha clan's territory. At that moment, the sun began its descent, painting the sky with fiery hues, as the setting sun cast a crimson glow, shimmering on the water's surface. This was a rare and splendid sight, prompting Shu Yun to abandon his thoughts and recline on the lush grass by the Naka River, savoring the beauty of the twilight. He plucked a wild blade of grass and chewed on it, watching the sun gradually slip into the valley. Eventually, the red orb vanished from the horizon, leaving only the lingering twilight. As yang energy waned and yin energy ascended. With the sun's disappearance, the temperature dipped, and the evening breeze brought a chill that sent a shiver down Shu Yun's spine. He rubbed his arms, feeling the goosebumps fade away. Yet he fell into contemplation while observing the remnants of those goosebumps on his skin. Yang energy? Yin energy? Blood vitality? Yang release chakra? He seemed to grasp the essence of these concepts. What is yang energy? In traditional Chinese medicine, yang energy is described as the vital force that invigorates the body, the essence of life itself, encompassing both nutritive and defensive energies. Those abundant in yang energy are robust and healthy. Each individual possesses this vital force, which pervades the body and circulates with the flow of qi and blood. Does this not bear striking resemblance to yang release chakra? He should have realized this sooner. Yet his previous focus on the transformation of chakra properties had clouded his thoughts. He had mistakenly believed that yang release chakra required personal transformation to be attained, overlooking the very first lesson in class. Yang release is an inherent aspect of the body. Thus, by simply stimulating the body's vital energy, he could activate yang release chakra. But when is this vital energy at its peak? The dawn of a new day is when it flourishes most abundantly. The body's vital energy resonates with the cosmos, circulating with the rhythm of sunrise and sunset. Morning is the time when all things awaken, brimming with vigor. And so too is the body's vital energy at its most potent. Shu Yun then settled into a meditative posture, adjusting his physical state to resonate with the vitality of the early morning, seeking to perceive and harness the yang energy within him. This was indeed feasible. For medical ninjas need not be limited to employing their healing techniques solely in the morning. Shu Yun sensed the burgeoning energy within himself and once again employed the healing technique, allowing his chakra, now infused with this vitality, to transform into the attribute of yang. Indeed, as Shu Yun focused and adjusted his breathing, his body began to thrive with newfound vigor. The chakra, imbued with this life-giving essence, erupted in a brilliant green glow, signifying his success. Elated by the shimmering chakra in his hands, Shu Yun seized the moment and made his way to the hospital in Konoha before the deadline expired. As night fell, Tsunade had just exited the Konoha hospital. The medical ninja system was still in the process of refinement, and aside from her teaching duties, she had a myriad of responsibilities. By the time evening arrived, she had been so occupied that she had not even had dinner. It was only when darkness enveloped the village that she emerged from the hospital, her weary body dragging along the quiet streets, contemplating whether to indulge in a drink. At that moment, Shu Yun spotted Tsunade's silhouette from a distance and hastily followed her, attempting to catch up. Yet, it soon proved ill-advised to pursue a ninja at night, especially one deep in thought. As Shu Yun drew near, Tsunade suddenly spun around and unleashed a punch, her fist slicing through the air like a howling tempest aimed directly at him. Fortunately, her strike halted just a hair's breadth from his face, as if an invisible barrier had materialized, showcasing her unparalleled control. Her fist paused in the air, transforming into a playful flick that tapped Shu Yun's forehead. "Ah, it's you, little brat. Why are you following me so late instead of resting?" Tsunade inquired, hands on her hips. Her curiosity piqued as she initially suspected it was a lecherous white-haired ninja returning to the village. Shu Yun, lightly touched on the forehead, remained silent, merely smiling as he extended his hand, which glimmered with the vibrant light of healing energy. "Look, I have learned it." Tsunade, taken aback, expressed her surprise. "Is it truly possible for someone to master this in just a month?" Her words momentarily stunned Shu Yun. It appeared that even after a month of instruction, Tsunade had doubts about anyone mastering the application of Yang Chakra. Tsunade genuinely did not anticipate this outcome. If the mastery of Yang Chakra were indeed so easily attainable, the ranks of Konoha's medical ninjas would be far more numerous. The training of a medical ninja is an arduous endeavor, demanding resources and effort surpassing that of ordinary ninjas. Otherwise, the third Hokage would not have rejected Tsunade's proposal for a medical ninja system in the past. As for Shizen, she was a unique case. Gifted from the outset, she had long aspired to become a medical ninja, having devoted considerable time to studying medical ninjutsu, her only hurdle being the final step. Tsunade merely needed to guide her over this threshold, making it significantly easier than for those starting from scratch. Conversely, the individual before her, Shu Yun, was indeed a novice in the realm of medical ninjutsu, given his attendance in her class. His profile had undoubtedly graced Tsunade's desk long ago. She was already well aware of Shu Yun's circumstances and had taken a keen interest in him. Indeed, as a disciple of Kiba, one cannot help but acknowledge the innate talents bestowed upon him. Tsunade mused inwardly, her thoughts drifting to another disciple, one with silvery hair, who also possessed remarkable gifts. Having mastered the manipulation of Yang-type chakra, he was summoned to report to the Konoha hospital the following day. The ability to wield Yang-type chakra classified him as a medical ninja, and the next step would be practical application, for experience is the finest teacher. Thus, from the subsequent day, Shu Yun reported to the Konoha hospital, where he and Shizen followed Tsunade as her intern assistants. Throughout this process, Tsunade imparted her knowledge of medical ninjutsu through both words and actions. Shu Yun reaped substantial rewards from this experience, finding himself increasingly adept at utilizing Yang-type chakra. More importantly, his studies in medical ninjutsu filled the final gap in his theoretical understanding of ninjutsu, allowing him to envisage the complete construction of his envisioned circulation technique. It seemed that through his comprehension of Yang-type chakra, Shu Yun's body was invigorated and stimulated, prompting his development to commence this year. Lately, he found himself sleeping frequently and dreaming vividly, acutely aware of his growth. The chakra within him surged, propelling him into the realm of awaken. This was not an instance of forcing growth, but rather a natural progression, akin to a sapling that, nourished sufficiently, begins to flourish upwards. As Shu Yun's body continued to develop, his subtle energies evolved in tandem, culminating in the refinement of his entire musculature into a rounded force. Today, he finally achieved a state of completeness within his physical form, enabling his energy to circulate seamlessly throughout his body, capable of executing the six-fold rounded technique. This signified that he was now fully equipped to commence the construction of his circulation technique in earnest. Today, Shu Yun requested a day off from Tsunade and ventured alone to the training grounds at the back mountains of Konoha. The sun shone brightly, the scenery was picturesque, and the waters of the Nange River flowed incessantly. Perhaps due to his affinity with water, he found himself particularly drawn to its presence. Sitting by the riverbank, he experienced a profound tranquility. By the banks of the Nange River, Shu Yun settled into a cross-legged position, his garments billowing gently, as if an invisible energy flowed around him. This was the manifestation of his six-fold energies, the next step being to allow his chakra to flow in harmony with this energy. Upon a mere thought, his aquamarine chakra began to circulate slowly throughout his body, initially as a gentle stream. With increasing proficiency, he gradually amplified its flow as the chakra traversed his body, akin to forging an invisible pathway. Gradually, Shu Yun's chakra seemed to adapt to this transformation, gaining speed as it flowed, ultimately stirring the entirety of his chakra into motion. It coursed through the network of pathways he had established, circulating endlessly within him. Chakra flows within Shu Yun's body, circulating through the meridians of his limbs and bones before ultimately returning to the dantian, thereby constructing a comprehensive internal circulation system that envelopes his entire being. Gradually, the chakra begins to permeate his body, fortifying and nurturing his muscles with its flowing energy. At this juncture, Shu Yun's envisioned theory of circulating energy has undoubtedly proven successful. His body's energy can indeed propel the chakra to operate flawlessly throughout his being. As he continues this practice, he grows increasingly adept, to the point where the chakra begins to form its own inertia, requiring less and less concentration from Shu Yun to maintain its flow within this established system. This is an undeniably positive development, affirming the viability of Shu Yun's theory. Otherwise, maintaining such a process would demand immense effort, rendering it impractical for combat. Standing upright, Shu Yun feels his body grow lighter with each complete rotation of the chakra cycle, his strength intensifying correspondingly. He attempts a leap and perceives a marked enhancement in his physical capabilities. His body feels as buoyant as a swallow in the clouds, able to soar 3 zhang high with ease. Assessing his newfound strength, he realizes it has nearly doubled. Yet, despite this progress, Shu Yun remains somewhat unsatisfied. Although the chakra circulation method has significantly improved his physique, it still falls short of his expectations, not embodying the complete technique he envisioned. While the chakra can circulate throughout his body, it primarily operates within the superficial meridians, nourishing him, but failing to penetrate deeply into his cells. In his vision, the circulating chakra model must not only permit movement throughout the body but also engage profoundly in its activities, fully integrating into the water element cycle of his being. Only by delving into the cells and merging intimately with them can he truly unify his internal energies, thus fundamentally enhancing his strength and efficiently reinforcing his entire being. Therefore, Shu Yun must further manipulate the properties of the chakra, rendering it fluid in nature, so it can permeate deeper into the cells along the established chakra circuit. This is a critical and perilous step. A miscalculation could lead to bodily harm. The efficacy of his theory hinges on the forthcoming results. With a calm and focused mind, Shu Yun adjusts his state and fully activates the perfected chakra circulation system, allowing the chakra to diffuse through the network of meridians and gradually seep into the depths of his cells. The transformed chakra flows through Shu Yun's meridians, efficiently reaching every corner of his body via the constructed chakra circuit. It begins to engage with the surrounding cells, establishing connections akin to blood. Thus, the altered chakra incessantly infiltrates the cells, commencing a profound enhancement of their vitality. The chakra invades the cells, initiating a transformative process within them. The water element chakra hastens the interaction of substances between cells, accelerating the internal circulation of water within the body. It continuously flows through the cells, expelling impurities and waste while incessantly infusing fresh, vibrant energy. This enhances the cellular environment and boosts cellular efficiency, allowing the cells to operate at peak performance in an optimal setting. Shu Yun's entire cellular structure felt as though it had been coated with a lubricant. He experienced an unprecedented lightness in his body, each movement smooth and powerful, akin to an old machine that had been meticulously refurbished. Even his senses transformed remarkably. The chakra continued to circulate, perpetually stimulating cell growth and development, fundamentally reinforcing the cells enabling them to burst forth with renewed vitality. Shu Yun's circulating method proved successful, as the transformative chakra fully permeated his limbs and frame, igniting his eyes with a shimmering azure light. As he moved his body once more, the experience was entirely different from before. He sensed a comprehensive enhancement, transcending mere physical strength to encompass a holistic fortification. Shu Yun's senses became profoundly acute. His hearing, vision, perception, reflexes, and even cognitive abilities were all significantly amplified. This was the result of the chakra optimizing the operational state of all his cells and expediting their interactivity. Now, every cell in Shu Yun's body functioned in a state of perfect efficiency, consistently maintained by the sustaining power of chakra. Shu Yun had never experienced such a remarkable condition of his body, as if he had shed numerous constraints, rendering his physique remarkably light. The stark contrast made him feel as though his past existence had been shrouded in a nebulous dream. Now, awakening from that dream, the world appeared extraordinarily vivid. He lifted his foot and began to run, propelled solely by the strength of his body, leaving behind an afterimage, a speed that rivaled that of an elite shinobi. This achievement was merely a result of the passive amplification from his circulatory chakra technique. Then, with a mere thought, Shu Yun executed the body flicker technique, and his figure vanished without a trace, accelerating his speed to nearly double that of a conventional elite. His cells operated at high velocity, heightening his perception to an exceptional degree. This comprehensive enhancement eliminated any issues of dynamic vision or neural response lagging behind his speed. He observed his surroundings with acute awareness, navigating through the densely wooded jungle with astonishing agility, passing through the vibrant foliage without so much as a brush against his skin. Unlike other ninjas who ran with their arms extended behind them, Shu Yun possessed a distinctive stride. His posture was upright and graceful, his movements reminiscent of a dragon gliding effortlessly, exuding an ethereal charm. This was the 8 trigrams dragon step, known for its remarkable agility, perfectly suited for traversing the woods. Shu Yun advanced swiftly through the forest, leaping over the hills, heading towards the distant death forest. The circulation of chakra within him invigorated his body like never before, awakening a vitality that brimmed with energy. A profound sense of strength enveloped him, igniting a fervor within that demanded expression. This overflow of energy indicated a state of excess. He sought a venue to channel this exuberance, and the formidable creatures of the death forest provided an ideal outlet. Nestled deep within the back mountains of Konoha, the death forest was suffused with abundant natural energy, resulting in an environment where everything appeared to possess an abnormal size. Enormous beasts roamed, colossal trees towered, and even the underbrush flourished in a manner unparalleled elsewhere. The magnified forms of many creatures posed significant danger, with some having evolved unique abilities, rivaling even the might of shinobi beasts. In fact, Konoha regularly dispatched shinobi to this forest each year to capture powerful animals for use as ninja beasts. With his current speed, Shu Yun arrived at the death forest in no time. Stretching his limbs outside the forest, he then plunged into its depths. Today, an unwelcome visitor had entered the depths of the forest, where he dashed through the undergrowth, seeking confrontation with the dominant beast within. A massive wild boar, towering at nearly 3 meters, was toppled by Shu Yun, while a colossal bear, renowned for its ferocity, was rendered docile by his might. Even the formidable serpent, reputed as the invincible ruler of the jungle, was dragged down from its perch in the trees and soundly thrashed. Shu Yun was particularly spirited today. The raw thrill of engaging in such visceral combat was a sensation he had not savored in quite some time. In this death forest, even the passing canines would feel the brunt of his exuberance. However, the fervor inevitably gave way to fatigue. The high-frequency exertion resulted in wear and tear. As the pent-up energy was released, the latent drawbacks, previously suppressed beneath a thick layer of vitality, became starkly apparent, revealing that his circulatory chakra technique still faced certain challenges. After all, it is an immature technique, and its inherent flaws are understandable. Shu Yun had mentally prepared himself for this. In his anticipation, he believed that the water attribute chakra would constantly communicate with his body, perpetually nourishing the cells and alleviating their fatigue. As long as the chakra was not depleted, his cells should ideally remain in a state of optimal efficiency. However, as the circulatory technique operated, after a period of intense cellular activity, he found himself engulfed in a profound sense of fatigue and discomfort, despite the abundant chakra that continued to support his bodily functions. This experience demonstrated the disparity between theory and reality. The human body is not an indestructible machine, regardless of the energy available or the favorable conditions. Prolonged and uninterrupted high-efficiency operation inevitably leads to exhaustion and wear. This fatigue was something that Shu Yun's transformed chakra could not suppress, and it deepened with the functioning of the circulatory chakra technique. He began to feel a slight throbbing pain as pressure from the chakra permeated his body cells. His body temperature rose, indicating that the water attribute chakra could no longer maintain cellular stability. He was becoming akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, with the risk of cellular exhaustion looming. Upon sensing something amiss, Shu Yun delved into his consciousness, seeking to address the issue. He immersed himself in the operation of the circulatory chakra model, constantly attuning himself to his bodily condition. Ultimately, he discovered that the problem lay with his water attribute chakra. The root cause was its insufficient capacity to nourish and repair the cells. While the water attribute is indeed the most nurturing among the 5 conventional attributes, it ultimately lacks the strength required to sustain such intense continuous cellular activity. The water chakra excels in maintaining a comfortable environment for the cells and providing them with energy. But its ability to repair cellular damage and alleviate fatigue is merely marginally superior to that of conventional chakra. Understanding the problem paves the way for its resolution. If water attribute chakra falls short in cellular repair, other attributes can certainly suffice. The sunlight attribute chakra that Shu Yun had previously comprehended was adept at repairing cells and reducing fatigue. Thus, Shu Yun altered his strategy, invoking his life force, as the vibrant sunlight attribute chakra began to integrate into the operation of this body technique. As the sunlight chakra coursed through him, it bestowed newfound vitality upon his cells. The sunlight chakra diligently repaired damaged cells, alleviated pressure, and stimulated cellular activity. Coupled with the nourishing and maintaining effects of the water attribute chakra, the improvement in cellular condition was immediate and striking. Shu Yun's fatigued and damaged cellular structure was instantly restored, allowing his body to once again experience a sense of lightness and an overflow of vitality. With the participation of the yang attribute chakra, his circulating technique could persist, transforming what was once merely a transient burst of power into a permanent enhancement of his combat capabilities. Although prolonged usage could still lead to cellular issues, the involvement of the yang attribute significantly alleviated this concern. At the very least, he could now engage in a complete battle while utilizing the circulating chakra technique without encountering any problems. This extension of efficacy greatly contributed to Shu Yun's overall strength. Indeed, it was only by comprehending the yang attribute chakra that the envisioned potential of his circulating technique could be realized, achieving a state of boundless vitality and energy. The study of medical ninjutsu proved invaluable to Shu Yun, as future growth would necessitate the guidance and support of medical knowledge. After all, medical ninjutsu represents the forefront of research and development concerning the human body. Through this innovative creation, he also discerned the limitations of chakra in relation to its attributes. Different chakras excel in various domains. He pondered whether it was time to embark on developing his second attribute. Upon returning to Konoha, the day had turned to dusk, and after a night's rest, he resumed his studies at the Konoha hospital under Tsunade's tutelage. Regrettably, during wartime, such leisurely and tranquil moments of learning are often fleeting. News from the battlefield abruptly interrupted his educational pursuits. In the second month of the new year, the Land of Wind launched a full-scale military campaign. As the situation within their borders no longer permitted them to linger idly. Warfare equates to economic strain, and the Sand Ninja are notoriously impoverished. After 2 years of attrition on the battlefield in the Land of Rain against Konoha, their logistical resources were nearly depleted. Should they continue to prolong this conflict, they would face starvation even if they did not perish in battle. Thus, the Sand Ninja were compelled to take the offensive. At the onset of this year, they mobilized eastward, aiming directly for the heart of the Land of Fire. On this particular day, Shu Yun arrived at the Konoha hospital as he typically would. But he quickly sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. Unlike the usual bustling environment, the hospital now appeared busy yet desolate, with few patients present. While the medical staff exhibited signs of frantic urgency, Shu Yun observed this oddity, uncertain of what had transpired. As he had devoted the past month entirely to the study of medical ninjutsu and had not received any updates or assignments from the Anbu, leaving him somewhat disconnected from current events. However, it was not long before he learned of the situation. Tsunade summoned him to her office for an important discussion. Upon entering, he noticed her expression was not particularly favorable. She appeared quite fatigued. News from the Western Front indicated that the Hokage had reemerged, and the Sand Ninja were regrouping to launch an assault on the borders of Konoha. I will depart tomorrow for the Western Front of the Land of Fire, Tsunade said apologetically, and I may not be able to bring you along. She then lifted a box of books from beside her. Herein lie my insights and reflections on medical ninjutsu, which I now bestow upon you for your earnest study. Thus concluded Shu Yun's academic journey. As Tsunade departed from Konoha the following day, leading her team to the battlefield, while Shu Yun returned to report back to the Anbu. After a considerable absence, upon returning, he discovered significant changes within the Anbu. The most conspicuous alteration was the influx of newcomers. As he traversed the streets, Shu Yun encountered many unfamiliar faces. Had the Anbu recruited a substantial number of new members? This sight inevitably evoked memories of 2 years prior, when he first arrived here. How swiftly time had passed. As Shu Yun pondered, he advanced, ultimately spotting a familiar silhouette along the way. You rascal, you finally returned. We thought you might choose to linger outside indefinitely. It was the long-absent Tu Chuang, who, upon encountering Shu Yun at the Anbu base, jested while displaying his insignia as squad leader. He too had been promoted, having caught the eye of the captain of the Anbu intelligence division due to his exceptional performance. He was about to embark on a mission, accompanying the intelligence captain to the defensive lines of the land of Earth in the northwest. Their next encounter was uncertain, as they would not be stationed at the same front lines. Hurricane and Bell had also been promoted, yet they had already departed for the battlefield. Had you returned any later, we might have missed each other entirely, Tu Chuang lamented, expressing regret that Shu Yun had not been present for their farewell toast. Shu Yun smiled and replied, "There is plenty of time ahead. As long as everyone remains safe, our paths shall inevitably converge again." Tu Chuang chuckled in response, saying, "I appreciate your auspicious words." Before waving farewell and departing for the battlefield in the land of Earth. After bidding farewell to Tu Chuang, Shu Yun made his way to Captain Fox's office, preparing to rejoin the ranks of the Anbu for a new round of operations. However, due to his prior studies at Konoha Hospital, he had yet to receive any news about his team. He was uncertain about how the higher-ups would arrange matters and hoped for harmonious relations among his comrades. Upon seeing Captain Fox's familiar visage, Shu Yun sensed a hint of cunning in his expression, as if he bore some concealed amusement. Shu Yun shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts from his mind, and adjusted his mask to report to Captain Fox. Captain Fox appeared to be well prepared, producing a file from his side and tossing it directly to Shu Yun. "These will be your teammates henceforth. You have tomorrow to familiarize yourself with them. The day after, you shall prepare to assist me at the Western Front." As he spoke, Captain Fox scolded, "Those sand-eating fools have gone mad. They've pulled out all the stops this time. The situation at the front is exceedingly critical, leaving no time for you to get acquainted. You need to manage them swiftly." "Manage them?" Shu Yun thought, sensing an ominous undertone in those words. He then opened the file. "Well, it's no longer a vague sense of foreboding. It is now decidedly confirmed," he mused, gazing at the documents in his hands. Feeling a wave of headache wash over him, Shu Yun unveiled 2 documents filled with text, each adorned with a photograph of the 2 individuals in the upper right corner. One possessed strikingly pure white eyes, while the other appeared quite ordinary, yet donned an emblem of a round fan upon their attire. How could such arrangements be made between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans? A dull ache began to throb in Shu Yun's head. At the training ground behind the Hidden Leaf Village, Shu Yun leaned against a grand tree, chewing on a blade of grass, enveloped in languor. With the battlefield awaiting him on the morrow, he deemed it essential to meet his 2 teammates, if only to familiarize themselves with one another. Thus, at the break of dawn, he utilized a communication bird from the Anbu to send a message, instructing them to gather at Training Ground No. 3 in the Hidden Leaf Village at the hour of the dragon. Yet, as the time approached, the training ground remained desolate. The lackadaisical nature of his teammates on their first duty suggested they might not be the most amiable of companions. As time passed, just prior to the appointed hour, Shu Yun discerned some movement. He lifted his gaze to see 2 figures approaching, precisely as if they had coordinated their arrival for the dragon hour. Observing them as they walked in unison, one donned a black cat mask while the other wore a white bird mask. Were it not for the palpable chill emanating between them, Shu Yun might have presumed them to be close friends. However, it was unlikely that a Hyuga would forge a friendship with an Uchiha. They probably found each other's attire distasteful. With everyone now present, Shu Yun rose and clapped his hands to shatter the silence. "Let us introduce ourselves," he suggested, sharing some basic information such as our interests and strengths, so we may not be strangers on the battlefield and can coordinate effectively. As the team leader, I shall set the example. My name is Yun, and I am your captain. As for my abilities, I would classify myself as a J-Nin, proficient in water techniques and swordsmanship. with some knowledge of medical ninjutsu. I have no bloodline limit, and I enjoy observing mountains and water. Who shall go next? The term Nin was used tentatively, for it signifies not merely strength, but also a title and position that one must attain through notable achievements to qualify for assessment. The ascension within the ranks of ninjas does not solely reflect one's capabilities. It also indicates a higher status within the village and access to greater resources. Thus, being strong does not automatically equate to being a Nin. And the Anbu's promotion system differs from that of the village's rank evaluations, as the Anbu does not partake in ninja assessments, having its own internal criteria. The Anbu members are the elite of the village, and to hold the position of team leader, one must possess at least special Nin strength, with some even reaching the level of Nin. His assertion was not unfounded. I shall go next, spoke the Anbu member from the Hyuga clan. Their voice clear and gentle, exuding a warmth reminiscent of the delicate nature of a Yamato Nadeshiko. This was a unique trait of the Hyuga clan, which Shu Yun referred to as Hyuga-style diplomacy, a characteristic shared by nearly all members of the clan. The Hyuga clan is a prestigious lineage in Konoha, where both the main and branch families adhere to a distinguished family decorum, an etiquette ingrained in them since childhood, a rule etched into their very bones. Shu Yun has known that fellow, Fania, for quite some time, yet he consistently maintains an air of formality during their encounters, only relaxing slightly once he ascertains the absence of outsiders. Observing this, Shu Yun feels a sense of empathy for his burdensome demeanor. Such is the family ethos of the Hyuga. They conduct themselves with grace, emphasizing poise, clarity, and an unhurried manner. Ideally, they aspire to remain unperturbed in the face of calamity, embodying an unflappable nature that epitomizes the ideal Hyuga in their hearts. Thus, members of the Hyuga clan appear to emerge from the same mold, with the men embodying the demeanor of gentlemen, striving to present themselves as elegant figures, while the women exude a gentle, demure grace akin to Yamato Nadeshiko. This familial code acts like a mask, concealing their true expressions beneath a veneer of uniformity. Therefore, despite the seemingly gentle and approachable nature of the Hyuga, their defenses are arguably more formidable than anyone else's, and the distance they maintain from others is profound. Their demeanor is best described as gentle yet aloof. To glimpse their authentic selves, one must peel away the facades that cloister their true visages. My name is Qingyao, a special jonin skilled in taijutsu, possessing the Byakugan, and I have a penchant for flower arranging and playing the guqin. I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Upon finishing her introduction, Qingyu stepped aside, directing her gaze towards Shu Yun, thereby relinquishing the reins of the conversation. Shu Yun nodded, offering a round of applause as a form of welcome. Yet, the name Qingyao? How typical of the Hyuga. One cannot help but notice that members of the clan often bear names that invoke notions of flight, as if yearning to escape the confines of their existence. However, the heavy shackles of their lineage seem perpetually affixed. The main family of the Hyuga is acutely aware of this naming convention, yet they choose to disregard it. Each branch family member's tenure in the outside world is seldom prolonged, lasting only a year or two, or at most, 5 or 6, when the family requires their service. They must return from their roles in the Anbu to rejoin the clan. They resemble kites soaring through the sky, no matter how high they ascend. They must descend when the strings are pulled. For them, these fleeting moments of freedom are akin to a mere dream. To date, no exceptions to this pattern have emerged. At times, Shu Yun finds that this indifferent neglect, more than any explicit edict, is what truly pierces the heart, for the cries they utter are met with utter disregard. Once Qingyu concluded her introduction, Shu Yun shifted his gaze toward the Uchiha, and the atmosphere here was distinctly different. The Uchiha, even behind a mask, exuded an air of arrogance. With a dismissive scoff signaling his boredom, he nonetheless dutifully announced his name. My name is Tong Hua, a special jonin of Konoha, proficient in fire release, Uchiha fluid technique, and ninja tool throwing techniques. My lineage is marked by the Sharingan, and I find no interest in trivial matters. Upon concluding his statement, he redirected his gaze. Shu Yun, understanding the unspoken nuances, nodded and said, "Then we are acquainted. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to voice them. If there are no questions, we shall convene at the underground base of the Anbu tomorrow morning, preparing to embark on our mission to the battlefield. However, let me emphasize, should you have concerns, now is the time to express them. Once we reach the battlefield, you must adhere strictly to orders without hesitation." Shu Yun first turned his attention to Qingyao, who, in response, merely smiled faintly and shook her head, stating, "I have no questions." Subsequently, She and Shu Yun directed their gazes toward Tong Hua, her eyes glimmering with amusement. Indeed, as a proud member of the Uchiha clan, it was only natural for him to stir up trouble at this juncture. After all, Shu Yun had clearly articulated that any issues should be raised now. Failing to do so would imply acquiescence, and once at the front lines, compliance with commands would be expected without objection. Understanding this, Tong Hua fixed his gaze upon Shu Yun, his eyes radiating a chilling aura of killing intent and formidable battle spirit. I have no issues regarding the mission, yet my prolonged tenure within the Konoha Security Department has rendered me unfamiliar with the village's protocols. In the Security Department, we allocate responsibilities and tasks based on capability, and I am uncertain of the role my strength can command here. Therefore, I beseech the captain to enlighten me and assess my potential. The term potential implied a test of Shu Yun's own capabilities. But what constitutes potential? For the Uchiha clan, absolute strength equates to potential. The weak are deemed unworthy to discuss the merits of a ninja's potential. The Uchiha clan venerates the powerful. To converse with them necessitates possessing the requisite confidence, let alone commanding their allegiance. Yet, Shu Yun appeared rather youthful, despite claiming to be of Jonin rank. He lacked the persuasive authority and intimidating presence. Inevitably, one must possess the ability to earn the respect of a team. This requires either winning their hearts or compelling their compliance. To earn their hearts relies on virtue, status, and capability, yet Shu Yun lacked the commanding aura to inspire immediate loyalty. Thus, he opted to secure their compliance through demonstration. How does one achieve compliance? By delivering a performance so compelling that it leaves them speechless. Shu Yun resolved to win others over with virtue. Approaching with his ethereal glow, he stretched his limbs and smiled at Tong Hua, suggesting, "Why not all join forces? It would be unseemly for rumors to circulate that I am bullying you. As long as I sustain an injury, it counts as your victory." While gazing at Tong Hua, he also included the nearby Qing Miao, who was eagerly anticipating the spectacle. They were all part of the same team, and the essence of their unity lay in collaboration. How could they engage in combat while leaving Qing Miao to merely spectate? That would reduce their actions to mere monkey tricks. Hence, Shu Yun naturally included her. As maintaining team cohesion was paramount, even in internecine skirmishes, every member must participate. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan possessed a proud lineage, but did the Hyuga clan lack pride? On the contrary, their arrogance was no less than that of any clan, albeit concealed beneath the veneer of their esteemed heritage, all while upholding a facade of amiability. When it came to pride, which of these noble families could claim superiority over the others? Thus, if Tong Hua felt indignant, could Qing Miao be easily subdued? She merely masked her feelings. Consequently, Shu Yun sought to impress upon them humility through collective engagement. Otherwise, leadership would inevitably encounter challenges. As anticipated, upon hearing the news, Qing Miao did not refuse. Her demeanor changed, losing its lightheartedness, for she too felt a sense of indignation. However, she showed no inclination to attack alongside Tong Hua. Understanding that the proud Uchiha would not ally with her, and she too bore the pride of the Hyuga clan. Indeed, Tong Hua, upon hearing the news, became irate. "Damn it, who do you think you were looking down upon?" While Shu Yun found no fault in his words, Tong Hua harbored a different perspective. Generally, members of noble clans were significantly stronger than their commoner counterparts. Even among ninjas of the same rank, those blessed with secret techniques and bloodline enhancements possessed superior combat capabilities. Some ninja clans could even engage in battles beyond their rank, defeating opponents of higher levels with ease. Instances of lower-ranked ninjas vanquishing those of higher ranks were not uncommon. As an Uchiha, Tong Hua firmly believed in the supremacy of his clan's bloodline, unafraid of battling beyond his tier. Yet here was someone who claimed that merely injuring him would suffice for victory, and he even invited a Hyuga to join the fray. What audacity! More audacious still was the fact that he was a taijutsu specialist. What physical technique could elude the scrutiny of his vigilant eyes? The Uchiha's mastery of taijutsu, combined with the Sharingan, constituted a nightmare for most taijutsu practitioners. Tong Hua resolved to ensure this individual would falter in his area of expertise, demonstrating that everything was laid bare under his keen gaze. He opened his eyes, the black irises replaced by a crimson hue, revealing two black tomo within the blood-red expanse, emanating an ominous presence. A double tomo Sharingan, indeed. Shu Yun observed the figure rushing towards him, armed with kunai, showcasing a profound confidence in his taijutsu. The Sharingan, a potent ocular bloodline, enables members of the Uchiha clan to experience a remarkable surge in strength once activated. Unlike typical bloodlines, the Sharingan offers a near-comprehensive enhancement to its wielder's abilities. Upon activation, The Sharingan augments the user's mental acuity and induces a transformation in their chakra. This altered chakra harbors a unique form of in-release energy, characterized by its superior quality, which bolsters both the quantity and quality of the user's chakra. Consequently, any Uchiha who awakens their eyes sees a rapid escalation in their foundational prowess, with those achieving the three-tomo state typically being elite Genin. However, these enhancements are merely a fraction of the Sharingan's capabilities. Its most lauded trait is its formidable visual and observational prowess, granting the Uchiha clan an almost supernatural ability to discern weaknesses. They can effortlessly penetrate the illusions of their opponent's techniques, exposing vulnerabilities and striking with precision. Once the eyes are opened, their heightened perception transforms them into innate masters of rhythm, enabling them to evade attacks, dismantle techniques, and sap the strength and confidence of their adversaries. Ultimately, those who confront a Sharingan wielder often feel constrained, able to muster only a fraction of their true power, leading to a suppressed demise. This is the terrifying nature of the Sharingan, which only intensifies as the ocular prowess evolves. Upon attaining the three-tomo state, Uchiha can even perceive the structure and trajectory of ninjutsu, allowing them to replicate their opponent's techniques and turn them against their foes. In such encounters, the unfortunate adversary finds themselves overwhelmed, unable to counter effectively, hesitant to even observe the opponent's flaws and attack patterns, for fear of locking eyes with those crimson orbs. At that moment, the formidable in-release chakra would erupt from those eyes, conjuring an inescapable genjutsu, leaving the outcome of the confrontation uncertain. Hence, it is widely held in the ninja world that when tasked with a one-on-one engagement against Uchiha of equal rank, one may forego the mission without disgrace. Though the Tomo fire possesses only the double Tomo Sharingan, these eyes, honed to their utmost potential, can perceive the movements of all elite Genin. This signifies that even the taijutsu of Genin is laid bare before his gaze. Coupled with his own commendable strength and the relentless training of Uchiha taijutsu, he harbors confidence in facing taijutsu-focused Genin without losing ground, perhaps even emerging victorious. Thus, Tomo fire charged forth, kunai in hand, determined to demonstrate to this arrogant individual that while the Uchiha may have long been absent from Konoha, their reputation remains untarnished. However, upon engaging with Shu Yun, he soon realized that circumstances were not as he had anticipated. The structure of the human skeletal system is fixed, and the mechanics of force application follow discernible patterns. Upon the human form, a singular sinew traverses the four extremities, emphasizing that the force emanates from the root and meanders along the sinewy dragon of the body. Thus, a master of martial arts, well-versed in the mechanics of power generation, can anticipate an opponent's subsequent moves merely by observing their initial actions, enabling them to preemptively evade or counterattack. However, this method is not infallible. Adversaries may employ feints or conceal their transformations to deceive one's perception, thereby gaining the upper hand. Consequently, in combat, beyond the contest of skill and strength, a more significant element is the psychological warfare at play. A ninja confrontation resembles the opening gambit in a game of Go, where the individual who consistently maintains the initiative holds the advantage. Through a series of calculated maneuvers and variations, they can incessantly pressure their opponent's rhythm of battle, gradually orchestrating their path to victory. Numerous instances of underdog triumphs arise from the weaker party's strategic acumen, mastering the tempo of combat, often leading to the dominant party being vanquished before they can fully unleash their prowess. For adept practitioners, the psychological duel is as crucial as their technical abilities. A failure in mental strategy can severely constrain one's combat rhythm. Should the opponent seize control of the battle tempo from the outset, one might as well concede defeat. Yet, the Sharingan's perceptive prowess is formidable, allowing its wielder to discern nearly all of an opponent's physical movements, thus accurately predicting their next technique. This ability is akin to engaging in a game of strategy from a divine vantage point. Unless one's raw strength vastly surpasses that of their opponent, the chances of victory dwindle significantly. To further undermine the opponent's confidence and disrupt their mental state, the Uchiha clan delights in utilizing their extraordinary insight to manipulate the distance in combat. Within the Uchiha's fluid techniques lie numerous precise micromovements. They execute subtle evasions during an adversary's assault, ensuring their actions are swift, elegant, and imbued with an air of disdain and nonchalance. They merely shift a minute distance, deftly positioning themselves just beyond the reach of their opponent's attack. This minuscule margin renders their adversary's strikes perpetually ineffective. Moreover, throughout the ensuing exchanges, they maintain this slight distance, which acts as a chasm that remains insurmountable. After toying with their opponent, they might taunt, declaring, "In my eyes, nothing escapes scrutiny." Following such a sequence, even the most confident individual might begin to doubt themselves. Once their psychological defenses crumble, it becomes the Uchiha's moment to shine. Amidst this, Hitoka yearns to replicate the Uchiha's iconic moments, desiring to shatter Shu Yun's confidence and witness the humiliation of a defeated superior. Thus, as Shu Yun's attack approaches, Hitoka feigns disdain and subtly retreats to evade the strike. However, he is nearly caught off guard by Shu Yun's unexpected maneuver. And had it not been for the Sharingan's dynamic vision and his swift reflexes, the match might have concluded before it even commenced. Subsequently, Tongwa learned his lesson. His Sharingan spun incessantly, maximizing its perceptive abilities as he diligently observed Shu Yun's every movement, no longer daring to be reckless. However, the ensuing battle did not unfold in the manner he had anticipated. The rhythm of combat did not align with his expectations. Rather, Shu Yun maintained an unwavering grip on the situation, leaving Tongwa increasingly uncertain with each exchange. Apart from the ninjutsu that favored technique over physical prowess, the flaws in physical technique generally fell into two categories. The first pertains to inherent weaknesses in the moves themselves, failing to secure openings, inadequately executing attacks, or not transitioning effectively. These are matters of skill that require time and practice to refine. The second type involves rhythmic flaws. A common fighter's power generation inevitably involves a cycle of force and recovery, creating significant vulnerabilities during the transitional phase when old strength has waned but new strength has yet to materialize. Mastering the rhythm of combat entails eliminating one's own vulnerabilities while exploiting those of the opponent, and the Sharingan serves as an invaluable asset in this regard. Uchiha members often find it effortless to identify their opponent's weaknesses, granting them a distinct advantage in physical confrontations. Yet, during his battle with Shu Yun, Tongwa's advantage with the Sharingan appeared to hold little utility. It was not that his Sharingan had failed him, nor that he could not perceive Shu Yun's tactical vulnerabilities. He recognized them clearly, yet found no opportunity to exploit them. For him, the engagement with Shu Yun was a peculiar and disconcerting experience. The more they fought, the more frustrated and anxious he became. Shu Yun's peculiarity did not stem from extraordinary techniques. His moves were fundamentally basic, devoid of any ostentation. The oddity lay in his seamless execution, flowing like water, where each move transitioned into the next with effortless grace, leaving no gaps. This fluidity elevated the very essence of the techniques employed, concealing their inherent flaws. Tongwa detected numerous openings in Shu Yun's defense, yet when he attempted to strike, he found his attack effortlessly countered by Shu Yun's subsequent move, rendering the flaw he had perceived mere moments before non-existent. In his eyes, Shu Yun resembled a continuous flow of water, crafting perfect arcs with each motion, ever-changing yet seemingly flawless and unalterable. Weaknesses appeared and vanished around Shu Yun, as if they were present yet simultaneously absent, leading Tongwa to question whether the flaws he discerned were indeed flaws at all. Shu Yun stood poised, wielding his blade with an air of nonchalance, merely thrusting it forth in response to Tongwa's assault. He did not unsheath his sword but wielded it as a staff. Whether deflecting, pricking, flicking, or shaking, the sheathed blade danced in his hands, effortlessly blocking all incoming attacks, exuding an aura of ease and artistry. Shu Yun had mastered his stance, his entire being resonating with a profound energy, harmoniously circulating through him, connecting him to the four corners of existence. The circulation of energy bestows upon the body an unparalleled mastery, allowing one to command every technique with precision, thus enabling a seamless flow of motion. Consequently, Shu Yun transformed the glimmer of his blade into a fluid dance of light, with the interplay of shadowy energy intricately concealed within. Akin to the graceful undulations of flowing water, shifting in a mesmerizing rhythm, resembling an ever-evolving vortex that enveloped all adversarial strikes. The essence of change became Shu Yun's strategic counter to the ocular prowess of the Sharingan, recognizing its acute perceptive abilities. He opted not to compete in insight but rather in the cadence of his movements. His techniques, though not devoid of flaws, rendered those who perceived them impotent. For as long as one could not adapt to the rhythm of Shu Yun's transformations, his execution remained flawless. The dynamic flow of shadowy energy coursing through him provided the confidence to execute his maneuvers, as Shu Yun had meticulously devised his approach before the confrontation. Qing Yao, standing nearby, observed the entire spectacle unfold, initially amused, but gradually growing grave with each passing moment. As a practitioner of the Hyuga's gentle fist, She grasped the profound depth of Shu Yun's prowess in martial arts. The more she watched, the more her brow furrowed, astonished that someone could wield energy with such finesse. The fluidity of his movements was realms beyond her own capabilities. Witnessing a master in action was a sublime experience. Qing Miao found herself entranced. Perceiving echoes of various martial forms and recognizing the stepping stones for her own advancement in the gentle fist. Strength cannot endure indefinitely. Flexibility cannot be static. Techniques must not be exhausted. One must remain vigilant and retain some reserve, she murmured, deriving insights from Shu Yun's fluid blade, awakening her understanding of certain martial principles. Following this, Shu Yun and Tong Hua engaged in another 30 exchanges. In the initial 10 exchanges, Tong Hua relentlessly attacked from various angles, his movements a whirlwind of strikes. Driven by an unyielding offensive intent aimed at disrupting Shu Yun's rhythm and breaching his defenses. As they reached the 20th exchange, however, Tong Hua began to falter. Struggling to keep pace with Shu Yun's evolving tempo, the offensive initiative gradually slipping from his grasp. By the 30th exchange, Tong Hua's rhythm had completely unraveled. Relying solely on the inside of his Sharingan to defensively parry Shu Yun's assaults. At this juncture, he felt ensnared in a vortex, unable to retreat or advance. Compelled to grit his teeth and endure. Perhaps due to the clarity of an observer's perspective, Qing Miao discerned a potential means to break the deadlock. She realized that rather than matching Shu Yun's techniques, which he had already decisively surpassed, an overwhelming application of brute strength might be the key. The optimal approach would have been to initiate with a ninjutsu attack from the outset. No matter how formidable one's technique, it must yield to the onslaught of ninjutsu. Sheer power prevails in the end. Regrettably, the realization came too late. Trapped within Shu Yun's rhythmic assault, Tong Hua found no opportunity to employ ninjutsu. In the 38th exchange, his rhythm collapsed entirely, failing to evade in time. He was struck by Shu Yun's ethereal light upon his wrist. With a decisive strike, Shu Yun caused Tong Hua's hand to open, and the hidden weapon fell to the ground. Subsequently, Shu Yun executed a swift maneuver, pinning Tong Hua in place. Without any hint of hesitation, Shu Yun unleashed a kick, propelling Tong Hua away as if he were a kicked ball. Tong Hua soared through the air, landing perfectly like a swan descending upon water. Meanwhile, Shu Yun merely brushed off his slightly disheveled sleeves, exuding an air of effortless ease, starkly contrasting with Tong Hua's predicament. Perhaps you should rely on ninjutsu, relying solely on taijutsu. Even if you bring 2 more, you still lack the capability, Shu Yun remarked, glancing towards Qing Miao. You cannot merely spectate, if you do not join the fray soon. I shall advance upon you. Qing Miao remained silent, yet her eyes ignited with an unwavering fighting spirit. Engaging with a skilled opponent was an endeavor every martial artist aspired to undertake. She had long felt the itch for battle, and even without Shu Yun's invitation, she would have sought him out. Fearless of a potential defeat, she understood that showcasing her full strength was paramount before any confrontation. She had come to terms with Shu Yun's prowess. He had transcended the typical strength of a J-Nin in taijutsu, leaving her unable to contend alone. Charging in recklessly would likely result in a disastrous outcome. After all, the most disheartening adversaries are not those whose attributes and abilities counter yours, but rather those who tread the same path, having journeyed further than you. They are familiar with most of what you can do and possess countermeasures, while you find yourself ill-equipped to deal with their capabilities. Yet in this battle, she refused to accept a hasty defeat. This was not a mere exercise, but a trial for both parties. They were assessing Shu Yun's suitability as their leader, and Shu Yun was equally testing their ability to serve under him. While Shu Yun had displayed his strength, they had yet to reveal their worth. Qing Yu shifted her position to stand beside Tong Hua, who, despite having been kicked down, regained his stance with a cough and a pat on his chest. Although Shu Yun's kick had left him somewhat disheveled, he had not completely lost his combat prowess. This was not a battlefield but a contest based on mutual respect, where Shu Yun would not strike with lethal intent. Moreover, Tong Hua's strength lay not solely in taijutsu. His full potential had yet to be realized. A defeat stemming from underestimating an opponent would leave him unconvinced. However, Shu Yun aimed to earn his complete submission, demonstrating that without allowing Tong Hua to showcase his full abilities, true respect could not be achieved. Shu Yun sought to conquer them after they had exerted their utmost effort, leaving them speechless, much like training a hawk. Until its pride was thoroughly tempered, how could he hope to lead? Thus, Shu Yun was more than willing to grant Tong Hua another opportunity to attack, for he was confident that even if the opponent were to strike again, a defeat awaited him. Now, As Tonghua regained his footing, he suppressed his arrogance, exchanging a glance with Qingmiao, each recognizing the fierce determination reflected in the other's eyes. They simultaneously opened their wounds. Their gazes, one white and one red, resembled a pair of dark and light specters, both directed towards Shu Yun. This time, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans of Konoha were set to join forces against their adversary, marking the commencement of the second match of the Anbu team. The Bluebird assumed a stance and advanced towards Shu Yun, while Tonghua vanished in an instant, taking a step back. Different ninjas employed distinct combat styles. The Bluebird, a taijutsu specialist, excelled in direct confrontation, thus tasked with restraining Shu Yun head-on. In contrast, Tonghua, a ninjutsu adept, preferred to operate from a distance, preparing to unleash a decisive strike. Observing the two already coordinating their efforts, Shu Yun smiled faintly. Indeed, this was the hallmark of teamwork. Facing an enemy one by one was hardly commendable. Yet, if they sought to restrain him, so be it. He was eager to witness the profound heritage of the renowned Hyuga Gentle Fist. The Bluebird was not like Tonghua, fully aware of Shu Yun's prowess. She dared not underestimate him. Upon their encounter, she unleashed her most familiar and formidable technique, Gentle Fist, the 8 trigrams 128 palms. As a newly inducted member of the Anbu, the Bluebird was undeniably a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Having mastered the essence of the Gentle Fist to the level of the 8 trigrams 128 palms, a secret skill only attainable by elite genin of the Hyuga clan. The Gentle Fist, particularly the 8 trigrams palm series, naturally served as the clan's signature ninjutsu. Intertwining chakra with physical prowess. Whether employing the foundational 8 trigrams 32 palms or the advanced 128 palms, chakra was essential for both support and execution. Upon activation of the Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 128, a verdant 8 trigrams formation materialized beneath their feet, while seemingly unrelated to taijutsu. This 8 trigrams array encapsulated the essence of the Gentle Fist and was crucial for executing subsequent maneuvers. The Gentle Fist, a well-guarded technique passed down through generations in the Hyuga clan, was originally designed to be utilized in conjunction with the Byakugan. When the Gentle Fist was unleashed, they stood upon the 8 trigrams positions, their Byakugan's flawless vision enabling them to navigate around their opponent. They would lock onto the chakra pathways encircling their foe, delivering rapid strikes to sever the enemy's chakra points. With each palm that struck, a chakra point would be sealed, ultimately rendering the target incapacitated. Awakening. Long Yang could only acknowledge that he was still alive. To be alive was, at that moment, his greatest fortune. Just as he contemplated this, a deafening roar echoed through the air as Teddy expanded dramatically in an instant. Gradually, he turned his gaze towards a towering peak that pierced the heavens, where the universe's treasure awaited atop its summit. The entrance of the gymnasium on the first floor creaked open, releasing an overwhelming stench of synthetic paint. On either side of the doorway stood rows of scaffolding, and the ground bore the marks of heavy objects being dragged, clearly indicating that the interior of the gymnasium was still under construction and far from completion. In contrast, the precious medicinal herbs that Yi Linghan previously exchanged for a mere few thousand merit points now seemed akin to mere weeds. Ha, so it is. Everything will turn to nothingness. The Night Ming Palace, the city of extreme cold, and even the entire northernmost land will be reduced to ashes. It appears that a tremendous force of annihilation resonates within her heart as Mao Mei laughs maniacally, incessantly shouting in frenzy. Long Yang awaits the arrival of Go Hua, for he is uncertain how to release him from his right hand. He can only bide his time. Long Yang hopes that Go Hua will come to him of his own accord so that the brothers can converse freely and without restraint. He cares not whether his conscience may be condemned. He believes that such judgments are undoubtedly linked to the performance he just enacted. Bai Feng remarked casually. Initially, his cultivation level was insufficient to practice the Firefly 13 swords, yet due to his mastery of the Heavenly Dome sword intent, his master deemed him barely capable of reaching the threshold. He instinctively tightened his legs, prompting the steed to let out a long whinny as it galloped down the street. A sense of heaviness settled in his heart. Zhong Jianhong must have anticipated his arrival and would surely lay a web of traps for him, leaving him with little time to spare. Upon hearing Li Yu's orders, he dared not recklessly endanger the lives of the common folk. Observing that the officials and soldiers did not advance, he paid them no mind, forming a queue to block the official road, awaiting Li Yu's descent. War was imminent. Dang Yu donned her armor, feeling a sense of superiority over the princess, her demeanor much more spirited. The princess, now well-mannered, had become the matriarch of the Gao family. thus assuming the role of the eldest sister among her peers. Upon witnessing Deng Yu's exuberant display, she merely smiled faintly. This imperial competition was undoubtedly a significant event in the lives of the Li family and Li Liangfu. They were compelled to mobilize all their resources. After Buchong finished speaking, without waiting for Luo Ping's response, he directly produced a communication talisman to contact Brother Mosquito. With a wave of his hand, the leader of the Shao clan incinerated the envelope, and in that instant, an image was revealed as the envelope turned to ash. Zhang Lingyu rubbed his nose and cheerfully informed Su Zhengying that he was stepping out to make a call, which was undoubtedly to Jin Runan. To be frank, he yearned to depart, as lingering here with Su Jing over tea felt like a waste of precious time. She still dove into Zhang Lingyu's embrace just as she always had. He felt a twinge of guilt. For neglecting her the previous night and allowing her to return home with Eugene had been rather inconsiderate. Thus, when she rushed over, he embraced her and spun her around a few times, causing her to laugh joyously. Upon reaching the martial extreme society, the students reacted dramatically to Zhang Lingyu's return. Startled and scattering in all directions, the exploding shurikens flew forth, converging from 4 directions towards Shu Yun. As Shu Yun was slightly taken aback and prepared to evade, she found herself confronted by the attack of the blue bird. At that moment, the blue bird launched a punch aimed directly at Shu Yun's front, while shurikens from various angles encircled her, leaving her with the overwhelming sensation of being besieged from all sides. The splendid throw and the exquisite coordination exemplify the prowess of the Uchiha clan's throwing technique. In comparison to the throwing techniques of other ninjas, it becomes evident that the matters you ponder are far too intricate and complex, a truth I cannot divulge. Xin Yuan spoke plainly and directly. Indeed, one day, this king shall ascend to the pinnacle of the realm and will honor you with rightful affection. The consciousness of Zhuge Wuyo, shrouded in chaos, revealed his innermost desires without a hint of reservation. Huio is indeed obedient and virtuous. However, I cannot shake the feeling that I am left with but one choice. A soft whisper of distrust has completely overwhelmed him, has it not? Stepping out of the Mingda Hall, Xiang felt her legs weaken beneath her. Yet, even if she walked slowly, she vowed to tread carefully. As she encountered the queen hurrying towards her, delight illuminated the queen's face upon seeing her emerge, rushing forward to offer support. With this newfound reliance, Xiang felt a significant weight lift from her heart. Lin Ruiyu, the supreme leader of Jiangnan Shiyu, delivered a speech filled with warm greetings and welcomes, prompting the crowd to fervently request Deputy Leader Jiangnan Luchin to speak. Tian'er, what words are these? Can I not come to see you? Lan Yuhai gestured to his attendants, instructing them to set down the gifts. Lin Ruoxa responded affirmatively, drawing her sword and transforming into a streak of silver light, her frost blade sweeping through the air, enveloping the surroundings in an icy chill. Yet, it was at that moment I appeared, disrupting his once orderly life and plans. My assassination attempt on the prince left me disfigured, and seeing my plight rekindled the long-buried feelings within him. Upon reflection, this deity only began to truly mature after being cast aside by Mengze. Previously, I existed under the protection of my master and the tolerance of my senior brothers, living naively and blissfully unaware of the world's harshness. In simpler terms, I was rather foolish. Chi Hui felt as though something lodged in his throat, unable to utter words of dismissal towards Xiang. Yet, to now express a desire to keep her would be akin to the past intention to forsake her. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very earth beneath us, as a wave of energy radiated from the space between Mo Chun and Lei Ling, causing all around to tremble. This phrase served a dual purpose, effectively quelling the still-burning flames of Lu Honglian's 8 trigrams. The maneuver he employed with the puppets was meticulously calculated to strike Xia Ji towards the direction of the void true demon god, whether it was fate or divine intervention. The curtain lifted, and Ge Wei stepped into the tent. Even if I were to go, I could never be the queen. Even the likes of concubine Nan Ruan and others outshine Wen Fei. What basis do I have to claim such a title? Lu Jinqing, filled with ire, reiterated Nieyu's words. To this point, our investigation has yielded little. However, the identity of the mastermind remains elusive. The urgent priority is to intensify the search efforts to determine if there are any similar factories. Fu Siyuan remarked. Yun Tian had already produced a prepared array of pill vials, each containing 20, totaling 39 vials, reserving 200 exceptional great returning yuan pills for personal cultivation. I took a deep breath, realizing that in my attempt to secure a fallback for myself, I had inadvertently shot myself in the foot. When I beheld Lin Man, an uncomfortable sensation stirred within me. Mo Chun, astride the nine-clawed giant dragon, descended like a golden deity, radiating an overwhelming brilliance that was difficult to gaze upon. His countenance, cold as steel, stood resolute atop a hellish beast. The creature unleashed a thunderous bark, lunging towards the dragon with ferocity. In response, Tong Hua experienced a mental shock. Muffling a groan before shutting his eyes, his once crimson pupils transforming into a shade of black. A few tears of blood trickled from the corners of his eyes. Although his Sharingan resisted Shu Yun's onslaught, it ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and closed. Thereafter, he was rendered defenseless, and with a swift motion, Shu Yun sent him crashing against a tree, where he fell into the muddy waters below, splattering himself with filth. Perched upon the tree, Shu Yun surveyed the distant figure of Qi Shan, who had just risen. At times, one could wield it as a shield, effectively mitigating the harm inflicted by Yi Sun's wooden blade. Naturally, Jishi remained oblivious to these events. After the gathering concluded, she opted not to return to the villa but instead made her way back to her apartment. The Yangxin Palace lacked her garments, and since she hadn't summoned Xian to assist her, she had to make do with Liang Chu's robe. As she donned it, Mu Ling felt a sense of incongruity wash over her. It was akin to a satellite of Earth, revealing its true form only under the right celestial conditions when timing, location, and support aligned perfectly. During this period, Tan Shin consistently found various justifications to reward the soldiers, extending olive branches to Ju Shorin. Securing such elite troops would grant him the leverage needed to rise again within the capital. Yet, he realized that in his entire life, he could never hope to encounter such a treasure, stirring a tumult of excitement within him, making his heart tremble. Goma secured a place for me at an art preparatory studio renowned for producing the provincial art examination's top candidates for 4 consecutive years, all under the tutelage of the same instructor. I plan to visit it tomorrow. Xiao Chang has always kept his promises close to heart. Observing Kakashi, Jean Naime displayed a gentle smile. Such a man truly inspires trust. As for the absurd notion of acquiring a legacy through sleep, he chose to dismiss it, confident that this endeavor would yield significant rewards. Upon discovering that the ginseng fruit tree had been incinerated, Zhen Yuanzai feigned surprise. His astonishment seemed contrived. Regardless of Chairman Shin's fury or the weight of his words, Shin Shilin maintained an air of calm composure. Even Gu Ying, seated beside him, was taken aback by the sudden intensity of the elder Shin's tone, glancing at Shin Shilin with a look of uncertainty. The second wave of ravenous bears surged forward, and I, along with Datu and Weizue, promptly drew our handguns for defense. With heightened mental focus, every shot found its mark, toppling the approaching bears one by one. The steady cadence of gunfire bolstered our courage, dispelling the fears inherent in close combat. Gazing out the window, Kong Fanny felt a tumult of emotions. For the first time in her life, she seemed uncertain of her next step. She meandered through places laden with memories until darkness enveloped the sky, at which point she slowly turned back. One should not overthink. Yet it should also be a source of surprise. As he spoke to Wei, he strode directly towards the glass house. Dongfang, Ding Guogua gazed at his retreating figure, calling out in hopes of prompting him to turn back, yet Dongfang Huiyin did not even pause his steps. She sighed, fully aware that he was accustomed to acting on his own whims. If he did not wish to comply, no one could compel him to acquiesce. Lu Qianxian, instead of releasing his grip, tightened it further, pulling Jiang Yunshu to a more secluded spot, instructing Chang Shi not to follow. Seeing Jiang Yushu remain silent, Chang Shi had no choice but to stay put, refraining from advancing. Miao Miao sat behind Yin Duoer, noticing the silence within the vehicle, instinctively sealing her lips as well. At that moment, Ding Guogua could no longer muster a smile, vigorously slapping his hand in an attempt to free herself. By afternoon, when Zhong Wei and Lu Aoxue returned from their inspection, they learned of Su Meng's fall from her horse. Liao Chuanzi, the head of the White Lotus sect's Shandong branch, found the recent operations in Dongchangfu to have significantly impacted their influence in Shandong. Consequently, he gathered the members from Yinzhou and Qizhou, temporarily halting activities until the storm passed and a clearer course of action could be charted. As the tempest brewed, Shu Yun arrived at the battlefield of Jigging Mountain. The rain poured heavily, and Shu Yun and her companions hurried to the foot of the mountain, where dark clouds loomed ominously, pressing down on the peak and rendering the entire Jigging Mountain range foreboding. Unlike the previous flatland battles, Jigging Mountain was a formidable range on the northwestern frontier of the Fire Nation, connecting to the Chuan Nation to the west and the Long Nation to the east, standing against the Wind and Earth Nations. The aftermath of the battles yielded an abundance of rare metallic or resources, with the least valuable drops being crimson-grade crystals of level 3. However, recalling that day when the prince had ventured through the secret passage with Tang Qing to rescue the favored concubine, only to have not seen her since, left her heart heavy with doubt. It seemed the prince understood much more than he let on, yet he never broached the subject. Gong Yu leaned against Lu Buji. His complexion as pale as paper, eyes tightly shut. Lu Buji sat behind him, his hands outstretched, pressing firmly against Gong Yu's back, channeling a steady stream of vital energy from himself into Gong Yu. Studying for a while was manageable, but if he were to remain in the realm of gods and demons for another decade of grueling study, even with the ability to reset skills, Lin Tian was resolute in his decision not to pursue further learning. As the two approached the side door of the main hall, Anake suddenly drew his blade and plunged it into the chest of Flatus III. Flatus III's eyes widened in terror, unable to believe he had met his demise at the hands of his own guard. Whether it was Ghost Dolua or Snow Dolua, they appeared merely in their 30s. Yet their actual ages were already in their 60s or 70s. At that moment, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, and Lu Dajia threw himself in front of Chawan, the arrow embedding itself in his back, causing him to cry out in pain, nearly losing consciousness. Although Yi Xian had accomplished her objective, witnessing the subservience of the steward soured her mood. Isn't our company's designer the one I mentioned to you last time? She came to sign the contract today, Du Shizhou explained patiently. The primordial crystal, how could it possibly be found on the 7th level? If you could ascend to the 9th level, perhaps you might find it there, the boss remarked, shaking his head and gesturing upwards. At that very moment, several bandits were apprehended by the authorities, and with Sima Shang's identification, it was confirmed that they were indeed the leaders of those who had attacked him. Monai, sensing Simon's murderous intent, could only muster a bitter smile, ultimately unable to exert his last ounce of strength. With a surge of thought, Crocodile suppressed his anger and transformed, taking to the skies to distance himself from this place of turmoil. Yuer, realizing the situation was beyond salvage, found herself venting her grievances upon others. When Naylan Shuer inquired, the soldiers hastily responded, their voices overlapping, creating a lively uproar within the camp. Captured and brought to this place, sold to the Xianwang mansion, would September, upon discovering her disappearance, be worried and weep anew? Sun Jian lay in ambush, waiting for the troops from Jiaozhou to make their move, yet despite his anxious anticipation, no sign of action emerged. Disappointment washed over Sun Jian as he realized his plan had been thwarted by the enemy. Sun Quan, along with Generals Zhang Zhao, Su Sheng, and Zhu Huan, arrived to lend their support, inquiring about Sun Jian's well-being upon hearing of his injury. When a pair of dark, gleaming metal gauntlets were placed neatly before Sambao, his heart leapt with joy. It was precisely because of this that the Crimson Flame Eagle could stand toe-to-toe with the equally powerful 13 Do, resulting in 13 sustaining serious injuries. Of course, Inua would not mind. After all, they had already embarked on their journey together. She no longer deemed their future outcomes important, feeling that what they had was sufficient. However, as she took a step forward, he swiftly pulled her onto the couch, causing her to tumble heavily onto him. It had been 3 days since Rod returned to the real world following the guiding work of the previous night. Upon stepping outside, a cacophony of sounds surged towards Shu Yun, rendering the camp somewhat chaotic. The watchtower at the city gate had ignited a blazing beacon, and a piercing bell echoed throughout the camp, where hurried ninja troops darted about. And several leaders shouted commands. Hurry, hurry. The children from Sunagakure have arrived. Members of the Earth Release Ninjutsu team, gather here quickly. We must be ready at all times. This voice, distinct from the earlier grand atmosphere, pierced through like a needle, unsettling the heart. Brother, do you truly believe such nonsense? I've heard that disciples from those major sects are quite mischievous. The plump informant's gaze suggested an understanding. A massive vine-like arm descended from the heavens, fingers splayed wide, with the green moss clearly visible upon it. Ling Zhoutian then took notice of him, surprised to see this wealthy scion, who was also a bureaucrat's offspring, had come to purchase cut flowers. Teacher Zhou felt helpless, after all. He had been assisted by Ling Zhoutian and could not maintain the same demeanor he would with ordinary students. Since he could not approach things with rigidity, he would resort to a softer approach instead. Visitors at West Lake savored fine wine, admired breathtaking scenery, and embraced beautiful companions. To them, West Lake is a paradise. Hangzhou is a celestial realm, and they themselves are the divine beings. The room contained only a few embers in the stove, yet in an instant, the lights flickered back to life. Ashue pressed his palm upon the lamp, channeling his inner strength, causing the flame to blaze brighter than ever before. Bai Yiling smiled faintly, remaining silent. Currently, within the realm of the Great Wall spirits, including the miracle controllers, no one had reached a power level beyond miracles. Achieving the realm of miracles was the utmost limit, akin to the multicolored phantom beasts. However, having not conversed with an ordinary person for a lengthy period, and given that Niniya was a rare source of information, he promptly abandoned any thoughts of punishment. You. Qian Jinin gasped in frustration, glaring at her. Her unabashed demeanor left no room for doubt regarding the veracity of her words. Ru Jian fell silent for a moment, reflecting on Ru Yi's previous statements and acknowledging that they truly had no knowledge of the events that transpired over the past 9 months. For someone suffering from amnesia, it was understandable that the people she lived with afterward would be perceived as her kin. She had long harbored a disdain for Ru Meng. And with the Kai family now bankrupt, she held little value for the Yin family. Now that her son had finally come to a realization, she was naturally inclined to agree to anything. In the dead of night, the Zhang family had just settled down to sleep, with discussions set to continue the following day. It was crucial to have the purple-robed man contact the dragon team. Otherwise, the matter of the shadow guards could not be resolved, hindering further negotiations. Aside from the obligatory time spent at school, she remained nestled in the villa at Shiko, venturing nowhere. By the end of the day, she had scarcely walked 100 steps. Today was equally tedious. After completing the cleaning, she immediately began cooking. Give it a taste, she suggested. Shenming noticed Zhang Fan gazing intently at her, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Thus, in confronting the Reaper, Situ found himself devoid of any advantages. Conversely, it was those of us dealing physical damage who possessed the capacity to face the Reaper directly. Chumu Tian indicated his awareness of the situation and his intent to devise a plan to rescue Ru Yi, advising him to return home and await news. Yet, in midair, the holy son of Yao Guang halted his movement, slowly turning with great difficulty, revealing a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yuan Liang chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation. Witnessing her actions evoked a mix of affection and exasperation. He understood that he had no means of controlling her. So he chose to let her be, assuring himself that he would shoulder any consequences that arose. The unfolding situation was beyond anyone's control, poised for upheaval at any moment. It seemed, as Lin Qing Xin had suggested, that if it were not so, there would be no reason for her continual presence outside. Although the steep and treacherous Jegging Mountain obstructed the passage of carts and supplies, preventing resources from reaching Jegging Mountain City without traversing its mountain paths, this did not imply that elite ninja squads could not make the journey. With the aid of chakra, ninjas could scale mountains with ease. Thus, while the ninja forces engaged fiercely at the western front, they stealthily approached this location, bearing a specially crafted scroll intended to breach the defenses of Jegging Mountain City. After Shen Xin observed Yuer's departure, she pushed the door open and entered. Xiaochu showed no intention of stopping. With a graceful spin, he landed atop a tree. And with another, he descended right before her. With a flick of his wrist, Xianyuan Yiyin conjured a spider-shaped staff into her hand. Its surface enveloped in an eerie green glow. Under the fiery radiance of the Earthheart Fire Lotus, the green light appeared both surreal and enchanting. As she sat in the dining room awaiting her meal, she watched him diligently prepare breakfast for them both. The early morning sun streaming through the window and casting a warm glow upon his face. Could it be that over a century of prosperity was destined to wither in her hands? The thought made Ao Hei's heart sweat profusely. As for why only the first half had been performed, it was simply because MOD had fainted before he could present the latter part. Over time, one becomes assimilated into their surroundings. How could one be deemed foolish? If this is what you consider bothersome, I would gladly endure it for a lifetime. Even though Rong Xiaoqin had no inkling of how long his life might be, he could affirm that he had never once contemplated parting from her. Lan Xiaoting gazed intently at Lu Anning, observing the disbelief on her face upon hearing his words. He retrieved a box, opened it, lit incense, and cast the letter into the fire pit. Chai Yo-Qing was unaware of the events that transpired thereafter, and thus had no knowledge of Long Junyi's prior appearance. Although he did not comprehend Xin Yuan Yiyan's words, he chose to show respect. It was unclear who ventured beyond the railing first. But someone sat directly upon the bluestone platform. On such a night of national celebration, no one would notice the scene here. The primordial world was nearly limitless, making the quest for the ever-shifting divine ruins a daunting challenge. Wu Qi's gaze faltered at the sight of Lu Ji's earnest expression and his unpretentious demeanor, his countenance shifting to one of peculiarity. Indeed, Ruewen replied, joining the ranks, seemingly having undergone some training prior. My judgment has never been wrong. You truly are a person of distinction in our Rose City. While speaking, he patted his shoulder to convey his excitement. The sound of friction arose, a tremendous resistance followed. And Lu Tian exerted more strength. With a decisive blow, the zombie's head, larger than a basketball by threefold, was finally severed. The monstrous beast seemed to sense something. Its massive head twisting as foul-smelling saliva dribbled from its jaws. The variety of games inside was neither numerous nor scant. Haigao, Golden Flower, Mahjong, and a few slot machines, among other forms of gambling, rendered this modest space of 100 square meters quite comprehensive. Upon entering the dark, foreboding cave, Li Qingdai instinctively felt a twinge of fear and edged closer to Wang Yidong. The farmer, gazing at the fearsome Wang Bo, whose eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light, instinctively recoiled and pushed General Wuhan forward, exclaiming loudly. Thus, a caravan of approximately 500 individuals, under the protection of Qinjiu and others, along with the guidance of the forest spirit merchants, departed from Jiming Post, making their way towards the territory of the Nami tribe. With a subtle shift of his gaze, he beheld 3 individuals nearby, each displaying a distinct countenance. Bai Weiyang appeared to have anticipated this scenario from the very beginning. Although he maintained his elegant demeanor akin to a refined gentleman, a hint of melancholy lingered within him, a sentiment that perhaps even he himself failed to fully recognize. After Yang Zilong concluded his remarks, he rose and departed, leaving me in solitude. What could his words possibly signify? Was this a fortuitous development for me? What exactly could be deemed advantageous in my situation? Ultimately, pondering such matters was futile. I resolved to accept the circumstances as they were. For all would be revealed by tomorrow. Shu Yun transformed into the reaper of the battlefield, emanating a blue light as he wielded his blade. Wherever he passed, only a multitude of corpses remained. Captain Shan Ke stared in astonishment at Shu Yun, who charged through the fray like a tiger among sheep. It had been some time since he had last seen the lad, and he was taken aback by the significant progress in his strength. Truly, the Yangtze River's waves pushed the preceding waves forward. In the blink of an eye, this youth had already caught up. Shan Ke sighed in admiration, then smiled faintly before joining the fray with a loud battle cry. Why are you hugging me? Don't you realize I'm a boy? Only I should be allowed to embrace you. The others who had been captured were merely lackeys. So they knew little of the overall situation and could only wait for Zhang Jing to awaken to discuss further. It had already been several consecutive days. Today, he had just issued an edict, instructing that they begin implementation according to his directives. Shall I send someone to fetch you? Captain Sheen has assigned me an assistant? Zhou blurted out without a second thought, merely to show off to Lin Tian. It turned out that she was not always cold and rational towards him. In unexpected situations, she too could feel bashful. Observing the empty space beside her, Meng Wanyin helplessly closed her eyes. An unexpected incident had arisen at the company, prompting Yu Jiancheng to return her to the villa before departing, thus derailing her plans. As for memory, I can retain all events occurring while I am awake, controlling how long I remember them at will. Princess, do you have any commands? He had heard the earlier scream, but without a directive from Lu Qi, he did not enter directly. By the time Sally and Kudong arrived at Dennis's residence, a considerable crowd had gathered. After all, Dennis was renowned as one of the most powerful individuals in the entire academy. If he had vanished, how could the others withstand the wrath of Mr. Crying Face? Initially, she only wished for a stable and smooth life, believing everything to be illusory, a mere trial to endure. However, the astute Murad IV detected a hint of unwillingness and despondency in their eyes. Given the prior circumstances, it seemed that 9 out of 10 from their side were destined to perish in the blood-soaked desert. The Taoist pointed forward. The talisman suddenly emitted a blinding light before swiftly lunging towards the monstrous bird. Zhu Zhentian and the others instantly became exhilarated, while the resting team members craned their necks, straining their eyes to gaze intently. What logic is this? You seek mere psychological comfort. Do you truly believe it right to abandon your post for the sake of such solace? Lin Feng felt a surge of irritation. Very well, as you wish. Han Baohua ultimately nodded, formally swearing an oath of toxicity until Si Xianyi had nothing left to say. Suddenly, Dashin's smile vanished, his face twitching momentarily, and he lowered his head awkwardly without retorting. Meanwhile, Yichui simply turned away, gazing into the distant darkness to avoid conflict with Wang Xiaolan. I cannot be so carefree. Lin Feng shook his head, astonished by Si Xianyi's reasoning, yet he found himself lacking the same composure in the face of reality. However, you have been obstructing me all along. If you cannot take action, then I shall do so myself. Uncle Air turned his head, the intent to kill evident in his gaze, startling Yi. In an instant, Uncle Air's figure flickered, similarly countering the blade's glint aimed at Nurhisai. Zhu Zhentian, wielding his long-handled saber, executed a swift rotation, slicing through the air in response to the retraction of the Grand Halberd. Throughout the forest, hordes of demon tribes made it exceedingly difficult for the special mixed battalions to fulfill their missions, compelling them to evade the natives. For should they slay even a single native, their position would be compromised, drawing the ire of numerous demon tribes. Initially, they believed this child to be a divine compensation sent by heaven, and Anbu held great expectations for him. Yet now, it seemed as though this was merely a fleeting illusion. Observing the unmasked hurt in Rui's expression, Jing Xiu could not suppress a sigh within her heart. She had once regarded Rui as clever, but now she realized her error. Had she truly possessed wisdom, she would not have attempted to play tricks before Sima Jun. Shu Yun's team is the epitome of a patrol squad, comprising a formidable Jonin and 2 special Jonin. A rare assembly of elite warriors. Their strength and pursuit capabilities are formidable, augmented by the extraordinary Byakugan and Sharingan, allowing them to constantly monitor their surroundings. This enables them to swiftly identify issues and provide timely support. In fact, Shu Yun and his companions have been dispatched for several days, parting ways with Bude Luohan and Jiangnan to rendezvous with the remaining 17 Luohans, while also discussing the evening's achievements and circumstances. However, Shu Yun, being a seasoned veteran of the 9 Nether Mountains, possesses a calm and composed demeanor. Uncle, rest assured, Lu Qi understands what must be done. Lu Qi affirmed with a nod before galloping down to the city. For a moment, the group fell into contemplation. Hadn't Wei Sudapo already made a decision to mobilize? Was his earlier statement merely a ruse to deceive that Persian soldier? Recognizing that evasion or resistance would yield no favorable outcome, Liang Chonda immediately erupted into a desperate roar. As Li Ziyuan and Gui Zhigao clasped hands, Gui Zhigao, consumed by jealousy towards Li Ziyuan, suddenly seized his hand, refusing to release his grip and gradually applying pressure while casting a scornful glare. Despite his earnest attempts to replicate the same culinary creation, even synchronizing with others in the process, he could not achieve the same flavor. He pondered that since the system might stem from the reincarnation gate, it was conceivable that some esoteric secrets of the reincarnation gate could be recorded within the system. The tavern keeper, though young and not significantly older than Wang Ning, exhibited an elegant demeanor, suggesting he was well-versed in the ways of the world. The intelligence gathered by Jiang and consisted of merely superficial and simplistic details, with the rest remaining elusive for the time being. Realizing he had nowhere left to retreat, Xian Chijia ceased his movements. As the Phantom Bat King's claws approached, he swiftly maneuvered, causing the claws to strike the cave wall, which then erupted in a shower of debris. 3 mere human-level talismans could not endure for long, and with the second wave of the faceless assault, they shattered into countless fragments. Just then, the ground began to tremble, and the sand danced as if boiling, accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds. Everyone paused their tasks, fully concentrated and motionless. Zhang Xiaofeng's shamelessness exceeded Shou Changtai's expectations. He had anticipated a few polite remarks from Zhang Xiaofeng, yet he was taken aback when he directly confessed, although there were no other individuals present besides Zhang Xiaofeng's bodyguards. He still felt a wave of embarrassment. The other martial saints of the underworld were astonished. The heir of the underworld god was so formidable. And yet he was merely a clone. What level of strength must his true self possess? Master Zhuge Wangyun from the Talisman clan, stroking his beard, gazed at Qin Bei with a knowing smile, as if to say, I know you lack the capability. Are you aware that my father was slain by the treachery of the Meng family? Can you fathom the anguish I feel due to your son's betrayal? The expression on Mo's face turned as cold as ice, as the black whip lashed mercilessly against Xian's unyielding body, the sound of shattering bones resonating throughout the area. The spirits and apparitions finally realized they were ensnared in a perilous trap, upon witnessing the nearly lifeless Kelawai in their lair. They should have inferred that if even Kelawai was in such a state, what could possibly befall the forces outside? Shaking his head, the transparent elder murmured, that is not the case. Her injuries are indeed grievous. Without the administration of 5th-tier healing elixirs in the immediate future, she is doomed to perish. Although he was not an alchemist and had never dabbled in alchemy, the elder's keen perception allowed him to easily ascertain the severity of Hongsten's wounds. The deceased's face was etched with terror. Judging by the manner of his demise, it seemed he had barely sensed the enemy's approach before being slain, without even a semblance of resistance. Furthermore, after his death, The adversaries had the audacity to cover his body with soil and vegetation to create the illusion that all was well. They even had time to set a trap using his corpse, intending to ambush any ninjas who might come to investigate. Yet all of this eluded the watchful eyes of the Qingyao. The last time Qin Luren was captured, Chong Li was consumed by guilt, vowing not to repeat such a blunder, for he knew he would not get a second chance. It is worth noting that the Liu family is the wealthiest clan in Hangzhou, with enterprises sprawling across the entirety of China. They would hardly be concerned about a mere $30 million. Rintang felt a pang of curiosity, hastily withdrawing the screen to retrieve a box, which he opened to find a pair of chopsticks and a wine cup, yet devoid of any wine, overturned within. Although his lifespan could not be further extended, the essence of the longevity peach was gradually merging with Yun Hao's being, infusing every sinew, organ, skin, and even each individual cell. The room was brightly lit as Tanny removed his suit, rolling up his shirt sleeves to take over the tasks from Shang Yixiao. Everything was under Tan Yi's control. He anticipated not arriving empty-handed to inquire about the illness, deeming it more practical to procure medicinal herbs rather than useless items. Thus, he remained here, awaiting his purpose. Shang Yishu paused, casting a glance towards the window where Yu Wei sat, sunlight streaming in, bright and warm, while his father sat beside her. His demeanor less detached and cold. In truth, I received a letter. It was inevitable that I would face Yu Maching's straightforward inquiry, with a moment's hesitation. He extracted a letter from the table and, despite his doubts, handed it to Yu Maching. As for the Qingyang sect, they not only brazenly departed from the ancient martial realm to assist the Liu family in confronting the Su family, but they also established the Qihong Hall as an underground force, engaging in numerous acts that contravene external laws. Everything at the casino was orchestrated by the third prince and Dong Lang. From the time of Yu Maching's grand wedding, they had already included Hui Fei in their schemes, waiting for Yu Maching to eliminate their greatest obstacle, thus emboldening them to perpetrate their treachery. The incompetence of the city supervisor was also a consideration for the third prince, who promptly released news to pressure De Zhao into seeking peace. As he meticulously observed the Grand Cauldron, Wu Guodong could not help but express his astonishment, pausing thoughtfully after a considerable time, stroking his chin. Upon hearing this, the remaining 6 Imperial Guards ceased their relentless assault and dispersed, some engaged in restraining me, while others seized opportunities to inflict new wounds upon me. The individual in question was Han Ji, silent and cold-faced. His gaze was like a blade, exuding a chilling aura that swept across the area. When it brushed past Huaying, she involuntarily shuddered, rendered immobile. The quarry workers were contracted monthly, paid 1,500 Hong Kong dollars, which included accommodation and meals, a sum that grossly contradicted current wage standards. Xiao Anxin felt a sense of relief. For the past few days, she had not experienced the disorienting memory lapses that Su Jingxin had mentioned. She continued to engage in casual conversations with Zijing, her days seemingly as they had always been. Save for the absence of Qini Feng. I could think of you 201 times each day. The extra instance shall be a complimentary gift. Does that work for you? Brother Huan Xiang has always been amiable. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, followed by the butler entering with 2 men clad in black. Qini Feng exchanged nods with him as they approached Anna, producing identification. Stop. Night Mu, witnessing this from afar, shouted, attempting to rush over but was held back by Carter and Lu Jina. The journey ahead may be perilous. I shall rely on your guidance, Qing Niao. Shu Yun said earnestly. When it comes to gathering intelligence and observing enemy movements, there is nothing more convenient than the white-eyed. Qing Niao, sensing the gravity of the situation, nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. She then led the way, following the faint traces left by the enemy as they proceeded eastward. However, the circumstances along the way were far from optimistic. Shu Yun had already traversed 2 paths with Qing Niao. Mo Jianxin awakened from her unconscious state, letting out a cry of anguish as she beheld He Yin, as if confronting a devil. The Jade Emperor was the first to depart from the Lingxiao Hall, with the remaining celestial beings gradually exiting thereafter. Yet, apart from this, Kangxi knew little else. Tianjiu had traveled to too many places over the years for Kangxi to verify each one. Murong Qingran found it rather perplexing that she continually encountered such Clich D scenarios here. She then inquired, the funds I provided may not suffice to bury your father. So how could there be any notion of me purchasing you? I have remained blameless with him. I truly do not comprehend what you wish to ascertain, Murong Qingran retorted, her frustration evident upon hearing Lang Xiaoqing's insistence on the same matter. Humph, clean your neck, and await your fate. I have diligently practiced the art of boxing for years and cannot afford to lose. Letta finally smiled, loosening his fingers, confident in his gaming prowess. He had no choice. Once his homosexual identity was exposed, all options were stripped away. Murong Tianming sat upright in the Grand Hall's master chair, surveying Murong. Qing ran once more. His gaze, filled with affection, always made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Here, one may find temporary wooden inns alongside options to purchase or rent spacious camping tents. These provisions cater to mercenaries, adventurers, and travelers who arrive at night and cannot enter the city gates. Through diligent research, this organization has long recognized the benefits of the high-frequency energy pervading the world, which is unequivocally advantageous for humanity. This energy subtly influences human constitution, facilitating a global enhancement and evolution of all individuals. A young boy let out a cheer, stepping out from the crowd with renewed vigor. Hardly had he taken a few steps when another boy rushed forth, seizing a bun and stuffing it into his mouth with great enthusiasm. Initially, I had no intention of engaging with this fellow who had called me a mute. However, when he referred to himself as I swiftly evaded his words, opting instead to deliver a sharp slap across his face. It is worth noting that Hua Yuya is a student facing significant examinations, one of the most crucial milestones in life. Teacher Qiao spoke lightly, yet his words sent a shiver through those present, particularly myself. I fixated on the entrance of the assembly hall, despite my lack of intention to take anything from home. I indeed planned to distance myself from this place once I matured, leaving my parents behind, never to return. Simply provide the intelligence regarding that item to Fu Tong, and then dutifully hold the fort, declared the demon lord Kong Hua, arriving at a final decision. You two are too courteous. We are allies now, are we not? Wan Qin said with a smile, her charm permeating the atmosphere. Rest assured, my fellow Taoist, with Brother Gao here, I would never dare to default. Cui Shibo responded with a grin. Liao Tao circled around, arriving at a previously scouted location. The village nestled in the mountains featured uneven terrain, with houses of varying heights resembling steps. From his position, Liao Tao could observe the entire village. This indirectly aided the Dan Ding sect, under the pretense of allowing the members of the Dual J faction to learn. Regardless, Dan Yangzi and others had no choice but to accept, for this was the first instance that Shaolin Jian sought their assistance. Even if it was such help, the dynamics of who was aiding whom remained unclear. The cloaked ninja neatly packed his belongings and, through reverse summoning, concealed himself. Subsequently, he produced a booklet from his robe and began to critique the group led by Shu Yun. The Hyuga clan, though regrettably a branch family, held a modest worth of approximately 1 million taels. As for the Uchiha ninja, that is indeed a rarity. The Uchiha clan has seldom made appearances in recent years, and their value has surged. It is uncertain how many Sharingan they possess. If they could awaken even one or two, it would be considerably valuable. Hua Guang arrived in a carriage at the Mingtang, where he could see several carriages already parked in the open space beside the hall, indicating that Emperor Wu of Han had indeed summoned more than just Hua Guang. Now, Zhu Xiaojuan and his companions moved 15 high-low beds from this room to assemble in their 2 residing chambers. Upon hearing that Si Fingyi wished to see him, Gaoju understood that she was likely seeking an explanation from him. Gaoju was reluctant to meet Si Fingyi, for his own reasoning seemed somewhat implausible in her presence. After all, he was driven by selfish motives. As the commander spoke, he noted that everyone was listening intently, with no one expressing dissatisfaction regarding how the drills impacted their lives. Master Su, I must entrust everything to you this time, Luo Fading said to the elder in green beside him, her tone laced with respect. Ah, Brother Luchin, come quickly. I have awaited your arrival for so long. As Luchin approached the city lord's mansion, Zhang Yu fortuitously emerged from within. Upon spotting Luchin, he joyfully rushed to his side, taking him by the arm and ushering him inside. Seeing the amiable smile of the handsome youth before her, Fu Lei's expression soured, and she immediately burst into tears, throwing herself towards Kurt. After all, he was the only familiar face in this place, the one who had protected both her and her father aboard the Archangel. Just as Zhu Xiangjuan had been searching for clues for a while, intending to return the jeans to the suitcase, he felt something unusual in the pocket of those very jeans. All present were struck with awe, including the Water and Fire brothers, while the crowd outside erupted in cheers, igniting the atmosphere of the competition. It is widely acknowledged that unknown totems possess little combat prowess. However, they harbor powers that other extraordinary beings lack. As the source of such power, These unknown totems embody the purest form of awakening energy. Yet, true noble families should be aware of the emergence of the hex crystal. Thus, Lucio was not overly concerned about the actions of the formidable forces. His bold endeavors in the energy sector stemmed from the knowledge that the upper city had been preparing for an energy transition. Otherwise, he would not have dared to venture into this domain. Although the Vortex Chamber of Commerce had not been established in the capital of the Fire Nation for long, it had begun to gain a foothold there through superior products and military assurance. Despite being captured by the enemy, Fuzan bore a smile as he watched Wang Tai enter the prison camp, while Wang Tai wore a grim expression. Before them stood an ancient and grand altar, a site where emperors of yore performed celestial sacrifices, built during the Shang dynasty, with the Xin Yao as its totem. The residences of compassionate individuals such as La Bei, Foster, Hansen, and McCullen had become sanctuaries for some refugees. Even more troubling was the designation of Silco's luminescence as a prohibited item by the upper city, leading to a comprehensive crackdown. The very council member tasked with addressing this matter was none other than Jace, which explained his palpable frustration upon hearing the proposal. Deep within the earth lay a lake. At its center, a lotus flower swayed gently without a breeze, creating ripples across the water's surface. With so many deeply devoted sons having perished, the stooped groundhog was now prepared to take matters into its own hands. As Shu Yun exerted his utmost strength from the outset, facing an adversary of superior prowess necessitated such fervent effort. Concealing one's capabilities could lead to unforeseen demise. The full eruption of his chakra mode instigated a remarkable activation of his cellular structure, filling Shu Yun's physique with a surging vitality and formidable power. Under this potent enhancement, his already swift form accelerated further, to the extent that even the vigilant Qing Yao, with her Byakugan perpetually activated, could merely perceive a fleeting shadow of him. Lord Paladin Fording, do you wish to defend yourself? Uther calmly inquired of Tyrion, turning his head. Sister Xia, could we perhaps refrain from sitting like this? Lin Chen scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. His cheeks tinged with a faint hue, whether from the recent drink or another cause remained uncertain. Despite his reservations, support was imperative. Approaching the luxurious vehicle, I noticed the fuel cap and rear door ajar. Upon hearing the command to add 400, I commenced refueling the car. Shenbo gripped the sole blade tightly, striving to maintain composure as tears silently cascaded down his cheeks, falling onto the blade's edge with a sharp sound. To him, 500,000 represented the salary of a middle school class leader over 10 months. However, to his past self, that very sum could secure a down payment for a home in the city. After Arthas led his forces away, Richard emerged from the site of Kel'Thuzad's demise, having observed the entire event from this vantage point. Meanwhile, Arthas and his companions remained fixated on Kel'Thuzad, utterly oblivious to Richard lurking in the shadows. Sir. She turned around in astonishment, her gaze meeting a visage identical to that of the coachman, her smile freezing instantly upon recognition. I ought to thank you. After uttering this, Do Qianjia vanished from the chamber as though he had never existed. Prepare yourselves. We shall familiarize ourselves with our respective combat styles and the magic we command shortly. Lael remarked, eyeing the two seemingly unreliable young men before him. The jungle had lost its former tranquility and verdant splendor, now exuding an unusual clamor. With a palpable scent of burning in the air, vast swathes of trees lay charred, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. Having spoken, Hilanyao seated herself upon the mat, entering a meditative state. Though he cared little for the trifling sum, he would not decline a discount. After all, savings should not be squandered. Fortunately, that tragedy did not unfold. How much benefit had the two gained from their recent clash? Reminded by her words, Su Ruhue dashed back behind the curtain, donned her customary fox fur coat, and swapped her silk shoes for a pair of short deer-hide boots before following Xiaowan outside. Were Su Ping to tear the seal, he would undoubtedly breach the law, and at that juncture, the higher authorities would dictate the course of action. Liang Bo originally intended to leverage the pretext of negotiating in order to gain an advantage over Lin Bixiao. The capital's most exquisite beauty, Lin Bixiao, certainly eclipsed the city's most renowned public figure, Luo Chiron, in captivating men's admiration. However, this inner turmoil resided solely within the heart of the elder of the Independence faction, while the other elders swiftly turned their attention back to the forthcoming duel. For this was the last battle remaining. The circumstances surrounding Luo Wanshan were entirely distinct from those of Elder Huang. Elder Huang's plight primarily stemmed from the waning of his vitality and the presence of shrapnel within his body, Once the shrapnel was removed, his injuries would naturally mend, and the lost vitality could be replenished with the blood jade pearl. With a swift flash, a blade sliced through the air, followed by another strike. The formidable Gamaru from Langshi High launched a ferocious attack, his two weapons clashing. The opposing blade shattered upon impact, leaving a devastating gash across the chest of the renowned ninja. Shu Yun quickly steadied his stance, bracing against the overwhelming force of his opponent, his body subtly absorbing the impact. Subsequently, with his right hand he met the opposing blade, while his left hand, clenched like a hammer, struck forcefully against the back of the ethereal blade. Shu Yun wielded his fist with the might of a hammer, as if forging iron into gold. Each strike was poised to forge an unparalleled weapon. Upon the ethereal blade, the once subdued blue light became even more luminous with this blow, as if bolstered by a pivotal moment, enhanced by elixirs and various resources. For cultivators in the 9 provinces to achieve such speed was indeed remarkable. He lamented his past decisions. Why had he not fortified defenses outside several factories? Why had he not dispatched a greater number of troops, instead opting for a perfunctory approach with reserves? He meticulously recorded all the martial arts he had studied into the system and procured numerous techniques from the system's marketplace. Once the shape-shifting spirit beasts reached maturity, they resembled human spirit masters, and upon their demise, they would no longer yield spirit rings or bones. As the elixirs were distributed, a glint of cold light flickered in Chang Yi's eyes when he received the elixir, yet he consumed it nonchalantly. In truth, European moats were not common. Yet the Netherlands held a particular fondness for them. It was precisely due to the intricate web of rivers in the lowlands that fortresses were erected, each fortified by a moat, rendering it nearly impossible for the ace-band duck to conquer for decades. For those demons that engaged in robbery and the ineffectual great demons, these causalities served as shackles, confining and limiting their actions. Jiang Li's hand trembled, yet he discovered that the projection remained steadfast, unaffected by his quivering. It was merely industrial waste. Even a novice disciple could forge something superior. The paper was exceedingly thin, imperceptible in thickness, its surface a pristine white, resembling a rectangular membrane not much larger than a credit card. Thus, should he cultivate the Great Wilderness Sutra, he would undoubtedly reap double the rewards for half the effort, while concurrently enhancing his mastery of the immortal heavenly art. Luo Shui coldly smirked as she allowed Hua Lingyu to dress her, her hauntingly green eyes fixed upon him, devoid of any warmth, particularly chilling. The magician, still retreating, was horrified to find his right leg ensnared in a deep pit, causing him to stumble and fall. 2 anguished cries echoed as 2 nearly identical figures plummeted from the clouds, descending towards the assembly of those who had obstructed the manifestation of the dragon soul. His chest and abdomen had been utterly transformed by Bai Chi's magic, revealing a ghastly display of stark white bones. As he spoke, the middle-aged man felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, rendering him unable to lift his head, which filled him with great alarm. Avis smiled faintly before turning her gaze toward the battlefield with her vacant eyes. "Brother Shu Yun, what troubles you?" questioned Ching Song Daoran, observing his tranquil demeanor in the face of the heavenly thunder, which was akin to courting death. Even during the tribunal of the 3 offices, they could not interrogate the queen. However, once Gu Lianjin ceased to be the queen, it would be a trivial matter for the Dali Temple to question her. Truly, it was a tumultuous autumn. He had merely taken a nap, yet such significant events had transpired outside. A simple deduction suggested that the evil wolf must have awakened its demon lineage, possessing heightened intelligence and grasping certain inherited knowledge, thus learning the art of telepathy. Tang Ru noted that the majority of cultivators present were loose practitioners, yet there were also numerous ghostly immortals. Upon a cursory glance, 7 or 8 out of every 10 appeared to be divine path cultivators, traversing the paths of yang and yin spirits. This vast, empty palace stood resolutely amidst the boundless cosmos, adorned with resplendent stars, a sight of exquisite beauty. "Oh, is that not supervisorly? Did your subordinates not mention you had stepped out? How is it that you have returned by airplane?" Su Yang inquired with a smile. The clash of wind and fire rent the heavens, as Kakuzu's combined ninjutsu unleashed a calamity of catastrophic proportions. Shu Yun was hurled away by the aftershocks. Crashing into the forest, when he rose and looked back, he found the distance utterly barren, save for a massive pit with flames still licking the air. Kakuzu's presence had long vanished, and the throngs of serpents had been incinerated, leaving behind a pungent scent of charred flesh, a most unpleasant odor. Orochimaru's figure emerged from beneath the dilapidated temple's corridor, where a monk sat in meditation, his handsome visage radiating a serene light. This monk was none other than the reincarnated Jin Shanzi, who had undergone over a dozen rebirths. The Buddha had finally managed to place this disciple into the ranks, cautioning him not to provoke the great sage and to refrain from meddling with monkeys. Approaching the Wo amidst trivial matters, Shi Liangyu occasionally summoned individuals to deliver items, which, by all accounts, was rather irregular. However, given her future status as a matron and her father's esteemed accomplishments, I found it difficult to intervene. Nevertheless, there are certain matters I must impress upon you. Wang Zhidao remarked that most crucially, as he understood, for a trialist to transition from the realm of Tao to the celestial realm of immortality, such supreme materials were essential to bear the fruits of enlightenment. This was the second challenge. Should you falter, you might as well compensate for your insolence with the detritus beneath you. Serera stated bluntly. This demand was hardly excessive, and the three children nodded, having already provoked all that was necessary over the past few days. There was truly nothing left to fret about. They were capable of achieving it. Madame Qin cast a fierce glare at Zhao Lu, disregarding the presence of Song Qingshan, and commanded that Zhao Lu be silenced. Opposite Zhou Yi, Ling Qianfan gradually perceived the dissonance, yet given the liberty to speak freely, he hesitated to interrupt. It was prudent to instill a measure of fear. This would facilitate matters considerably. Mu Yuan trailed half a step behind Zhao Ping'an, whispering similarly. The assessment criteria for the first two bases were fixed, while the Western base varied each time. They must first identify the genuine contact before proceeding to the subsequent evaluations. She ruminated chaotically, oscillating between joy and resentment, both praising and cursing the people of the Great Xia, while remaining vigilant of the circumstances outside her space. Manager Qin appeared unfazed by young Master Qin, though his brow remained furrowed, speaking to him without any subservience. He continued, "No merit, no reward. I appreciate the captain's goodwill," and took another sip of wine, embodying utmost comfort. Yet, it was unexpected that, amidst the commonplace practice of polygamy in ancient times, two of the 5 sons from the chief family turned out to be hopeless romantics. In the scene, as Zhou Ran gathered all the critical cards, the strength of their formation gradually became apparent. Was there yet another prominent figure present here? I have not even conversed with this individual. How could I have possibly deceived them? Yi Chen paused, providing the audience and fans in the live stream a moment for reflection and discussion. It is well known that the Kingdom of Wind is a destitute nation, severely lacking in resources, short of water, grain, and medicine. Aside from the abundant minerals beneath the ground and the swirling sands above, they are devoid of nearly everything. Such a dire environment posed a significant dilemma. They had no possibility of self-sufficiency and relied entirely on trade to procure resources for domestic consumption. Thus, even in times of war or crisis, they dared not close their borders. The holy virtue emperor gazed towards the white tiger, confirming the reality of the situation. Zhang Jie's opponent, a master of the Qi Si realm, made an entrance without uttering a single word, fleeing in terror. For the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, the Qing army would execute them, seizing all their wealth and provisions, then setting ablaze these estates and towns, reducing them to ashes. On the land, each party asserts ownership, and neither contradicts the other, thereby achieving a delicate equilibrium that is acceptable to the populace and facilitates cooperation among nations. Such an understanding necessitates a profound mutual awareness. Doctor. He let out a sigh of relief, only to be suddenly seized by excruciating pain in his knee, causing him to buckle and fall to the ground with a thud. A man with a square face and large ears exclaimed, "Father, that must surely be the galaxy universe. Ha! I haven't seen him in over 10,000 years. I can finally seek him out." He was the jovial Baibu, who had just arrived. His voice was somewhat hoarse, deep as the lowest notes of a stringed instrument. Yet it carried a chilling resonance. Yin Xiu turned her gaze to the doorway where several individuals entered, compelled to cooperate with him for the time being. Charlie undoubtedly understood the concept of a true saint, a being just one rank below Gabriel. In an instant, all his thoughts were cast aside. The canyon seemed unnaturally tranquil, and Lin Han perceptively sensed a hint of murderous intent lingering in the air. Bo Jun immediately remarked, "It was my oversight. I haven't even offered you all a cup of tea." With that, he instructed the kitchen staff to bring tea and refreshments. "You're finished, I tell you," Wu Danyang said, glancing at the laughing Lu Meng, finally realizing the situation and expressing his bewilderment. Discussion of the content within the instance is prohibited. The player shrugged, indicating his ignorance, only aware that the other party's expression at this moment was truly beyond words. Having already completed half of his goal, akin to aiming for 1 billion by the age of 30, he was now halfway there, drawing a parallel with his ambitious target. He knew that Toretto and Deksha would rendezvous there, subsequently engaging in a fierce battle on the rooftop parking lot. Especially now, as Lu Zhongfeng's grand ceremony for washing his hands of past entanglements was imminent, he had widely issued invitations to heroes of the martial world, most of whom had now gathered here. A wave of green mist gradually unfurled, spreading outward and coalescing into the faint silhouette of an ancient tree, overshadowing the area and consuming all spiritual essence. The remaining subjects of physics, chemistry, and biology could be evenly distributed over the next few days, presenting a significant possibility of ranking among the top 50 in the grade. A blazing sun rose abruptly, and explosions echoed continuously, shattering the driver's helmet into fragments. Who would have imagined that 3 years ago, Himianer was the cherished daughter of the Inspector General, reluctant even to lift a firewood bundle, let alone a rice bowl? However, the issue was trivial. Given his current prowess, achieving victory against the 9 martial universities would serve as the best testament. Wasn't it obvious? The other party was merely a foolish ruffian. Relying on a bit of wealth, he believed himself to be the unrivaled sovereign of the world. For the first time, he managed to take down 5 blue helmets, largely because the opposition underestimated him as an ordinary soldier. This time, however, they were aware of his presence and would undoubtedly devise tactical strategies around him. Shu Yun entered the city yet found it challenging to initiate his actions, as he sensed an ever-present array of watchful eyes since his arrival. It appeared that the ninjas within the city were tracking them. This was not due to any inadvertent exposure on their part, but rather a standard procedure wherein all merchant caravans from the Land of Fire are monitored for a time to prevent espionage activities conducted under the guise of ordinary citizens. The ninjas trailing them were imperceptible to the untrained eye. However, it would be naive to assume that their troubles ceased upon entering the city. He could hardly believe that Tao had achieved the pinnacle of chi cultivation in such a brief span without the aid of elixirs. Nevertheless, it seemed Jiang Huaiwei would not deceive him regarding this matter, indicating that Tao had indeed attained his current prowess through sheer diligence. A sudden ring of the doorbell interrupted his thoughts. His aunt emerged from the kitchen to answer the door, ushering in a guest. After their meal, Shi Jingfeng and Denyo continued to wander through the slave market, where traders from various regions congregated, peddling their captives. The same actions that would be deemed reckless for antagonists were lauded as audacious for protagonists. Ah, how enviable it was to possess such charisma. The cunning blue-skinned rat smirked as he blew into the whistle, producing a shrill sound reminiscent of a saw gnawing at one's ear, a sensation both agonizing and maddening. Rest assured, I shall not meet or converse with her again. Sheng Yingfen spoke with a tone laced with indifference, though his disdain was directed not at Mu but rather at Lang Ningma. With resigned expressions, the onlookers retrieved checks from their pockets, signing their names and pushing them toward Li Guangling, who accepted them with a smile. Upon arriving in the capital, Mu disembarked from the plane, ready to collect his luggage, only to encounter Xiao Junyan standing by the baggage claim. Yang Yong'an was aware that with the assistance of 3 children, the wheat seedlings in the field could be covered in no time, yet he refrained from voicing this thought. Zhuang Zhou pulled Shi Zhongfeng into a room where the elders, including Shangguan Qingyun, rose to their feet, with Shangguan Qingyun considering ceding the main seat to Zhuang Zhou. The actions of Zhu Yong and his cohorts had indeed evoked public outrage, and the consequences they would ultimately face were a direct result of their own misdeeds. In the past, Zhu Yuanzhang refrained from employing cannons, for the city of Dingyuan was his territory and wealth. He would not foolishly bombard his own stronghold. As the sword chi approached, the young man instinctively drew his sword from its sheath, channeling his true essence as he positioned the blade defensively across his chest to intercept the lethal sword energy that sliced through the air. Meanwhile, Okita seemed oblivious to this deeper understanding, focusing intently on following the steps outlined on the paper. Yexingchen suddenly pulled Shinkai Yuki to another table. Regardless, this aura of murderous intent, rather than being a mere transient phenomenon, proved to be a significant boon for his cultivation. This was indeed Qin Zhang's greatest reliance. Should the Abyssal King discover him, he would find himself utterly cornered. With a resounding finality, the might of the strong instills a profound sense of intimidation at this moment. None dare voice dissent. Yet, the gaze of those present upon Su and I is akin to that cast upon a corpse. For Zhu Chongba has come here with the singular intent of vanquishing this group. Regardless of their actions, they are destined to be defeated, a truth Zhu Chongba firmly holds. Who would have imagined that after merely a millennium apart, the prowess of the War King has ascended to such heights? Within a chariot of white jade, a voice suddenly resonated, youthful and unexpectedly fresh, drawing the attention of those nearby. Inhaling the air thick with the scent of blood, Li Sun found an unusual tranquility within himself. He raised his hands, observing the blood still dripping from them at that moment. He grasped the sentiments of a fellow comrade from the previous day. On this day, Chuan Hetsai has completed the procurement of goods intended for return. Shu Yun, cradling his cat, boarded the same carriage as before, now accompanied by a chain gifted by an artist. As he passed through the city gates, the sand ninja meticulously inspected the chain, yet found no discrepancies, allowing Shu Yun to exit unimpeded. The chain, though ordinary, concealed messages embedded within its melodies over the past few days. He merely murmured a few words to himself as Qin Jin and his army surged past the territory of the Wolf Clan without pause. As for the other 5 vice commanders, aside from Shin Songyan, the prowess of the remaining 4 speaks for itself. After all, the Yin clan is somewhat less established, and it is commendable to have so many at the vice commander level. Before him, the figure of Ma Long emerged, wielding 2 curved blades, one raised and the other lowered, resembling twin crescent moons appearing simultaneously. Of course, one cannot dismiss the suspicion of ulterior motives, as anyone would wish to capture a fair maiden to become their personal consort. Still alive, the Demon King felt a flicker of surprise. Having endured the strike of his all-encompassing demonic prison, the opponent was merely grievously wounded and not yet fallen, exceeding his expectations. Xiaolinger, upon witnessing the Azure Emperor's Azure Lotus secret technique, deeply felt the disparity between them. Although both employed the Azure Lotus secret technique, Xiaolingo had only grasped its superficial aspects, while the Azure Emperor wielded it with unparalleled mastery. However, as her consciousness intertwined with the essence of the Fairy Yunying, an overwhelming and indescribable force instantly ensnared her spirit, surging like a bolt of lightning into her being, relentlessly ascending towards her crown and inexorably penetrating her spiritual realm. Just as Tai Shirci arrived before him, Cao Cao's gaze fixated on the object affixed to his right-hand iron halberd, harboring significant doubts regarding its dimensions. Thankfully, in a brief moment, the Jade Emperor of the Eastern Celestial Court, the Queen Mother, the Tathagata of the Thunder Sound Temple in the West, along with various representatives of the scattered immortals, gathered in full assembly. The Xiantong Daoist fled across countless miles but could never truly escape Tai Xian, ultimately being intercepted. In a fit of rage, the Xiantong Daoist brandished the Jade Ruler and charged towards Tai Xian, embodying a desperate and frantic resolve. Zhang Ruyun was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. The Thunder Mirror was originally a treasure of Xia Honglian, and having just struck down the Taiying madam, he had conveniently retrieved it into his pouch. Now, seeing the old lady demanding it from him, he was naturally astonished. However, upon reflecting on her intentions, he chose not to respond immediately and handed over the Thunder Mirror from his pouch. Meanwhile, Zhai Xinwei swung the large crank with reckless abandon, smashing it towards the 4 townsfolk without a hint of restraint. "You have brought this upon yourselves, haven't you?" Zhang Wuning observed with an expression of bemusement, while those around him were equally taken aback. The Tiger King did not anticipate that Zhang Ruyun would resort to such reckless and peculiar tactics. In a moment of dire urgency, he unleashed a thunderous roar that sent Zhang Ruyun flying. The Dingling sisters, having recently acquired the ability to comprehend human speech, understood his words but were unwilling to comply, creating a ruckus in the trees. "I do not sell medicated plasters or medicinal wine. I teach martial arts." In Chang we could no longer contain himself and suddenly interjected, serving as a direct rebuttal to Guan Heping. Moments later, Yifeng's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes to behold a strikingly beautiful visage. Yi Yun's breath quickened. She took a deep breath and struck the 2 assassins with her swords, sending their lifeless bodies plummeting from the heights. Qin Bai gazed in astonishment at Qilong. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the creature before him was transformed from Qilong. Flames surged within the Sand Ninja camp, rising alongside the fury of the Sand Ninjas. Orochimaru. A furious shout rang out as a blazing orb of incandescent fire hurtled towards the giant serpent. Though the fireball was not large, it radiated an indescribable brilliance, resembling a massive cluster of white light, surrounded by wispy clouds reminiscent of evening glow, resembling a miniature sun with an ineffable essence. "Thank you, Your Highness," the Duchess of Dinghua exclaimed, clearly delighted by the exquisite set of jewelry, a collection of Hetian jade adornments. She felt grateful that Ziying had encountered Nanny Ning, whose assistance over the past year had alleviated her burdens. The sky grew slightly overcast, and the scenery appeared shrouded in a grayish-white hue, giving it a dim and desolate air that weighed heavily on the heart. With a soft thud, the ball was blocked by Qini Feng, who had pursued from behind, striking the backboard and bouncing back. Zhang Million hurriedly remarked, "Everything has been buried, just as you said, out of sight, out of mind. If it were merely Ron's divine realm, it would naturally be unable to impede the departure of Bane's avatar. However, combined with the crystalline barrier and divine power isolation, everything within Ron's crystalline barrier seemed to dwell in darkness, entirely imperceptible to the outside world. Thus, amidst the hurried sounds of crawling, Ron began to wait quietly. After approximately a quarter of an hour, an elderly moonlight mouse with gray fur emerged from the cave, sitting directly before Ron. Observing him, and the bared fangs of the broken tooth behind him while emitting a series of chirps, Su Jianya, upon hearing Yubapa's words, did not immediately respond. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the adjacent wall. He unleashed all his martial skills, extracting the beast's spirits from his opponent with each technique. However, very few noticed the chopsticks. Most assumed that Tang Li couldn't bear to watch or was provoked into action, ultimately drawing his sword. Yu Zheng silently pondered for a considerable time, discreetly calculating how to address this unforeseen anomaly. After carefully listening and observing around the tent to ensure no one would disturb him, he returned inside, seated himself, and closed his eyes, gradually sensing the golden light in his mind. A purple Lamborghini approached from afar, closely followed by a matte black Audi Q7. Let them tremble. It is not our concern. Zhao Taizhu was the one who eliminated them, was he not? Sun Lei inquired. Damn, are they truly serious? Have I been misjudging all along? Did they really dare to lay a hand on me? The audience collectively gasped, realizing that even if no points were awarded, witnessing these four ferocious beasts was indeed worth the ticket price. Damn it, Xiao Yi cursed under his breath, feeling a weight in his heart as he glanced towards both sides, suspecting he had been encircled. Xiu Feng grinned. Wang Hao, I've long admired you, extending his hand in a gesture that appeared eager for camaraderie. Leading the charge was the six-toed red-tailed beast, its crimson eyes ablaze, its face contorted in a menacing grimace. I am indeed the villain, Ma Qiyang acknowledged, knowing that Bauer had realized his identity, displaying no fear in his voice. He even expressed a hint of pride before lifting Bauer into his arms. Hee, Shaochen chuckled, though Ningxia's words were devoid of humor and somewhat hurtful. He found himself laughing quite naturally nonetheless. You set me up? Chen Yu glared at the brazen black creature. Seemingly coming to a realization, he shouted furiously. Mo Qingqiu and Dugu Yin refrained from recklessly charging towards the fiery dragon. Their sword lights dimmed as they gracefully descended beside Liliana. Now, they were to surrender all items brought except for their daily necessities, implying that for an entire month, they would be devoid of phones, computers, or tablets to entertain themselves. Orochimaru was entirely unfazed by Luosha's murderous intent, believing that Luosha lacked the capability to restrain him here. With Orochimaru's leadership, Shu Yun's group managed to withdraw with relative ease, a source of reassurance in the midst of battle. Yet, upon their secure departure, the distant cacophony stirred a sense of urgency, and as Shu Yun glanced back, he beheld a sea of gold and the serpents rampaging across the battlefield. By the time Gu Huayan regained his composure, Lu Yanxue had already vanished, her speed rivaling that of a rabbit. The bamboo surrounding them seemed endless, leaving one to wonder what kind of place this truly was. Cheng Ji landed on the ground, casting a glance at the weary individuals sitting directly upon the earth, shaking his head in disbelief. Have they skimped on the work? As Dragathorn circled around the third infrared emitter, he discovered that the underground here was devoid of any presence. However, he refrained from hastily advancing and continued his reconnaissance downward, ultimately uncovering that the enemy's tactic involved striking down a section of the ground with each emitter. It was perplexing where these scoundrels had sourced such an abundance of iron plates. A tremendous backlash surged forth from my mouth, overwhelming me with a sense of bewilderment as my inner spiritual energy surged uncontrollably. Perish. The meteorite warhead not only possessed formidable penetrating power, but also encountered minimal external interference during its flight. Without excessive deliberation on the parameters, Dragonthorn squeezed the trigger. This stone tablet seemed to have a connection with our ghostly realm. At that moment, the elder of the Super Ghost clan inquired, but did not elaborate further. In the initial round, Blood Flood did not gain any advantage. Instead, it suffered losses. It appeared to realize the impending danger as it dove headfirst into the thick underbrush, swiftly fleeing towards the direction of Black Dragon Lake behind the mountain ridge without looking back. We cannot pursue them any longer. Continuing the chase risks leading us astray and losing our fundamental judgment, I cautioned Sanpang. The company stabilized, and Qin Zihao was finally less occupied. Just after returning from Huajiao Group, I received a call from Jiang Xian. Upon hearing these words, the Bull Demon King remained unfazed, gesturing to tuck Li Yingxiong into his robes, stating, "Since Shu Shan is extinguished, I shall promptly return to Shinyo Hujo to report to the Celestial Master." With that, he summoned a cloud of demon mist and headed towards Shinyo Hujo. For, aside from the Emperor himself, who among ordinary folk would dare utter such words or make such decisions, unless they were a madman speaking grandiose nonsense? Damao awoke groggily, casting a puzzled glance at me and then outside, as if recalling something, chattering to me in a flurry. Initially, everyone assumed Li Yunxi intended to engage in a courteous exchange with the Eagle King, yet none anticipated such a direct approach, resulting in immediate violence. Indeed, my fellow Taoists, it appears you have not yet dined. Allow me to showcase my unique culinary skills from the Heavenly Chef sect. With that, Yuan Zhu entered the back kitchen. The old madman had also visited MOMO's cultivation and repeatedly patted Shin Hu's shoulder, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. The blood-soaked Xiao Yu left a profound imprint on their consciousness, akin to a deity. As a modern individual, perhaps I would not act in such a manner, but how would the world perceive me, and how would they view In Yang? At this juncture, the only viable candidates to replace him were Zhang Jun and Du Shu. Zhang Diyuan, as is well known, held immense prestige, while Du Chong wielded military authority over the two Huai regions and gained renown after securing Jiankong Prefecture. Tian Xian returned to the gate, arriving at the main hall, where he saw his 4 senior brothers accompanying 2 unfamiliar young men for tea. Noticing their youthful and unfamiliar appearance, it seemed they were guests. Upon seeing Tian Xian, Feng Yi immediately exclaimed, "Junior brother Tian Xian." Originally intending to leave, Tian Xian was called back and reluctantly returned to the hall, where Feng Yi introduced him to the 2 men. Luo Sha stood before the ranks, announcing a disheartening piece of news that all Sand ninjas found unacceptable. Upon hearing it, a wave of sorrow swept through the crowd, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. Some were filled with rage, others with despair, while many harbored a bitter resentment towards the Hidden Leaf Village, feeling utterly powerless. Had they truly been defeated like this? Before the final battle had even commenced, they were already declaring defeat due to logistical failures. Such an outcome bore a certain theatricality. "Is your leader accompanying you?" From my vantage point, I could only see the back of a man shrouded in a trench coat. I could not discern his expression at that moment. "Are you suggesting that Yang Dong and Xie Jun are formidable characters in this year's first-year class?" I rose to a seated position on the bed, lit another cigarette, and inquired with renewed vigor. Subsequently, Yang Cheng and Miao Shou returned from the market, having sold 2 level 15 items in exchange for a pair of green level 15 leather pants. Noticing the late hour, they logged off. He sensed that within the myriad realms, there existed a certain bias in the heavenly order, an intertwining of the celestial path with the way of the menders, which disrupted its flow, yet simultaneously restored it. As Wang Wei reveled in the comfort of his dream, reluctant to awaken, he gradually became conscious. Realizing he was being lifted from an airplane, the motion of the lift was executed impeccably, yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, as if he had witnessed this action in some peculiar context before. In the next moment, his palm shattered, fragments of bone and blood from the divine being splattering across the celestial expanse, staining it crimson. Among their own ranks, 2 individuals had inadvertently inhaled the powdered medicine and slipped from their horses. Jiang Nan was compelled to remain in Luo Tian, dispatching his various avatars to summon acquaintances to come to Luo Tian and pledge their allegiance. At that time, Li Shao was fearlessly audacious. Not only was he formidable within his own village, but even the neighboring Wang family village would hastily avoid him. Xie Jing grasped Jin Shihan's hand, preparing to rise and shut the window when, inexplicably, an apple from the coffee table fell to the ground, rolling to rest upon their delicate, porcelain-like feet. "No problem, seniors. Please command them as you see fit. You must also heed the seniors' words." The latter half of the statement was directed at the 9 cultivators present. On their elder's arm, a grievous wound had appeared. Even more terrifying was the ominous shadow of a hand looming over him, nearly cleaving their elder in 2. His arm felt numb, as if an unseen force were assaulting his body. At Chu Yi's level of power, he had gained a substantial understanding of the title master of the divine continent. To stand out among such a multitude of siblings, one must achieve something remarkable. To unravel this overwhelming demonic force would require more than a fleeting moment. If one were to wait too long, even with Zhu Gu's considerable magical skills, the likelihood of survival would dwindle to a mere fraction. The deep blue silk glimmered in the firelight, and the ordinary first-rate monk had already departed. As Song Yu approached with his hands clasped behind his back, a flicker of astonishment crossed Chung Kun's face. However, little did they anticipate that their young master was the one injured. It was a resounding slap to their pride, nearly rendering them faint. Just as the last Han soldier exited the city gate, a thunderous crash echoed as a large stone, measuring roughly 3 feet square, was hurled down from the city walls, landing precisely at the gate. The Han soldiers were drenched in cold sweat, realizing that had they delayed even a moment longer, they would have been crushed to a pulp. Did you notice that? The Mad Ant observed Su Qinyang's silence and, with a wry smile, poured himself another glass of strong liquor. I chuckled upon hearing this response, and when Zhu Yin heard voices outside, she emerged from the room. Upon seeing Dedetsi, she smiled. And then I introduced Zhang Tizui to Zhu Yin, recounting Zhang Tizui's desire to take Han Yi as his apprentice. Shu Yun and the Azure Bird crouched in the corners of the city wall, discreetly observing the flickering shadows outside. They exhibited no impatience whatsoever. Rather, they appeared to be enjoying the spectacle of the ninjutsu being unleashed, almost as if they were spectators at a theatrical performance rather than warriors preparing for battle. After all, with no tasks assigned to them, why not indulge in the entertainment? Defending the city is a different affair than engaging in open warfare. The presence of the walls and barriers meant they did not even need to dispatch troops. As they gazed at the rolling yellow river in the distance, a vivid image flashed through their minds. On the dragon throne of Woyang, Emperor Li Tsonka beamed with delight at reports from the north of Jin. Yet, they quickly snapped back to reality. While Woyang had triumphed, what of the situation in Fuzhou? In an instant, Nangong Doling was completely engulfed in darkness, immobilized as if her body had been encased in cement. According to the investigations by Shinsong Guangxi and Goku Kenichi, it was alarmingly discovered that Kikuchi Hiroshi had visited several judges of the Oga Prize just days before its announcement. Although Cao Cao wept bitterly, it was all too late. His meticulously cultivated Yinzhou had devolved into a realm of despair, with countless soldiers and civilians either dead or missing, and hundreds of thousands left homeless and displaced. Cao Cao had also lost his foundation for domination. Indeed, since the destruction of the city of Sui, the entire Anqi Tang army had been rendered homeless. Though the distant call of the Eastern Tang still echoed, that homeland felt like a world away, separated by countless mountains and valleys, unreachable in mere days. Just moments ago, when the young lady awoke, the sword sheath coincidentally sought an audience, thus the maidservant dared not conceal the truth. Saixing responded with remarkable finesse, deftly reinforcing the young lady's earlier statements without implicating the sword sheath that delivered the message. A few days prior, it had been mentioned that the commander would need to prepare materials for submission to the Bureau for evaluation and complete a research report, which might result in a brief hiatus in updates. I concede, he said, though I may not resemble Teacher Chun, we share the same passion. Strong Brother spoke with a hint of bashfulness. During lunch, which lasted merely 5 minutes, he hurried to the basketball court upon finishing, only to find others playing, and quickly joined in. Thank you. You are unlike any other man, Ma Yu said, momentarily taken aback, then gazed at Lin Han with gratitude. Are you suggesting that the young master is only enamored with Fanner's beauty? Fan Tianlu chuckled inwardly, then glanced at Dongfang Jian. However, when they expressed their desire to leave, Shinmu Yu was less than pleased. You wish to depart? She declared, and with a flick of her hand, 3 stones soared through the air, striking the back of the heads of the 3 individuals. The stones penetrated their skulls, leading to their instantaneous demise. I understand. It seems you have truly grown senile, Lin Feng remarked before vanishing, leaving behind a stunned figure and a smiling young Xie Tian. Among the observers, some genuinely cared for Lin Han, while others relished the misfortune, delighted that their rival had been diminished. We are classmates, though there have been some conflicts. He harbors a dislike for me and seeks to cause me trouble, Shen Muyu said, shrugging her shoulders and casting a look of feigned innocence at George. As Lan Duo attempted to undress, she endeavored to keep her eyes open. After her exertions left her drenched in sweat, she proclaimed, regardless of our identities, what you must understand is that I saved your life. The apothecary, with a frosty demeanor, spoke unabashedly without a hint of embarrassment. The van carrying Yi Zichu seemed to deliberately choose secluded routes, amplifying her growing trepidation. Time passed uncertainly until the vehicle finally came to a halt. Before Yi Zichu could assess her surroundings, the door was abruptly flung open from the outside. His intention was not to desecrate the deceased, but to seek the elusive celestial spirit herb. Should it be absent, he would leave post-haste. The members of the dark faction exchanged glances, recognizing a suppressed excitement in one another's eyes, as they finally comprehended why Orochimaru had summoned the sealing team. 500,000 explosive talismans were set to detonate here, heralding a grand display of fireworks, perhaps reflecting humanity's intrinsic penchant for brutality. As they felt a shiver of thrill merely at the thought, the placement of the explosive talismans required a modicum of skill. Jiajue spoke with utmost conviction. Believing his words left no room for doubt. Renowned for his exceptional talents, Song Jun, upon entering the view of Shenlong City, adhered to military orders and swiftly commenced the siege, with over 300 ships carrying 5,000 troops, maneuvering through the barrage of arrows from the city walls towards the east. Failing to exert effort and then contemplating cheating on exams is not entirely misguided. You too must focus on your studies. If there is no progress this time, there will be consequences. Faced with these problematic parents, Su Yi, despite his typically good nature, could no longer contain his frustration. Lin Xiaoxiao bowed her head to check her backpack, finding her keys and phone inside. There was nothing else on her seat. What could she possibly have forgotten? Upon hearing Luo Qingxue's remarks, Nangong Yu's expression shifted to one of discontent. Regardless, after 9 o'clock, someone would come to relieve the shift. And he held no concerns regarding any unusual occurrences in the security room. As he ventured further, Ji Yunyang easily spotted Gong Qingshan curled up on the sofa, resembling a delightful, lazy cat in slumber. However, unlike other cats that appeared cozy, Gong Qingshan's demeanor seemed rather pitiable. Beside her, Qingyin wore an expression of exasperation. Pondering what her mistress could have possibly said, she distinctly recalled her mistress stating that the emperor favored those who were not virgins, which seemed utterly implausible. Alas, the Ministry of Works still required them to pay for weaponry, a remarkable historical curiosity indeed. Li Xian continued to lament over his dwindling funds. When did Su's memory become so poor? Mu Lin Chuan strode over to Sui with long strides, squinting as he inquired, "What brings you here?" "Mother, what are you doing here?" Pei Zhaoer exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Aunt Xiao, quickly releasing her grip on Wei Jing's clothing. Having rested upon Fu Qinzhou throughout the night, Gu Jin felt a certain rigidity enveloping her entire being. Instinctively, she attempted to shift, yet the arm encircling her waist tightened slightly. Not long ago, that scoundrel Chen Pingon had boasted of capturing the attention of Lady Jiyu, even indulging in a night of passion with her. Jiang Yinshu had promptly relayed this to Linger, who was likely now lamenting her fate. Bai Chuan's assertions were indeed accurate, had he chosen to remain indifferent and feign ignorance. How could Cao Cao refrain from harboring suspicions? Zhao Shun felt a lump form in his throat, realizing why His Majesty had dispatched him to summon concubine Su, only to later call him back with a remark about her brewing medicine due to his illness. Madame Jiang and Wana sat in the pavilion at the lake center, where a fresh blanket of snow had fallen over Tanzhou the previous night. The fire in the stove blazed warmly within the draped pavilion. Thus, it was imperative that he support Bai Chuan in this matter, even if it meant fabricating lies without hesitation. Gu Shao embellished the events of the past few days when recounting them to Bai Shuangshuang. Recently, Bai Shuangshuang had not been in the capital, and upon hearing this news, her temper flared, emboldened by her royal lineage to confront Gu Lin. The afternoon sun was somewhat blinding, and upon dismounting from the carriage, before she could even ascertain her surroundings, she was nearly knocked to the ground by the crowd. In that instant, the Demon Slayer Corps found themselves once again lost within the Infinite City, struggling to regroup amid the myriad of seemingly unscientific edifices. Should negotiations falter, the sword sect's leader beside them would undoubtedly shatter his cup as a signal. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, as 500,000 explosive talismans detonated in a chain reaction. The resonant noise was akin to 1,000 thunderclaps simultaneously erupting, reverberating through the heavens and causing discomfort to all who heard it. At that moment, a vast mushroom cloud billowed from Jieging Mountain City, with the flames visible from miles away. As the explosive talismans detonated, Luo Sha led a contingent of troops in pursuit of the Konoha army. And upon hearing the prospect of severely undermining Wang Tianjie's reputation, Yuan Shao could hardly contain his exhilaration. Allow me to clarify. A quasi-divine being can never hope to contend with a true god, especially one who is a sovereign of an entire realm. Idris proclaimed coldly, his form flickering as he engaged Bai Jian in close combat once more. The seventh great thief bellowed, boom. A tremendous sound erupted as he opted for self-detonation in his final moments. A massive question mark loomed in the mind of Prime Minister Gue, utterly shattering his previous understanding. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Yang Fan and Duanmu Yang were embroiled in a fierce struggle, though Duanmu Yang held a significant advantage. Claiming Yang Fan's life within a short time frame proved no simple task. Old man, we are from the police station. We've heard of your extensive knowledge regarding the history of this area and wish to inquire about a few matters, Yu Xiaoyang feigned. If anyone else provokes him. Amuki voiced his deepest concern. This is the lightest punishment I could impose upon you. Do not let me see you again. Begone. Wang Tianjie thundered in anger. If this endeavor succeeds in eliminating Dongzhuo, the alliance leader and other generals will undoubtedly remember your contributions, and the common folk will extol your virtues. Oh. Why be so modest? It's merely a matter of making a phone call, hardly a bother at all, the three scions said with beaming smiles. Nietzsche waved his hand, retracting the azure flames, causing the temperature in the alley to plummet swiftly, halting the melting of the walls. With a grin, Nietzsche inquired of Mo Wuing. Yin Yu's words were so audacious that they caused Master Gu and the others to exchange glances of surprise. Master Gu raised his chin slightly, and a burly man gradually stepped out of the ranks, striding toward Yin Yu. Although his pace was slow, each step left a profound impression in the ground. Crossing over the fiery braziers, may life be prosperous. Wu Wu's voice resonated, prompting Yin Yu to break into a grin. Astonished at how well Murong Yin remembered the lines she had casually devised long ago. After much contemplation, Lu Xinchang concluded that there was but one explanation. The recently ascended Buno Pharmaceuticals was secretly scheming. Upon investigation, he indeed uncovered some clues, revealing a past conflict between the company's CEO, Wang Nanshan, and Li Changkong. At that time, Huanxi had already circulated her true energy several times, gradually sinking it into her internal organs, allowing her vital energy and meridians to restore their usual tranquility. Frankly speaking, this time, she ought to express gratitude to Qingyuan. The impact of the water cannon forced Yang to squint as he tilted his head, struggling to swim forward with one hand and both feet. At that moment, Yang was not only burdened by the weight of the bullet box but also had to evade the water cannon's assault while suppressing the terror induced by the machine gun's sweeping fire, which left him in a state of immense distress. Qing'er, Bai Mao Nu quickly jolted to a halt. Qing's words were clearly too impertinent, revealing the eerie and sinister aura of that demonic presence. Out of a sense of guilt, Mao Nu, disregarding her anger, hurriedly rushed to Qing's side, seizing her arm firmly. In the past, no matter how often Chai Min threatened to leave the palace, she would invariably return within half a year. Yet this time, she had been gone for over 20 years without a trace, making it difficult not to speculate. Naturally, the request to engage in war against the Land of Wind was utterly ludicrous. The third Hokage had no desire to entangle himself further in that conflict. Although the Western Front had achieved victory, the situation in Konoha was far from optimistic. It was best to avoid war whenever possible. Thus, the third Hokage lingered for half a month, engaging in discussions 7 or 8 times before the Sand Ninja finally submitted the surrender document. Upon receiving the document, the Konoha ninja examined it, only to find that it still contained no provisions for material compensation. In truth, Zhang Xiong was no ordinary figure. He was the formidable leader of the righteous army, Zhang Sanba, with Zhang Xiong being his alias. Accompanying him were the brothers Yuan Fong and Yuan Zheng, known as the esteemed generals of the righteous army, Yuan Jingang and strategist Yuan Luho, both of whom also used aliases. I shall not leave. Let me see if Xie Yemen can indeed kill me or not. Dissatisfaction among the populace remains prevalent, for after all, the dominion of the century was forged through their relentless efforts. To now demand their departure is indeed a bitter pill to swallow. If I were to challenge them to contend with you, they would undoubtedly exert themselves to the utmost. Do you believe it? I took a drag from my cigarette, shrugged my shoulders, and replied with a smile. Focus on your studies in class. I shall periodically assess your progress. He languidly reclined in the back seat, his gaze shimmering with mirth as he regarded her. Amidst the chaotic scene, an unexpected voice suddenly pierced the air, and an elderly man, hunched and burdened, entered the room, observing the unfolding spectacle with a bemused expression. The concocted smoke she had prepared had a duration of a full 24 hours. There was little fear of their evasion. Even if it didn't incapacitate them entirely, it would at least diminish their ranks considerably. With everyone preoccupied with their work, finding a partner often proved challenging. However, such a company-hosted soiree presented a splendid opportunity for social connection. After a thorough lesson, the students indeed recognized that Xiao Baozu possessed formidable abilities and extensive knowledge, thereby deepening their admiration for her. Gung Haosher and Yang Miming circled the artificial lake thrice. "Elder brother, I shall return to school now," Yang Miming announced before departing. As anticipated by Moe Feng, the proposal was unanimously approved. Once the board sanctioned it, the subsequent matters became significantly more manageable. Each department of Junlin International began to operate in close coordination, and by lunchtime, the official announcement had already been disseminated. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Mofeng furrowed his brow, set his bowl aside, and was overtaken by a violent bout of nausea. Recalling the events of the previous night, Lu Mofeng returned his phone to its original place. Tomorrow, he would devise an excuse for Gu Qizheng to call openly, thus avoiding the need for clandestine conversations in the changing room. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingxing and Gao Bao found themselves in an awkward predicament. Having failed to compete with Wang Han for the embroidered ball, they pondered whether to attend the emperor's congratulatory gathering for Li Qingxiao. At that moment, he had not anticipated her rushing out upon hearing the news, and in his failure to assist her when she stumbled, he felt solely responsible for the mishap. Without acknowledging the two, he stood up and strode towards the exit of the bar, tossing a few banknotes onto the counter as he departed. Nagong Yumio was not at all stingy with them. With a grand gesture, she proclaimed that each would receive a divine artifact and 20 exquisite elixirs. "Master Yun, what has transpired?" Dongfang Linger inquired upon entering the hall, where she found the anxious Master Yun. "For me?" Luo Dashan was astonished, having not worn anything new in years. Relying instead on the hand-me-downs of his brothers, Luo Zhiyong and Luo Jimin, he could hardly believe it was especially meant for him. "I see. I have no further queries. Let us formalize our pact." Luo Jie and Yoshida Masanobu exchanged knowing smiles, though inwardly they cursed their circumstances. However, another approach, centered on combat using ninjutsu, would require more substantial measures, though the odds still favored them greatly. Having spent considerable time with Tomahoko, Shu Yun had come to understand the nature of the Uchiha clan. Pleasing them invariably yielded favorable outcomes, and by showering them with praise, even the most daunting tasks could be accomplished. Indeed, even the nearby Bluebird seemed to have grasped the essence of the situation. With her hands clasped in earnest supplication, she bowed her head towards Tong Hua and implored, "I beg of you, Tong Hua-kun." In response, Tong Hua remained silent, a slight smile gracing his lips as he muttered, "How vexing." He then focused intently on driving. Although his cultivation had seemingly returned to its former glory, with hints of further growth, his body was grievously injured, rendering him with little chance against the formidable Qi Dekang, who had attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. At that moment, a player from the blue team, recently freed from restraint, rushed up from behind. Upon seeing his opponent leap, he instinctively followed suit, raising one hand high, ready to risk a foul to prevent a header. Notably, even Jiang Hong, the homeroom teacher of Sikong Su, had accompanied them. Presently, the academy had divided into two factions, one aligned with the dean and the other with Vice Dean Liu. Director Wang clearly sided with Vice Dean Liu, indicating that this was a deliberate trap set for the dean, rendering any potential fallout moot. "Elder Song, it seems that losing one arm is not sufficient for you?" Xin Yue, seething with unexpressed rage, directed a biting remark at Song Naowei. The cave twisted and turned. With numerous forks, yet the group followed the sounds of battle, ensuring they did not stray. Just as Duanmu Rue hesitated, Longxing exchanged a glance with the Jiao, who then drew a pistol, aiming it at Yifeng, who stood beside Duanmu Rue. Qi Dekang was left utterly speechless, his eyes wide in astonishment, struggling to articulate a single word. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing felt her face flush crimson, shooting a glare at Han Lu as she muttered, "I knew you would say something foolish. I'm leaving you behind." With that, she strode towards the classroom door, followed closely by Han Lu, who smiled as she trailed behind. When the wheel of fate becomes completely marred by the scars of time, and the dust settles, life reaches its conclusion. The wheel of fate decays and collapses. As Fang Jingyuan lunged forward, it was evident that a flicker of panic crossed Mr. Ding's eyes, fully aware of the vast disparity in their strengths. Noticing her unusual demeanor, the young man fiddling with the DSLR glanced at Wang Yuqing, then grinned. They wished to voice their pleas for retention, but the intimidating presence of the Imperial Guard nearby rendered them mute. Within Mo Yunlingfeng, as the two streams of opposing elemental energies coursed through the same meridian, they sparked a conflagration of black and white. Upon entering, he turned on the lights to find the villa in even greater disarray than before. Cabinets and tables lay overturned, clearly indicating that intruders had once again invaded, likely searching for Tang Ruoruo and her companions. After capturing the Eastern Palace Guard who had followed Zhao Yang at Tangshan the previous year, Song Yanzhao had instructed Shi Hu to interrogate him. However, the guard remained tight-lipped despite Shi Hu's numerous attempts. As Muing departed from Jingchong, she felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, constantly urging Mu Jin to return and see her. As I recently scanned with my spiritual awareness, it became evident that none of the villagers possessed the bloodlines of those from bygone years. Given that merely a century has passed, it is inconceivable that their lineage could have diluted to the extent that it eludes the senses of someone as adept as Mo Yunlingfeng. Song Yanzhao strolled slowly along the elongated corridor, the night breeze refreshing against his skin. The earlier excitement waned, giving way to a rising tide of unease. As for the four individuals undergoing tribulation, their status as rogue cultivators rather than disciples of any sect was something they could hardly believe. It was implausible for any rogue to possess the combined strength of one in the integration stage and three in the god transformation stage without being backed by a preeminent power. Kakashi was diligently training in the practice field, having recently developed a formidable lightning technique. The jutsu, which resembled the chorus of 1,000 birds singing, was aptly named Chidori. However, this technique bore a significant flaw. His dynamic vision struggled to keep pace with its rapid execution, rendering it challenging to adapt to sudden changes during its use. He was in the process of refining this jutsu to enhance its efficacy. Qi Xing wore a grim expression, dark enough to seem as if it could drip with despair. He turned sharply to young Jitian, who hovered nearby. Without needing any encouragement from Song Ming, Sadra instinctively unleashed his ultimate technique, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that he recklessly redirected towards Song Ming, driven by vengeance. Strangely, they were not besieged by any demonic entities, largely due to the unique circumstances surrounding the Tian family. This marked the first time young Master Bai issued a direct order to attack. Previously, they had only methodically dismantled formations while simultaneously defending. Thus, it could be considered a first in their approach. How did you manage to rid yourself of that wretched spirit from the gate of life and death? Have you gained the upper hand? Songming inquired eagerly. Tian Bufan spoke directly, suggesting that they should proceed without delay, as lingering could lead to unforeseen complications. Given that Meyer had already spoken, it seemed that there was a necessity for action, thus it was unlikely to be a misstep. This was one of the foremost powers in the sacred heavenly realm, and it was audacious for anyone to act so brazenly at the entrance of the Grand Heavenly Tower. There is no need for concern, young master. The safety of Xian Shui should remain intact, and Gong has likely only placed him under temporary house arrest. Once circumstances stabilize, he will still require Xian Shui's assistance to maintain order, Liu remarked, casting a glance at Wei Jie before lowering his gaze. Though Zhang Xiong echoed Lu Mu's sentiments, his words dripped with palpable malice, which caused Lu Mu, who had been elated moments before, to furrow his brow in dissatisfaction. I can do it, Hikawa Yoko exclaimed. Shedding her previous reticence, her face flushed with excitement. May I inquire if you have ever experienced love? After a brief pause, Taimura Kikuko looked up. Yu Feng smiled, seemingly recalling an answer, and then turned to give Binggu a knowing glance. Kikuko thought to herself that this was quite normal. If the band had true talent, they wouldn't have been invited to the island in the first place. Earlier, due to Sado Esike's protection, he had left his secret technique crystal within the temple. According to his intention, this matter is undoubtedly intertwined with several members of the family. Now, only by securing the position of the family heir can one ensure the safe return of the individual. The group deliberately created some noise, and before long, lights were ignited in the main bedroom of the burly man. After a brief bout of rivalry, it was ultimately Lu Qing who bid $75 million to acquire the bracelet. Though Da Yingzi felt a twinge of vexation, she was fortunate that those around her continually urged restraint, preventing her from losing control. Presently, with the inability to locate that batch of weaponry, these mafia members have cast suspicion upon the treasure hunters and excavation teams, believing they inadvertently stumbled upon and stealthily removed the arms during their outdoor pursuits. Unlike the previous incursion by the Frisia Force, where the two parties were in close proximity, with only 2 jumps and a few days of flight to reach their destination, Gula is currently situated at the far end of the cosmos. To reach Earth would be akin to the invasion of Vegeta, requiring over a year of travel time. When discussing acquisition, it is prudent to wait until the sophisticated aircraft enter the early stages of mass production. The already launched Hongxi Airlines can conveniently facilitate the share transfer to execute the acquisition plan. While engrossed in studying the newly crafted Barbie doll, a soft exclamation suddenly reached his ears. Turning around, he saw Lu Changjin, the elderly gentleman who had just given him a cake. "Is this your white fang sword technique? What of your intent? Your resolve, unwavering and relentless? Are you truly wielding a blade? Do you believe you are employing ninjutsu?" Shu Yun's tone grew increasingly intense, his movements quickening. He wielded the blade with the force of a hammer, each strike colliding against the white fang's short blade. Each slash became swifter and more ferocious, causing the white fang blade to hum incessantly, while Kakashi's wrist trembled under the pressure, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene of a battlefield littered with corpses, Lu Yunfei sheathed his heavy machine gun and revealed a knowing smile. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. After all, it was composed of marble, a truly astonishing sight, and they felt a pang of fear towards this young man. One punch from him would be catastrophic. The battlefield shifted gradually, yet the situation remained stalemated. The attacking side, led by the two major guilds, pressed forward relentlessly, while the defenders, despite suffering heavy losses, did not concede, resulting in a fierce and indecisive clash. Introduction: the Hellhound is a beast that guards the gate of the infernal realm, a creature that embodies true malevolence. They are bloodthirsty and merciless, hailing not from hell itself, but from a realm far more terrifying. Beigong Ming is an astute individual. Just moments ago, the 8th Master had articulated the issue quite clearly. According to his assessment, the situation remains rather dire. "Have you declined the family head's suggestion to inherit the primary assets under the Hellion family?" As soon as they exited the Hellion family estate, Hellion Yun hurriedly inquired about the conversation's content. Shi Yun calmly recounted the gist of the discussion, leaving Hellion Yun in a state of astonishment. This strike is formidable. Even before the blade arrives, a chilling aura invades Yunguo's body, causing a subtle pain and inflicting damage in the range of 3,000 to 4,000. Coupled with the relentless pursuit of 24 attacks from behind, Yunguo found himself ensnared once more. However, Lin Jie was not in the mood to smile, as he sensed something amiss. Generally, it was improbable for a mere tip to stabilize a golden-hued orb of such magnitude atop it. The two sides engaged fiercely in combat. Although the strays clashed with the military dogs, many of them, upon breaching the confines of the military enclosure, were immediately enticed by the taste of pork bones, leading them to believe that even death would be a worthy sacrifice. Yet, old friend, my blood before the prince of the demon clan could finish his words. The sage emerged, stating, "Prince, if you refuse to aid Lin Jie, then even if I misjudged you, neither I nor Feng will extend our assistance." Lin Jie was taken aback by the sage's fierce resolve, which swiftly incapacitated the prince of the demon clan. Originally, Zhou Guifeng and Lu He returned from Zhou Guishue's residence in high spirits, as their family business was flourishing, and her elder sister constantly sought to curry favor with her. However, upon her return, she was confronted with the sight of Yi Cheng embracing Lu Xiaoqing, instantly dampening her mood. Severed limbs, blood, and the sounds of wailing filled the air, transforming the landscape into a veritable hellscape, with the heavy scent of blood permeating the hearts of all present. As for Wan Honglian, she was currently curled up beneath Yayue's feet, clutching a piece of fried chicken leg in her mouth. In truth, Kagura Sakazaki was somewhat vexed. How could this fellow, Takahashi Higashi, manage to write 2 manuscripts simultaneously, both with explosive potential? The North Museum, shielded by mountainous terrain, posed certain restrictions against large equipment such as tanks. However, it had little effect on individual heavy weaponry. Just after capturing the city of Zhengzhou, Jiang Guang dispatched the 22nd Division southward along the Ping'an Railway. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, a fire-breathing dragon with a deep blue hue appeared before them all. The mere transportation of the Second Army, comprising 150,000 personnel and their equipment, mobilized an entire fleet of over 100 cargo ships, each exceeding 1,000 tons. It took 3 days of transport to successfully land the entire Second Army at Songhu. A potent aura of youthful exuberance surged forth, nearly overwhelming Takahashi Higashi and Kagura Sakazaki. Shu Yun gazed at the animated figure before him, noticing the fan emblem emblazoned on his attire. A member of the Uchiha clan? Does the Hinakami family possess such extraordinary and rare creatures? With a hint of surprise, Shu Yun regarded this intriguing individual. then chuckled lightly before launching a punch that sent the opponent crashing to the ground, akin to a ball thrown with force. Kakashi, observing the figure face down on the ground, remarked with a furrowed brow as a metallic sound echoed sharply against the cavern walls, followed by a series of inexplicable knocks. Yi Fantian responded with a smile, acknowledging that the emergence of his son's strength had brought about significant changes to the Yi family. At that moment, the city lord, in the midst of recovering her cultivation, sensed danger and abruptly opened her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of dark blue coldness flashing within them. With a disdainful snort, she pressed her fair palm downward. Qin Xuanhao opened his captivating eyes, leaping up gracefully, his long hand lifting the car curtain as he stepped out of the vehicle. He gazed at the Kaifeng building, shrouded in a veil of mist in the distance, a trace of admiration crossing his gaze, despite having visited countless times. He could not help but feel a sense of wonder. This is not a certainty. The ancient formation previously indicated the profound heritage of the poison sect. It is worth noting that this is merely a branch. The headquarters must undoubtedly be significantly stronger, Kong Ji stated earnestly. The crowd exchanged glances, curiosity filling their expressions as they pondered over Li Xiang's thoughts. What could he possibly mean by the semblance of truth and illusion? What was he attempting to convey? Upon witnessing Yi Fantian's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Xian Hu couldn't help but express his resignation. Of course, that's splendid. Tang Tang responded without hesitation. As long as there was silver involved, it mattered not who provided it. The wind grew increasingly tumultuous, turning ferocious on this summer night, imparting a chill that felt oddly foreboding, as the eerie breeze added an unsettling tone to the night's brewing turmoil. Lin Yuming was unconcerned about the heat. Having eaten only a little at a couple's home in the mountains that morning, he was now ravenous, his stomach pressing against his back. He blew on his noodles while slurping them down, and within mere minutes, he had devoured an entire bowl, leaving not a drop of broth behind. The frail form of Qing Yin could hardly withstand such weather, spending her days languishing within Ming Long's abode. Daily, Ming Long would come and go, providing Qing Yin with cool water for her cleansing. Observing the ravaged Miss Shinobi village, Bardak felt it was about time. The grudge against the Ishi had been avenged, and they had received their due punishment. As for the innocents who perished in the bombing, their demise was regrettable. But it was a consequence of residing in such a village. The distance from the scene to the villa was not far. Yet that brief stretch of over 1,000 meters had night shadow gritting his teeth as he sprinted through it. Li took a few bites of the delectable dishes and remarked, "This situation cannot be succinctly explained. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, while hearing is deceiving. There exists a room just like this one in this building. Once my wife has finished her tasks, I shall take her upstairs to have a look." Yin Xiao, burdened with heavy thoughts, lost interest in the scenery and retreated to his inner chamber. Sitting pensively on the edge of his bed, he pondered over the perplexing situation. He had cast aside his own eldest prince, yet was willing to accept the son of the Yun clan. Was this merely an instance of love for the house extending to its inhabitants? Would his father and brother agree to adopt her grandson? Thus, the appearance of Jiang Junyu, if viewed correctly, might not bear any detrimental impact on him. Through the veil of light, the thunderous roar of lightning continued to resonate in his ears. Wang Jie did not linger, deftly evading the violent strikes of lightning as he surged deeper into the fray. "I understand, the so-called Dragon Guardian clan is but a pretext. You simply cannot forget your mother's past, can you?" Xiao Kuang sighed. The night passed in this manner. Though he yearned to entwine with Yufeng, one must confront reality. It would be 3 days before Shu Yun and the others would arrive at Pan City. To circumvent the amassed forces of the rock ninjas along the borders of the Earth Kingdom, they took an extensive detour, setting forth from the Rain Kingdom. They subsequently infiltrated the Bird Kingdom, where they disguised themselves and altered their identities to cross into the realm of the Earth Kingdom. Upon reaching the Bird Kingdom, Shu Yun and his companions reported to their stronghold, having chosen this route for safety, as their strength paled in comparison to the formidable factions of the Seven Sects and the Evil Sect. Along the way, they occasionally stumbled upon remnants of ancient battlefields, where weapons and artifacts lay abandoned, rendered useless and reduced to mere scrap metal. Unlike ordinary wolf ants driven solely by instinct, the Ant Queen possessed a level of intelligence surpassing that of an average human. She could distinctly sense that Hua Tian's objective was her. As commands were issued, hordes of wolf ants congregated before their queen. Among them was Bama Mei, whose ribbon magic relied on emotional bonds to unleash its true potency. However, having acquired this ability as an orphan, devoid of parental ties, the ribbon magic served little purpose beyond offering a modicum of restraint. Returning to my mother. The Shangguan family is not of noble descent, but rather the one engaged in the jade business, Prince Tang Lin stated calmly. Suddenly, a unique fluctuation swept across the wild realm, a phenomenon so peculiar that, at that moment, every cultivator, regardless of distance, could perceive it. The two descended the mountain, piloting their flying shuttle upward, elevating their altitude to 8 meters, keenly observing the surroundings below. At last, upon reaching a magnificent tower, the footsteps of Hua Tian and his companions came to a halt. Even though he had regained some composure, he still harbored a faint hope for a cigarette. Wishing to dull the chaos in his mind with nicotine, allowing him to analyze the bizarre situation more meticulously, Shenle ceased to speak. Recognizing that a person like Qin Xuan, with unwavering resolve, possessed a strong sense of self-awareness, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to alter his thoughts through mere words. Qin Qing found herself in a state of turmoil. She was well aware of Tang Yud's temperament. If others spoke ill of his sister, he would undoubtedly resist submission, inevitably leading to a quarrel. At last, Qian Cheng felt a sense of relief, reclining in his chair with his head tilted back, the corners of his mouth betraying an irrepressible smile. Upon hearing this, Zhong and Shu were left bewildered. The metallic insects had neither emerged from the ground nor been deterred by the cacophony of warning signs. How could one explain the two's experience at the base of the lava mountain? Hien recognized that the young man was robust, exuding a martial demeanor. Yet she sensed that his prowess posed no significant threat to her. While impressive to an ordinary person, he was merely at the master level. Though somewhat surprised, Hien was not astonished. When Xinyan was abruptly flung aside, struggling to regain her balance, but fortuitously she stumbled back onto the sofa where the two were seated, collapsing onto it with her hair disheveled, covering her face. Coincidentally, during the past few months when Qin Chonghuan and the others were away, the guest house had engaged the renowned singer, the gentle and graceful girl. Moreover, the price was exorbitant, 30 spirit-nourishing pills. Such treasures were not easily acquired. Yang Mo observed Chun Yu's unfazed demeanor, shaking his head with a smile in his eyes. Fortunately, this time they had insurance. When the moment came, he could restore his actions using reputation. Otherwise, Hien would not dare to be so reckless. However, in the vast expanse of Beiyin, even finding someone required subtlety. If Yin Hang were to catch wind of their intentions, the meticulously crafted plans of the past years would be rendered futile. Shu Yun advanced stealthily through the night, clad in an ebony ninja attire, with Tonghua and Qing Ao quietly trailing behind him. Panyin City, while seemingly a small town, is uniquely positioned at the heart of the Earth Country, far from the fringes. To the west, a mere 300 miles away, lies the stronghold of the Rock Ninjas, Rock Ninja Village, and to the east, 200 miles distant, is the capital of the Earth Country. This distinctive geographical location is precisely why their focus is set on Panyin City. You're talking nonsense, roared Xiang Ti, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yet upon glimpsing the voluptuous figure before him, he clenched his teeth and shut his eyes tightly. Naturally, being selected for the first team does not guarantee participation in the match. Even the substitutes face a formidable barrier. For Brooklyn, it is imprudent to dwell on such matters all at once. For goals out of 10 attempts, the tally matched that of David Beckham, with the sequence of goals identical, resulting in both teams sharing the top position with equal points. The referee, microphone in hand, announced the results in disbelief, while coincidental scoring was not unusual. The manner in which Lu Hao scored, mirroring Beckham's, was utterly remarkable. In a nearby clearing, Yifeng gracefully descended, seeking a relatively level patch of ground where he inscribed a medium-sized spatial magic teleportation array with the dragon bloodscales knife. Li Hai initially intended to engage the figure in the black robe, yet the words that emerged from her lips now caused him to furrow his brow. Her tone was clearly feigned, and the familiar sensation from that night had vanished entirely. Yifeng was nearly certain that this was the moment when the Reaper General was at his most complacent. The recent triumph over a formidable foe and the imminent achievement of his goal would undeniably diminish his guard to the lowest possible level. The NS room, though not spacious or luxurious, was impeccably clean and quite comfortable, a veritable boon for weary travelers. I, too, am at a loss. I waited for 3 days at the appointed place, yet still saw no sign of my master. However, various indications suggest that he has likely encountered no peril. The only plausible explanation is that he may have had urgent matters to attend to and departed for the southern continent ahead of schedule. Greetings, Uncle Zhang and Uncle Xie. Su Hongying cheerfully greeted the two middle-aged men in their 30s. The firearms used in competitions vary by country, yet overall, the differences are minimal. The enraged Shadowed One's speed surged dramatically, catching even Han Fei off guard. leaving him unprepared for defense. Thus, Master Guangjie could not allow this ancient demon to break free from its seal. It was imperative to eliminate this fiend, even at the cost of his own life. Wang Zheng, Su Biao, and others noticed Li Yunlong's arrival, but due to the distance from Tai Yuan, they could not discern his features and were unaware that the fully armed figure was Li Yunlong. We cannot engage in combat within this cave. We must go outside, Uchiha Madara stated calmly as he stood upright. At this moment, Han Fei and his companions were less than 100 meters from breaching the blockade, and in an instant, Han Fei unleashed the full power of his lightning. Having just attained the path to sanctity, Tong Tian bestowed such generous rewards upon them, leaving them profoundly grateful. Wang Jingzhong swiftly evaded, yet the fierce wind generated by the striking fists rendered him somewhat unable to conceal himself. However, he discerned that the individual before him, though possessing innate strength and speed, lacked the profound inner energy to sustain it, resulting in a rather feeble intensity of true qi. Witnessing this scene, Ran Huifei's immediate instinct was to approach the computer. Yet, as she made her way, her peripheral vision inadvertently caught a glimpse of a horrifying tableau unfolding before her eyes. Qingwu could never have anticipated that her foresight regarding the ink jade Qilin transforming into Tianming to wound her master would lead to such a turn of events. Despite her attempts to intervene and issue a warning against the ink jade Qilin, the situation had inexplicably escalated to Tianming inflicting harm upon her master. The following day, Yaoshi Tianshan received news from the outside world, accompanied by a slender booklet. Holding the booklet, Yaoshi Tianshan smiled faintly, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon. Utilizing the contents of the booklet and her own capabilities, she quickly established her foothold in the city of Pan-In, while on another front, Shu Yun's endeavors progressed remarkably well. The actions of Shijiro had offered Shu Yun some inspiration. He mused that it was wise to leave room for others, to nurture their expectations and hopes. Since she had expressed herself thus, he decided to acquiesce. In the midst of battle, Lin Li needed only to ensnare his opponent. His armed color haki relentlessly depleting with each of Gyumir's attacks, gradually accumulating experience in its application. Xiao Ziqian harbored deep-seated dissent, fully aware that the person before him harbored ill intentions. Yet, at that moment, his dissent would not deter the Li family from their intentions to keep him from leaving. It resembled a vessel designed for harvesting experimental subjects, equipped with a large-scale spatial folding device capable of accommodating millions of humans. I have no concerns. Their company is on an entirely different level from ours. Let us consult with Lao Yang, Lao Li, and Lao Yu to prepare for tonight's gathering. Wang Xian remarked with a hint of ambiguity, winking slyly. Ah, have we arrived? Both exclaimed in unison, disembarking and wide-eyed, mouths agape as they gazed about in bewilderment, still savoring the stunning vistas they had just encountered. Likewise, the proprietor behind the bar found himself unable to sleep, though his restlessness stemmed from excitement. Their thoughts were elsewhere. Merely relishing a rare moment of tea together, Morong Yun turned, and upon locking eyes with the breathtaking visage before her, her words faltered. She uttered only a reassuring phrase before leaping from the carriage in haste. Yuner was driving home when she noticed Qin Ming's call, her mind momentarily flustered, and she pulled over to the roadside before daring to answer. Damn it! Who will eliminate that abominable creature? It has thwarted my plans, Jean Shitzi exclaimed in fury, overturning the table in his rage. Indeed, that fourth child had just sent a distress signal to Qin who, having deliberately drawn a mark in his palm, clearly indicating his awareness. However, due to certain circumstances, he was compelled to feign ignorance. A friend who had visited previously, named Qinyu, had encouraged her, or else she would not have harbored such thoughts. Suddenly, Sheng Jiai spoke, leaving Tan Wanjun momentarily stunned. The Tang knife was exceptionally sharp. Though his cutting force was not substantial, the blade sliced through the wood as effortlessly as cutting tofu, producing a flurry of wood shavings. As the conversation unfolded, Zhang Qi found himself in tears, clearly demonstrating his deep affection for his wife. The mist, or rather the floating clouds, is a manifestation of water vapor in the air, resulting from the aggregation of particles. As the number of condensation nuclei in the clouds increases, the likelihood of water vapor collisions escalates, leading to the further coalescence of water particles until droplets are formed. Thus, many cultivators favor this phenomenon as a shortcut in their training, reaping greater benefits when their dual cultivation partner possesses higher prowess. Frustrated, the exasperated driver reluctantly extracted a bundle of 100 yuan notes from his bag and scattered them along the roadside. Zhu Xia, still feeling uneasy, escorted Zhao Ningning to a hotel, where they shared a bed, conversing late into the night until they finally succumbed to sleep in the early hours. Xia felt as though she had been struck on the head by a pie dropped from the heavens, leaving her dazed and uncertain about her next steps. However, reason triumphed over emotion, as it inevitably must, for there is no such thing as a free lunch, an adage that Xia held as her guiding principle. Although she inquired of Cheng Yan, Tan Yu's tone bore an unmistakable certainty, indicating her internal conviction. Just when Shu Yun believed the incident had passed, she realized it was merely the calm before the storm, heralding the onset of utter collapse. On the fourth day following Yao Shi Tianshan's return, the healer, who had maintained frequent communication, abruptly fell silent. Sensing something amiss, Shu Yun prepared to evacuate, securing the core documents of their stronghold within a sealing scroll while gathering the remaining materials together. Jia Xie, in a moment of unclear expression, likened the situation to Lu Jingxing and Yuan Binshu's absence. My ability to draw talismans is limited to a few types, and at this moment, my blood is insufficient for more complex incantations. The dark brown shell split apart, revealing tender white flesh, which then ruptured, spilling forth green blood and vibrant innards. With a fist-sized green orb emanating a soft glow, dispersing a verdant mist around it. The method of refining innate spiritual energy is no secret in the Tianyuan continent. Nearly everyone is aware of it. To imprison beings from the immortal realm and force them into servitude is no different from the so-called pure theory of celestial aura. Thus I am determined to alter this status quo. Ing Mei's brow furrowed, and Ping Haiyan's handsome visage revealed a steadfast resolve. The term monopoly began to proliferate across various industries, as many individuals embarked on such endeavors. It seemed the door had been stirred. At this moment, Hui appeared to have uncovered the mystery concealed behind the door, as it seemed to flicker slightly. Nevertheless, despite her words, Zhang Xinyue did not wish for Chun Bongrue's political career to come to an abrupt halt. She still believed that the affair between Chen Bongrue and Li Hehua was the root cause of the current predicament. We are aware that the formidable General Cao Cao is accompanied by his loyal and valiant generals, Cao Run, Xiahou Dun, and Su Chu, who stand in comparison to Liu Bei's warriors, Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Zhang Fei. Perhaps in the next life, they shall reappear, just as they have in past and present, to love and protect her. Father, I have a proposal that I wonder if it may be feasible. Wu Yang pondered before suddenly speaking. Therefore, after meditating, it is essential to engage in a systematic regimen of exercise to restore bodily functions, preventing any lingering ailments. However, as Sister Xia and Li Xian have yet to return, it is Yang Hanlu who bears the brunt of responsibilities at the milk tea shop. At this moment, with no customers present, she finds herself quite at leisure, even playing with rabbit ears. The winter sun blazed down, causing him to instinctively squint, slightly raising his head to scan the black car parked not far behind her. That was Fu Xinxing's vehicle, which he had seen before. It was the same car that had taken He Yin away from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Imose gazed at the seemingly fragile youth before him, disregarding any hurtful words he might utter, and stepped forward to embrace Xiao Ran tightly, pressing his face against his back, tears dampening Xiao Ran's clothing. How to deal with Lu Yi is a matter for our clan. It is not for you to meddle. Duga Xin scoffed, striding towards me. Turning to continue with the unfinished business, he noticed Bai Qian seated at the table, one hand holding a crystal cake and the other a mysterious dessert. Indulging in her meal, tears and food were swallowed together as they shared a smile, finishing the meal alongside Bai Qian. Esteemed guest, please come in. The attendant, noticing her exquisite attire made of fine silk, immediately came forth to greet her. When Lin Qian found him to explain her purpose, he felt a surge of joy within. At least it indicated that Fu Qiyuan still held him in regard and wished to offer him a chance for redemption. Yet now, hearing that someone was fervently pursuing Fu Qiyuan, who seemed to accept the suitor's flowers with delight, filled him with unease. I had no understanding of how severe the situation could become. What if Jiangnan were to become infamous because of this, leading to the loss of employment? The thought of the soil blocks being in danger was the first notion that crossed Shu Yun's mind. If this covert line had been infiltrated by an insider, their location would be exposed to the enemy's gaze. This cannot continue. With this thought, Shu Yun promptly activated all covert lines to relay a message. There is a traitor. Cease gathering. As he transmitted the information, he gathered his belongings and set out alone, uncertain of the current state of the soil blocks. One cannot simply conjure a story from the depths of the 9 netherworlds. The dangers it entails are not dissimilar to those of natural disasters. The more Wang Ke thought about it, the angrier he became. Anyone would feel aggrieved when attacked by an entirely unfamiliar person without provocation. Unable to find anyone on site to restore the situation, he would have to seek help elsewhere, not to mention that those skilled masters are often not easily summoned. The time it would take is simply too long. The nearest one by plane would take at least 40 minutes. Suwu's gaze darkened, and the blood tears at the corners of his eyes grew ever more brilliant as strange patterns began to spread from his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and enveloping his body, expanding like enormous wings. The data compiled by Sun Ronghai bore significant weight, providing him with a vivid understanding of the situation regarding biological invasions both domestically and abroad. Even the few night watchmen under Chun San initially displayed a flicker of tension before furrowing their brows. Chun Anbei's disappointment in Li Tian deepened. The latter was still too young, unaware of the vastness of the world, prompting Chun Anbei to shake his head in resignation. This elicited a glance from Chi Hu, who secretly deemed the other party sensible, and then he deliberately raised his voice, exclaiming, "I find these humans outside the city exceedingly foolish. Just consider. Their sudden approach must mean they have circumvented all our towns and ventured forth alone." The roar of a beast erupted from the heart of a Ferrari F12 TDF, instantly igniting a fervor in Chun Ziyuan's veins. To drive the car directly to the entrance was rather impolite. He was not one to engage in such discourteous actions. "I understand. You need not worry too much," Gao Yan said, planting a kiss on Lu Shi's forehead. Suddenly, he was bumped in the chest. Raising an eyebrow, he looked down to find a chubby child eagerly bumping his big head against him. Gao Yan playfully poked the child's forehead with his finger, causing the little one to tumble onto the couch with his limbs flailing in the air. Upon the arrival of Liang Shanbua, several armed guards cleared a path, allowing him and his aide to enter and resume their posts at the entrance. A surge of joy filled my heart. Disregarding everything else, I shouted to run towards the floating cloud ladder and was the first to dash ahead, with Iron daring closely following. Bashe sat there in a stupor, the king of you as well, and the water had not claimed his life. Yet she had killed him. He gazed upward at the dome of the hall, murmuring, "Honor? Supreme position?" At this, he chuckled softly. At this moment, the madman was still rolling on the ground, unable to evade the fatal strike of the vengeful spirit. My eyes burned with fury as I released the trident from my grasp, hoping to save the madman. A haunting smile adorned his handsome face, obscuring his true thoughts. Yet his smile seemed to signify agreement. Wang Long acted decisively, aware that this individual posed a grave threat to Dragon City and the Serpent Demon clan. He was no ordinary person. Jiang Shui, not one to be overly rigid, nodded in agreement, and the two entered the forbidden grounds of the back mountain together. The emotions, memories, and thoughts of the ghost spider were all inherited by Naruto. Both were driven by obsession at one time. The ghost spider's fixation on Kikyo surpassed even the later yearning for Anzi. Yet, when the demons had previously failed, why would they succeed this time? The intelligence captain led the charge, exuding an undeniable aura as he and his comrades broke through. An elite rock ninja, observing this scene, felt a surge of discontent. He lay in wait beneath the earth, plotting a stealthy ambush. Before he could approach, he was already discovered by the intelligence team leader. The ground trembled, and earth erupted, revealing molten lava that spewed forth, accompanied by the lifeless body of a Jonin from the hidden rock village. The intelligence team leader continued his relentless assault on the enemy Jonin without hesitation. The clandestine relationship between them was already common knowledge among us. Its revelation would bear no consequence. Gxin regarded Chang Mo Yang, who remained silent, with a look of indifference concerning his transgressions. A myriad of vibrant lights surged towards the bizarre creature with starry eyes, only to be assimilated upon contact with the fracturing clouds, dissipating into a similar state of fragmentation. Xia Qing chose not to respond, her right hand delicately untying the ribbon that bound the gift box. With a gentle tug, the ribbon fell away, revealing the entire gift box before her eyes. Regret? Why should I feel regret? Is it not delightful to seek amusement in passing the time? Gxin cast a fleeting glance at Lonnie after hearing her words, then turned away, an almost imperceptible glimmer flickering in her eyes as she did so. This strike even consumed celestial essence, equating to nearly a century of lifespan with just one blow. The cloud domain here was exceptionally peculiar. Not composed of white clouds, but rather a melancholic black mist intertwined with root-like crimson serpents. A voice, somewhat hazy and drowsy, drifted through the phone, unmistakably the sound of someone awakened by her disturbance. Chiu Rue had not received any notifications from the Chiu family, remaining oblivious to the changes in the current Shrinbang Grand Competition. The betting target of the Chiu family was not Chiu Rue, but rather his prodigious brother. leaving Chiu Rue to relish his leisure. No matter, they are but mere ants, Shu Yunting remarked nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively at Dongfanyu. The Emperor of Longevity from the south spoke in a calm tone, and as his voice resonated, the space around Wukong suddenly constricted, as if countless mountains pressed down upon him, rendering him unable to lift his head. Yet, many remained skeptical, pondering how the 11 royal clans could derive substantial benefits from the campaign against the Sanyao tribe, risking their status as emperors should they succeed. He turned his attention to himself, dialing Gunan's number only to be met with a message indicating the phone was turned off. Attempting to reach Yin Yin yielded the same result. Too many coincidences converged. It could no longer be dismissed as mere chance. Lin Xiao returned to her room, yanking the hair tie from her hair, allowing her waist-length locks to cascade down. This fellow had indulged himself to fullness. It appeared that after the defeat of the Crimson Monster, the entire island had returned to its former splendor. Originally, she had planned to visit the leader of the Nonka tribe at the end of the month, but it seemed that visit would need to be expedited. "Who has angered you?" she inquired, noticing her displeasure. Although aware of the reason for her discontent, Bei Mingchen still asked to avoid raising her suspicions. "Uncle Wu?" Even the butler was absent, yet breakfast remained on the table, albeit cold. A note beside it, pinned by Shui Yihua, likely anticipated her early rising and the missed breakfast time. After a night of silence, when I drowsily opened my eyes, I found Lin Skin staring at me in a daze. This matter transcends merely the confines of North Sichuan. Go Sun paused at this point and then resolutely elucidated the situation to Li Qi in one breath, continuously reminding himself that upon seeing you, tears must not fall. For the self you cherish should not be one that weeps. Lele, I must convey to you, with a smile, all that has transpired over these past few months. Joyfully assuring you that I am doing exceedingly well. I truly do not know him. We were introduced at that charity auction. Though Tong Yin spoke these words, a vivid image of the tall figure of Zhong Yu from that day at Maxim suddenly flashed through her mind. Shu Yun returned to Panyin City, back to the sanctuary, where Qing Miao and Tong Hua gazed at his somber expression, uncertain of how to console him. "I am fine. Do not worry about me." "This matter is not yet resolved," Shu Yun asserted, producing the letter left by Tu Kuai. This was not merely a farewell note. It contained additional messages he wished to convey. Shu Yun stared silently at the simplistic smile drawn on the paper, observing her hands gracefully transitioning through the air, her fingers moving as if they were animated, captivating in their allure. As soon as she finished speaking, Du Fei Fan opened the car door and drove towards the villa district. "No more, no more. Boss, I was wrong. Just don't deduct my salary," he waved dismissively. Jun Yishi embraced Lung Nian, their bodies intimately pressed together, his warmth causing her to shiver slightly. Jun Yishi closed his eyes, treating Lang Nian as a plush pillow in his arms. Lang Nian had never been one to shy away. She adapted to her circumstances, taking each step as it came. When the first burly man approached, he swiftly raised his hand, seizing the man's collar and lifting him forcefully. Clearly, Shinka had some knowledge of Chuge, though it remained unclear whether it was Qingzhua or Wu Mingyu who informed her. However, I found no traces of the road to the underworld or the ghost flower, nor did I encounter any wandering spirits. Could this not be hell, given my virtuous deeds? It seemed only logical that I would not descend into the abyss. This must surely be heaven. How splendid. At last, I shall no longer suffer. Xiao Sei smirked disdainfully, as if he had returned to a fearless state reminiscent of the past. After Du Fei Fan seated himself in the office chair, he noticed the personnel department's work guide on the desk. Tua Bawudi, heavily intoxicated from the tavern, was swaying atop his horse as he made his way to the estate. Even the top-ranked masters of the martial world would exclaim in awe at the ferocity of this battle. It was impossible for him to fix his gaze upon the peaks, and thus he could not grasp the intricacies of the exercises that had transpired. Yet, when they gathered, and these sparks began to coalesce, even Shi Luo, observing from a distance, felt his legs weaken. A wave of ecstatic joy surged within Madame du Barry. Fearful that Lawrence might have second thoughts, she eagerly agreed. In just 3 short days, they dismantled 7 smuggling dens of the blood-floating tower in the southern region, inflicting significant losses on its manpower and resources. Wang Yu offered a serene smile, refraining from further words. With a sweeping gesture, her flying swords shot forth in the cardinal directions, embedding themselves into the mountainside. Where the thunderball exploded, a massive pit over 2 zhang deep and several zhang wide appeared, its surrounding trees reduced to ash in an instant, while those slightly further away lay shattered and askew, ravaged by the arcs of electricity. Subsequently, Qin Feng embarked on his studies in the city of Qingshan, where a myriad of collaborations unfolded. Xiong Qingmingxiu not only supplied medicinal herbs and assisted in the sale of elixirs, but also gathered various celestial materials and treasures for him. While one or two requests could be managed, the sheer volume was overwhelming, especially in this unfamiliar realm. Hao Fei also boarded the White Iveco, and under the escort of 4 police vehicles, the convoy slowly departed from the gates of the Tianhai City Detention Center, heading towards Tianhai City. Suddenly, a gust of mountain wind swept through, rustling and whisking away their warmth, seemingly alleviating their fatigue, invigorating their spirits. Jin Qing trembled, shedding goosebumps as he observed Aunt Qian's sorrowful demeanor, her wailing resembling that of someone who had not had the chance to bid a final farewell. He quickly reprimanded his own thoughts, realizing how inauspicious they were, especially considering Ming Jun had just departed. I simply wish to lead the Konoha step by step into the abyss. Let them experience the feeling of being oppressed. Shao seemed to have vented his frustrations, panting on the ground in a murmuring reverie. I can no longer endure this existence. My only desire is to have enough to eat and then live peacefully. Brother, is there anything wrong with such a wish? She gazed at Shao, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. The Konoha had never considered him. Not long ago, the once malleable rock had hardened significantly, rendering it nearly impossible to traverse. The wooden sword flashed before his eyes in an instant. Yet he remained remarkably composed rather than panicked. Lin Muhan, too, wore an expression of helplessness. If he had a better solution, he would not resort to such extreme measures. With a discerning glance, he recognized her origins and was certain of her name, strange yet undeniably substantial. Lin Chaoxing turned to Uncle Dog, exchanging a glance that inquired whether he knew the father of Qiuyihan. A bullet whizzed by, striking a stone pillar not far behind, its trajectory seemingly aimed at Chongqing. The luminous barrier formed from the blue shield, which Yi Yun took pride in, suddenly crumbled, while the massive red blade and the silver chain continued to advance towards him. The entire ensemble of robes, in a deep crimson hue, featured 3 layers that revealed the collar and sleeves, exuding an aura of unparalleled nobility and authority. Matters involving top-tier sects always sparked discussions, yet such inquiries remained unvoiced, as the interrupted competition resumed, and they could only cheer on with their uncertainties intact. Yi Yun, witnessing this, felt utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. Noticing Qi Zixiao's gaze lingering on her hand, and Rant's heart stirred, leading to a misunderstanding. The territorial acquisition aimed to accommodate the warriors of the Southern Kingdom and control crucial maritime trade routes, thereby collecting higher tolls and commercial taxes. For instance, Li Qin excelled in mathematics, and his homeroom teacher often referred to him as a worldly marvel or mathematical genius. In my opinion, Madame Wang, with her seasoned wisdom, retorted, "Your eldest child is certainly destined for greatness. I have already deciphered this hexagram for you. Rest assured, this corporeal form is constituted through the condensation of high concentrations of primordial essence, implying that traditional vulnerabilities hold no sway over this old rascal." Humph, Xinyuan Beidou. You dare to ambush me yet still wish to settle this in a duel. Reinhardt met Beidou's flame emperor sword with his own. Yet at the moment their blades clashed, the dark flames of Reinhardt's obsidian sword inexplicably extinguished, finally arriving at the conclusion. He hurried over to Hsien's side once others had departed. Subsequently, the captain mandated that any household refusing to accept this foreign fertilizer would forfeit their share of grain subsidies from the collective. Gu Liaoqiao and Qin Junlin were poised to discuss marriage, with their family's future entirely reliant on Qin Junlin. What would the Qin family think? With a graceful leap, Beta descended into the cellar, and with a mere thought, the vivid crimson ghost king flame emanated from within, reducing its power while augmenting its brilliance, instantly illuminating the dark cellar. Suyu is well acquainted with the term monk, a customary title for those belonging to the Buddhist order. From this moment forth, I shall embrace a completely new self. Previously, Siyu Tin spoke with exaggerated flair, but now even his tone had transformed into one of calmness and openness. I shall assist you. Hua Yao's words, though somewhat reckless, were delivered with such gravity that they left no room for fanciful interpretations. In summary, although the matter had already progressed beyond the point of no return, it remained somewhat awkward for the families involved. Tonghua opened the letter, only to discover a message stating that the traitor had been eliminated, and it was safe to proceed. Apart from that, there were no further words. Only an address and a predetermined evacuation route. Tonghua felt somewhat bewildered. Even now, he was unaware of the full scope of Shu Yun's plan. He scratched his head and inquired of Qing Yao, What does this mean? Was he supposed to have us support him? Where is he now? All we have is this letter? Li Juanhao's expression suddenly tightened, his worried gaze unmistakable. Upon returning home, Yuji presented the report card to Zhao Min, who, overwhelmed with shock, was brought to tears. Did this imply that if she did not go to Yuangu now, he would take action against her mother? Yang Yongqing smiled and nodded before moving forward, but he pulled Yang Limin along, who reluctantly fell half a step behind to ensure he could promptly respond to any questions from their leader. The Black Spider, however, showed no mercy, bombarding Chimei with relentless ferocity. Luo Chen silently shook his head. These two undoubtedly shared a profound love, yet their personalities and interpretations of events were too disparate. How could their sparks ignite? It felt akin to a romance between police and thieves, though they hailed from entirely different worldviews. Tianlong Technology Group once stood as the foremost technology company in Huaxia, having pioneered artificial intelligence, albeit in an imperfect form. Uncle Zhou, what brings you here? I was merely hosting a gathering for classmates. There was no need to trouble you. Guofeng had met Zhou Zihao several times in the presence of his father, who had always been rather submissive before him. To his astonishment, Zhou Zihao appeared at the dinner today, filling him with immense joy. He then pondered the composition of this dragon group. Ultimately, due to the disparity in martial prowess between the realms of mortals and spirits, he had no choice but to acquiesce, agreeing to Shui Yi's proposal. As Mu Rong Chuqing passed by Madame Mu Rong, she overheard her words and glanced over, offering her a smile. This caused the Beast clan, which maintained cordial relations with Yutong, to refrain from revealing any of their beautiful fur, especially their ears and tails, in Yutong's presence. However, the young man with wolf ears displayed his features boldly, igniting Yutong's enthusiasm for exquisite pelts. She was too naive. She had long been consumed by others. How could she possibly manage such a vast commercial empire? Not far away, Shangzhe gazed at Ho Xiangyuan, the smoke swirling like collapsing mountains, and in an instant, he lost consciousness, remaining dazed and staring ahead. Ordinarily, one would not speak under such circumstances. But Yutong was no ordinary being. As a flower fairy, she possessed a unique means of communication with plants that was imperceptible to non-vegetative entities. Even in her current form, she could still converse with flora. Word had it that a Chong had arrived, the dragon boss, clad in standard Y country attire, inquired of his subordinate as he took his seat. In this darkness, possessing such power and precision of vision was undoubtedly the hallmark of a man rigorously trained. Conveniently. You wish to discuss investment matters, correct? Please send me your email via text. I am currently away from Yuntown. Later, I shall send you the materials. After you review them, should you find no significant issues, we can meet to discuss the details. She had no time to spare. Yutong felt her elbow tugged back, the box in her hand snatched by someone behind her. Zhang Fan shivered, instantly donning a flattering smile, and ingratiatingly remarked, "Our beautiful, generous, grand, kind, and amiable teacher Jiang would never quibble with her students, would she?" After speaking, he looked at teacher Jiang with a pitiful expression. However, it was not wise to linger here. He feared that if they delayed any longer, Li Xinqing would go mad and start attacking the soldiers one by one. He quickly stepped over to relieve Li Xinqing of the long knife in his hand, urging him to leave promptly. Unexpectedly, you have remained in the city all this time. I thought you, like me, were being chased like a dog. Shu Yun lounged in a rocking chair in the courtyard, leisurely sipping a cup of red tea, giving an air of complete relaxation. Who would have imagined that the apothecary Tian Shan, who had vanished for half a day, would reappear at this moment? Moreover, she had not encountered any trouble. Rather, she seemed to be thriving in this stony city. Look at this courtyard, brimming with the colors of spring. Behold her flourishing existence here. Lai San, what on earth do you intend to do? If you continue like this, I shall call the police. Sun Ma shouted angrily at Lai San. Day after day passed, yet Wang Weishu still had not made the call. He began to suspect that Wang Weishu might have ventured to the grasslands with his father. With this in mind, he eagerly dialed the landline of Wang Weishu's clinic, only to find no one answering. However, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction simply being able to accompany Su Ming to Xiaoyu Villa. As for whether he had someone special in his heart, there was no rush. She could subtly investigate that matter in due time. To his surprise, this time, he experienced a rabbit's perspective and all sensations regarding the outside world, such as the unevenness felt beneath his feet while walking, and the sensation of his body brushing against the grass, an experience that was strikingly real and utterly bizarre. Just before the meeting, Xie informed him, "I have been shadowing her with my sister-in-law tonight, and I personally witnessed her trespassing into the city under your name. Thank you for your trust, Master Bai. A faint smile graced Bai Po's wrinkled face as she silently sighed in relief, grateful that no unforeseen incidents had occurred. The fact that a practitioner at the second level of the Golden Core stage felt so threatened by the situation speaks volumes about the power of the demon-ridding dust. Yin Yin. Let's step outside, Han Yu said, wiping the smile off Zhao Yan's face as he assisted her in standing up and leaving. While they were still engaged in trivial discussions, Luo Bing, who had been busy the entire day, elegantly opened the door and walked in. Could it be that this pot, which was completely unfamiliar and a hodgepodge of unknown elements, turned out to be a miraculous healing remedy? GFA, relying on his memory, diligently drilled 8 holes and, after the concoction was finally completed, was pleasantly surprised by its efficacy, feeling a swell of pride. With her heart set on discovering whether Lin Mohan was truly dead, she felt restless until she could confirm the truth. In the end, Chu Qingyang had no choice but to relent, with the condition that he would return with Imo Qianxia. In the dimly lit office, young Master Qi observed everything that Zhang Lei was doing and suddenly found it rather dull. Originally, he intended to make Lin Mohan's life unbearable, but time was of the essence, and he had more pressing matters to attend to. The fear stemming from their previous speculation stifled both from thinking further, leaving them silently seated in their chairs, fixated on an object in the room, each lost in their own thoughts. Shinsini was at a loss for words, suddenly feeling that her Mr. Gu was quite remarkable. Compared to him, her own work seemed trivial. The priest had once said that even labor reform prisoners were still human, not slaves. Every human being deserved rights. Thus, through persistent persuasion, she managed to secure several thousand sets of reformed winter coats from the 2 ministers, Zhang Jiangwo and Zhang Chanxiu. Seizing the opportunity during the inauguration ceremony of the newly built prison city, she promptly delivered them. In subsequent records, Demacia and Noxus agreed to maintain confidentiality. Yet it was widely known that thereafter, the Shadow sect vanished from the Valoran continent. However, they found refuge on Shadow Island, where the sect began to flourish once more. In the realm of Wadianji, distinct from the vast expanse of the Dazization, Zhang Fan has yet to comprehend the nature of existence within Dazization. He is merely aware that surrounding this domain are 5 other realms: Wadianji, Fanianji, Shishanji, Lingtianji, and Qingtianji.